the beams?
Thermite.
Okay, if they were doing that, it would have taken time, obviously, right? Because they would have had to ignite it and have it burn that way, right? Because if it was,
they could have like, you know, kind of melted it in such a way where it was still kind of and let it cool down, but it's barely connected, it's fragile, and then anything.
But then we wouldn't have seen
any
all these
big collision or you know, earthquake or whatever could have caused it to topple. But you know, soon after they have the plane hit, and then the top floors, the weight of that causes that floor where the plane hit to go down, the next floor under, all the way down to the bottom. Why is that not possible?
Okay, because this is why I said about the evidence part. Because that means that we wouldn't have seen these 50-foot, 75-foot, 100-foot beams that were just bent. If it was that way, let's just say they set charges and there was thermite.
They did, and
they put it on a beam. That wouldn't melt the beam or weaken the beam to it bent. It would cut the beam, right? Because that's what thermite does. And it would have had to have happened. It would have to have been ignited in certain spots.
Listen to the emergency.
No, he's right. I don't think you would need to cut the beam all the way through. You could just put holes in it such that the
bloody hell, man.
Right? And
percentage. Look, percentage. Look, the beams were cut. Percentage. The beams were cut to such lengths that they could easily fit on the trucks that were run by Controlled Demolition Company to come and pick up and take it away. They fitted perfectly to size, perfectly fit. So they already knew how long they had to do that. And hang on a second. And with depth charges, they reached temperatures of 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. Those steel they burn and melt at 2,800 degrees. So it was more than enough to cut through. Okay, and that's what they used.
If they would have been cutting stuff, we wouldn't have seen so much bent, mangled steel. The stuff that you're
so much mangled steel.
Can you present that?
And as someone who does it on a regular basis, okay, percentage. He said something just now that I was trying to speak on because it sounds ridiculous when he says it as an evidence for this. Because when they picked up that debris to take it off site, every single piece, whether it's concrete, rebar, steel beams, had to be broken down to size, Jen.
No, they cut some things down, but most of it was already specially cut up.
You don't know what you're talking about, Jen.
Sean, do you have an image of this really long piece of steel beam that's all bent and stuff that's connected?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Before they chopped it up and hauled it away.
I'll find one.
Yeah, it's not.
And hauled it away like that? No, they cut every bit.
No, it said before they hauled it away.
Huh?
Before they hauled it away. Before they chopped it up and hauled it away.
Okay, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. But as I was saying, right, people, is that the residue of thermite and nanothermite speaks volumes. 3 4 speeds the building came down. Fire can't do that. And when the aeroplane hit, that enormous orange plume, they said that was 98% of the fuel spent. So there was no fuel cascading down the Twin Towers. And the other thing, firefighters were going up onto the 78th floor, connecting hoses to fight the fire further up. They got as far as the 78th floor before their lives were extinguished.
No, they were not doing that.
Okay, that's what they were doing.
That's not true.
Just one correction, Jen.
We've got them on
almost
record.
Free fall.
Yeah. Yes.
3/4.
9.6 seconds. 9.6 seconds.
3/4.
3/4. Okay, that's free fall. That's the
same
as
3/4. I thought you said 3/4.
Yeah, free falling down.
Oh, free fall. Okay.
Yeah, free falling.
Little side note: there's no such thing as free fall in actuality, but
right. There's only density.
You know what I mean. Yeah. That's the terminology.
I think he's referring to the fact that there's an atmosphere would prevent.
Exactly. No side note.
I mean, it's practically the same. Like, difference is negligible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They've got the graphs.
So colloquially, that will be free fall.
Oh my god.
If you look at the graphs.
No, I mean the difference between the tower falling and free fall, or like colloquial free fall. There's a difference. That's why I was correcting Jin by saying it's almost free fall. But the fun fact was technically there's no free fall.
Yeah, technically there is none, but this is the terminology that they use that I'm going with.
Of course.
As they're saying it is dropping as if you dropped a ball and there was nothing in the way. Okay, now how do you do that? Is the question.
You're just misrepresenting what people are saying. That's all you're doing right now.
No, it's fact, because I agree with what they're saying. I agree with what they said. I understand what is being said, and of course I'm going to agree. Of course.
Wait, how fast does a ball drop in air?
9 per second every second, isn't it? That's what we're told. Or 9.8.
Sorry, you cut out. Say it again.
9.8 meters per second squared, isn't it?
0.8. Okay, and this was 0.6.
No, actually, it depends on the weight of the ball and the wind resistance, the surface area to weight ratio.
But that's what it said to be. That's what it says to be.
A percentage. I'm gonna put I found a few that I'm gonna put in the chat right now.
All right.
Yeah. More junk.
My 9/11 hoax guy will take a look at it and report back.
Like the towers had like this cutting on the bottom. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, I mean the building number 7, which is what I'm talking about mainly, is that now that fell into its own footprint. So of course they exploded the bottom out first, because we're talking about the first 2 seconds of a 100-foot drop. That's what NIST reported in their report, that indeed free fall was initiated, and it fell for 8 stories. Okay, so from the height, when you're looking at it dropping down 100 feet, 32 meters, it dropped in 2.25 seconds. Okay, now in order for that to happen, material underneath that building would have to be moved out of the way at 400 locations, they said.
Wait, are you saying they
John,
emptied out the
your
World Trade
photo.
Center to do this?
The first photo is
known
hard
to
to
be
judge, but the second photo, these look like they're about 15, maybe 20 feet.
No,
long,
I'm getting more.
each one.
I'll
Like
show you more.
it's what you'd expect, kind of like a floor's length of beam would look like.
I can get more. There's a lot more.
Like you wouldn't expect the beam to snap at any point, right?
No.
So
they'd be.
we should, so it should be like one long beam that's kind of just folded, right?
Protrudes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Okay.
What I'm doing is I'm looking to make sure that the World Trade ones, not just random beams.
My picture percentage. Can you see my pictures percentage I'm posting? Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Check it out. Now look at that. Look at those beams, man. And that's the Deutsche Bank building across the road from the Twin Towers. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that material. Can you see that?
Excuse me, but there's no evidence that says that this thermite was found. Like I'm seeing it online. I'm seeing it online everywhere, and they're saying that there's no.
I can't hear you, lady. I just can't hear that.
Come on, we can hear her.
Talking.
Please let her finish, then you can respond with the residue.
My God.
Go ahead. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Naps. You're saying you were looking online?
Sorry. Yeah.
Online, you can clearly find that these people he's talking about, there's no evidence, there's no paperwork anywhere saying that thermite has been found in this dust. Like everywhere I look is saying this. So I don't know where you're getting this.
Can I give you a link? Can I give you a name? A professor.
Yeah, no,
Steve,
I can see the
Are you ready? Are you ready?
I see the name.
Okay.
Professor Stephen Jones.
I said I see the name.
Brigham Young University.
Okay, what does Professor Stephen Jones say about it then, if you see the name, Naps?
Yeah. What does he say? What does he say?
It says there was no clear chain of custody to prove that the 4 samples of dust came from the World Trade Center.
That was
Okay,
Like,
now-
Professor Stephen James that says that?
no paperwork. There's no paperwork saying that they found
Yeah.
this stuff.
Dr.
in the
Bigham Jones
concrete.
didn't say that. That wasn't Dr. Bigham Jones. Sorry, that wasn't Dr. Stephen Jones saying that. Yeah, Dr. Stephen Jones didn't say that. But I can give you the chain of custody if you want it. I can give you the chain of custody.
Hold up, Jen. Tell us what Dr. Stephen Jones said.
That there's none.
Let me give you the chain of custody. The lady's name is Jeanette McKinley. Her apartment was across the road from the South Building as it collapsed. The whole apartment building, all the windows were shattered, of course, and the dust poured right in. And she's got herself on video and camera picking up the material and sending it off to Dr. Stephen Jones. That's the chain of custody. Okay? There we are.
It says they found no evidence of
I've given you the name. I've given you the name and the apartment block and the location. That's the chain of custody. Okay,
but I don't care what she says.
Well, I don't care what you say. I don't care what Nat says. Go take a nap. Go take a nap.
There's none in there.
You're talking crap.
They tested it. But they tested the dust and there wasn't found, like they didn't find it anywhere.
Okay, look, you know what? The videos I posted yesterday, percentage, okay? Dr. Stephen Jones takes a piece of this debris, okay? It was red on one side, silver on the other, a 1/16 of an inch, if you can imagine how small that is. And they put it on and it sparked up the whole plate. Poof! Okay? You've got to see it for yourself. Yeah. Okay?
It says samples had nothing in it.
Well, you know what? You got to see the video, and you see that the samples. I
don't care about the video.
Why don't you watch the video?
The samples shows nothing. Because the person is lying.
A percentage. I just put a good site that has like it's dozens of photos from ground zero.
Honestly.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Full of the brand stuff. Full of the brand stuff.
Talking about a video.
Honestly.
Talking about a video. They took the sample.
Videos from architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, right? Architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. 12,000 architects.
You would think that if they had this, that they would show the documentation of this, but they don't.
Everything that I've said has come from them and the list
Okay.
report.
Is there any documentation of it?
Of what?
Of these findings?
Yes.
The video isn't a documentation of it.
In the paper. It's in the paper.
What paper?
Yeah. If you look at the paper, if you look at the video and you get the paper, Dr. Stephen Jones' paper.
Okay, what we're asking for is watch a video. We're asking for the documented evidence that there was thermite. Jesus Christ.
World Trade Center. That's the paper. The paper.
That's not a paper. That's a video.
Thermatic material found at the World Trade Center.
Okay, the people that said that. Okay, the people that said this in the video, they either are just saying it out their ass, or they have these results.
You're saying it out of your ass.
Oh my God, Jen, you gotta let people talk.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, because you're talking shit again.
Okay, the people that you're saying say there's thermite in it, they must have had some documentation that says, hey, this test came from this and it has thermite in it. Where is that documentation that your people say they did? Watch the video, huh? That's what you're going to say? You're not going to reference?
Absolutely. Why don't you watch the material if you want to know? I know, so you watch the material. Go look at the material I sent you. I sent you 3 videos. So if you want to know the truth, go and watch it instead of blastering all this bullshit you're talking. I'm not talking bullshit. I'm talking the truth, mate.
So you're telling me, so you're saying that the documents that stated that there was thermite in this dust doesn't exist, or does it exist? Which one?
I'm saying to you that if you look at Dr. Stephen
You
Jones'
can't even
paper,
answer that. That is
I am
crazy.
telling you. I am telling you. Just listen. Look at the paper, watch the video, and your questions will be answered. That is my way of telling you
No,
That's not.
yes,
That's not.
yes, yes,
there's no paperwork saying that
yes, yes. I
they
gave you a
found this
name.
stuff.
You said there was
Oh,
no chain of
anyway.
custody, and I gave you a name of chain of custody. I gave you
No, there's not, and that's not
Jeanette
it.
McKinley. Jeanette
It shows
McKinley.
nothing.
Jeanette
Where are the
McKinley. Say again.
samples? Where are the
Jeanette
samples?
McKinley.
Yeah,
Where are the
Jen.
samples?
Jen. If there was a chain of command,
Chain of custody. Not
yeah. If there was chain of custody, this is what she was asking for. Who took the sample? What lab did the sample? Where are the documents that show the results for the sample?
Jeanette McKinley. I've just told you that. I just told you that.
You told us to
Jeanette
watch the
McKinley
video.
and Professor
Can you
Stephen Jones's
wait? Since
paper.
you've seen it, can you just post it in the chat for us?
It's in the video. It's in the video.
Oh my!
Watch the
No one wants to watch
fucking
your video, Jen. They just want the evidence that
Watch
you
the
keep
fucking
that you
videos,
keep
man.
claiming is there.
Watch the effing video. Watch the effing video.
Show me. Give me a reason to.
I
Show me
had
some
to- look,
evidence
I had-
that
no,
it's valid.
I had to watch it. I had to watch it to learn. So if
You
you
didn't
want
have
to
to.
learn, do what I do.
Could I chime in with you for a minute? Like I just put up a picture. This is from the engineering analysis of the collapse, and I'm looking at this building, and it looks like, contrary to claims that the building was unscathed, that if I'm guessing right, looking at this structure, it looks like there's at least 2 spans of steel going in, which you could put about 40 feet of that building missing. 40 feet deep by 100 feet by maybe 70 feet wide. Do you think that shifting the load in a building like that would be a little bit, would change the engineering capacities or load capacities that building could withstand? Like if I now put a fire in there, would it then cause it to collapse?
When we looked at building number 7 on the day, it did
Are
not
you
look like this.
Sean?
I'm telling you now, when we look at building number 7
okay,
on
Sean.
the day of it collapse, it didn't look anything
Jesus
like what you're
Christ.
displaying here, sir. Okay? Thank you.
You just have the video.
Yeah.
I'm
To answer that question, Mark, it would definitely affect the structure, the integrity of that structure. Absolutely.
Not
Yeah,
really,
you gotta
not
carry
really.
all that
But that's
load.
not what happened to building
You
number
gotta carry
7.
all that load
My
on
question,
beams
my
aren't
point
the
is this.
same.
My point of contention is this.
Jesus Christ,
That's
Jen, you
what
gotta stop
happened
talking
on
so other
building
people
number
can.
7 on the day. Building number 7 on the
Jen,
day.
you talking over people doesn't make your
I'm
point
talking
right.
over you, mate.
You're talking over everyone.
I'm talking over you in particular.
No, you've talked over
Yes.
everyone.
Because no one's listening. That this particular picture that's shown is not analogous to what happened on the day. So it's no good. Okay?
Jesus
it's a waste
Christ.
of time.
You don't even fucking
It's a
listen.
waste
That's
of time.
why you think that way. Just stop talking so you can even hear what the question was and hear what was talked about. No, you
I
didn't.
heard the question.
Apparently
Yes, I
you didn't.
Could it initiate or weaken the structure in any way, shape, or form? What I said to you was that building number 7
Jesus,
did not
you don't have
look
to
like
repeat
this
yourself.
on the day. Yes, repetitiveness is necessary because you're not taking
No,
it
do
in.
that in your own head so you
It's
can
called
memorize what you want to say.
hammering and
But
driving
a
home
conversation doesn't consist of you doing that.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, it does.
No, that's why you were muted 5 minutes for 5 minutes, because you did that
Like
consistently.
I give a shit. Like I care. My style does not change. Shut up. Pay attention. Listen up. Right. Now bring me something more worthy. Don't give me this nonsense. Okay?
Then I asked the same of you, and until then the conversation's done.
400 locations. 400.
You have to stop talking. This is not just the Gen Talk session.
Okay, I'll yield, but bearing in mind,
Ah,
separate locations.
I'm over it.
Disassembled at one time. Carry on.
I think it's interesting. I did find the load analysis, for that damage, and it is actually kind of interesting. It's kind of how I would picture what that would have caused to the building.
Like I said earlier, that is not how building number 7 looked on the day. On the day, when you're looking from the northwest side of this building and looking at the whole front of that building, it looked totally intact. yes, debris did fall on building number 7. And NIST, according to NIST's report, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, scumbag organization that they are, they actually told the truth and said that building number 7 did have debris fall on it, but it did not contribute or indeed initiate any collapse.
No, it didn't
Show it.
initiate it.
Show where it said that. Show where it said that. I bet you can't.
Again,
Watch the video.
watch the
It probably
fucking
didn't
video.
initiate it.
You will get it all. Watch the fucking video. Okay? Go and watch it.
Stop with your video and show some evidence to back your video so people want to watch your video.
I already sent
Because you don't even sound like you know what you're talking about. So everything in your video sounds ridiculous already.
3 videos. 3 of them. Okay? Part 1, building number 7. Part 2, Twin
So
Towers
all it takes is a
and
video.
Keep expansion.
You didn't look. You didn't even look in.
Videos don't
So you didn't even look into your videos, facts or not. You just believe the
I've
video.
seen all my videos, mate.
Of course.
I watched them all. I watched them again yesterday. Talking about. Shut up, man.
We'll screenshot a couple of images that actually visually represent of what happened, not verbally,
I'm not gonna do
visually.
that. I'm not gonna
Visually,
do that.
not
I've already
verbally.
sent the material. You need to watch it from beginning to the end to follow.
No, you don't
the
have to
chain
watch
and
something
path
to
of
grab
the
a couple
integrity.
of images from
You
it.
need to
For
watch the
visual
video because the
representation,
video
not
is
verbal.
taking you through it. It's
Jen,
taking you through.
A video is not images.
The problem you have, Jen,
Images are in
is
there.
that
The
you keep
images
telling people
are
to watch a
in there.
video, and based on
Yeah,
what you're saying, the
the
criteria of
images
that
are
video
in there.
being correct
Look,
is
I'm talking from the video.
Jesus
I'm
Christ. You got to
talking from the
stop. You
video.
got to let other people talk, man. This isn't just the Jen time.
Okay.
So
Well,
is this a
don't
Jin
make
show?
assumptions then.
I'm on the
Don't
wrong
make
Discord
assumptions.
show then. I'll have to go
Slow
to
down,
the
Apparently.
guys. Just everyone slow down. All right.
It's literally one person, Jeremy. And you can ask any flat
You
earther in here.
spazzing out too, Sean. Just everyone one
Because
at a
he's
time.
not stopping,
Sean,
Jeremy.
okay, go ahead, Sean, and then Jim,
Thank
you
you.
go after.
So when you keep talking about how the structure looked or watch the video, the reason why people keep asking for the questions are about to confirm these things is because when you say that there was thermite and this lady took a sample and then someone asks you, is there documentation of this test? You say watch the video. The video's not going to show us that. We're asking for if you watched that video and fact checked that video, or you just go off of what they say.
Right. Let me tell you something here. You're asking me the question. I'm going to say it again to you. The documents you're looking for are there in the videos that I posted to you yesterday. Okay? Watch the fucking videos and your questions will be answered. Okay? I brought you the facts and the truth and the source. Go look at it. Okay? I had to look at it. I had to look to learn. You do the same. Thank you.
There's nothing in the video at all, Jen. There's nothing there.
What video
So
did
there's
you
no
look at?
visual
Give me
representations of
samples. It
reports.
says
What
So
video
where's-
are you
so-
talking about, lady?
it says
If it's
What
just
videos are you
somebody's
talking about?
opinion all the way through, just trying to describe something without any reputation or authority or
Documentation showing.
I mean, do you guys
Yeah.
really think everything happened the way they said it on 9/11? Come on.
No. Nope, I don't,
Of
Jeremy.
course
So now
not.
what?
Of course not.
Okay.
That'd be silly.
Okay, but
That doesn't
what
mean
But
Jen
we
is
know they're
saying,
liars.
but Jeremy, what Jen is saying is just outlandish. It doesn't even have anything to back it. It's just what he's saying.
What he said.
Well, that's absolutely
Are
ridiculous.
you
When I
really
posted,
in here backing him up, Jeremy? Wow.
Jeremy,
I said, what did he
Jeremy,
say?
Especially as a fucking
Well, better yet,
viewer.
Jeremy, have you heard his
As a
his
viewer.
explanation for this?
I just got in
Wow.
here. I just got in
Oh,
here.
yeah. Okay. So just so you understand, everything he said is basically go watch the video. That's it. When someone says, "Well, this is how something works," or "This is how something else works," then he goes, "That's not how it works. Watch the video."
Go
So-
watch the video.
Yeah. So we asked him. He said that there's this lady got thermite dust in her apartment across or whatever.
Jeanette McKinley.
Okay.
Jeanette McKinley. Jeanette.
Okay, and he said that they took samples and they found thermite in that dust. So I asked him, "Is there documents that show results of a lab that show that there was thermite in it?" Even
Yes.
scrolling through his video, it doesn't
I
show
said,
documents
watch
in the
video
video.
from the very beginning.
Jen, just
Watch the
because
video.
I'm going to let you know right now, Jen, I scanned through it and I looked for what you're talking about, and
You-
all they
you
have,
did not look
all
for
they
it at
have,
all. You're lying.
there's not.
Now
Okay,
you're
Jen, I'm going
lying.
to ask you this question.
All right,
Answer this
hold
question.
on. Okay,
Is there
hold on.
one part in that video? Is there
I
one
know,
part in
hold
that
on.
video that
Sean, hold on,
shows
I
the
got it.
document, the lab results for that test?
I got
Yes,
you, Jen.
it's all in
You're
there.
lying.
Jen, what's the
Yes,
timestamp?
there-
Hold on, Sean.
Yeah.
They show it to you.
What's the timestamp?
What's the timestamp on
I
where the
can't give you
document
the
somewhere they
timestamp.
show?
You watch the video and you'll come up to it.
See, Jeremy?
No, we got
That's
to
his
have a
answer.
So
timestamp.
we're going to do our own research
we gotta
on
get a
somebody.
timestamp.
Why would I giving you a timestamp? Go
There's
fucking
no
watch the video.
samples of
Jeremy, literally, that simple
anything
question, like, can you
showing
timestamp it? Give me a rate,
at
an
all.
area in where
I
it's
never
at.
give
He won't.
timestamps to anyone. I don't give
'Cause you
anyone
can't.
timestamps.
They do
Because
not.
In other
I
words,
spent
you don't.
my time. I spent my time to do the research. I want you to do the same, so you
You
learn.
might be
That
doing
is the- that
research,
is the-
Jin, but you're
that's
not
the
giving
kind of
us any
attention.
evidence.
Yeah, I've given you the source of the evidence. Look through it for yourself.
So we've got to look through something that's
Yes,
hasn't
you
got
have.
evidence.
Okay.
Yes,
Jen,
we do.
Jen,
Okay.
is it in the beginning, the middle, or the end,
Watch
or the end of the
whole
video?
video.
Okay.
Watch the whole
I
video.
don't
That's
think
why-
he knows what's in. I don't think he knows what's in the video.
Yeah.
That's why your explanation makes no sense.
Watch the video from start to finish. Is what I want.
Why
you
do
to
we need to watch
So
something
you-
from
why-
start to
Why do I
finish,
want you to
Jin?
do that? Why do I want you to do that? Because there's information from the start and to the end. It's full of
What
integrity.
type of information?
How the buildings came down, the way the buildings were constructed, the materials that were found, documents, everything. You've got to watch it. Otherwise, you're not learning anything.
But we don't
You're
need to
just
watch
playing-
that video to get the evidence. We can get the evidence about what happened to the
this is
buildings
where I
from
got
other
my-
sources.
This is my source. That's my source.
Hold on, you're going about this all wrong. You're going about this all wrong, Jen. Sean said he doesn't think you're telling the truth on what happened on that day. Sean, what do you think they're lying about?
What I think he's lying about?
No, what do you think? What do you think that they lied about? The government whoever pulled this off.
Knowing it was going to happen.
That's
That's
it.
the main one. No, there's a lot, but that's the main one to this
There's a
conversation.
few of them.
So you don't think they took the building down with thermite?
Absolutely not.
No.
You think that came down naturally with the plan?
Yes, and okay, what evidence do you have that it did?
I mean, we got the that it did what? Get taken down by the thermite?
Yep.
I mean, I don't know much about demolition, but they did show this to a lot of demolition experts, and all the demolition experts said that looks exactly like controlled demolition.
No, they didn't say it looked exactly like controlled demolition.
There's a whole panel of these. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
And when you watch those videos, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and they have already gone through these extensively, and these half of them weren't even licensed demo experts. The other half did not say it looked like a demo. They said that they had to look into it more, and that the way it fell did not look demolition style. That's exactly what they said.
No, they said it did look like it.
And no, they did not. And if you go now and then do research on what a demolition looks like,
they're not experts, Jeremy.
and if you go and look, half of them weren't. Yeah, half of them weren't at all. Yeah, exactly. Half of them were not at all. And if you
we're not going to get this conversation separate, are we?
Hold on, let's let Jen get his piece out. Go ahead, Jen.
He's not. He's just interrupting to do it, Jeremy. I was in the middle of saying something.
Jeremy, he's
All right,
just
well,
told you.
hold on.
that
Let
they
Sean
weren't
finish it up, and then
experts,
you're
Jeremy.
next, Jen.
No,
Hold on, let Sean finish it up, and you're
Jeremy,
next, Jen.
Yeah, okay, go on. Jeremy, he's just told you, right? You just told him that the experts told you that it was controlled demolition. What's his response? They weren't professionals. I mean, that's ridiculous.
No, I made it very clear, and they did a report on this exactly because that whole panel that came out and said this became into scrutiny. Half of them were not licensed contractors that do demolitions, and that's exactly what I said, Jen. It's exactly what I said. And in those interviews that weren't cut up, they did not say it looked like a controlled demo. They said, "Oh, fucking A." I'm done, Jeremy. Let's let him have his wrath. It's fucking.
Because you're a liar. Get out of here, you liar.
I know you
Come on,
can't
Jen.
explain it.
Jen, at some point you got to stop saying, "Come on, Jen." You got to do something about it.
I know, Jen. This is your first verbal warning, please.
No. This is actually the second. Geo muted him for 5 minutes for this.
This is the second time I've been on here.
Just calm down, Jen. Jen, just calm down a little bit, will you?
I'm very calm, folks. If you think I'm not calm, wow.
Well, let other people have a conversation. You don't have to be in every conversation.
The thing is, when this conversation goes in the direction
Jesus
of
fucking Christ.
I know, exactly.
science and physics, I'm going to join in, but I'll sit back now and listen to this joker speak.
Even back in the day, they had engineers and or structural engineers anyway, with the explaining how the metal fatigued for the heat, how it can buckle and bend under weight.
Yeah, but can you initiate a free fall speed?
Geez,
Didn't they actually design it?
I thought I was going to have a conversation with Sean about this.
Didn't they actually design it though to withstand multiple airplane hits?
No.
No.
No, I thought they did.
No.
They did it for a smaller plane that was not flying it. That was like in landing speed. They didn't do it at 500 miles an hour.
A little Cessna would just bounce off it nearly.
Yeah, so the reason, and that's actually a good question, Jeremy, because in that build, yes, there was an idea of whether or not it could withstand certain things. The reason for this is because the Empire State Building got hit by a Cessna, one of those little ass planes, and that would have been maybe what they structured it around. But at no point did they ever think it would need to. Jesus fucking Christ!
Somebody's going to have to do something about Jin.
Jeremy, come on, man!
I got you, bro. Relax. All right,
okay.
stop.
I never
said
said
that's his third warning, Jeremy.
A Cessna hit the Empire State Building, so that may be what they structured it around. But at no point in the build were they thinking a fucking jumbo jet was going to fucking hit these towers. That wouldn't have been part of it.
No,
I'm going to disagree a little bit. They did do it around a jetliner, but they did it at speeds commensurate with landing speeds, not a full-on attack.
Even that
yes,
would have
they
been
did
smaller.
do it.
Thing was like 25% the weight of the jumbo jet.
Yeah, it still would have been smaller though.
If I may
gotta get your story straight. Was it a jet? Was it a Cessna?
No. Okay. Well, I'll clarify it. What Moyak just said was in the guides of the build. What I was talking about when I said Cessna was what hit the Empire State Building in the early 90s, 80s, early 90s. Moyak, you probably know better than me. I don't know, but it happened during the build, and I have reference on that one.
Did you? Okay, but did you not say that the Twin Towers weren't able to withstand the speed of a 707? Because that's what they built it to.
They could withstand the impact of a plane, no matter what size the plane is.
No,
it was the
they
fire.
actually
It was
specified
the
the
fire.
size.
Jeez, I hadn't even finished.
They actually specified the size.
It's not even worth doing, Terry.
I
It's
know.
literally getting ridiculous.
Jen, they're all complaining. Jen, leave. Is that what you want?
Give a shit they're complaining.
They're all going to leave,
They're
though.
complaining, Jeremy. I don't
and then
care
it's
if
just going to be you talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking to you now, Jeremy. Jeremy, I'm just saying that I wanted to add one piece in. That's all I'm trying to do. Is add one.
Yeah, but you can't.
You got to wait your turn.
You're cutting people off with their sentence to finish their points.
Okay, go ahead, Terry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, impacts on a building's not the problem. It was the fire, and that's what people have got to realise. What metal can do under heat.
This point, can I? When the plane hit the Twin Towers, 98% of the fuel was burnt up in the initial explosion. So there was no fuel left to cascade down the buildings to cause any such fire. Okay?
That's absolutely that's not true at all. That's extremely that is complete crap.
Okay.
Complete.
Okay. What about the people in the building that were waving for rescue? That's where the plane hit. The plane hit there, and you've got people hanging onto the building waving for help. If it was that bad, they wouldn't be able to do that. You silly ass.
No. First of all, you're wrong. Again, another lie. Where the plane impact, there was nobody hanging out the fucking windows. That's a bullshit lie.
You're lying. Now you're lying.
Yo, you're full of shit, Jen, and it's just complete full of shit.
Did you watch this live, Jin, when this happened? Because I did.
Yes, exactly.
Can I make a suggestion? If the planes had all this material on the planes and they possibly intended to detonate the planes, but the detonation didn't go off, then would that explain all the materials that we're finding? And we're kind of gluing our stories together to kind of get a better picture here, instead of just fucking arguing all the time.
Realm. All you gotta do is go back to the day, get the video footage, and you will see a woman with some kind of garment waving for help. And she's not the only one. There are several people there. Okay, where the plane exited,
Not
where the
at
plane
the
went
hit.
in. Okay, this is what I'm talking
No.
about. If the fires were
No.
bad, I'm saying if the fires were that bad, she wouldn't be able to be there. Silly idiots they are. They're lying.
You are
You're
so
lying,
That's
lady.
ridiculous.
Take a nap.
No, you're just
A lot.
completely
Take a
ridiculous.
nap.
You're not even show. Okay, show it. I bet you won't. I bet you're gonna tell us to go watch a video where it won't be.
Look, I've said to you, go and find a video of the day. There's loads of videos.
Everyone's seen it, Jen, and not one person agrees with that.
I'm not going to be running anywhere, mate, anytime soon. I'm in your face. Prove me wrong.
I sat there and seen it for my fucking self. That's a lie.
Wrong. Yeah,
that's a lie.
But did you see it live?
I've seen that shit myself, Jen. Because unlike you,
were you actually there in New York?
To see it live.
Were you in New York at
Yeah,
the
I
time?
was there in New York via the BBC, via CNN, via ABC, and CBNS. All right, yeah, I was. Thank you.
I wasn't asking you then.
Yeah, and I also have accounts of people that were there, not watching it on TV, Jen.
Nah, I was actually there.
We watched it live. I watched it live as it happened.
Yeah, you watched it live. There are people that actually experienced it.
Yeah, people were there.
I'm talking about there.
It's near on the same. Near on the same, mate. Shock and horror. Shock and horror.
Wow.
The only thing is, I wasn't getting the smell of the smoke.
And this is after what? How many years, Sean? This happened? What, 21 year ago now?
21 years ago.
20. Yep.
Is your name Sean, Jim?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
I will say I did get one thing wrong. They did test it for a 707, and the 767 is what hit.
That's what I said.
But they didn't test it at cruise at landing speed. They tested it at full speed, so it was.
They tested it at top speed for a 707. Hold on, Jen.
That's what I said.
You said they tested it at Moyak. You said they tested it at top speed on a 707.
Cruising speed, but yes, not landing speed.
Yeah. So how much bigger is a 750? What crashed into it? A 7?
I thought it was similar in size, but the weight difference is substantial. It's almost a 20% more heavy plane. But.
The planes that crashed into the Twin Towers were almost similar in weight. Perhaps the
20% heavier.
The 707 was probably bigger slightly because it's older and heavier.
20% heavier for the new plane.
Well, there you go then. There you go. So I'm writing what I said. 707 is what I said. Correct.
Yes.
No one argued against that.
They could
You just took credit for something weird. I'll tell you, it was weird. That was crazy.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the buildings could withstand several of those planes, by the way. That's
why
they liken the construction of the Twin Towers to the mosquito screen net on your window. And the actual architect has said that if you puncture the screen on your mosquito net, it does render the rest of the screen useless, such as the structural integrity of those buildings.
What the fuck? Exoskeleton. You have no clue about the structure integrity of that building.
Wait a minute.
I have a lot of clue, mate. I have a lot of more clue than you.
More importantly, though, Jen, Sean thinks that the government knew about this and let all those people die.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible that they would do that to us. But you trust these people, though.
Absolutely.
I do.
But you trust these people, though, right?
I do.
But they let all those people die.
Wait. Did I say I did?
I'm asking. Do you trust them?
No.
Well, when they tell you the story on what happened, why do you believe them?
I already told you I don't. We just had this round robin again. I don't believe the official story. I think they knew about it. I don't trust my government. Okay, now continue.
They all let all those innocent people die. What else did they do? They didn't have any part in it, though. Totally.
No, I think they just knew about it.
They just knew about it. That's all our government did.
Yeah. There are plenty of situational events that have happened that make me believe yes, they would fucking absolutely do it
and let all those people die.
I think that they knew about it, but they had eyes on these people, and plans happened before they knew they were going to happen, and or
complete
before
bullshit.
they actually knew exactly.
They had 2 years heads up on that.
There you go. 2 years. I say 10 years, but 2 years. There you go.
No, because there's official documents, there's official reports of intel telling them that there was a plan to hit a major city in the United States using planes. They knew that
So
2 years prior to that.
No doubt, 2 years is fine. So these government officials that knew about it.
And then this is what happened. They because they had captured 4 guys, and they actually had captured them in the borders of Iraq, and this is why they also kind of contributed to it. But what happened was they found out that they were actually 4 guys that had left the Republican Guard, whatever the fuck Saddam called them, and at the same time, they had also given them information about weapons of mass destruction. The reason the U.S. said that they didn't trust any of the intel is because they were defective. Yeah, there you go. They were defective, so they didn't know if the information was true. That was their excuse for not going along with any of these intel that they had gotten.
Yeah, they were getting they were getting intel from Israel as well.
They were getting intel from a lot of different people.
And the government just let. So what? Did the government do anything, or do you think the guy who's on the building knew, or like what's up? Who knew? The president does go all the way to the top, or what?
I won't say yes for sure, but yeah, there's definitely a bunch of shady shit that happened prior that would definitely direct it towards that. But I'm not saying that's my evidence or that I believe it.
Is it weird that Bush and the Bin Ladens are close family friends?
They're not close family friends. They just did business. They did business when Afghanistan and Russia were fighting, and our interests were not let Russia have more land. That's when all that happened.
What about the Carlyle group? Bin Laden
and
the Bush family. Carlyle group.
The fact that there's oil business in there, that's not unknown. Everyone knew about that.
I think that's security.
Everyone knew about that. That wasn't something that came out after the events. Everyone knew. Everyone knows the Bushes are involved in oil.
So there's nothing weird between the tie between Bin Laden and Bush.
Not in the aspects of that. No.
Just a coincidence.
They said it was Osama bin Laden that did 9/11. They said it was Osama bin Laden that did it. So don't you think that's a bit strange? That's
because bin Laden said he did it.
Yeah, that's what they said.
They said it's weird that
they said Bin Laden said he did it, and the business ventures that they've had. Yes, they did. The business ventures that they had. Okay. Anyway, no, he didn't. The business ventures that they had. Oh, Jesus Christ! No, he did not. The business venture.
He actually sent an audio and a video of himself.
At some point, someone's got to shut this fucker up.
You're the fucker.
Come on, Jen.
They're business ventures.
Don't let me get you the video.
I'm done.
Sean, hold on. Finish it up, Sean.
Sean's left. Sean's left. But I got a question for you, Jeremy.
See, Jen, hold on, Kosho. You see, Jen? Are you gonna scare him all off if you don't ever let him talk?
I don't scare him off when
he
Jen,
you scaring him off. You didn't scare him off. You just annoyed him away.
He's a big man. He's a big man. I don't get scared off. How comes I don't get scared off when people?
No one's getting scared off, man. He's just sick of dealing with it. Like some people don't
want
to.
Because you got no empathy. Because you got no empathy, Jin.
Oh, I'm the man that got no empathy, but yet my number plate on my car is 911. That's the registration number of my car, 911. Okay, and I've got no empathy. Is that right? Is that right? Like I said, I don't only walk the walk, I talk the talk, and I do the do. All right.
You do the do. You're amazing, man. Hey,
what the fuck, dude?
Jeremy, and this goes out to everybody in here, but it's regarding you, Jeremy. Jeremy, do you remember 3 days ago when you said, "Never again are we going to see tanks on the ground in modern war"? Remember?
Going against America, yeah.
No. That's not what you said, dude.
I clearly said America.
Oh, you did not, sir.
Because we have guys that can lay a whole field of tanks out with one little like rocket grenade thingy.
You didn't say it against America, but it
I
doesn't
definitely
matter.
no one else. I specifically said America.
Mm.
Because we will lay that shit down. We're like Beanie Siegel, get down or lay down.
I don't think you did, man, and it doesn't matter because I'm not going to call you. I'm not going to call you out permanently about this.
You can't
But
call me out, bro. There's nothing to call me out on.
I kind of thought you would admit it, but I'm not going to.
Bro, I was always saying America the whole time. What are you talking about? You think fucking people are scared of Cuba or Nigeria or fucking some bullshit ass country?
The point was that war goes down like that still.
Yes, not with America. It will never go down like that with America again because we lay that shit down.
Okay, man.
We got drones, fucking attack choppers.
You do know that we've responded to this attack with
submarines, bro. We got aircraft carriers. Those jets that don't even need to take off, they take off vertically.
Anymore. You said it's all.
Bro, we got little bumblebee drones. We got bumblebee drones. They put like 3 grams of fucking explosives on it, and they just fly it in your face, bro. You cannot fuck with us.
Yeah, okay, man. You're changing your tune. You're dancing to a new beat. I like what's going on, man, but it's all good, dude.
Dude, I'm saying the same thing I've said the whole time.
Okay, dude. You sound like me now, dude. You sound like a Glober, man.
You think heads are scared to go up against Canada? You know what I mean?
Nobody is.
Nobody's worried about Canada or fucking Nicaragua or something.
Yeah.
No one's afraid of us right now.
Nobody gives a fuck about Argentina or Venezuela. They'll put the tanks on the field versus them dudes. They can't fuck with us.
Did you hear what Trump said? Trump said the fact that the US left Afghanistan in such a hurry, it's emboldened Putin to start attacking the.
He would say something like that. Sure.
Yeah.
Isn't he the one who caused us to leave? Wasn't he president at the time?
No, it wasn't him.
Yeah, it was.
No, it was Biden. Biden cleared everything.
Oh! I thought you said Biden said that. Okay, I got you. Trump said it.
Trump said that Biden's quick emergency exit from Afghanistan has emboldened Putin because we looked.
Oh my God, we handed over so much. We handed over so much good shit. They got all kinds of fucking tactical shit, choppers, probably all kinds of shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's mad.
Probably millions and billions of dollars worth of fucking shit.
Yeah. Well, dude, it's not good news, man.
Idiots.
I saw the UK. I was watching the UK. The Prime Minister describing to his ministry, people, whatever you call their Congress, their Parliament. He was describing to them that they were ready to respond. What did he say? He said financially. Something else, and he said, and yes, militarily, and they're gonna respond to this. It seems to be unprecedented, dude. This is the big enchilada. What do you think?
What's going on about Russia and Ukraine, or what are you talking about?
Yes, dude. The world's going to war. I remember 3 days ago when I said this. 3 days ago,
no one's going to war with us. What'd I just tell you?
Dude, it's not going to war with us. We're going to war.
I ain't worried.
This provocation is indicative. I mean, it implies.
Okay, Russia takes over Ukraine, then what?
Everybody is engaging. Poland.
Russia takes over Ukraine, then what?
Poland is an ally. I mean, is a part of NATO, is it not?
Fine. Does NATO even have an army? Does NATO have troops?
What? NATO have an army? They have a fucking huge military, dude. All the member states militaries. Okay?
All right, who's in it?
We are. We make up 75%.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's us. The Platinum Plus.
You know what the purpose of NATO is? an enemy against the
To be
USSR
pussies
and
and get bullied around by third world countries, and they're doing a good job.
No, the whole point was to build a allied, military against Russia or USSR at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
So
whole.
we're gonna go to war with Russia. Is that what you're saying?
It seems that's what's.
All right, I'm still not worried.
All right, man.
What are you worried about?
Well, I know that whenever war happens, dude, I go, dude. I go to the French.
What you worried about?
Nation.
Sleeper cells? Salt? You think Angelina Jolie is gonna get you?
No, dude. I'm gonna be over there, man. Saving your ass.
Wow.
And your wife's.
No one's even gonna probably get hurt over there because we just fuck them up. You know, if they put their tanks on the field and their planes in the air, I mean, they're gonna get shot down with the quickness.
The tanks in the field. The tanks are in the field already. People have a doubt already.
But are we okay? Do we have troops over there in military shit? Are we
Poland.
like engaging them?
In Poland.
No, not Poland. Is America engaging these people?
No, they've.
Of course they're not. They want to have no more tanks left.
This is day one. It's the middle of the night over there.
It doesn't matter what hits you in the morning, in the evening, at lunchtime.
This is when cool heads prevail, and people like the prime minister is talking to his parliament. We're talking to our people. Everyone's discussing and they're assessing. These are the deciding moments of what happens leading forward. But he's not. He's been asked by the UN to turn around and go back to Russia. He's not doing it. So he's got no intentions of turning this around. I think that he's prepared to engage, continue to engage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started to engage. So it doesn't seem like this is going to end. Like I said, it's not like we're dealing with like fucking drunk Tom. This is Russia, who they have a very pragmatic way of doing things diplomatically and militarily. They don't just do things on the drop of a dime. Think things out. But I just thought I would rub that in your face because 3 days ago you said there's not tanks on the ground in modern warfare, and there's there is. Have you guys seen the stock market?
What's going on with the stock market? I got like three G's in my Ameritrade account. Is there any good deals?
Is one of your kids Japanese?
He's in the Yakazuma.
Yeah.
What's that Chinese? That Asian Yakuza?
Yakuza?
Yeah.
Yakuza, man. You want to get him 23 and mead.
You already got a samurai sword. Listen, your boy's been getting fucked up today. Here, let me ask you this. Just because something works, does that mean it's correct?
Depends on what the fuck you're talking about.
No, it depends on. It doesn't depend on anything. It depends on anything. Anything. If I say something works.
Prisoners in jail work. Are they correct? No, they're not correct. They're in correctional facilities, but they're not correct.
All right.
So yeah, the context matters, man.
Okay, how about How about if you guys say, I don't know, pick something for your globe model that works. You guys have said
okay,
it
like
works.
a model. You're saying a model. You're saying if a model works.
Okay. GPS. Let's say GPS. You say GPS works, right?
GPS works.
Yeah.
And by
Does that mean that
it gives you the correct information? So
does that mean it's a globe though? You say it works on a globe.
That's a more complicated question than you asked originally. Because does GPS work? Yes. Does that depend on the Earth being a globe? Yes. Yeah. So.
Okay. How about this one? We can navigate with a globe, right?
Yes.
So does that mean Earth is a globe?
We can navigate with the assumption Earth is a globe using the Earth maps as they are a globe.
Yeah. No. Listen. You can use a globe to navigate. Does that mean Earth is a globe?
Navigate the Earth? Yes.
Yeah. You can navigate Earth with a globe. Does that mean Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay. I can navigate America with a flat map. Does that mean America's flat?
But you can't.
Yes, I can. I have Rand McNally's, Jim map codes, all kinds of flat maps that will take me anywhere I want to go in the U.S. And it always works.
Those are series of flat maps, is what those are.
No, one whole map. They make one whole map, bro.
Okay.
They make a giant American map that will get you anywhere you want to go, and it always works, right?
Yeah, but if that's because there's implications, like when you look at a highway map, for example, you're not exactly you're using the highway map, and the road's gonna take you where you go. It's not gonna.
I know. Just relax. It works, right?
Technically.
Yeah, it works. Does that mean America's flat?
No. But
no. So just because something works doesn't mean that it's always right, right?
Dude, there's signs on the road, right? And it says, and it shows you have to go this way to go to the fucking gym, and this way is blah blah. It doesn't mean it's actually that way. It just means if you follow the road that way, the gym's gonna be there. Okay, but the road is actually the road is not exactly the same direction as that arrow, and the maps on the road Rand McNally, they're not exactly the direction and angles and everything because it's slightly distorted.
Okay, I know, but the map,
there's only one
flat
map.
Go ahead.
Let me go over there. There's only one map that works in its entirety around the world. That's the globe.
Without
paper
any
maps do not work in one paper.
All right, so we know that the flat.
I'm gonna
let Jeremy's going down something right now, man. Let Jeremy finish up his thing.
Okay, go ahead.
We know that the flat map works. We know that the flat map works, and it'll get us anywhere we want to go in the U.S. So if something works, then it has to be correct, right? Or do you agree with me that just because something works, it doesn't always have to be correct?
Well, I thought I addressed it. Moyak also addressed it. The difference being that there's no distortions. So the need for distortions is not necessary in simple cases. Like I said, with arrows.
It's like you ain't even hearing what I'm saying, bro. You ain't even hearing what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, but it's not as... It's more complicated than what you're describing. Because, yes, it works, but there's implications that... If you were going off the map... And you were so stupid, not you, but I'm saying somebody was like so stupid that they were only going to make movements that were exactly what the map was showing, and they weren't following roads, they were just following with the lines in the map. They would find themselves not going to where they think they're going because there's distortions in even a Rand McNally map of the United States. It's just not.
I know. So the map works. The map works, right? You get me anywhere I want in the U.S. It always works. It has for decades. Right?
Sounds like you're not trying to hear him.
No, he's not hearing me. Does the map work?
I'll meet you halfway, dude. I'll meet you halfway.
Does the map work? This is a rhetorical question.
I'm going to concede.
We already know the map works.
I'm going to concede. I'm going to concede to you my original point that, yeah, just because the globe model works as a map, no, that doesn't itself imply that we're on a globe. Okay? Because that's not the claim that I'm arguing still. I'm arguing that the fact that you can use it without any distortions and it will define the Earth perfectly, that's why we can know it's a globe. But just because you can use it as a map I will not. I will say no. That doesn't itself
That's
imply.
just because something works doesn't mean everything you said before that is automatically true. Just because something works, right? What's up?
I'm just curious to know why you want to use a map that always has an error versus one that never has an error.
I didn't hear you. Your microphone's coming in and out.
Why do you? We have a map, the globe, that always works in all conditions, everywhere, every day, and then you have a flat map which works under specific conditions, which you have to understand.
Sure. Well, I'm just making up the point because I'm sick to death of hearing you guys say it works. It works. I must have heard you guys say that a million fucking times, right? I'm just getting to the point where it's downright sickening now to hear you guys say that because it's really meaningless because we've just established that just because something works doesn't mean everything you said before that is correct.
But again, what we see with maps is, assuming that the world is a globe right now, all the maps that are flat are wrong. They have to be
right.
Now that is a geometric fact. It has to be wrong if it's a flat map. And coincidentally, flat maps have these problems. Also coincidentally, globe maps do not have these problems.
Cool, that's great. My major point is that when you guys say something works, that's meaningless. That does nothing to help your argument. It's worthless. Just because something works.
It works within a tolerance, an acceptable tolerance, and that's why we can use paper maps, and why particular scale maps work just fine, no problems at all. Nationwide, like if you go and look across America, you try and look at true north from the west coast to the east coast, and you point your compass. True north is going to be pointing the wrong fucking way to that map.
I think everyone's got my point about things working, meaning that everything you said before is not true. Just that's all I was trying to make.
A random pedantic point that means nothing. I get it.
It's not pedantic. It's not pedantic. You guys are being pedantic when you say, "Oh, it works." That doesn't mean that it's true. I don't know what you're trying to do when you say that because obviously something working doesn't mean that whatever you're saying before that is the truth.
We're saying it works in all conditions, which is, I think, it's something that's left out of the statement. But again, at least when I say it, I say the globe works. The globe works everywhere all the time. Flat maps don't. You cannot depict this glorious large pizza disc on a fucking flat piece of paper and have it be accurate.
All the maps are flat. Even Google Earth is referencing a flat plane. No. They show it when you could see the line underneath. It's referencing a flat.
So Mercator map. So you're let's go with a Mercator map. Nope, we can't do that.
No, let's use Google Earth. No, let's use Google Earth.
That's not a flat map. That is a
your mic's cutting in and out, bro. You got to fix your mic. You got to fix your mic, dude. I can't even communicate with you like this.
That is essentially a series of small projected maps that are referenced by Google Earth. When you draw straight lines on them, you see that they curve when you do large areas.
Yeah, dude, the point is that, like I said, when you asked in that simple statement, what you asked, like if somebody were to say to you in simple words without expanding on it, that, oh, it works, we can travel and it works, so that proves the globe, then in that context, without any adding information, yeah, I agree that that's not the full context. But when someone says that, usually it comes with the implication that they're not just talking about you can use it so it works. They're talking about what me and Moyak are saying, which is that there's no distortions on this map. There's no added information that you need to use it in its entirety for it to work properly. And if someone means that, then they're correct that they're saying that kind of confirms the globe. But if I guess I understand that if they're just saying simply, oh, you can use it so it works, then
it works, so it must be true. That you guys pull that shit all the time. You also say the globe predicted it. That's also meaningless because I can show you a wristwatch prediction that involves mermaids, unicorns, and leprechauns.
Okay,
just because I can predict it with my unicorns doesn't mean that there's really unicorns there.
Yeah, dude,
Really?
that's completely nonsense what you just said. When someone
No,
says
that's what you guys do.
when somebody
That's what
says
you
they
guys
predict
do.
something, no, dude, when something predicts something and it's confirmed through prediction, the prediction was confirmed through observation, then that yes, that gives you confidence that that thing's correct. And until it's shown not to be true, then yeah, it confirms it, dude. Like there's no two ways about it. If you can consistently make predictions about something based on your model, then that tells you that your model's correct. Until your predictions from your
predictions you
model
guys
are
are
not correct.
Or at least to be
No,
considered correct.
the predictions you guys are making are not science predictions. They're gypsy palm reader predictions, right?
All right,
Like I said, I can have a hold on. I can have a prediction about why a clock moves on a wall, right? Me and you can look at a clock. We can't see the other side of the clock, right? You can predict that there's gears in there turning it, or I can predict that it's going off the vibration of a cesium atom, or someone else can predict that invisible unicorns are making the hands on the clock move. If we can never look behind the clock, we'll never know. The predictions don't mean shit. Everyone can make the same prediction of it's going to be on the big hand's going to be on the one soon. Everyone can make that prediction. That's nothing.
It's not the kind of predictions we're making. I mean, that's what's so ridiculous about this. Like, I can go when Foucault first proposed his idea, he went and said, if the geometry of the Earth is like this and it's rotating, then these forces, according to Newton, will act on that pendulum. Therefore, if I place my pendulum at this latitude, this will happen. That's a hell of a lot different than saying unicorns made it happen.
That's not science. That's not a science prediction. That's a gypsy palm reader prediction.
Come on, man. Are you drunk right now?
He's stoned.
No, I'm watching children. Listen, that is a gypsy palm. Foucault pendulum is just dumb.
No, dude.
You have an effect. You have an effect and no cause.
No, Moek's example, and he laid it all out, dude. Sometimes you don't you have these conversations and you forget exactly what he just said. He described to you the process of him making a prediction. His prediction was based on the model of the Earth, of the way we saw it. Based on that model of the Earth, he made predictions that were confirmed. And that's not a gypsy prediction.
It is. It absolutely is. You have an effect. The pendulum precession. That's an effect, and you have absolutely no cause for it.
No, we had no effect. That's the whole thing. Is this guy predicted that if I swung a pendulum, this effect would happen, and this is how it would progress as you moved around the Earth, based upon strictly the calculations of geometry, Newtonian, and Newton. That is not gypsy palm reading. This isn't he said, oh, look at this, I go to this latitude, I see it processes like this, and it processes like this down here, therefore this is the cause. No, he made the prediction ahead of time. Now, something else could cause it? Maybe. There could be some kind of a weird ether wind that causes it and spins little vortices around each little Foucault pendulum. They're picking on it.
Absolutely. There absolutely could be something else. And that's what happens when you don't wiggle your independent variable like you're supposed to with cause and effect relationships like what we have here.
But at this point, the way science works is they go with the best answer that they can get at this point. And gypsies and ether wind blowing it in little tiny circles seems outlandish, whereas the geometric science and Newtonian physics that go into showing how it would progress and it being a prediction rather than a post-diction is very indicative.
The geometric science? Did you just make that up?
I would say it's geometric. It's based upon the fact that if a shape is this size and shape and spinning, then these things will happen. All those sciences coming together, geometry and physics, conservation of momentum, all that shit happens, and you'll end up with and you get this prediction. It is indicative of all those things likely being true. High confidence.
Doesn't Newtonian physics fall apart when you're dealing with non-inertial reference frames? You don't even have it. You don't even have enough reference frames for a Foucault to be Coriolis effect. This is just dumb. I mean, I can't believe you guys are still arguing
The
the
physics are
pendulum.
there. You can predict them. You can look at the formulas. You can see that it is all covered by Newtonian physics.
Except you don't have the physics for the reference frames. You're missing a crucial part of it that you don't have. Man, I've debunked Foucault pendulum fucking 6 ways from Sunday at this point.
Sure you did.
You know I did. You got all kinds of Foucault problems.
None. Zero. Zilch.
Other than not having a reference frame, a second reference frame, which is huge.
This is one of the beautiful things. I don't even need the reference frames to do it.
No, in the Coriolis effect, you have to have 2 reference frames.
Dude, you exist in all reference frames. You know that more than anybody, dude.
Bro, you got to have 2 reference frames for Coriolis to be happening.
Many
It's
reference
a
frames.
fact. 2 reference frames. You need 2 of them for Coriolis.
You have 10 reference frames. You have infinite reference frames in every object. All reference frames. You know that.
Yeah, but we're talking about Coriolis effect where there's 2 reference frames.
No, Coriolis effect is explained by referencing 2 reference frames. Coriolis is observing something in a rotating reference frame, which implies there's a non-rotating reference frame. But what's important is the rotating reference frame. As long as you're on a rotating reference frame, you can observe Coriolis. Yeah.
You got to have a second reference frame for the Coriolis effect. We try to get out of it with infinite reference frames. We've dealt with the infinite reference frame thing before. It's silly that you even brought it up.
That's good they got them, though.
This is what we're dealing with, Chemo. It's the same thing over here. I don't know what you thought you were going to come into over here, but it's the same people. But welcome, though. Good to have you.
Oh, Chemo's here. I'm going. Have a good one.
No, come on, Moyak. He didn't even say anything.
He said, "Who's here?"
Probably just listening.
I don't want to be
probably just listening. Why? You guys love Chemo. I remember when Chemo didn't show up for a couple months. Chemo didn't show up for a couple months. Everyone was like, "Where's Chemo? Where's Chemo? Where's Chemo been?" Anyone seen Chemo?
We were hoping he got sick.
Oh, you were missing him because you love him.
I was hoping. I shouldn't say we.
Chemo's legit. He's like a girlfriend or a wife or something where it's like, yeah, they can be real annoying sometimes, but you still,
He's like an ex-wife that slept with your girlfriend, slept behind your back, and took all your money and killed your children.
Nice, cool. At the end of the day, dude, us, the British, Chemo, unless he's on Russia's team. Chemo, are you on Team Russia right now? Well, maybe he's not. We'll see.
Oh, I forgot one thing. Also falsely accused you of rape.
England, of course. That's my man. Okay, Chemo's okay, yeah, because I saw Parliament today. I was telling them earlier. I saw Parliament, and your Prime Minister was talking to them and basically saying that they're ready, they're prepared to, handle this militarily, financially, whatever. So they're making a commitment, and I think our government said the same thing. Biden said that I mean, he's an old fucker, but he just basically said whatever happens next, it's Russia's fault. He said whatever.
I'll tell you right now. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, if Russia got tanks on the field, they better fall back if we get on the field.
This is what happens when you get a pussy in office like Biden. Then Russia starts flexing his muscles. We had crazy people like Trump in there. Then you're like, I ain't gonna fuck around with Trump. I'll wait till a crazy person like Biden gets in.
Biden's weak or soft or anything.
Let's not get carried away, idiot. Let's not get carried away here because innocent people are going to be dying in this thing, yeah? Because of the game that they're playing. Remember, this game of wars is already planned. It's not, this is a game they're playing. Don't buy into it, yeah?
Yeah, most wars
The
are
innocent
planned.
soldiers, the foolish soldiers that thinking they're protecting their countries, they're the ones that are going to be mugged up, yeah? And that's us. Okay, guys? So don't forget that. Keep it real. Keep it on
That
point.
doesn't mean the conflict isn't real. And there's always somebody who starts it. And whether, you know, when you say it's planned, yeah, Russia
It's the
wanted
plan,
to,
isn't
Russia
it?
went
That's the
through the
plan.
actions of went through the actions of trying to take this land. And now it's up to the world whether they let it happen or not. So we can let it happen, let them kill who they're going to kill, and they can take the land, or we can do something about it. These are the choices.
Yeah, UK has already said they're not going to let them just do it.
If the UK goes in, then America's going to go in.
Tell you right now, if America goes in, they better fall back.
I said before, this is the. I tried to say this before to other server. People don't believe me. When I was part of the Navy and we were doing the Operation Mermaid Dawn, right? That wasn't just like Congress declaring war against them. That was the State Department through, the treaty that is NATO, and what we fund 75% of. That was them engaging in a conflict over there, which is basically us. So NATO and getting involved in something is basically like the United States getting involved in it. There's actually no difference. And NATO is going to get involved in this by necessity. So it's already happening.
I got one word for you: bumblebee drones.
How many we got?
You shouldn't be voting for anything because
Dude,
they're going to keep on doing this.
You need to fucking go to a spelling bee, dude. Bumblebee drones is not one fucking word, okay? Bumblebee drones warfare.
All
Well,
one word.
actually, one word. Bumblebee head blower offers.
Yeah, but as I said,
I don't know.
Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know if they have Bumblebee drones yet that are capable, as in that video, where they can pattern seek and find a particular enemy and blow them up. It
Bro, we
seems
got
like
Elon Musk.
battery operated things in that scale are also like 20-minute flight time. So you're not exactly just going to send them out over the landscape to go and just hunt or killers for weeks on end.
Yeah, you drop them. You drop them from you drop a zillion of them from a fucking B-52 bomber, and they can just float down, and they don't even have to do anything crazy.
I can also defeat.
Listen, we got Elon Musk. Things exist. We got Elon Musk on
Yeah.
video talking about them.
I could also defeat them with a bed sheet.
I mean, it's going to be too late. Heads ain't walking around with bed sheets outside. It's going to look like the arrows. Remember when they were in the movie 300 and they shot the arrows and it blotted out the sun? That's what it's going to be like.
Wouldn't happen. A little tiny drone's going to come in and it's hunting me. I pick up a bed sheet, I put it over a couple pieces of wood, and I hide underneath that.
Okay, you're walking down the street. You're walking down the street. Where do you do?
Definitely, yeah. The tactic, though, for defeating those drones is after the fact. You just simply hide from them. Wait 20 minutes for their batteries to run out.
Or you could have solar power. But listen, we don't know what they got, bro. I'm telling you, and it would take out a massive amount of people with the Bumblebee drones. Massive amount.
Hold on. Did we turn that off? Hey,
especially if you got troops on the field, and we just drop Bumblebee drones, just take anyone out in this perimeter. It's gonna hit all the troops.
I've been saying this for some time, dude. That this is how it's gonna happen, dude. This is the catalyst to this big conflict I've been telling you about, dude. There's not fucking happy times merry-go-round,
I'm not worried. You're the only one in America that's even worried,
dude. Because when the last time there was a war on the American soil? Can you tell me? You know who was fighting?
Civil War?
Yeah, the Civil War, dude.
Oh, Civil War.
The Civil War. That was the last time we had war on American grounds. That's why you're not scared, dude. There's been war.
Because we've been dumping
We've been
We've been dumping hundreds of billions of dollars into our military defense budget for decades now. We're good, bro.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one oil tanker to come into New York, or a shipping container with a nuke to drive into New York Harbor, and New York Harbor's gone. Come up the Hudson River, go blow up Albany.
Oh no, but God forbid. But it's not even just the. We have people all around the world, and that you know, the first people we got to worry about. And it's not even just Americans at the end of the day, dude. They're like I said, I think we have almost 10,000 troops in Poland already, right, through NATO, and they're already prepared to take in the refugees or whatever from Ukraine. But it's not going to stop there, dude. I'm telling you, people aren't.
When's it going to stop? When's it going to stop? Where's the tanks at? Where's the first battle happen at with the tanks?
It happened this morning.
Yeah, I don't know. A hypersonic missile launched from Kiev to the U.S. to take out some of our military infrastructure. That's really quick, man. If they decided to do it,
rain hellfire on them, bro.
I don't think that they're going to come after us wholeheartedly. I think that they will eventually back down, but it really depends on who has the resolve.
Bro, what happens on the ISS? That's fucking awkward.
Dude, you know what?
Yeah.
They asked that question in Parliament. They asked that question in fucking Parliament, dude.
It's fucking awkward.
The Prime Minister already said something about that, dude. He said ultimately he would hope that the arts and research endeavors they can continue to cooperate, but he honestly doesn't think that that's going to be a possibility. And so that, I mean, obviously it's day one, so they haven't made an official statement about it. But he basically said that they think they're going to have to, you know, find a solution for that whole.
I hope Russia comes out and tells everyone the Earth is flat.
You hope they come down from the satellite and tell everybody the Earth is flat? Okay.
No, Russia just comes flat out like, yo, Earth is flat. We've been hiding it this long. We're not covering for the Americans anymore. They faked the moon landing. Bro, I hope Russia just lets it everything go.
I know where your fucking your loyalty lies then.
They probably won't.
You're gonna go cahoots. You're gonna jump ship.
They're all in cahoots. This thing's all a big money making scheme. They're all in cahoots, dude. They'll never do that.
Limited scale warfare, though, doesn't generate a whole lot of capital, as far as I'm concerned. World warfare, if you're the country that's not having your country blown up, it's a real boom. But for the countries involved in the conflict, the ones actually taking infrastructure damage and stuff, it's not a real good win.
Yeah, but look how much money America made in the whole Middle East thing. We must have made fucking billions and zillions of dollars off of that.
Really?
Really? I think we were negative on the whole Gulf War thing.
What are you talking about, dude? Yeah,
the government loses money, but people make money though. Look at Lockheed and Martin and all those defense companies that Bush was sat on the board of.
That
totally
money
unethical.
By the government. They owe money to the Federal Reserve.
Who owes money?
That money that they get paid just goes to the Federal Reserve.
Whatever, bro. They're playing Monopoly money games with us, and they're sitting there laughing at us right now.
I don't.
Some guy smoking a cigar with a nice glass of brandy, laughing at us, me and you, right now.
This is a real. You're right. This is a different. It's on a different level than me and you. They're playing a different game, a game that we're not involved in, but it's still a game between them. Like, they're not fucking secretly shaking hands like, Putin, you did that Ukraine thing. That was pretty good. The Ukraine's like, hey, man, I know that we're on the same team. Just come in and we'll just pretend to be mad. Like, they're not fucking pretending, dude. Like, they're actually, like, when UK is saying this shit about how they're going to deal with Russia, they're being honest that they're not going to be friends with them anymore. Like, yeah, we're not friends.
All facade, Kosho. They're all on the same team, bro.
Yeah, but somehow they all come together for the United Nations, the Antarctic Treaty. They're all buddies on that one.
They don't come together for the United Nations. The United Nations is condemning what Russia, who's a veto member of the United Nations. The United Nations is telling them to fucking turn around and go home and saying this is bad news, bears.
And the United Nations is about trying to mitigate these conflicts. It's not about all getting along and being buddy-buddy. It's actually where people come to air their grievances.
Does the UN even have an army? No, that was the funniest David Chappelle skit ever. He's like, does the UN have an army? You know what I would do if I didn't have an army? I would shut the fuck up. And then he goes, shut the fuck up in front of all the microphones.
Yeah, but the UN isn't a governing body. It's a collection of the governing bodies. So it's like it's a forum for them to come to agreements and disagreements. Like the what's the Geneva Convention?
I thought it was supposed to be the world's police. I thought.
No, there's no police, dude. They don't have police.
That's what I thought the UN was.
No, it's like, so for instance, the member states, like the Geneva Convention is an agreement, or the, what do you say, Antarctic Treaty. It's an example of where they get countries to come together and agree on something.
The peacekeeping force is what I thought the UN military was.
It's supposed to be like a big, what do you call that? Cartel or something like that. Like if somebody goes against the rest of the group, then the group can collectively say that guy's bad. Let's all go against him. So it's like if everybody in the UN agrees what Russia's doing,
so it's a hit squad then, yeah, a hit squad.
Well, no, but they can collectively get their governments to condemn what that country's doing and actively go against them, right?
Yeah,
but
that's what I call the world police. That's what they're.
It's got 70,000 members. It's not even what one would call a police force, barely.
Yeah, my city's bigger than them. They ain't doing nothing.
Now it can
They
be
need to just shut the fuck up.
You can go in under the UN flag, and each country contributes troops. So I mean, it could grow immensely very quickly. But I don't think I've ever seen them really do that.
What if we don't give troops?
There's some missions where you can be a U.S. military and it'd be like a United Nations sort of mission. I think there was a lot of those in Afghanistan. Isn't that called like UNESCO or NEFCO or something like that?
I don't know.
You've got NATO, and then UNESCO. You talking about NATO? Ouch.
But to wear the little gay blue hats, I think that's under the command of the, or at least under the flag of the UN. And you can donate troops for that. I don't know how they do that though. If I'm in the army, like, did they just come up to me and say, "Hey, your troop is now going to be UN troops and under the command of UNICEF"?
UNICEF. That's what it's called.
Yeah, UNICEF.
Or UNICEF, yeah, because that's there was, I've met people like that when I was in the military who were in the military, they were in the Navy, and they were also, part of UNICEF because it's a UNICEF mission, just like NATO. Like when NATO was in Libya, you're part of the U.S. or French military, and you're under. It's like it all comes down to the chain of command. It's like your chain of command just slightly changes because you're at a command that's under under that authority.
You come under some kind of special forces, don't you? That's what I think it is.
Well, it's not really special force, but I mean, like, you just have a different chain of command. That's all.
But man, the rules of engagement with the UN peacekeeping force I'd probably, if they offered me that, it's like, yeah, I think I'm going to shoot myself in the foot.
It's an easy
watch
life.
this.
It's an easy life in the UN.
JJ, watch that link right there. That shit is hilarious. Barack a flock of flame. He got the body.
That's right.
I think the UN's engagement rules are you have to be shot at least 3 times to return fire.
In the head or face.
Yes, 3 times in the head.
Or neck.
No, but that's the thing though, dude. Even when the UN started, so I'll give you an example. The UN started, and then what's one of the things that happened for Israel was announced a country by Israel and the United States, and nobody else in the UN agreed with them at all. So it's like, the United States has 5 veto members: Russia, the United States, I think China, and England and France. I think it might be one of those might be different. It might be like Germany and either way though. But right away though, we Russia and the U.S. disagreed on everything, and so it's like they're not really. It's not like they are above. It's not like they're above both. All those countries. It's almost like a forum for them to, have diplomatic.
Communications.
Yeah, there you go. But ultimately, the UN is not going to have a military and fight Russia. You know what I mean?
Where we
They
really fucked
just
up,
veto it.
where we really fucked up is when we got the first nuke right after Hiroshima. We should have just gone around the world and said, "The world is ours."
Oh yeah, that's a great.
And,
That's a great idea.
And yeah, you would have to drop a couple nukes, but after a while, people would fall in line.
I think at that point, though, Russia had
10
already.
nukes stopped.
No, dude. At that point, it wasn't. It was already not a secret. Like Russia already had spies. In England with that one. What's that thing called? That Alan Turing's machine thing. They had spies there. They had spies in
James Turing. Was it Alan or James?
It was Alan Turing. There's no who's
Alan
James
Turing. All right. I don't know. I'm getting my Alan.
That's when they would have the first couple of nukes we would have had to drop would have been on Russia to stymie their nuclear ambitions. And
Yeah, but I bet
that
you
would have been the end of it.
I bet you it was too late for that, and we were allies at the time. So it's like.
See, I'm with Boyak. We get the nukes. We tell the world, fucking get down or lay down. That's it, and it's ours. Be in this fucking problem right now.
And you'd have with all the.
What do you think Hitler would have done? What do you think Hitler would have done if he got the bombs first? We'd all be speaking German right now. I'll tell you that.
If you did that and Russia already had nukes, which was already they already had the information and all that kind of shit. I don't know when exactly they.
Well, there was a point where on Earth.
Hold on,
there was a point on Earth where we.
Hold on, dude, because if that would happen and we would have messed that up and we would have done what you said to do and they had already had the ability to have nukes, then we would look like the biggest assholes in the world, and they would righteously, have attacked us for that, and said, "Dude, we're gonna make sure America doesn't take over the world, guys. That's all the reason we're doing this," and nobody would have stopped them.
There was a point on Earth though where we were the only ones that had nukes.
Yeah, I don't know though.
There was only about a two-year window in there where they did. We had them and they didn't, so we would have had to act really quick.
All we need is 2 weeks.
Oh no, it was 1949. They detonated their first one. So.
Wow, really? When did we get them?
What?
December 7th, 1941. Then we had
we dropped the first bomb in 1945.
Was it 45? Oh, I thought 44.
No, we went to.
So we had years to tell Russia to fucking sit down.
No, dude, we were allies with Russia in 1945.
We were never allies with Russia. It was all a facade.
It was not a facade. We were allies with them. They're the ones who beat Germany. So, that's why first of all, they were in Germany first, right? So they got the scientists from Germany. That's why we did the Project Paperclip, so they wouldn't get all their scientists.
If they got the scientists first, why did we get the best ones?
Because that's what Project Paperclip was making sure that these people that should have been at and what do you call those? Tribunals or whatever. We made sure that we were giving them ability to be free and be our scientists, because we didn't want Russia to claim all of them, which they already claimed a bunch of them.
You know what them dudes used to fit? You know how Hitler's infrastructure was so crazy, and his logistics were just a mess, right? And he would fund things based on whims, and
he was on meth.
Yeah, he was on meth. So do you know what he used to do though? He would fund things based on how good he thought it would help him win the war. So when Werner von Braun and them guys were doing the rocket thing, they used to fake rocket video takeoffs, show it to Hitler so they could get more funding.
No, dude, that was part of the problem. That's why also, like England's a small country, dude. It's smaller than Germany, and Germany couldn't even beat them. And that's because the difference in what they were so confident that they could do it that they didn't put more of an effort, and they underestimated the British, and that was because of what you're saying. The guy he had in charge of his Air Force was basically, blowing smoke up his ass, and it was exaggerating about the claims of their ability, and overestimating the British. Underestimating the British security on their on their borders. I forget what they did an air raid one time, and it was a fucking crazy. It was crazy how many more planes Germany had, and how many more planes than UK that Germany
Yeah, but
had lost.
But listen, the Nazi German scientists were faking rocket video technologies, videos of rocket tech, to show Hitler to get more funding. You think they stopped that when they came to America, or do you think they still continued to fake rocket tech to get more funding?
No, I don't think that they were afraid that we were gonna, meth heads in America were gonna fucking send them to the fucking concentration camps. You know what I mean? Like, he was kind of a madman, so you would kind of not want to you kind of wanted to please him and not piss him off. And, at war, you go through a lot of firings and hirings, and so you don't want to fucking lose your job. But when you're working, in the United States for the the space program or whatever, Werner von Braun, he's got no reason to exaggerate or lie. As a matter of fact, he did the opposite. He told him he didn't think we would be able to do it. He said it would be impossible to send something to the moon because it would need something the size of the Empire State Building, which would be too heavy to lift off the ground.
Probably because he was trying to get more funding.
No, he said it was impossible. He said that they had to come up with a better idea, and they had to go through a lot of ingenuity to do that.
And that doesn't worry you that the smartest rocket guy on Earth says we can't do it, and then a few years later we do it?
They figured out how to overcome that.
They figured it out. I know, and the smartest rocket guy in the world couldn't figure it out. But
Actually, he was the second smartest. He was the Russian one was the best one. Von Braun was second rate compared to because the Russians had their rockets into space well before the Germans, well before. Yeah, so Von Braun is second rate.
The Germans were the first one to have these rockets, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, the Russians had their rockets going up as well to space, did they not? The space.
Yeah, you're talking about satellites and things like that. But during the war, the Germans had these ICBMs, which were what were used by both the Russians.
Are you talking about the V2 rockets? Are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh right, okay. Yeah.
Those are precursors.
Those weren't ICBMs.
Yeah, they were.
Dude, those weren't going into space.
ICBMs do go to space, man.
No,
yeah, but the V2s weren't going to space, though.
No, they weren't going to space. Yeah, so to go to space, the space rocket scientist was the Russian. I'm telling you, they were number one.
Didn't believe in space.
Von Braun is second. Von Braun is second to the Russian. Best rocket scientist ever was the Russian one. Forgotten his name now. Sorry, his name escapes me. He died at the age of 60.
It doesn't matter what age he died. Give me a height that you would say space was, just so we can have a fucking.
Well, according to the so-called scientists, it begins at 60 miles up, 62 miles.
60 miles. Okay. We'll go with that number then. We'll go with that number, okay? And we'll say V2 rockets can go up to 200 miles. Okay?
Okay.
All right. 1944, the one went up 102 miles. Okay? So they go up to space, dude. All right. They do a partial orbit. That's how they work.
So they say.
Yeah. So they say
that could all be propaganda. We don't know, do we? For sure, we don't know. The displays that I saw didn't go up to 100 miles. Didn't go anywhere near that. But they went to the UK. They travelled to the UK, apparently.
Where were you when they're shooting ICBMs? Where were you doing?
No, I'm talking about the ones that they showed us from their videos, yeah? From their film footage of them testing their rockets. I'm talking about tests of the V2 rockets. The V1 and the V2.
Yeah, it says here the V2 won in 1944, went 102 miles up, making it the first rocket to enter into space.
Okay, then let's see then.
But regardless, I do believe that the Russians and the United States after the war, they both grabbed scientists. That's why the propaganda programs and like the MK Ultra sort of
and
hypnosis.
Operation Paperclip. But
Well, yeah,
they
paperclip.
the
That's what I'm
Americans.
describing. I'm
Yeah,
describing
the
the paperclip, but from the Russian perspective, like they took
Yeah, the
scientists.
Russians got the best.
Well, no,
Apparently,
they
the
got the
Russians
ones
got the
they got
best.
ones that were like doing like propaganda, hypnosis, that type of stuff. And we were getting like the more technical rocketry sort of scientists and shit like that.
Apparently, the Russians got the best of the crop. That's what I
Probably
heard.
they were there first.
Yeah. But it was all propaganda between Russia and America anyway, you know, because we don't.
I don't think so, man.
I'm telling you, it was. Of course, it was. There was no such thing as a real space race. No, none of that was all bullshit.
Oh, the space race, maybe not. But dude, think about it. Pretend Geo Love becomes like a fucking evil bastard. He's not. He's Geo Love. He's a great guy. Okay? But let's pretend he became an evil bastard and he just started killing us in here. Okay? Which is not going to happen.
It was all part of their plan. It was all planned by the
Okay,
Jews.
that's fine. It's fine. But if that were to happen and then you and Jeremy were like, you had to team up and get everybody together to get him out of here and beat him up and make sure he's gone. And then you and Jeremy are the, you're both, like the dust is settled. You guys work together to get him out of here. There's going to be a new engagement deciding which one of you guys is going to be, is going to, clean up the aftermath and be the head honcho, basically. And the Cold War.
It's an ongoing story. It's an ongoing saga.
But the ongoing story
we're living through it. So this thing with Russia attacking Ukraine was all planned because Russia has been sitting back, looking like a weak superpower. Now it wants to flex its might. You've got China getting ready to go as well with Taiwan. So this is the next chapter in the story that we're living. The story of our lives that they planned for us.
Yeah,
Okay.
but what's frightening though is that they're pretty pragmatic people. They're not gonna hold on.
Nice chimes going on there.
Back. There's my girlfriend's cell phone.
Ah, that's why. Sweet chimes for the girlfriend, eh? Ah.
Yo, it's a flat earther calling her on the side, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding now. Hey, you guys know how I have the ongoing cases for the First Amendment violation or whatever?
Yeah, you were talking about it yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to drop the link to the motion that I just filed. Because now that I know it's publicly accessible, you guys can read it. Everyone's like, I can't wait to see what you file. It's going to be so funny. So here, I'm making sure to publicly circulate it to appease those wishes.
Right.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the first motion I filed.
And what motion did you file? To be exact.
Motion to dismiss for facial invalidity of the regulation I was charged underneath because it's unconstitutional on its face.
Yeah.
And yeah, good luck rebutting it. So the government now has to do that.
Well done. So that was you. Did you do that yourself or you and your legal team?
I did it all myself.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's fine.
Check it out. Read it. I know people want me to fail, so I'm just gonna let them read. All I know is the comments that are like saying stuff like that, they're not gonna age well. If anyone saw the audit channel cover Mount Rushmore situation, like that's not gonna age well. It's got over 500,000 views, but it's
It's only for those who are really interested that's going to watch that really at the end of the day. But the thing is, it's good that you're doing that because it's going to go a long way to helping others spread that word. Anyway,
Everyone should agree with what I just posted.
Yeah.
Even if you think the Earth defies physics or whatever.
Absolutely. It was going against your freedom to speak, literally, isn't it? You can't talk about flat Earth without being arrested. That's nuts.
Yeah, they're not supposed to talk about your content, and that's all they talk about is what I was saying.
Yeah,
they're not supposed to be able to tell you can't talk based on what you're saying.
It's wrong, isn't it?
That's literally all they talked about, though.
Yeah, and they're breaking their own laws. They didn't even know it, did they? Or if they knew.
No, they literally say flat earthers in the in the description of the "Be on the lookout for us." Yo, that's illegal. They can't care what you're saying. It's not supposed to be about what I'm saying, right? So
Yeah,
I
they
don't.
shouldn't care about what you're saying. They shouldn't.
That's right. So this motion is basically explaining how the regulation is written in a way that allows people to censor, allows officials to censor based on the content, which is what declares it unconstitutional on its face, spatially invalid. Well, as applied, my bad. As applied, it just proves that that's what happens because I watch cops get triggered about the subjects I say, and when they get triggered, they come tell me. So anyway, I just wanted to drop that in here. I'm gonna catch up with you guys on the flip, though.
Oh, yeah. What? Just before you go, what are you expecting them to? What do you want them to do? What are you expecting them to respond?
They're gonna grant the motion to dismiss for facial invalidity, and they're gonna declare that regulation unconstitutional on its face.
Good, good. That's the common sense thing to do, right? Do you reckon they'll do that?
I wrote it in such a way where they're gonna have a hard time not doing it.
Okay, all right, good.
Yeah.
I'll look it up anyway. See how you
All right,
word it.
it's in the chat. It's in the chat. All right, I'm gonna catch up with you guys.
Okay,
Peace.
cheers. Can you imagine that? You're talking flat Earth, and coppers come along and arrest you for speaking flat Earth. I don't think they'd be arresting me, I'll tell you. Or they would have known they'd made an arrest because they would have been very painful. There would have been pain all round. They would need their tasers. Can you imagine you're being tased and then you're getting used to it and then you grab the cunt by the neck. So your taser's not working, is it now? And you shake him to death. Bastards. The flat Earth, honestly. Huh. They get so triggered. The power of flat Earth,
I hope that they can. I hope that they can keep some restrictions on people. I mean, I don't know whether what they did to him was right there, but I really, I can think of a lot of environments where I just don't simply want people fucking speaking on loudspeakers all the time.
You know, I'm going to have to agree with you there. I think when you've got a loud hailer, the up is flat, flat up, roll up, roll up. I mean, you can only take that for a few minutes and it starts to get annoying. You know, I agree. So, you know, sitting at a table, you've got things laid out, have a look, got a little flat earth music going on in the background, flat earth guru on a low volume on your iPhone or whatever. That's fine, I think, surely. But yeah, with the foghorn, I think that might be a bit overkill and I'd have to agree with you there.
Yeah, just one of those things where I can't imagine that there's not some way that you could have redress against that. You know, just
yeah, I think that would be a bit much. You know,
other people's rights have to factor in somewhere.
Yeah, I might agree with flat Earth, but if we're talking about the globe or some other topic matter that they want to start blasting out over the loud hailer, I might not like that all day long where you live. No, you know. So in a public place. So I think if you're using your voice, that's fair enough. You know, you're throwing your voice out. Roll up, come learn the truth about the Earth. It's not a spinning ball, folks. Not a spinning ball. Yeah, you know, I think that's fair enough. And then you've got your board up there and all your material and your paraphernalia. Yeah, there you go. Take that, yeah. Yeah, there's a few links you need to go to. You know, the algorithms are kicking in. So you're going to need to follow the links that I've got for you. And then, you know, and you direct people to that. And I think that's cool.
Yeah, I
Good
mean,
bit of
free speech zones should exist, but those should be fairly located. They shouldn't be at the absolute ass end of something where, you know, basically you're just squirreled away into a cave somewhere to yell at nobody.
Yeah, the only problem with that is you might have a whole lot of people then, you're all yelling all kinds of things and you're all getting lost in the wash. No, I don't want that. I want to be free to speak and meet people where I choose and deem decent enough to do that. So, you know, I don't want to be packed in with others and you're fighting for position, space, and no. I want to just be free to move around and plot up, as long as I'm not in the way. Nice.
Oh yeah, no,
There you
striking
go.
up a conversation with somebody anywhere, yeah, that's okay. It's when you
That's
start
what I'm
publicly broadcasting, and I think even verbally beyond a certain loudness, that you've got to have some protections in there for other people as well.
Yeah, well, they've got the silence, and then we can break it now and again with the words flat Earth. You know, what do you mean? I mean, we mean the Earth is. We don't mean flat like a piece of paper. No, you know, we mean that the topography is laying level. That's what we mean. It's not actually curving. There is, in fact, there is not 1 degree of curvature that has been proven. Really? But what about thousands? And then there you go, and you're off. No, that's easy to be doing. I think the loud hailer might be a bit heavy for some people. And I would have to agree. I think you should be able to deliver flat Earth without upsetting people and getting in people's way. And, you know, even if you have plot up and you've got your, like I said earlier, your paraphernalia on your boards or your memes set up nicely, you should be able to engage with people smoothly. There shouldn't be a problem. You know, shouldn't be a problem with the officials, is what I'm talking about. You know, the Jobsworth, the Abigail Hero idiots, and alike. Should be able to just
Yeah, well,
contact
freedom to lie is definitely protected, and so you guys do get some protections there. You can lie anywhere you want about the flat Earth and say that it's real.
It's truth, yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be saying to them straight off, the flat Earth truth. So it's no lie, because what I tell you, I can prove it to you. In fact, if you can prove the globe, I'll give you $1,000. You go and prove the globe.
I don't think that you're lying. I don't think that you're lying. I think that you're just incapable of understanding.
No, well, that's an insult. That's an insult. That's why I'm going to call you a cunt for saying that, because you're a cunt to even think in that manner. Only a cunt would say that, really.
Well, I've seen you
To be
take
quite
on
honest,
difficult
only a
topics,
cunt
and I've seen how
that
you
is the
approach
shit on
them.
my shoe that would say something like that. Okay, so don't ever say that
I've
again.
seen how you
I'll start
approach
to
topics,
fuck
and
you completely
your
up.
logic
Okay,
and reason are
so don't say me
flawed at best.
incapable. Don't go down that road ever again, or there's going to be more for you to pay. You scumbag. You understand? Don't make those words.
All right, relax,
You
Jen.
get more obnoxious.
Yeah, well, don't
Let's not
sound
with the name.
incapable of understanding. Don't
Jen,
throw
let's
those
not with the
insults.
name calling, no.
Well, who started it? Who started it?
I don't care. Let's just
What,
stop.
Jeremy? What you should do is know this. When I get upset, it means somebody has said something that I disagree with to my character.
Clearly.
To my character.
No.
Yep. So when you
You
do
start
that,
way before that,
expect
dude.
the wrath of Jin CBR1 instantly. Be careful. You're lucky I wasn't there in your presence. You might be picking up your head off the floor now, perhaps.
Or you'd be picking
Be
yours
very
up.
careful.
Hard to say.
I don't do that to people. I don't insult people like that. I don't say you are incapable of this, that, or the other. I just say you're mistaken. That's all I say. You're not looking at the evidence. And that's what I think you're doing. You're not looking at the evidence at all. And you don't realize that there is no evidence for you. You haven't presented any evidence. Evidence is proof. That's what evidence is. You haven't presented any. What you've presented is proof that the Earth isn't a globe, is all you have presented in all this time. Right, that's how I argue my point and your case. Don't say you're incapable of doing this or that. Okay, now starting insulting your intelligence because you are capable of understanding. Flat Earth is a child's play. Doesn't require a PhD, a master's, a degree, or anything like that to understand this Earth is not spinning and it's not in the vacuum of space and it's not curving at all. Doesn't require any of that. Children at the age of 8 years old can understand it, 7 even. It's that easy. That's why whenever I actually do introduce the flat Earth, I introduce it so kids can understand it as well. Yes, keep it layman and easy style, ABC. So yeah, like I was saying, we should be able to deliver this thing on the streets easily. You might get the occasional wally who says you're incapable of understanding, but then he's picking himself off the floor after he said that, you know, whilst I'm waiting for his next reaction. Oh, right, I didn't think you were going to do any more. Right. Sorry about that, folks. Slight interruption there. You do get them, though, you know. Some mothers do have them, as they say in England. Flat of today, flat of yesterday, flat of tomorrow, folks. It's flat. Flat Earth forever. So death do us all part. For you were born on a flat, stationary plane. You've been deluded, hoodwinked, deceived. No measurable curvature proves the Earth isn't a ball. No noticeable spin, no detectable motion of Earth on its axis proves again that it's not moving. Plus, we cannot be in the vacuum of space as a naked ball without a barrier to contain the air pressure that we have on this Earth. So there you have it. And no, we can't go to the moon. We've never been, and we're not going anytime soon. And as for Mars, it's a joke. It's, what is it? It's Devon Island. That's where Mars is. Devon Island, an island north of Canada. Those fragmented islands at the north of North America, that's where we are. Mars. We know because we checked. I yield. I yield the rest of my time.
Well, you don't know for sure that they filmed it on Devon Island, though.
We have the NASA team down there with all their ATVs and all the equipment and their rovers, and images that were supposed to be purported to be on Mars have been matched up, and it was Devon Island.
I mean, I think it's possible that, I mean, they've definitely been doing stuff there, but I'm just saying it's a little bit of a leap to just say that all of it's filmed there. We don't really know that for sure.
Oh yeah, not all of it. Not all of it. Of course not. Of course, not all of it. But some of it's there, you see. Thanks to generism, that's how I discovered that. But it's not all, no. Absolutely not all, no. I agree. Some parts. They're all over the place, aren't they? Uninhabited areas. It's funny though, isn't it, that they, you know, that they've been exposed, but they're still carrying on. See, NASA's got no shame. So they got no shame, man. They don't care. Billions of dollars. $67 million a day, you know. Yeah, it's hard to give up that kind of money. It's a lot of money, isn't it? $67 million a day. Thereabouts. A lot of money. And to think Japan spent the equivalent of the NASA space budget on the Olympics that just went, on the Tokyo Olympics, yeah? Cost them 26 billion. And that was a loss, by the way. They didn't make anything. COVID came in. Bad timing. We had another little debate on the 9/11 just before you came back, a couple of hours perhaps ago. Can't believe it's still volatile, that one. Just like the thermite, you know, that 1/16th piece, when they ignited, it just exploded, pow, like that.
Yeah, I was listening to some of that. Yeah, I was surprised it was back on 9/11 today, as we were yesterday. But yeah, I heard some of that.
Yeah, still volatile, man. That's not going to go away anytime soon. Not going to go away anytime soon. And the way they just dismiss the professionals, you know, the experts in the field, they're not experts. 30,000 years they bring combined of experience. You know, and they're disregarding the NIST report. No custody of, no chain of custody. Yet I supplied the name of the person who actually gave Stephen Jones the material. The chain of custody. They still dismiss it. It's too much to bear. Unbelievable.
Jen,
Yes. How you doing?
not bad, brother. How are you?
Nice one, bro. Everybody okay? Did you hear about that young entrepreneur that died in England the other day? Jamal Edwards, do you know him?
Jamal Edwards. Honestly, no,
Oh, yeah.
didn't. Haven't
Yeah.
heard. What happened? What's the cause of his death?
No, I don't know. I don't know what the cause of death was. I don't even know who the guy is. I only heard on Monday that this music entrepreneur mogul guy died. He's at the age of 31. So I looked him up and I said, I don't know this guy at all from Adam. I mean, I'm double his age almost. So, you know, but apparently he was the main proponent of the rap and grime music, whatever that is. Rap and grime. Yeah, I thought you might have heard that. You might have been able to give me some news. I thought, that's all. Since you're in the UK.
Haven't heard really from him. Even I don't really know the guy to begin with. So
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's what I mean. He got an MBE from the Queen. He's part of the Prince's Trust. He's met Prince Charles a number of times. For me, if I was that famous, I don't want to meet anyone from the royal family. I would turn that down immediately. I said, "No, look, not really a royal family guy, so you know, I'm not interested at all. Thank you very much. I don't want to meet those people. Yeah, you know, I don't want to have a handshake. I was lucky. They were lucky that I was in their military for a short time, 5 years, 3 years cadets, 2 years Royal Engineers, and then I left. So that's that. When that was risky for me because I could have ended up in a war, couldn't I? You know, fighting for the Queen. Really, glad I left. I'm glad they didn't promote me because that's why I left, because I wasn't getting promoted. So then the fact that worked to my advantage in the end because I didn't want to be party to what was going on, killing people for the Queen. No. Yeah. Silly, isn't it? Silly,
so, what's your take on the Ukraine-Russian war?
Well, it's just part of the plan that they have for our lives. Yeah, that's what it's all part of the plan. You know, it's not really Russia going out being a bully. That's the way they made Russia is appearing today. It's part of the plan. You understand what I'm saying? It's Shakespeare. It's all planned, all this. Next to be China coming up. Next you watch. You know, China's going to take over with Taiwan. It's all part of the plan.
That's how I see it too. It's like a big wrestling match.
Yeah.
It's just a big show.
Yeah, and we're the spectators, and we pay for it, by the way, through our taxes. So you know, we're the mugs. Remember, they want to try to get us all vaccinated. So there you go. It's all part of the plan.
Except for there are people that do believe it. Like most of the people are actually like bought into the motives and everything. So there are people actually end up fighting and dying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I said. Exactly what you said. I said that about 45 minutes ago, and that is, remember that the soldiers themselves are believing all this. They're brainwashed, and innocent people are going to die. They're the ones, fools that they are. But yeah, you know. So we've got to remember that innocent lives are being lost. The taxpayers, people. That's the parents are going to be well and truly devastated. You know, but then they learn a lesson.
They're a bunch of maniacs, really.
What's your take on it then, Skeptical? What's your take? What do you think?
See, I agree with everything you said. Really, just It's all for me like old government, same. You know what I mean? It's like basically the history it repeats itself, right?
Yeah, yeah, they have to because they've got all these soldiers. You can't have them just sitting around doing nothing. So you've got to play the war games. You've got to. Otherwise, how can you justify spending fight like in America case? Okay, America spends for its defense budget 5 times more than the rest of the world's budget combined. America spends 5 times that and more. Okay, so if America's spending that kind of money and other countries got their defense budgets, then you've got to use your army, haven't you? In some cases, otherwise it's a waste, isn't it? They've got to make wars and things to use their soldiers and that, and to keep everybody scared. That's what it's all about. It's a nasty, nasty monopoly game they've got going. Really, really nasty.
I'm not really sure if the China and other, you know, superpowers would join the game,
Well,
right?
China's trying to join in. You know, it's saying, can I let me get Taiwan? Come on, put me in. We want to look like a superpower. Well, you America, you super. Yeah, Russia, you super. Well, we Chinese. We want to be super too, eh? Hey, you know, you can just imagine it. But,
Oh, because I see this is the problem. Like, for instance, just the fucking Ukraine-Russian war at the moment. Like, you know that the ramification of each war, wars only bring famine and problems and like recessions
that's what they want. You see, that's what they want. They want all that devastation and famine whilst they sit there with their big fat logs in their mouth. Logs being cigars. I call them logs now. I don't call them cigars because who wants that shit in your mouth? You can't even open it wide enough to put it in.
because honestly,
flamethrower to start it up. You're gonna have a flamethrower to bloody light the fucking thing.
like, that's what I'm saying, right? I'm purely like talking from an economic perspective, especially for my survival one, because most economies, right, have just really lost their powers, and as you know, fucking the COVID hoax, right?
Yeah.
Created there to push all this nonsense, and a lot of people they lost their jobs and they lost their livelihoods, and now they bring wars in more gonna be much more worse than
Exactly. That's what they want. That's the whole point, isn't it? They're trying to keep everyone scared and distracted, so you cannot unite and bring them down. Because if you watch the documentary called JFK to 9/11, everything is the rich man's trick. That's a 3.5 hour, 4 hour documentary, and it takes you through the whole history of how the Jews planned everything and how they took out Kennedy and Hitler and all the rest of it. Okay, guess what it said about the Russian Revolution when the Russians took out the royal family. When that happened, that sent a signal to all the other royal families that we've got to do something, because we can't have the people, the commoners or the military take us out. So they're scared. But this is all fear-mongering to keep us all divided and keep us all confused, of course. They don't want us to unite. They want us fighting amongst ourselves. Okay? Distractions on top of distractions on top of distractions. That's what this is going on. Okay? And hardship. You know, break the economy, smash your purse, your bank, so you can't make any money. So you're too busy trying to survive to get food in your mouth to be busy to have the revolution. But that's what you should do, is stop that and have your revolution. That's what you've got to do. But people are too scared to do that. You see? Yeah. Yeah. Right. So what you said, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. But it's all a deliberate plan, isn't it?
It's clear, right? It's obvious.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm looking. That's why I always ask the question: what idiots are now going to vote for more of this? Yeah, are you now going to run up and put your ex for some more? Really? Yeah. I tell you, you could kick him in the nuts, couldn't you? Really, you could, couldn't you? Because they're sealing their doom plus hastening your demise at the same time, causing problems for you. You don't vote, I don't vote, but they're going to go and run up and put the X in the box. Fucking idiots. After they got smacked on the head with the truncheon, like in Australia. and Germany. They got kicked in the head for not wearing a mask, and now you're going to run up and vote. Are you really serious? Really? Watch and see. Just got to watch and see now.
I've been just wondering about like the Ukraine people, like in Russia, and especially like they fled their territories. Like fucking hell, man, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But then I think it's the president or prime minister of Ukraine was saying, Russia, in the name of peace and the name of God, move your troops out and all that. So, you know, I don't know if it's all a bit much of a speech, but let's see what happens. You know, I never did like Putin from the minute when he killed all those people in the cinema. Do you remember the cinema siege where they had some, what was it, some Muslims or some, I've forgotten who they were now. They kidnapped a whole lot of people in the cinema, and instead of to try and negotiate a peaceful release of the hostages, he gassed them all in there and killed everyone. Even the bloody cut, you know, the hostages were killed. What a cunt, eh? That's terrible, don't you think? Yeah.
Obviously, Jen, like, you know, whoever kills a person is a murderer. You know, I don't. Regardless, for me, killing is.
Yeah, it was a really couldn't believe that, you know. So you've gone to the pictures. Suddenly, it's all kicked off. You're not part of that. You know, you want to get out. You can't get out, and then you get gassed to death with your daughter. You and your daughter are dead now.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, because you wanted to watch bloody Batman Returns or whatever. Yeah, I never liked him from that moment onwards. Never liked him anyway. But when he did that, I just said, this is what I said to my friend. I said, you see, the price of a Russian is much less than the price of a British English or an American or a European. Yeah, aren't you glad you weren't born in Russia? Fuck. And there was another siege when they had the school. Remember, there was a school siege as well. And again, they sent the troops in. They were shooting and the children were getting hit with the bullets. Fuck, I thought Russia was a wild country, man.
There was a newer movie. I don't watch many movies, but one of them that I watched was Tenet. I think it was like a sci-fi, like had to do with like time and they're going back and forwards through time or some shit. But I think it depicted what you were talking about in Russia with the gas and all the hostages and or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to know that movie. Let's have a look at it. I don't watch movies that much, but yeah, let's see what it's saying.
Yeah. It wasn't like a central part of the movie. It just I think it was near the beginning of it. It took place like the larger plot. That was just part of it. It happened to take place at this event.
I see.
Yeah.
So yes, the life of a Russian is worth less than the life of a Jap. That's for sure. Can you see how it is now? That's what they've gone and done. Reduced citizens to different values across the flat earth. A Russian is worth nothing compared to a Japanese or a British.
Even like, see, even the economic classification, the way they classify the world, they classify into developed and developing, whatever, first. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
world,
third world
world,
country,
third
second
world
world
countries.
country. Yeah. So why would they do that?
Yeah. Terrible.
Ridiculous.
And then they've got them indebted to the hilts. They'll never get out of the debt they've got, you know? Indebted to the World Bank.
I heard Putin is gonna go and take Chernobyl back over for Russia.
Oh, Good luck to that.
I guess it's not nuclear. It's not nuclear after all.
Yeah, it may not be full of radiation after all. Yeah.
Well, a lot of this radiation fear that they're giving us is frankly to hide an abundant source of energy. Can it cause, cancer or stuff like that? Sure. But if it's properly harnessed, even that's not a problem. It's just like Galen Windsor said that, if properly utilized, we have an abundant source of energy. So we have all of this nuclear fear that's keeping us from a veritable energy revolution, really.
Yeah. I still think that the solar and wind and what's the other one? Wave, tidal energy. These are all clean and renewable. I think they're the best ones, rather than make this big, massive nuclear equipment that we don't really need. Because I'm sure that, and there's thermal, and the best one of all is thermal. Heat from under the ground is the best one. The most cleanest and best after the sun, I would have to say. Well, there you go. So,
I think they talk about the problems with solar cells only lasting 20 years. You're basically dealing with a breakdown product where the solar cell is basically degraded and the energy is released, but after 20 years, they need to be replaced. And so even that one has its problems, along with windmills that break down, kill birds, and, just aren't practical. Like you say, geothermal sounds pretty good, though.
Yeah, and I think with the solar panels, I think if they're being made from hemp, which is a more robust material, I reckon it lasts more than 20 years. And if you're just talking about replacing those solar panels anyway, if they're made from hemp, it's recyclable. It's biodegradable, so you can recycle it. So it shouldn't be a problem. That's a nice job. I wouldn't mind doing a job like that. Solar panel engineer technician. Yeah. And I'm coming around to your house to fit a brand new set of solar panels for free. I'd love to do a job like that. Why not?
Well, you got to shovel the snow off of them during days that are cloudy. They tend not to work. There's a couple practical considerations. Solar is a nice, sounding, form of energy, but energy density, amount of area per the energy that's generated isn't that high. You got to have football fields of them, football fields of these, solar panels and stuff. And so the energy density per amount of solar panel isn't very inspiring.
I'm thinking that because there are people around the world who have got their houses with solar panels, okay? They're running their electrics and they're selling whatever surplus back to the electric companies, and they're making money as well. And they're not paying any electric bills. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a good way to go, because you can have a battery, you have a battery that stores your energy whilst it's still being fed. And when you get the cloudy days, you switch on your battery supply for your bad day. It's not that bad, I'll tell you. Even on a cloudy day, you still get some solar energy, by the way. Even on a cloudy day. I know, because I've got a solar panel that I use to charge up my little batteries, and it works, even on a cloudy day. Albeit slower rate, still working though. So no, I would have to say, I think solar is good. Especially if you've got a battery bank, is what I'm trying to say. So you've got a battery bank for those emergencies when the cloud is, when you've got a week of cloudiness, when you've got your battery to back you up. It's clean, isn't it? And when I say have a solar panel, I mean have it on both sides of the roof. So if your house is facing east-west, so you get it on the east and then you get it on the west and it leaves. What do you think? What do you think, Lemon? Viable? Let's go. I don't think we've utilised that solar panel anywhere near the levels that could have been done in the last, where are we? 50 years. Believe that? 50 years, man. When I heard about the solar panel was in the 70s. And I thought, wow, Looks like when I grow up, I'm going to have solar panels on the roof. I haven't got any
Solar
chance.
panel technology has not changed in 50 years.
Yeah, that's a deliberate interference with the powers that shouldn't be. That's why. Keeping us invested in the so-called fossil fuels when there's no such thing as dinosaurs decaying, turning into oil fuel.
Well, you know how they don't want us to collect rainwater. They don't want us to collect free solar power either.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Case in point, 2005, Bolivia, Coca-Cola. They're getting free water, but yet the average Bolivian can only afford to flush his or her toilet once or twice a week. Flushing the loo, that is. Such was the price of water. Coke, a bottle of Coke was less than a bottle of water. So I was thinking, well, you may as well shower in Coke and wash your car in Coke then. Fuck, if that is that cheap. So they had a dispute, civil war broke out. A young person was shot in the head by the Bolivian forces, and then they realized they'd made a mistake, and they kicked out Coca-Cola from Bolivia in the end, because the people were saying, how can you protect a company that's getting free water, and here we are, can't afford to flush our toilets, yeah, and we have to, and we're told that we cannot collect the rainwater, and you're protecting them against us, and they've killed one. Then the military just turned the guns, and yeah, Coca-Cola was ushered out of Bolivia pretty quick. Goodbye, Coca-Cola. And the factory and the plant, everything, yeah. So, you know, it can work. You can stand up against the government and say, don't be silly, I'm going to collect my water, thank you. You don't own it. Damn cheek. Damn cheek. Huh.
But who won that exchange?
Yeah. You need to say that again because it went rather quick. Sorry.
Who won that exchange with
Bolivia? The Bolivian government and the Bolivian people won. The Bolivian people won first. The government had to recognize the people and what they were saying because they were looking bad on the world stage, and Coca-Cola had to leave with the tail between its legs. Pack up its plant, goodbye, sayonara, get out.
Did they get free water at the end?
Yeah, of course. They got to.
Okay, you left that part out.
Sorry, yeah, they won. Well, the point was they had to get rid of Coca-Cola first, and then the government had to rethink its policy as to how the water is distributed across the country. So they can't stop the people collecting rainwater. That stopped. Yeah.
So now they can flush their shit?
Now they can flush their shit. Yeah, exactly. Fucking hell. Can you imagine not flushing your toilet only once or twice a week? Yeah. And Coca-Cola is cheaper than the tap water coming out your tap. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Same stories in Africa. Same stories in Africa where Coca-Cola has gone to Africa and India, set up its bottling plants, stealing the water. The government's giving them water for free. Everyone else is suffering. And then they had the sit-downs, didn't they, where they sat outside the factory. Didn't leave until the Coca-Cola stopped its bottling and stopped polluting. The rubbish coming out of their factory was running into the rivers. So they're polluting the river, getting free water, and making a killing, literally. So they had a sit down. The women of India sat down outside the bottling plant for days upon days, weeks, months. And then they left. Yeah. It's crazy. In Africa, what they did was they fitted meters to their taps. And what the women did, they just broke down the meters, man. Dismantled the meters and let gush the water for free. Yeah. I thought that was brilliant. The women did it. Not even the men, the women. Fuck. Shameful. But they did it. Took down the meter.
I missed the Witsit's thing. What happened with Witsit when he was here?
Oh, he's set a motion of dismissal for his case, and hopefully that's what's going to happen when his case comes up in court. His motion is to have the thing dismissed.
But which case?
Because it's unconstitutional. If you scroll back up about 30 minutes, you'll see it. Okay.
I don't know. But which case though? The case in Florida?
Yeah, the case where he's being charged for talking about flat Earth and that. Yeah, that one.
No, I think it was the Mount Rushmore.
Did they say anything about the case in Florida?
I think it was the Mount Rushmore case, which it was.
Yeah, he'll get that dropped easy. Yeah, he wasn't. I mean, I didn't even think that he was charged. I thought he was just detained because he was being detained by them. I didn't think he was charged, but he got charged in Florida though. Did he say anything about that one?
No, I thought that's what he was talking about. I didn't know it was Mount Rushmore. I thought he was talking about being charged for speaking about flat Earth.
Yeah, he didn't get charged in Florida for speaking. He got charged in Florida for drugs. But
no. This is about flat Earth. This is the one about flat Earth.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, those will probably get dropped easy.
Didn't they? The police got triggered because.
Yeah, I just got done. Paying an attorney $10,000.
$10,000. Why?
For exactly the same reason. I searched for the attorney in Austin that has the highest confirmed
success rate.
No. Yeah, the dismissal rates, like the highest rate dismissal rate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess success. Yeah. But success in court is one thing, but getting it dismissed is honestly that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. You know, you're looking for the attorney that had the best success dismissal rate.
Yeah. Honestly, man, you know, when I was charged 4 years ago, with something else, I was considering. Well, I was going to leave the country, but I was like, wait a minute, maybe I could just, defend myself in court and defend myself and do it that way. Because that's what those sovereign citizens always think about doing, and it's so retarded. Because honestly, it's a racket where it's like a boys' club, where if you're in the club, like you've passed the bar and you're an attorney, then you're allowed to speak with them and they respect you and they'll talk to you off the record. And if you can talk to the prosecutor, it's up to him to dismiss it or to go the full extent or whatever. And
but it cost you 10 grand though. It's cost you 10 fucking grand. I don't want to spend 10 grand. I don't want to spend $10,000 to be dismissed.
And nobody wants to spend anything anywhere, but I'd rather spend 10 grand than I'd rather spend 10 grand than wake up. Imagine waking up from an amazing dream, then you wake up and then in prison again. You're like, oh, I'm still in prison. All right. That's probably a shitty feeling.
As far as I'm concerned, if I'm in the right, I'm not going to be paying 10 grand. That's fucking for sure. You know what I mean? Sorry, 10 grand.
That's not the way it works, man. That's what I think. It was a Piche. It was a Piche I had this argument with, but
go on.
We have people who have dominion over us, man. Or whether you admit it or not, there's people who have dominion over you and over me, and it's because they have the means to do so. They have an entire military that allows them to. My girlfriend's calling me because I'm still in her front lawn.
Yeah, why haven't you gone yet? Who are you talking to? Well, you're still there. Why haven't you gone to the shops like I told you to? Get a move on, will ya? Baby needs milk. Hurry up now. And don't forget the diapers, yeah? Damn fool. Don't forget the diapers. We're forgetting something.
Need some nappies and wet wipes.
Did you get the wet wipes? You damn fucking idiot! You didn't get it wet? Get it! Bang, smash! Go get the fucking wet smash! Okay, honey. As he goes down the stairs, crash down the stairs, quick, stay up.
You guys falling down the stairs?
That's it's just making fun of your situation because we know your missus is in the trousers. She wears the skirt.
Yeah. Yeah, she was cause I gotta go buy her beer. She's gotta send me what beer she wants, all this kind of stuff. What the fuck is this recycling people?
Where's the six
Oh
pack?
shit!
Where the fuck is the six pack? I asked you an hour
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Give me that.
Coach, is this the same girl or a different one from
It's the same. Yeah, I've been dating her for about a year now.
the one that you're afraid that might kill you?
I'm not afraid of it anymore.
Not anymore. You came on one night. You're like, dude, I think my girlfriend might kill me.
Yeah, she had people fucking spying on me, dude. She had fucking private investigators chasing me around.
Better not cheat on her. Is that why she had? Is that why she had the PIs on you because of cheating?
Coach,
No,
you
not
running
because I
from the
was
law?
cheating.
You running from your girlfriend? What's going on, Coach?
I don't run from the law. What are you talking about?
What choices have you made in life, man? Come on. Tell us your sins.
Well, I did fuck your mom that one time, but I never called her back. But she forgave me, so.
That won't get you in jail, my friend.
No, but you asked me about my sins. I'm not running from the law, dude.
No, you're giving them $10,000.
I'm not giving them any money.
Well, like, I hope your case is dismissed, man.
I went to jail recently, and I got a PR bond. I've never even heard of that. That basically means that I don't have to pay to get out of jail. It's literally a get out of jail free card.
Okay, legalized.
They're playing Monopoly. I told you they're playing Monopoly with us. You thought I was joking. They're playing Monopoly money bullshit games with us.
Yeah, get out of jail free card. And
You were actually in jail. How long were you in jail for?
One night. Yeah, one night. But somebody killed themselves when I was in there. Yeah, exactly. I was jerking off.
Jerking
That's right.
off to gay porn.
That's not illegal.
It is if you're in public.
Well, you know, Diogenes, he's a famous philosopher, ancient Greece, and he got arrested for jerking off in public. And you know what he told the judge when he got dismissed, or how he got dismissed? He said, "If only curing my hunger was as easy as rubbing my belly," or something like that. And he got his case dismissed. That's pretty good.
Pee Wee Herman. I'm gonna start calling you Pee Wee.
Well, he jerked off in a porn theater, and that's almost like, that sucks that you even had to do that. I'm not gonna name names, but there's a lady. She's in these servers. She's a flat earther, a woman, and she told me she used to go to porn theaters and masturbate. No joke. Anyways,
You can't tell us that and not tell us who it is.
Yeah, you need to verify your
I
claim.
shouldn't have even said that, to be honest, but it's not important. Damn it.
Yeah, you was telling me about the $10,000 you just had to pay. You said.
Yeah, but I was paying it to my lawyer, not to the courts.
Still a lot of money to pay a lawyer. 10,000.
Yeah, but it is a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but I figured that it's the easiest way to ensure that this is the last, that it's going to be taken care of. Because I had to pay a lot less before. I had to pay my attorneys a lot less, and they both got dismissed, but they were smaller counties, and this is a big county. This is the county that Austin is in, and yeah, so these guys have the best dismissal rating.
What did you get charged with?
Yeah, what was it? What was the?
Well, it was three felony charges. I'll tell you that.
Are you serious? For what?
It's a long story and it's not my fault, so that's all that matters.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So you're not
My
getting.
friend-
So you're
my
not going
friend
to
was
be.
yeah.
So you're not going to get any felonies now?
Yeah, that's what the $10,000 is for. I've already had 4 felonies dropped in the past 5 years.
How many do you have on your record?
0.
Like Teflon Don. Evading charges.
Yeah. So there's 3 more. I gotta skip out. So that'll be 7 total that I got dropped when I get these ones dropped. But
They
it's
look,
almost
they look up your record and they're like, all right, this guy's pushing the globe hardcore, so we got to let him off these felonies.
He's
hope
too
so, man.
important to the cause.
He's in there
Imagine
every
if I switch
day,
sides.
giving these flat earthers a run for their money.
If I switch sides overnight, and then they're like, wait a minute, and they decide to fucking instate all of them.
Yeah, it's even harder for you. You're gonna have 7 felonies if you admit that you're
Yeah.
Islamophobe.
Exactly. There's a lot riding on the line. you know what's up now. I'm not worried though. But yeah, that's good for Wichita. He can get his dropped. But honestly, I think that wasn't that serious of a charge. The other charge. The other charge is pretty bad. But I think his friend, the other guy, was charged equal amount. Same sort of charge. That sucks though, because if you go on a trip like that, you would want. I mean, I would have weed on me, sure. I don't know why they got pulled. I don't know how they got checked or whatever. I don't know the.
Putting for that. That's the motion is wording for. Aiming for it to be dismissed. So we have to wait.
Most of the time, they overcharge for things to intimidate people to plead out. Because when you do a deal, it helps for their record for prosecution. So it's just an easy slam dunk. Most of them are just like careerists, so they're trying to advance their career. They don't really care as much about like reforming or rehabilitating society. It's just an easy win-win, saves the court time, makes their job easier, and it's another point.
Yeah, that's why you should never get a court appointed attorney, because that's that reason. Because you get a court appointed attorney, he gets paid a flat fee regardless of how long the process takes, and it's at his advantage to cut a deal as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Just like it's the advantage of the court to do that.
Most of the time, if you
Otherwise
request
known
like
as the public defender.
if you request a jury trial too, like it becomes a big enough pain in the ass. If it's not something like real serious, they'll just be like, man, fuck this. Because with that time and that amount of court resources, they could get like 10 other convictions. So, but it's all circumstantial. It depends on the people and the case and all that kind of context.
Wisfit was doing. So the police were totally wrong to do what they did. I'm surprised it got that far. Really.
But they say it was in an undesignated area, right? Like they said that he could have done that in the outer areas of the park, I guess. I mean, he had a doctor's outfit on and a loudspeaker and was right in front of Mount Rushmore, like right in front of the actual. I mean, there were like families trying to like enjoy the monument. Like, it's not a place to be loudspeakers.
Could you imagine at the slide at like Six Flags and someone blasted in your ear?
Yeah, but what was he charged with?
Yeah. What was his charge?
Well, I just opened this PDF that he posted. Does this? I'm not sure. I thought it was just like a fine, like a charge, like $500 or something like that. But I guess I'm not sure.
If it's not a serious charge, it might not get dismissed. But if it's a serious charge, then it's easier to get dismissed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part I'm not sure. Like what the actual. I mean, I remember seeing it live, like the live stream of it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
If the charge is like disturbing the peace or something like that, and he was being loud, and it's like only $500, they might not dismiss it just because, it's not. And if it's something that's unfair, if they see it's unfair, then it'll dismiss
He wasn't disturbing the peace, though, was he? He wasn't.
Yeah, I know, but depending on they'll look at the legal definition and see how loud he was. I know there was another when he was in Ohio, he had like a football game, and those two cops came up and they were talking about like him being too loud, and like he was asking like what's the decibel limit and all that kind of stuff. If you don't have if you don't have the actual details, then it's hard to get charged or anything like that. But it really just depends.
Yeah, because and how would you know this? How would you know if there are no signs?
Well, they came and told him. They came and told him that he isn't allowed to do it in that area, that he could do it in the outer sections of the park. I think like you're allowed to do it like at the entryway, stuff like that. But right in front of the actual Mount Rushmore monument, they don't want people doing that stuff, which actually makes sense to me. Like I said, families are there. They probably drove hours and hours to get there. They make their whole trip there. They don't want to be bothered by someone, giving some.
What if you set up like right in front of people's tents and stuff, like they're trying to sleep?
The globe is breaking the second law of thermodynamics. You know what I mean, there, folks?
But the only problem is though, is they've seized the public discourse. They've taken hold of the public square, public forums of social media, and people, it's private company, but they enjoy legal and economic and tax benefits for being a platform. So it'd be like editorializing and charging people based on what not charging, but holding phone companies liable for what you say on a telephone. It's just a means of communication. So hopefully it's just at a weird area, and then eventually more sensible like rules and ways of operation will be set in place. But that at the moment, it's just something like from a lot of people's perspective, they're a victim of their own success. It just became such a fluid way for massive amounts of communication and interaction, and ideas could catch on very fast. And so it's having that, it became like the center for public discourse and discussion on almost everything. So having control over that is super influential. But it sucked too when they were because when you editorialize, which is fine if you want to do that, it's just you become a publisher of content and you're taxed differently and your liabilities legally are different. And so they're getting benefits from both and the consequences and responsibilities of neither. And they're also paid a lot of money. They got money from the government for being a platform. But when people were booted off that and they're like, all right, screw this, we can't talk about what we want, we'll go over here. They went after the payment processors and hosting services. So it's like they not only wanted to control discourse on their quote platform, but they want to chase everybody off of other places. So it's but I don't really use social media, but I did, like I think I mentioned the other day, I was checking out Gab again to see how it was going. It actually does seem quite a bit looser than any of the other social medias as far as like content of speech and how it's moderated or and stuff like that. So hopefully it continues in that direction to where, because I don't know, I think like we got to make a place for everybody. Like you can't just de-person people that you disagree with or don't like. And even if you think they're bad, if you strip people of access to society and alienate them and push, like if you're scared of them being extremists and radicalizing, that's the number one way to legitimately do that or further do that. You other people, you ostracize them or disconnect them from society further.
If you marginalize them, that's all wrong, I think. Yeah.
And if you're like limiting their access, I know a lot of people are saying they're yeah, people can work. People are not being required to get vaccination to work. They're free to work. at other places. So they're basically were advocating for demotion to say you can't go to higher education or these professional careers that were required in it. But I don't know, when you put people under pressure like that, like even people I disagree with, I would never advocate for that. If you've got people like freezing their bank accounts and stressing them out, it's just a recipe for actual radicalization and violence.
Do you think that if let's say hypothetically, countries were to do that to one country, you think it would have a similar effect?
What do you mean? Oh yeah, definitely. That's how they breed.
Under the guise of something, let's say, called sanctions.
Yeah, that they've done that many times.
You think maybe that backing an entire country into a corner, saying that they don't get to be a part of the rest of the world because they have the wrong ideas, might cause them to, say, fight back?
Yep.
Possible,
Have
isn't
you?
it?
What's that?
I said it is possible, isn't it? Sanctions can be bad when in that sense. Especially
Yeah,
when it's hurting
it
the
seems
children
like
of the
that's what
country.
they do with a lot of the Middle Eastern countries, or these when they're
Yes.
like start to, hey, these guys are bad, these guys are horrible, we need to sanction them, they're a rogue state,
That's right. The North Koreas, the Iraqs, and the Cubas of the world. Yes, three
but
that
now
come to mind.
but now they've seen how the good guys act when the end game starts to become apparent. You get your bank account frozen and detained without bail. I don't know.
Yeah.
Personally, I think any of these political solutions or parties, whatever they present, it all leads to the same areas: more control and less for everybody else. It's like,
Yeah, I want to see what's going to happen with these elections coming up. If
you
people
know,
are going to be
nobody ever gets what they want. They know what people want to hear. They know what people actually want because they're the ones actually depriving them of that. So when they are pushing for social justice and all these other things, it's because they're the ones that were denying people of these things. They know exactly what they're missing out on. So they pull. So it's like no matter which way you go with it, you don't ever end up getting what you actually wanted. You just end
I
up
brought
with
it up
more
because of
control.
what's going on with Russia and stuff. And I'm not saying that I think Russia is right or anything like that. I don't know all the details of everything that's going on, but I did watch some of the address he gave the other day before the invasion started, and he made some points that I don't have any way to verify that this is true. But if what he says is true, it seems entirely legitimate that he and his country would respond in exactly the way that they're responding. And then now they've done this thing, which again I can't verify if it's true or not. But now all these countries are basically ganging up and saying you don't get to use your flights. They shut down like the flights coming from one of the airports or whatever. You're going to possibly the Ukrainian president's calling for them to be like frozen out of some sort of this payment system or whatever, and more heavy sanctions. It's like I understand the idea. The idea is like cut them off so that they can't wage a war, but also if he made legitimate points that were true, and this is his response to those points, cutting them off is not going to stop the war. What it's going to do is turn what was someone trying to aggressively defend themselves into possibly a giant country-sized monster trying to fight for its survival.
What were those points?
That's it, but that's the scenario. I mean, Paul, it's just all. I don't think it's even that. Just part of the scare them and keep them all busy. That's all they're doing here: divide and rule shit.
I'm curious what points justify an aggressive war.
Again, I don't know if this is accurate or not. This is just what he said. He implied.
Yeah, I heard it.
He implied that what NATO was doing was moving their installations closer and closer to the border of Russia, and and basically claiming that they were defensive installations when in fact they were offensive installations that could be used to strike inside Russia.
Oh yeah, I heard that argument being made too. So people were likening it to like the Cuban Missile Crisis.
It might
So,
be.
so
And I'm not saying that it is or isn't. All I'm saying is, if it is true, then his response is 100% understandable. His country has been
not really, no, because you can set up installations in your area where you are as protection, as a deterrent. Shouldn't mean that I'm now going to be getting stricken by Russia if that's the case. No, that's wrong, isn't it? Of course
You're
not.
misunderstanding what I'm saying. Here's the thing: if I have a neighbor and they set up guns on their side of their fence that all they have to do is pull a rope and all those guns will fire straight into my house, I'm not going to sit around in my house waiting to see if they decide to pull that rope. I'm going over there and making sure that either none of those guns work because they're destroyed, or I'm eliminating that neighbor so he can't hurt me and my family. I'm not going to those guns into my house.
Really. Put up some barricade yourself in.
No, I will. That is not how I would respond. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't respond by trying to build a wall. Okay.
Or have your own weapons pointed at the house. That's all you got.
That won't do you any good if they fire first. If they pull the rope and all.
But the thing is, you can't just go up and murder people because they've got their guns on your door. You know what I mean? You got to.
See, that's the thing. I don't think murder. I don't think someone coming at you with weapons makes you a murderer. I think that makes you defending yourself.
Remember this, yeah? Russia is a bigger country than Ukraine, yeah? Fucking hell. Look at Russia.
That's not the point. They didn't say it was against Ukraine. They said it was against NATO. NATO isn't one country.
Yeah, maybe I can help add some clarity to this, Jin. Basically, the Western countries are like diametrically, like the liberal governments of Western countries are diametrically opposed and philosophical opponents of Russia. So to Russia, their side of things is they're picking countries close to them and bringing them on board to NATO. So they're I don't know, they're just seen as a tactical maneuver to set up installations for missile sites or other crap. So like when America, like looking from a Cold War perspective with Russia setting up ICBMs and missiles on Cuba, like yeah, sure, maybe they just happen to strike up a friendship and Cuba and Russia, they're allowed to be friends and all that. But if you're you're a military strategist, it's a very convenient friendship.
If you're walking down the street and let's say you're just hanging out by a store or something and you see someone across the street and they got a knife and they pull it out and they yell across the street, "Hey, I'm scared of you. I'm pulling out my knife and I'm defending myself." Okay? You can just walk away from that, right? You can just go a different way and not go near that person.
That's right.
But if you're standing there by the store and that guy starts yelling to other people he knows and he says, "Hey guys, get your knives out, surround this guy, get around him." Okay, it doesn't matter if they are going to claim that it's for defense or not. I'm not waiting around for all of them to close in and pull out their knives. I'm breaking through the line. And if anybody gets hurt on my way, I do not care. I will kill them to get out of it.
Okay, yeah, but the narrative I heard was that the Ukraine was trying to get into NATO and Russia was blocking them.
Yeah, I think that's
what it's about.
Yeah, that's Western liberal media's viewpoint of it. So that's their side of things.
Because if Ukraine's
Russia
in
has
NATO
another side
and
of
Article
things.
5 comes into play and Putin can't do shit without being fucking obliterated.
But it seems like all these countries that are resistant to like LGBT narratives and propaganda, they end up becoming rogue. They end up becoming rogue states that are on the verge of some nuclear capabilities, or they're gonna put their mini nukes or chemical weapons. It's more of a political ideological thing when anyone is showing resistance. They start, so right or wrong, I'm not arguing. I'm arguing that the people that are opposing that's going to be their story. They end up opposing those ideas. So that's
Yeah, that's the play that they've got set up for us to watch. I exactly agree with that. Yeah, which I think is all wrong at the end of the day. We just got to be
So
careful.
it seems like we'll see how much they push this this war deal, this war agenda that they're now doing. I agree with Jin. All pre-planned, all propaganda, and well, but real people are going to be hurt. Unfortunately, it's not just propaganda. But it seems like people started seeing through the pandemic fakery. Finally, people started seeing through it, and then putting up resistance. And then it seems like now they're backing off and then just jumping into war.
Yeah, that was my original thing. I heard people talking yesterday. I was a little busy, but that was my kind of take on. I was actually surprised they went through with actually legitimately started. I thought they were just going to hype it up for a while, very conveniently in the time where Trudeau was getting a lot of shit, and people were even liberal people were being very heavily critical of the tactics being used. So it's a very very convenient. I don't even want to say convenient, but it's very beneficial timing because all that heat now, this is the hot button topic. This is the only thing being discussed, and truckers and convoys and all that is like a huge back burner. 10th
Did you guys hear or see or read anything online about Russia like targeting places that they knew like American biolabs were?
Yeah, I did see that. I was actually I don't know, people had matched up the research labs that they had with the confirmed like strike areas or whatever, and it did
And Snopes says that it's not true, so it probably has some truth to it. I would it probably means that there's something to it if Snopes says it's not.
Yeah. And I don't even like not even commenting on ideologically which side I would say I was on, but if you ask, it's like asking somebody Fox News hires to fact check something that goes along with their angle, like their view or take on things. So you can't really claim that that's an unbiased viewpoint or take on things when it's the same people that the same ideological I don't know, it's people that are ideologically very similar.
There's also apparently been some talk or chatter about China and them kind of watching the situation. And then I think there was like a report of like some sort of a jet that went into Taiwan airspace, and it's like maybe there's something. I don't know if China and Russia are. I think someone mentioned that like a while back they had like signed some sort or like gotten into some sort of agreement essentially. And if China's watching this and seeing Russia basically move in and take Ukraine, and the world doesn't do anything about it, that might give China kind of the go ahead to start basically just marching into Taiwan and being like, okay, this is ours now. Or actually, the way they would say it is, this has always been ours. It was never not ours.
Yeah, I mean that's always a scenario there.
Yeah, and that is World War III, right?
Well, that's the question. Like, I think the NATO guy, he said that they don't have any plans of sending troops to Ukraine. So, like, is it World War III? If nobody decides to defend Ukraine, then it's not really World War III. It's just Russia taking a place over. And then if China does the same thing with Taiwan, it's still not World War III. It's just Russia and China got what they wanted, and
but it
nobody
depends
fought
how
back.
much you can cripple Russia. If you can cripple Russia economically, that's as good as a military response.
Yeah, because the ruble is now it's now becoming a rubble because
Oh yeah,
the currency
the economy
plummeted
fell.
somewhat.
The stock market fell 40% in Russia. 40%.
That's right. Yeah,
But would
that's
like,
right.
but like the economic impact of like sanctions and stuff don't stop the people on the ground with guns from moving further for a while longer. Whereas stopping them with other guns stops them right now.
Right.
Like if they're dead, they can't move forward. If they don't have money, they can still march at least for a while.
Right.
Did you see their?
But what would you rather do? Well, what's your preferred outcome?
Sanctions. If you understand the idea behind the sanction is actually a green light, right? So when the United States comes out and says, "Yeah, we're putting sanctions on you, Russia," Russia's like, "Okay, great, that's a green light for us to go ahead and fucking attack," because Putin's sitting there thinking like, "Oh, I don't care how many billions of dollars this is going to cost to like do this sort of thing." And meanwhile, you have to understand that China is basically going to probably secretly fund the whole sanction loss anyway. So they'll just be able to eat it.
If Putin was already on the or of the mind that his country has been wronged, and so like I mean, if you listen to him, like he thinks this is justified, right? That he's made that case. So if he was already of the mind that this is justified and he's protecting his country, all the other countries ganging up and saying we're going to cut you off isn't going to make him any nicer. Pretty sure it's just going to like it's attacking the dog even further into a corner, right?
No, that's the first form of action. That's not the final. That's not the final step. That's the first form of action. First course is for them to say you're cut off from all this stuff. There's going to be penalties for what you do. It's almost like a warning for what's to come. So no, I heard the Prime Minister of the UK earlier this morning saying that they're prepared to react financially, and he said militarily. And I don't think anybody's just putting that off the table. Yeah, of course. This only happened. This only happened this morning. So they're not going to say nobody's brazen enough to just openly say that they're going to attack Russia for doing this. It's a process. It's not a green light.
Russia did say that if anyone tried to retaliate against Russia's actions, it would unleash bombs and missiles that they've never seen in the history of the world, apparently.
Yeah, but who's going to win that? Fucking mutually assured destruction, Jin.
Yeah.
Do you think the US is not going to bomb the shit out of them back? You're the worst fucking strategy I've ever heard.
Scumbags of the earth, a lot of them.
What kind of weight does that threat hold, right? If Russia says, "Oh, if you militarily attack us, we're going to bomb the shit out of you," fucking zero weight.
Well, it holds the same.
Just laughing at all this propaganda, right? Yes.
Think of it like as like the
Pretty funny. Truth is your
saying that he's going to kill people. Okay, like to a normal person, it doesn't hold weight if both people are scared of losing their lives. If Putin is scared right now and already thinks it's death or fight, then like that's a different scenario than two people who are scared of destruction. That's him thinking he's going to be destroyed anyway, so he might as well take as many people with him as he can.
Yeah, but
he does.
Putin is a murderer. He's not scared at all. The man's a killer.
That's a ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to think that he's already thinking he's going to be killed now at this point, so he's going to do anything. Yeah, I know, but I don't think that he would take these actions if he was already convinced he was going to fail. He's not going to go all out or fail. He's probably made it's a pragmatic situation, and if somebody has an equally pragmatic solution, he's going to react accordingly.
I don't think
he won't be another Gaddafi, guys. I can tell you that.
I think
he's
going to die. What I'm saying is, he probably feels about Russia, I would guess. He feels about Russia the same way a lot of Americans feel about America. Okay, if we were under the impression that some country like Canada was trying to move in on us, okay, and they were putting up stuff by our borders, and they were going to try and take our freedom, let's say, there would be a whole lot of Americans that would probably be under the impression that they need to stand up and fight, otherwise they're going to die or lose their freedoms, right? And there would be a fight there. There would be something that would push us forward to fight back. And if Putin has that, it doesn't mean he thinks he's going to fail. What it means is that if he is extremely patriotic for Russia and thinks that he is Russia's last hope to actually fight their way out of this, his mindset might be, we fight now or we die anyway. So if they want to fight us, we're going to kill as many as we can on our way out.
He's a sociopath, but he's not an idiot.
Russia's never been in a situation where they're on the back foot, actually. They've sat there quietly, inching forward, increasing their military numbers and their weapons and that. You know, Putin is not scared of anyone. That's a fact. This is all a play, man. He's got nothing to be scared of.
I'm not saying scared in that way. The arguments he made didn't make him seem like he was cowering in a corner scared. What it makes it seem like is he understands what NATO could do if they were left unhindered in any way, and is going to make sure that stops. The same way as if Canada said they were going to set up missile silos along the US-Canada border, we would say, no, you're not. We know what that could lead to. You don't get to do that, Canada. If he might be doing the same thing with Ukraine and NATO and saying, no, you don't get to put those there. And if all we do,
he hasn't got a right to say that. He doesn't have the right to say that. Is what I'd say there. Dumb Russian is what I'd say. You don't have the right to say what I do in my own house. You can't.
Yeah. Canada and Mexico can do whatever the fuck they want on their borders. It doesn't give you the right to go and invade their country.
Exactly. Fuck that shit. I'll be straight over there smashing his car and his cars and bikes up, first of all, to get him out.
Well, I don't think that's the way Putin sees it. I don't. I think that he probably thinks he does have the right to do that.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Well, he's a fucking maniac, right?
He is a maniac, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so don't you think it would be better to treat him as a maniac and understand that, rather than act
Weapons of mass destruction, guys. Don't fall for it again.
Yeah, well said.
I understand.
To make the argument that he won't launch nukes because he's so worried about death, but then, like, in the next sentence, you say he's a maniac. So why not treat him like a maniac? Understand he would launch bombs.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, he would.
And if he does,
I know he would. I know
if he does
would.
on a NATO ally, he will get the shit bombed out of him.
Yeah.
Right, but it won't matter at that point. If they launch everything they have and we launch everything we have, a lot of people still die on both sides.
Yeah.
So why would we look at that and say like that somehow is going to deter anything? If he doesn't care, then he doesn't care. He's a maniac, right?
Yeah, he's never cared.
Now we killed a maniac, and they killed how many people that weren't maniacs?
Are you under the assumption that the other side cares?
Broke up.
Is there an assumption that the other side cares? So Russia doesn't care about this. What the other side does?
That's what it sounded like when it sounded like someone was implying that Putin would care so much about the deaths of people that he wouldn't launch nukes or bombs or whatever.
No one wants that.
No, none of us think that. I think he's a lunatic. All I'm saying is that
if the other side is going to perpetuate it, they're no different, are they?
All I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the other side is like super concerned about the well-being of the human race or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if we're going to look at Putin and say, yeah, he's a madman, well, we should also understand that possibly includes him not caring about whether or not we bomb him after he bombs us.
Yeah. Even though I say he's a madman, you've got a madman by the name of Biden. You've got a madman.
Weren't you saying 5 minutes ago he's like a patriotic Russian?
They're all madmen. All of them are mad. All of them are mad. You know, not one of them's sane. Okay, all of them are crazy as far as I'm concerned.
Putin's. Yeah, but I thought you were saying 5 minutes ago he's like super patriotic. He's like doing it for the patriotism of Russia.
Yeah, that doesn't mean
so he's not going to want the fucking shit bombed out of Russia, is he?
What? No, not initially. That's what I was trying to explain. Is like, if right now his reaction is to NATO and stuff, like he said, he's trying to save his country. And then we basically sit there and say, well, he's not going to do anything because he cares so much. But then also we understand that he doesn't seem to actually care about anybody else. And we put all this pressure on the country itself, his people that he's trying to protect, and cut them off from the rest of the world and say, you don't get to be part of society anymore. Yeah. To me, it's like you're taking the person you've already agreed is a madman and is exceptionally patriotic and putting them into an even worse position than they already were when they started doing things like invading Ukraine. So why would you argue that he won't launch bombs in that situation? To me, it seems like he absolutely would.
Yeah, and what's your preferred outcome? Crippling the nation or fucking bombing the shit out of 1 billion people? Oh, 100
My
million people.
Okay,
preferred
crippling a
outcome
nation
would be
kills
that
people too, doesn't it?
they stop.
Neither are
It
good.
does. It does.
Preferred outcome.
Yeah, neither are good. But which one is the worst?
Well,
How
you
do
can't even you can't choose one. You can't say that.
Of course, you can choose one.
Mm-mm. No,
Economically,
like okay,
doesn't kill as many
picture
people as dropping a shitload of bombs.
picture Libya. Picture Libya with nuclear weapons and all the military might of Russia. Do you think it would have gone down the same way, or do you think Gaddafi would have, used some of that might that Russia's got to try and defend himself and the nation?
You use the
I
word
mean,
defend
Gaddafi would
there.
have used it. Gaddafi would have used it without a doubt. I mean, come on. No doubt about that. He would have used his power there. So would
Right, so
Saddam
who's
Hussein.
justified doing what? Who's the justified people here? Are we
what I was trying to
justified
say.
going over and attacking Russia if they try and take over Ukraine? Are
That's
Russia
kind of
justified trying to take over Ukraine? Like, who's
Right,
justified
right.
in all of this?
This is it.
That's what we have to. That's what we have to work out, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
be
that's
careful.
what we're
Exactly,
always
because I
working
think
out.
it's
Is
Shakespearean.
who's justified to do what, right?
No one's
This is what I'm
justified to
saying.
do any of it. There's just
Yeah.
stories to justify it. That's all.
That's it. That's it. This is what I'm trying to say. Exactly that. We've got to be careful here and don't fall in the plot hole that they put out for us. This is
I
all
mean, maybe
Shakespeare.
that's the trick. Is
What you're all seeing on television has nothing to do with the truth.
There you go.
All right? And I feel ashamed of anyone who's looking at the television and thinking that remotely what we're hearing and seeing is what's actually going on. That's crazy.
That's
The
it.
last
what's
2 years
interesting?
should be very clear.
I don't know if anyone
You got to think through the looking glass, guys. To quote Kevin Costner, you got to think through the looking glass now, guys. Black
Let's
is
hear
white,
it.
What's
and
interesting to
purple is
me
yellow.
as well, White, so what you said, what's interesting to me is how many people will look at various news things and come up with so many opinions, like so many conclusions based upon the information.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to type that out.
By
that
design, mate.
if people come up, if they have think tanks and script writers plotting all this out to basically move the pieces where they want to go, that it's very, very effective.
You sound like you've done that job before, sir.
I think we all have.
Yeah, almost everybody, like their political side, almost everybody jumps on board like lockstep for what their political side's stance on it was. But I think
don't see
crypto
a
is,
problem in discussing it, though.
No. It's okay to discuss it. Yeah, I mean, it's true.
yeah,
You can
it's
discuss
like
it. Be
discussing
careful. Don't fall
it's
in.
like discussing Stargate or a video game, or like Batman versus Superman, who would win.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I think like Gio said earlier, like people do actually die though, so it's hard to
Right. So,
I know it's a
like,
tough line.
the difference is that what happens in a comic book or in a movie doesn't actually literally affect your life. Whereas whatever they decide they want the outcome of this to be, whatever that is, it's going to have some sort of effect. Whether they decide, they want to destroy Russia, well, that affects somebody somewhere at some point, even if it was all for looks or for whatever purpose. It still affected somebody.
Yeah.
Right. And on that level, yeah, it's worth talking about it at least to try to maybe figure out what's going on. But I mean, what can we really do against these militaries that are going to launch whatever bombs they're going to launch? It's sad. I mean, what can we do?
Yeah, we might not have anything that we can do right now, but that doesn't mean that like never in the rest of humanity, no one will ever have an opportunity to do something. So to me, it makes sense to discuss it, and hopefully someday there will be an opportunity. And if nobody ever discussed it and tried to work out what was a good or wrong thing to do, then when the opportunity presents itself, nobody will make the right decision. Whereas if we make sure we discuss it and we teach people and we bear these things out and actually discuss them and figure things out, when the opportunity presents itself, maybe, possibly in the future, someone will make the right decision instead of the wrong one.
Well, that's the only right decision that I can see for that to come about is revolution today, now. That's it. And then the future can be secured, that we won't be in this ridiculous situation that we're talking about. Because that's what's got to happen in order for this not to happen again. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's going to happen again for sure. Okay.
It seems like more and more news keeps happening, more world events. Like they just keep coming out and keep coming out. Meanwhile, Epstein's list of people that he was associated with remain at large. These
Yeah.
people are impossible to find to face questioning or inquiry of any sort.
There you go. Yeah.
Very
and the taxes go up, people lose his jobs. You're getting jabbed in the nose and the buttocks whilst that's going on. You're wearing 10 masks by now. Yeah. Okay, there you go, you know?
Yeah, maybe someday they'll be brought to justice, or at least asked, like, hey, what were you doing there? Or questioned in any manner whatsoever. But
So unless we can unite and overthrow this yoke of slavery, it's more of the same. And you're
Yeah,
gonna see them
unfortunately,
running
yeah.
their drums to us.
Like it's just going to be this way and worse because there's a group of people that are doing this. It's like just a criminal group, you know, whatever we want to call them, the controllers, the elite. I mean, I don't think they're very elite, but people use that term. But so, yeah, I mean, it's like being taken over by a group of criminals. The whole human race has been, and the World War I, World War II, sinking of the Titanic. I mean, all these things that were played a role in the creation of the Federal Reserve and getting it to this position that it's at now, and the whole globe lie and everything that goes along with it. So until that force is dissolved in some way or another, unfortunately, this stuff's going to keep happening. And I mean, I think they might try building, you know, the whole fake alien invasion thing. They may try to kind of start World War III and then, oh, the aliens come in, you know, so it could end up being that type of thing.
Yeah, mass chaos, hysteria. Yeah. And then it slaughter more people.
Yeah. Or they'll let it
Just think
kick
of the
off.
Russian propaganda for the last 100. Like, you know,
yeah,
it's just crazy to think of all the narrative of Russia for fucking so long. Maybe not.
The technology has got so sophisticated now. They're doing it easier and easier. It's getting easier and easier for them to set up these plans now. And they've got some right creative monsters out there that are thinking of the ideas whilst they're at it, like you said earlier.
To me, it seems like just like that. Like you have a think tanks upon think tanks, like running. I don't know. They run through shit just to add context to move the pieces where they need them to be. Like if you had no context whatsoever and you just all the changes that take place, they would be too drastic and too noticeable, and people might reject them. But when they say, people talk about like truth in plain sight, a part of that is inoculation. If you just seen some of these dramatic changes plop down right in front of you, people would be shocked and appalled, and they might reject, or you might have legitimate opposition. But when you are presented with the idea and it sits in your mind for many years, and time goes on, more things happen. When you actually see it, it's not as such a sharp contrast.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's true.
that's just how it seems like to me. You have headlines to spit out at people of the so-called history, like this happened, this happened, this happened, and this is why you all have to obey everything that we say from now on and forever. You can't just come out and announce that, hey, you guys better obey everything we say, or you're going to the gulag or killed. Like it's too sharp of a turn. But if you add 15 billion different aspects of context, you slowly kind of get people there.
Yeah, that's
exactly. Let's not forget polio. Fucking hell. Fake vaccines again because of polio, people. Remember that.
People are like,
And
wait,
that
why
sort of
are we
shit. They'll keep
marching
bringing up the
grandma?
past.
Why are we marching
yeah.
grandma to be hanged again? Like, so if you have a lot of context, well, grandma's an enemy of the state. The grandma wants to hurt everybody. She's a radical terrorist, and we need to get rid of these people. They're a danger and a threat. Oh, okay.
You can just picture people dragging their grandmas off, like with just sort of a weird look on their face, but just still doing it.
Grandma's a racist that spoke out about dear leader. She can get us attacked. She'll make us look weak.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what we're living in. I mean, look, they're going to be voting soon. That's the one that gets me. They just run up and put their X in, line up like drones. Like drones.
I don't know if this subject's okay to talk about, but we were what you said about grandma being arrested reminded me of the grandma in Germany that was arrested for Holocaust denial. Now that reminded me of something because specifically, I'm not talking about Holocaust denial, but the definition for a Holocaust survivor is interesting. I don't know if you guys know what the technical definition is.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, go on.
Do anyone have any ideas?
Nope.
Someone who supposedly survived the Holocaust.
Would you say what would we think it was?
Yeah, what would you think it was?
If I had to guess, I'd say it would be somebody who denies like the existence of any killing, like systematic killing of Jewish people or something along that lines.
I didn't hear any of that. Sorry, can you repeat?
Somebody that would say basically it never happened, like nobody was killed, or something along those lines.
No, not a denier, a survivor.
Oh,
survived it.
Someone rescued from the concentration camps.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, that is the sensible, I think, the sensible definition. There's actually two definitions, and neither of them have anything to do with that. One of them is anyone who was in Germany, any Jewish person who was in Germany during Hitler's reign. Right, that's the first definition. So you could have been a 5-year-old that was just there, and no one noticed you were there. You're a Holocaust survivor. Doesn't matter. And you had to be in Germany between 1933 and 1945. And the American, I think it's the American Holocaust Memorial Museum, something like this, has a separate definition. It's any person, Jewish or non-Jewish, who was persecuted by the Hitler regime. So again, that could be gypsies, that could be Jews, that could be Slavs, that could be fucking anyone at all. I don't think either of those definitions are actually honest definitions, and I think that's quite an interesting thing to point out when talking about kind of perceived racism of the past and all the rest. I don't think that the definitions that they use are the definitions that most people would use.
Yeah, that's right. It's nothing to do with what they've said. It's those who survived at the concentration camps, and they should all be dead by now.
Yeah,
Or
Jin would. If Jin was in some European countries, he'd be arrested for some of his opinions on World War II.
Well, the thing is, luckily in the UK, we still have free speech on this topic, but most countries in Europe don't. Well, most is probably wrong, but there's 17 countries last time I checked where you can't even so there's this thing called Holocaust denial, which again is way more broadly defined than most people would define it. But basically, talking about it at all, apart from saying it's definitely true, let's move on, is constituting denial. Luckily, it's not in the UK yet, so I'm not going to get arrested for this. But if you were in Austria, in Germany, in Poland, many other countries in Europe, you'd be arrested simply for saying what I just said, which is absurd.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And what would happen? Would you be in jail? Fuck, would I be? Well, I'd be screaming every day of the week.
To be honest, I'm probably not important enough for them to bother with. But when someone becomes vaguely famous for doing it, they definitely get arrested. There was a grandma in Germany, 90s, I think she was 92 or something. She got arrested for it. There was a guy who actually got deported to Canada from America to face Holocaust denial charges, and then from Canada he was deported to Germany. And for some reason the word Hans Zimmer is coming to my head, but I don't know that's his name. That's just coming off the top of my head. But there's loads of these cases of these people, and I just find it interesting because do we have free speech or not? And if we don't have free speech, we should really be fighting for that.
Yep, agreed. Because you don't in Europe, it would seem, certain parts. Honestly, this world we're living, what a joke.
Yep. Basically, what happens in this world is the people who control everything make up rules that suit them and don't suit everyone else. and then they say, "Oh, we're all playing by the same rules." Well, I mean, okay, that's cool. That's cool when you're in power and you like. If I made the rules that everyone called crypto on Discord got £1 million every day in their bank account, right? That's fair, right? Because everyone has the opportunity to be called crypto. But if I was the only one who got that benefit, then that's not fair. But this is the kinds of things that they do. They set up these seemingly fair rules, but they're not fair, and they make sure that the rules are never enforced against them, you know. And as you say, Din, this world's a joke. We need to. Yeah, I have a slightly different way to deal with it than you do, because you always talk about revolution. But I certainly think that the system needs changing, and how we do it is, you know, the next question.
Yeah. Good old-fashioned revolution, man.
Jin, the base.
We can't just have these fucking psychopaths run roughshod over everyone and pretend like they're being nice and fair to everyone, because they're not.
Yeah.
They're not at all.
I notice a lot of people that are super passive aggressive that like try to give off the appearance of being nice and all that. Some of them are the most aggressive, like nasty people.
I mean, people have died and are dying as we speak, even from the stupid medicines that are out there, you know, that they know are dangerous. They still push them.
Jin's a based Fed poster when he's speaking about revolution. He's like, I am a terrorist. I am a threat to the system.
Yeah, that's right. I don't give a shit about that. They better know it. They better know it. Remember, they're only human beings like us, but they're just of the lowest kind, yeah? They've amassed their wealth at the destruction of good, innocent people. That's how they got there. They didn't get there from their intellect or anything like that. It was pure cowardice. Right? That's what it is.
I noticed you always run into a lot of these extreme type of problems when you have a belief system that basically asserts that you have found the one true way to life, and everybody outside of that, it needs to be dealt with. So they either need to be converted or dealt with in whatever ways that they devise. So currently we have the moral champions of the earth. They found the one true way to live life, and they're like willing at gunpoint to spread their gospel to everybody. But I think even if you believe you're correct, trying to force people and convert people, even if your views are correct, the negative consequences of that always outweigh the short-term benefits. Because you can scare and intimidate people in the short term, and you might actually get some genuine like people to convert, or at least they will like convert under duress. But the negative blowback to that, it ends up leading you like further away from what you believe is good.
Yeah.
I don't know how we can get the government to listen. Just like all the janitors, all the cleaners, all the coffee makers, all the sandwich makers around the government buildings, just go on strike for 2 weeks and see how long they last.
Yeah. There you go. That's a revolution in itself. See?
Yeah, they'll have to cleaning their own fucking toilets, man.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No one. That's it. Stop playing the game. Switch off, man. Stay home. Don't run down and put your X in the box. Put your guns down, soldiers. Stop this shit. You're the ones who are going to die for a stupid game of soldiers.
The problem that we have with the voting system is that even if, say, 5% of people vote, how would you know? Because they're just going to tell you, oh, yeah, voter turnout was like 68%, and Team Blue won, and now Team Blue is going to stiff you for 4 years. And then in 4 years' time, you know, if 3% of people will vote, they'll tell you that actually all voter turnout was better this year. It was 72%, and Team Red won, and they're going to stiff you for 4 years, right? So this is the problem with centralized social media, like centralized media, is that they tell you whatever they want to tell you. Like none of it has to be true.
Yeah, then when nobody believes it, they just disable the like button. And when
Yeah.
everyone's yelling fuck Joe Biden, they just ignore and pretend they heard let's go Brandon.
That's why all these independent news reporters are the ones that
Fucking
get 20 million
clown.
views. The independents,
Like
you know, the ones.
Sorry. Regardless of what you thought about Trump or Obama, right? Those guys were genuinely popular, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't like psychopathic leaders, but when I talk to people, when Obama was around, people liked him. You know, you had in this country, you had conservatives saying, "Oh, I really like Obama. He's going to change things." You know, and you had like Labour voters in this country saying, "Oh, I really like Obama. He's going to change things." And then when Trump came in, you had a lot of people hated him as well, but he was genuinely popular. Talk about Biden with anyone, no one likes him. Everyone thinks he's a weird weirdo, and we're supposed to believe that he got more votes than Trump and Obama. No, this is
way.
nonsense.
Yeah, definitely nonsense. Yeah, rigged. Of course, it was rigged.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was saying, I know. I don't remember when Obama was elected. Was it like 2008 or something?
Yeah,
But I just
2008. You got it. You got it.
I remember I was young enough, like, I don't know, my family was Christian, I guess, so I was probably more conservative, but I wasn't like super highly political, but I was actually excited for Obama. I was like, fuck it, let's give it a shot here. Well, like, I don't know. I actually think a lot of different political systems could work if people didn't like specifically engineer to like make them not work and take advantage of people, and they use the name as a guise to just find ways to fuck people over. So I was like, all right, fuck it, let's try. If we can get some free college and free health care, fuck it, I'll give it a shot. Let's see how it goes. Like maybe it'll be better. Who knows? I'm not the world's leading expert on everything. But yeah, I was actually I don't know. I believed it was going to be a good thing, and I was like, man, that's cool. Like we got a black president now, and the city I grew up in or was born in is actually a predominantly black city. It's a medium-sized city, about 200 some thousand, and people like it was very tense when I was younger. Like there was a lot of racial tension and a lot of problems, but around that time, like stuff was genuinely better. Like there was people were getting along, and I don't know, it was starting to look pretty bright, but unfortunately, it was all bullshit.
I knew it was bullshit from the moment he was talking about change this, change that. I said, if he gets in, he's changing nothing, because if he does, he'll get assassinated. So it's definitely not going to change anything. And he didn't change anything. There you go. Oh.
These guys are release valves, right? So you've got all these racial tensions in America. How do you like release some of that tension? Oh, you have a black president. He's not going to do anything. He's just going to stand there and be black for 8 years, and that was it. But Obama was no different to any of the others, but they just put him in as a release valve, and then everyone pretends like everything's rosy when nothing improved, nothing changed.
Yeah, it was after enough life experience, and then maybe around like after Epstein, I was like, wait a minute, this is just like a comment suggestion box at work. You put shit in there, and they have little surveys you fill out when you're really pissed, but they don't ever do anything. It's just make you feel like you have some way to affect the system.
He spent 4 years of his term. Didn't work, did it? Yeah? Your Medicare? Medicaid, or whatever they called it.
You're cutting out a little bit, but if you're asking about Obamacare, I think what ended up happening is most of the people that can't afford Yeah, most people that couldn't afford insurance in the first place were penalized when they went to do their taxes. So they weren't, these are people that typically don't pay money in taxes. We have a child tax credit system, then earned income credit. So usually, if you have a few kids and you're on a single income household, like say you make, if there's income limits to how much you qualify for, and if you qualify at all, and if you have two people in the household, it's raised a little bit. But basically, people get subsidized in a way. It's like for being in like poverty ranges. So you get what ended up happening is they took the money out if you couldn't prove if you couldn't prove that you had insurance for the year. So that was that was kind of the gist of it. But people didn't get a Obama phone, so that actually did help a lot of the homeless people and a lot of lower income people get like access to internet and phone service. But
Oh, so some good did come out of it then. Just.
yeah, but it's probably like whenever you have something good, like yeah, it may benefit you a little bit, but it's probably either benign to people in power or it benefits them in some way. So now they get a lot of data and they get a lot of they get to keep an eye on everybody. But I think the
Yeah, of
data
course,
itself
of
is
course.
extremely valuable. If you've ever worked
Yeah.
online, like you could see the value of just having an email list, like mailing list of numbers you wouldn't even think would be like that astronomically large. Just that data alone is valuable. So the amount of data you can collect of like across somebody's entire use of a smartphone would be very, very worthwhile to people with the means and insight to use it.
Yeah. Well, I've shut off my tracking device on my phone anyway, and I'm not connected to any provider. You know, I don't have a contract with anyone. I only use a
Yeah.
little bit of Wi-Fi at home. That's it. When I go out
If
the house, it's not connected.
if I was in charge though, and what people have suggested is like Microsoft and Android and these other companies, you would have ways to interact and interface without you even being able to pick up on it within like the operating system itself. Like it would function on separate miniature hardware and use software that's not accessible or even detectable through your operating system.
Right. Well, that's possibly there, but I've got the iPhone 6 Plus, and it's not connected to any service provider. So when I go out, I've got no service.
Yeah.
Right. But I can receive Wi-Fi. So any free Wi-Fi I can tune into, and that's it. I don't buy any of that stuff now. So I'm quite happy. I was wasting money.
Yeah, hopefully we're wrong about everything and they come out and everything gets fixed and everyone lives happily ever after.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe,
Yeah,
somehow.
I'm fully expecting that I'm going to vote in Party X, and then they're going to fulfill all of their promises. There are going to be no homeless people. They're going to pay off the national debt in 10 years, and everyone's just going to, be skipping around in a field. No challenges left. That's exactly what I expect when I vote.
Yeah, actually, I just got a good meme for that. I thought it was funny. They don't sacrifice your children to ball, vote Moloch. Don't sacrifice your children to Moloch, vote ball.
Don't sacrifice children for what?
I posted it in the text, but there's the blue guy saying, "Don't sacrifice your children to ball, vote for Moloch," his campaign slogan. And then the red guy, "Don't sacrifice your children to Moloch, he's an asshole, vote ball 2020.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel about it. Except in the UK we have all these different colours. So there's the purple party and the yellow party and the green party and blue and red party, and they're all basically the same. I remember this one Labour MP on Question Time. I do watch Question Time because I like to keep up with the lies and the yarns that they're spinning. And this one Labour lady, basically someone in the audience. By the way, the audience are all planted as well, so I don't believe any of this stuff is organic. But anyway, this person on the panel basically said to this Labour MP, "What's the difference between you and the Conservatives?" And she gave some answer about how the Conservatives are going to basically charge 1% less tax or something, and that means that they're not going to be able to afford a few, public services. That was basically it. So there is no difference anymore, and she admitted it with her answer.
Yeah, I like the other meme of the cow. It has there's a partition, and it can go like Democrat or Republican, so it gets to choose which path it takes to the slaughterhouse. That seems to be a big dividing point at this point, is system believers versus system skeptics. They have the system believers still believe there's some legitimacy to the system, and it's not perfect, but we keep working at it. We'll keep getting more progress. We'll keep getting things. We'll keep getting better. Yeah, I did post something up a little earlier. I don't know if anyone's seen that. They're reporting that Ukraine, the Interior Ministry says men between the ages of 18 and 60 are banned from leaving the country. So people are thinking that means escalations and draft probably imminent. But I honestly thought they were going to drop it. I thought they were just going to hype it up a little bit to cool off the trucker convoys and all that. But I would be surprised if they actually kind of keep going down this story.
Yeah, have you seen the lefties that are like, draft me, I'll go for Biden?
Oh, I haven't seen
dude,
that, but
they're so pathetic.
There's a lot of, I played a game or two of League of Legends today, and it was full fucking clown bullshit.
You didn't use the right terminology. It's the League of Autism.
Yeah, everyone is barely even fighting. They're just sitting there typing paragraphs.
So, Issa, is this in context of the Ukraine thing?
Yeah, some people are saying they're getting banned on Discord if you support Russia in any way.
Yeah, I'll put up, there were some screenshots I saw that a friend of mine posted. Let's see here. But it's like, it's all bots, though. Like, no, I don't think anyone really is like that.
Let me look at it.
Just a bunch of bots.
Come on, man. You've been in the Black Globe debate for so long now. You must realize there are people like that.
Oh, of course. But I think the chances are that, well, actually, it's kind of like, it's kind of like flat Earth, man. It's like, if the only people that are really got a hard on for the ball are people that, I don't, I don't know, there's why would you even bother unless you're totally, I mean, I don't know. Some people are entitled to their opinions, but I mean, I just think it's it's bot territory. But you're so fucking right, dude. You're so right. It amazes me every day to see the people just accept certain shit. It's we've always been at war with East Asia. It's wow.
Yeah.
That Orwellian shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, whatever they say.
I mean,
What was it? You cut out.
My opinion on this whole thing, I was just going to say, my whole opinion is I don't see how England is involved. So why would we be sending troops anywhere near there?
Well, you know what it is like we were talking about it earlier, I think, or at some point, was like, you know, all this shit. What's really interesting is, did you see the reports that all of the like United Nations biolabs got destroyed by Russia?
Yeah, I did see that. I didn't.
Like, you know, so like the alternative theory is like people wondering if Putin is actually like, you know, kicking the shit out of the New World Order right now. Because like George Soros, Hillary Clinton and Biden all got all their money from Ukrainian fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like they're basically like Hillary sold 17% of our uranium allegedly to fucking Russia. You know, like they're just, it's interesting, you know, but who knows what the real deal is.
Yeah, Putin redemption arc.
Hey, yo, real quick too, is Bob Dole still up in here? Is that who I was talking to earlier about navigation? I don't know if anyone was in here. I kind of got my ass handed
here,
to me
but
because
I don't think we were talking today.
Was that with Bob, right? Was that you, brother?
Yeah, I'm here, but I wasn't talking about navigation today.
Okay, forgive me. It must have been another gentleman that was in here earlier. Percentage, you were here. I don't know who the dude was I was talking to. He because he brought in like he brought in some concepts that I should have known, and he totally wrecked me. And then I went to the books, and I've been like studying all fucking afternoon. And I reached out to who I thought was I was talking to. I think I messaged you then, man. Forgive me. I may have messaged you instead of the dude that I was trying to talk to.
Oh, okay. I see.
Could have been Sean G.
Who was it?
Sean G. It could have been.
No, it wasn't Sean G. It was like it was one of the more it was one of the more contentious, flat earth or ballers that were that was out here. I forget the brother's name. He's been out here for a minute.
Kool-Aid?
Dr. Bob, maybe?
Bob the Science Guy or something, maybe? Or...
Oh, Bob the Science Guy. Could have been Bob the Science Guy. You got confused with Bob, the other Bob.
Right,
Bob the
yeah.
Science Guy.
Yeah, we were talking navigation earlier. And, you know, really, like, I'm at the point where, like, I don't care what people's cosmology is. Like, I'm actually interested in learning this shit. And I would love to fucking... I reached out. Hey, you know, Kosho, you might be able to reach out to him for me. Let him know. I'd love to get up and talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not really... I wouldn't... Well, never mind. I don't want to say anything about Bob, but I wouldn't say he was the Navi guy. Although he might... Although he's not... I don't know. You know, he knows a thing or two. That's true.
And I'll tell you, hey, Kosho, maybe you and I can get into it. You know what I mean? Because you've got a good beat on a lot of this stuff. And like, you know, to me, like I really couldn't care. Like, I really just am interested in the subject matter, not necessarily the cosmological setting that we put it in. You know what I mean?
Same here with the celestial navigation, because I know you were interested in the
well, you know, we were talking about today, and it just kind of sent me to the books, really, because like I'm familiar with what he was talking about, but I cannot articulate it, and I don't know well enough to articulate it. But I got because we were talking about like a sidereal, you know, hour angles of stars in relationship to the point of Aries and the Greenwich hour angle, and it's just like, you know, it's interesting how like, you know, the almanacs and everything and what they point to, versus studying like what astronomers look at. There's a little bit of a difference, right?
Yeah, there is. You know what? I when I was learning about all this stuff, I saw there was a guy. He has like an 8-hour video, and he basically started out by saying that he thinks that like the people who came up with that system, like purposely used these nonsensical, complicated abbreviations and names just so people couldn't. It would seem like it was unaccessible to other people. But yeah, those terms are like pointlessly nonsensical, but they represent like pretty basic shit. Yeah.
It seems to me that anybody that looks into anything that the government claims finds some sort of contradiction and some sort of mockery.
But I'm of the opinion, though, this is where I don't necessarily. I mean, I can understand the idea, but I also don't necessarily accept that premonition, because much like a like this is just how I look at it. It's like just like a transmission in a vehicle is complicated. You know, there's multiple names for different things from different viewpoints. So it's like everything has its place. You know what I mean? Everything has its place. When something's called something, it's called that from a certain perspective. You know what I mean? Like, it does make sense to me why there's alternative shit. But my point is, it doesn't help me wrap my head around it on it. But it does. I don't want to omit it just because of that. You know.
Well, you know, another way that makes it intuitive is a lot of that stuff, like, you know, like the first point of Aries and stuff like that. That's extremely analogous to the prime meridian, for example. Like the prime meridian on Earth and the first point of Aries in the sky are practically the same thing.
Well, see, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the general concepts. You know what I mean? Of like, okay, first point of Aries, and like, you know, and I'm familiar with, like, you know, like, let's say the Greenwich meridian. You know what I mean? Or the Greenwich. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and that's why when you brought up the Greenwich hour angle, to me, I'm thinking Greenwich. You know, I don't know. There's just different terms, like you said. But I also think, like, you know, regardless of that, it's like, you know, I want to like talk to people that are more familiar with the subject than I am, so I can bounce these ideas around in my head, because that's how I learn things or whatever. But the you know, and then also I was looking up just some charts and different shit, something, you know, stuff that I don't know. It's just part of the field. I don't know. There's different subjects that are, I mean, shoot, Kosha, we should wrap sometime. You know?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Because I don't pretend to be an expert, but Bacon would know as much, or would know just like I know, that in order to, because I made a function on my bot where you could just put in 3 stars in their elevation angle, and it will do the celestial navigation and tell you your position. But in order to do that, you have to know how to translate the, you know, all the information from the almanac into longitude and latitude
Right, you
positions
have
on
to
the
put
Earth.
in the you have to put in the differential of the sidereal fucking movements, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
You gotta make conversions,
Right. I mean, that's what like some of the stuff I grasp. It's just in the actual doing of it. Sometimes it's, you know, it's like, that's where I'm like, now I want to get into some more nitty gritty, because, you know, I felt like, whoa, you know, like, why don't I fucking know this? Like, how to, because I do know it, but I couldn't express it. And I was like, fuck me, why can't I express it? Why can't I fucking figure this out? So I was thinking to, you know, just to be able to have someone who's familiar with the topic, even from the baller side. Like, I really couldn't care less about whether or not it's a flat earth discussion. Because to me, it works perfect. Like, no one, I don't think anyone's really going to change my mind about the fact that I think it could work on a flat earth. You know what I mean? Like, but I also like to know this, you know, like the theoretics of it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Brewhead was asking last night because you know, McToon has money on the table for that idea right there. That anyone who could make it work on a flat Earth, he'll give $10,000 to, apparently.
Yeah, I'm not interested in, like, you know, a bunch of ballers fucking bait.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone.
You don't trust them to be able to judge unbiasedly and say that you
Right?
won?
Yeah. I trust him. Like, I trust him to send me the Bitcoin.
Oh, you know? I mean, that's understandable completely, but yeah, exactly like what you said. Like, this happens a lot in this community, where you may understand something, but until you're tasked with like practically doing it, it's a whole nother learning process. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when I had put the thing together and Bacon had put his function together, yeah, you have to actually like sit down and practically do the celestial navigation, and you find that some of those conversions, it's slightly complicated. It's more complicated than it seems. It's not really. It's not that it's complicated. It's like the rules for doing so, you have to get them like precise. Like, you know, like how to add GHA.
What gets me is like when you're looking at certain, like, because I know I was looking at some time graph shit earlier, and it's like, you know, if you look at it from the celestial pole or the southern celestial pole, it's like east to west, and then if you look at it from the northern celestial pole, it's west to east, and there's just all these kind of flip flops, and, you know, an interesting quirks about it. I mean, dude, it's fucking literally. How could you not? I mean, dude, it's the vastness of the stars and navigation, and nothing's in the same place at any time. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's so cool.
Yeah. That's what makes the almanac such a useful tool.
Dude.
Is without the almanac, it wouldn't even be possible.
Well, right, and that's why I was kind of bringing up. I mean, that to me is like my catch-all with the almanac, in the sense of like, what the gentleman was asking me earlier about it. Because, like, in my opinion, I know, like, if everything's kind of positioned on the celestial sphere, if you can mark one of the one, two, or three of the navigational stars, other than a couple minor corrections, maybe, really you can have the whole setup laid out for you by using the almanac.
Yeah.
Because if you can find two stars, if you can find like two or more stars at a fucking, at a location at a time, you know what I mean? Then it immediately places you in a specific location, and that almanac will tell it to you. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's very useful in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you take the discussion of the shape of the Earth, like, because that's what always, this is what, it gets me, is that, like, they talk about all this theory as though it's this ball inside a celestial sphere. But then when we get down to practical purposes, everything to me, is involving 90-degree angles, and which implies that it's flat. And, like, you're dealing with a local area that's considered to be flat. Like, and, like, so it's like, that's why I'm content with the concept that, the Earth is flat and motionless, but you can think of it as a spinning ball in space,
That's fair enough. I mean, it just depends. I have a totally different way of thinking about it, I guess. Doesn't allow me to do that.
Well, no,
but,
I mean, and it makes sense, dude. I mean, I get why, but even then, it's like you're put into almost a geometric or geocentric state. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
To take out the position of flat Earth, you're just putting in geocentrism almost, which is just intriguing in its own right. That's all.
No, yeah, but Witsit came in here a couple weeks ago and played some Jeranism. Jeranism has a bunch of quotes from people who supposedly, like scientists, who are claiming that the geocentrism is valid, references, just as the other thing. But you have to understand the context. The context of what a lot of those guys were saying was simply just that, like it's just as valid to imagine the Earth as a stationary frame and imagine the position of everything around it. In the context of celestial navigation, that's exactly what you have to do. You have to imagine the Earth as being stationary, and then and then think about the positions of everything around it.
And I think this is actually the crux of the real issue, like outside of the subject matter, in the sense that, like, the idea is, I think that flat earthers, in a lot of ways, have just been fighting for some kind of recognition that, hey, we're not crazy for thinking this, and this is our reasoning behind it. You know what I mean? Like, that's why they point to those things, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, with this geocentrism thing, it's almost a different context. When they say you can think of it as the Earth being stationary, and they don't mean that. I don't know. This gets to the whole relativity, the principle of relativity concept, where it's like there's nothing anywhere that's stationary, and everything is always moving in relationship to something else.
Right, but the thing is, right, but the thing is, it's like it's a useless piece of information, in the sense that, like, everything's moving because we're just studying this particular stuff, and we're treating it as though, that the stars are, like, you know what I mean? We treat it as though the Earth is flat and motionless. Once you get into the outside of that, of, like, the possibility of relativity and all the rest of it, it's like, well, that's great, but nobody gives a fuck, and nobody uses it. Unless you're dealing with, like, maybe sending in something out to deep space somewhere, which, again, nobody gives a fuck. But navigation makes sense, and it's practical, and the people do have to, they have to think of the Earth as flat and motionless, yabba dabba do.
Kosho, how would you know what context these scientists give their quotes? How would you know the context, or you're just assuming?
I pay attention to what they're saying. No, it's not. It's not. I'm not assuming. I understand. I understand because I'm paying attention to what they're saying.
So how about the scientists? How about the scientist that was talking about the favored position, and how is undesirable? What was your impression of what he was trying to say?
No, he was saying exactly that. That he said, yeah, that idea would be avoidable as the ultimate, as the ultimate position, because it's an undesirable position to accept that as a truth. But we know from relativity that that's an irrelevant point, because there's no favored position anywhere.
But why would he say that it's undesirable? Why would he use those words?
It may not be undesirable. It's just avoidable. Like, you don't want to settle on that on that conclusion. Like, it's the obvious conclusion that has no merit, but it's also one that is one of the possible true ones.
But if it had no merit, if it had no merits, why would he use the word undesirable?
For what I'm saying like it's undesirable to settle on the easy answer when there's multiple answers possible.
And in your opinion, that's the context that he used it. That's the context that he meant. So I'm gonna give you my opinion. In my opinion, he knew exactly what he said. He knew exactly what he meant, and this is what I think he meant. He knew what was going on with the elites or whoever the fuck is making this fucking reality or writing the script. He knew what happens to people that speak the truth, so he made an implication. He said it's undesirable. He said it's undesirable, unfavored position. Why? Because if they favor that position, he knows he's probably going to get 2 shots to the back of the head. So he made that comment to let the reader understand that, yes, it's an undesirable position.
That's fair enough. Then why did he make the comment then? If he doesn't want to get shot in the head, right? Why did he make the comment?
He made it cryptic, just like because it's very well known during history that people are always controlled or always regulated. Somebody's always listening and somebody's always paying the consequences. And I think these people, they realize that, right? Just like Einstein or Newton that made the disclaimer about the gravity. Another motherfucker that knows exactly what these people do, what these controllers do, and he made his disclaimer. He said, "Don't attribute this shit to me," because he knew exactly what was gonna happen. Right? It seems like all of them. Hold on, Coach. Hold on. It seems that most of these people that you guys claim are some sort of genius, or they all have some sort of disclaimer.
You're making a different point now.
I'm talking about disclaimers.
I'm asking you specifically, why did Hubble, who made that quote, you thought that if he would have said, or if it would have came out that was the case, he had 2 shots in the back of the head, why would he make that claim then? That's the only reason why that claim was being made.
Because it's cryptic, and it gives the opportunity to people like yourself to come up with whatever conclusion or whatever interpretation of what he's saying. Right? It's plausible deniability. That's why he said it that way. He couldn't be direct.
So he's secretly giving a cryptic message, is what you believe.
Well, just like the guy that put the lemon on top of the moonlander. I mean, what is a lemon? When somebody tells you they sold you a lemon, what does it mean? I mean, it could have meant anything, but most of us intuitively understand that he was saying this shit is a lemon. Here you go, and he put a lemon on there.
Matrix, you're a smart guy. I've heard you say smart things. And out of the 2 contexts, I understand the context which I described, my context which I understand which you said it. The context you just described was that he was giving a cryptic message to people he doesn't know, and the guys that if he was obvious about it, he gets shot in the head. But he gave a cryptic message to give to people so they can find out the secret for themselves. And these are the 2 contexts that we're describing, that we see what he said. And I'm disagreeing with your context, and I hope that you understand why. It's because it's less likely than the context I described.
Less likely. Sometimes less likely is like an invalid thing to say, right? Because it's coming from a place of, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm just gonna come up with my bullshit and it's probably more true than yours.
Hey, Kosho, what's that dude's account? Or you weren't here? Fuck. Is it?
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how all these scientists have disclaimers for everything, right? They assert that these people are the ones asserting these things, but these people all have disclaimers. So who is the person? Who is the entity that's fucking saying that gravity is this? And who are the people doing this? If the scientists themselves are making disclaimers about their fucking shit that they're supposedly discovering, who are the people making the calls using their materials and their interpretations of reality?
Issa, you talking about Bob?
What'd you say, Gio?
Nothing. I think Issa was asking what Dr. Bob's Discord name was.
Dr. Bob, that was it, dude. What was it?
No, it's well, his Discord name is Research Flat Moon.
Research Flat Moon.
Yeah, but his I think he has a Research Flat Moon YouTube channel. Then the other one is like Bob the Science Guy. Maybe I think he might have 2 YouTube channels. I don't know. I guess Kosho would know. Is that right, Kosho? He has 2.
He might have to. I don't know. I know he's about the science guy. I know that. But yeah, Matrix. Anyway, Matrix. I agreed with you were saying a lot of stuff last night. I agreed with. But I just disagree with the thing with the Hubble and the just like I said. For example, he came up with the data. He came up with the conclusion. The Hubble's constant is named after him and stuff like that. So if he wanted us to have a different interpretation, he would have expressed that. And if he only expressed that in a cryptic way in which you had to decipher the words he was using, I'd say that was an unsuccessful strategy. And I don't find it ridiculous or I'm not going to ridicule it or anything like that, but I will say that for me, my discretion compels me to just go with the more likely scenario. That's all.
My only interest is that he took a navigation class, I guess. This is what he said. Which I'm cool with learning from.
Oh yeah, Bob was a pilot, I'm pretty sure, a helicopter pilot or something like that. And the thing is, if you're interested in celestial navigation for real, there's a dude on YouTube. He's got 2 videos and they're long, and he tells boring stories. He's an old man in it, but yeah. And there's another dude, a younger guy, with like a whole channel with a bunch of videos. But
you know what it is, though, man. I've studied like a bunch of different dudes online, but I want someone to ping pong with.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Dr. Bob's on the same team as me, and I get along with him, but he's not a collaborative type of dude, man.
I'm not trying to collaborate. I'm trying to actually, I couldn't care less. Like, my thing is like, there's information that I want in the world. You know what I mean? If somebody has some of it,
yeah,
I want some of it.
Yeah,
I don't care about, you know what I mean? Like, but maybe, like I said, Coach O, maybe you and I can rap about it. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, well, no. Honestly, he's gonna have more knowledge than me, and I don't want to sell him short because he probably, depending on the context, he might actually.
Yeah, no, he was real like fluid with the terms and just everything, and I was like, oh, it's interesting. You know what I mean? And I couldn't put together the answer to his question. Or I couldn't articulate it, I guess. And and I just want to, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be more familiar with it. And I'm not, I don't really care about, if I don't know a subject, I'd like to be honest about it and talk about it openly because, I think what I know, justifies my position, right? Like any of us. So it's like, but the more someone can talk about a subject, it's like the thing with navigation is like, okay, you could think we live on a spinning ball and, and all the rest of it, but it's an interesting concept that we do use. It's beautiful.
Absolutely, I think so. I think it was cool. Like when I first solved it, or when I first was able to do it, and it gave me precise, and it gave me my location. I was impressed that it worked.
Yeah, man. I've only ever seen it done. Like I have a sextant. I just, you know what I mean. And I used to have an almanac. I haven't jumped into it in a minute. and I don't have
You
my
should
own.
use my program then, or it's on my bot, which is in some servers, it's in Gem server. But yeah, if you just if you can put 3 stars, and then their elevation, it should tell you your location.
Nice. If you got a link, send it to me.
Well, it's in a bot in Gem server. Bacon has a site. He attaches to a site, so and his is better graphics and stuff anyway. So
Cool.
send his.
Yeah, good looks. I'd like that. I'd like to see that. I should join Gems. He's always offered me the mod, but I just never. I joined one time and then I wouldn't go back. But even then, though, I'm more interested in learning how to do it. With some of the. But I'm sure I'd love to see your app. Actually, it got me thinking. Your percentage. I was wondering if you were savvy on the navigation side of stuff. Hello, am I still here?
Yep, I can hear you. Yeah, percentage might not be at his mic, even though it's unmuted. But
yeah.
Sometimes he's in here but he's like not at his mic.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, he sounds knowledgeable on some of the subjects. Shoot, man, everybody in here.
Yeah, celestial navigation has been a huge topic the last year or two. It seems like it's like accelerated in focus in some way.
Well, they said 2021 it was really the second half. It's really only the past 4 months, or the past 5 months, including the 3 months last year where sextants and celestial navigation was a thing. But then it seems like January came, it's like people were no longer interested in it. But maybe it's kind of like ever since McToon's doing this thing, maybe people have become interested again. But I'm of the mind, just like Ruhif was saying yesterday, and this is not an attack or any kind of offense. Hopefully, it maybe it gives you the incentive to think about it some more. But I do think it's interesting that people aren't jumping on McToon's. Maybe not just for the point of getting the money, but it really was a lot of people, not you per se, Gio, but a lot of people who were claiming that it cannot be done on a globe Earth, and it requires the Earth to be flat in order to do celestial navigation. And so that it would seem like there should be at least some dudes who are at least trying to, go up for the challenge and
See, but the only thing, Kosho, flat earthers. This is the argument for flat earthers, and this is why it's like, this is why it's almost it's a moot point. I think for even like for myself in a certain ways, it's like, look, if you need to create a 90-degree angle, your baseline is flat, and there's no like the only and that alone is huge in regards to the subject of what we're dealing with, especially in light of the idea that the ancients even thought of it like the Earth was flat and the stars were a celestial sphere. So it's like the to then like be drawing out like a plane out to a distance, an imaginary plane. It just seems like it's a bunch of stuff to wrap your head around that has no consequence really on what you're looking at, because you're just trying to get angles of positions in the sky in your relative azimuth. You know what I mean? Like not like from a spaceship, let's say. So nobody cares, because as soon as they see the baseline argument, they're like, well, fuck you. From a flat Earth perspective, anyway.
Well, you remember earlier how you said I can't finish it. Hold on 1 second. Okay, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay, you remember earlier how you said that you imagine I forgot exactly how you worded it, but you were saying like you imagine
You
how
can think of the like we treat the Earth. This is what I said: the Earth is flat and motionless, but you can think of it as a ball spinning in space.
maybe I don't remember. I remember you saying you said something about it being used. Oh right. I think that is what you said. Yeah, that's right. So hold on 1 second too. Jesus Christ. Just give me 1 second. 2, 6, 19. Anyways, damn it. I'm gonna do this later. What was I saying though? Oh, right. Just like you were saying that, right? The way I think about it, like what you said, that how it can't be used because you have to have the flat plane. I don't think of it like that. I think of like a sphere, like the celestial sphere, and then you imagine a sphere inside of a sphere, somehow like a gobstopper, like a ball inside of a
Oh
ball.
yeah, I got you.
And yeah, and then I imagine any point you are on the planet, on that smaller sphere, like you said, your zenith point would be some star in the celestial sphere, and then a direct straight line down to the point on the smaller ball, and then some angle pointed again at some other point at the celestial sphere. So it's like a zenith point, and then the GP, the point beneath the zenith, and then some angle going out that way. And I think the only reason why a horizon is used is to try and gain that zenith point, but you can get that just by using a bubble level or a bubble exit sextant or whatever. I think that's why people say that. So you have to have a straight baseline, but you don't have to have that. That's not a necessity. That's just a way to gain your zenith. You know what I mean?
Right, but
So
the thing is this though. The thing is that that's what's applied. What's applied is the like, and this is the thing, is that all the theoretics of like, well, you can think of it as, you can do this, you could imagine that you're standing. It's like for all intents and purposes, we're we're treating the baseline at the horizon, like as a level plane. And then from outside of that, theoretically, we're now imposing that into this model of, of the celestial sphere and the globe. And I just think that I guess it's a good idea to do, but because it's a great way to think of right ascension and fucking declination. But it's not what we do in order to actually find the location. But I can't take away from modern theory that we do place it in that position. Like you're saying, we do place it in that predicament. But essentially, when we're doing it, it's irrelevant, which makes it moot to a lot of flat earthers. And that's why, like I said, it becomes this moot point. Nobody's interested in it because the argument's already won in the mind of the flat earther, because you have a 90-degree angle from a baseline. Therefore, you know, like, you know, ballers debunked. Do you know what I'm saying, bro? Because it's not necessary to put it into that framework to do it. And that's where the disconnect is. It doesn't mean it doesn't help explain the whole system. I just think it's not necessary to actually put yourself on the globe. You're getting an angle of a star, you know what I mean, versus the other stars. And if you get a number of those stars, you can pretty much pinpoint where you're at a particular location in time. Right? But it doesn't discount. I hope you're still there. I don't know if I lost you, but I hope it doesn't discount the model. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate it. Did we lose Kosho?
I think so. Yeah, sometimes he kind of pops out and back in. Yeah, I think he popped out.
I mean, I would argue we lost Kosho years ago, but that's
There you are, brother. I was wondering where you went. You can hear me?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
All good. Yeah, no, I was just rambling on about the same idea that, like, for practical intents and purposes,
Yeah.
You know, we're treating it one way, and then theoretics is where it becomes a ball.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's some
that's
context.
a bad
Yeah.
thing, though. You know what I mean? Not that that's a bad way to look at it either. It's a great way to look at it because it works.
Yeah, but I said it's only in some context though that it's used like that. It's not like in every sense it's used like that. It's not always. It can't. There's ways in which they can't use it like that, and when they do use it like that, it's only for simplicity. It's not because they have to or anything.
Right, but I mean, the simplicity of it all is the genius of it all. Like, now, granted, I understand there's a bigger picture, and I mean, like, I get it, but I think, like, you know, for all intents and purposes, you can treat the Earth as flat and motionless, and we do. It's only in theory that we start adding in spheres. That's why I was just saying the idea of the concept, you know, the conversation of navigation will always come up and disappear. I think nobody's ever going to know the shape of the Earth personally, but, like, these are, you know, because for the flat earther, it becomes a moot subject once you realize you're building off of a 90-degree angle. And they're like, boom, roasted, right?
Yeah, but the 90-degree angle could just be the angle in the sky. And if it's the angle in the sky, then
But the issue is that it could be, but the point is that it's all based off of our local azimuth, you know, our local position, you know, local way we look at it. It's only in theory that you start talking about celestial balls.
well, let me say that differently. Then it's not that it can be. It's primarily used referencing the angle in the sky, and only can you use a horizontal angle in order to obtain that vertical angle or the angle from vertical. But it's really that angle from vertical that matters. And you know what? Eggshells is here now too, and he's another one who had just like me was probably not knowledgeable in it to begin with, but then did a lot of research into celestial navigation, and so yeah, has some idea about all these different things. But I think at about the same time I did also looked into the stuff like the GHA and the SHA and the GPs and all these other initial acronyms, abbreviations.
See, but all those things to me also don't necessitate the ball. I mean, whether or not I mean, it's all angles, and it's just so interesting to me. I don't know why it necessitates the idea of a ball. You know.
Well, it's not those that necessitate the ball, really, because those on their own that you can get an angle to a star, no matter what kind of surface you're on. It's what you do with those angles that imply the shape. Because on a globe, the thing with the equal distances per degree, that would make sense. but it almost there, and that's kind of McToon's whole thing is he doesn't think that anybody's going to be able to make sense of coming up with a distance like that on any other kind of surface, because there's no reason on any other kind of surface to do anything like that, to make it to where no matter what degree you see something, you have equal distances, per degree.
I mean, I hear you. I mean, it's a hell of a claim. I don't know. I just don't know if I buy it, really, even that they've got it all mapped out like that, Like, I think there's discrepancies,
Yeah, I think that like you could ad hoc, like let's say the Earth is absolutely, let's just say it's planar in nature and you've got the star field above. To have like 100% accuracy, that's what you'd be using. You'd be using right angles, triangles, GPs, circle of equal altitudes, and basically mapping the Earth that way and mapping the land directly with the GPs, and then the circle of equal altitudes and how those all intersect would be the land between the GPs, and you could basically create an entire map of the world. If that's the case, I think you could ad hoc a globe system, but it's not going to be as accurate, and it's not going to be fully accurate in terms of the whole system, and it's going to have discrepancies.
I disagree with that, though. I don't think you can. I don't think that you can use it on a flat plane. I don't think that you could just use the angles for the stars and the circles equal altitude, and use those circles as equal distances around that, the position of the star, because it wouldn't be a consistent distance. Like the reason why it works on a sphere is because you can say, okay, well, if it's 3 degrees, on minus 90 or 90 minus 3, we can use 3 times 60 nautical miles. But it wouldn't be a consistent 60 nautical miles if it wasn't anything but a sphere. It'd have to be, you'd have to do some trigonometry or something to obtain what the distance was per angle. It wouldn't be a linear relationship. That's the big crux that most people discuss when they say the difference of what you would expect, because I don't think you would expect the linear relationship.
Why not? You're seeing in a hemispherical protractor like dome above you, like your dome of vision. I'm not saying a physical dome at the moment. I'm just saying your dome of vision. So even if things are on a planar surface, let's say the Earth is planar and the sky is planar, you still see in the field of view of your domed area, and that's going to be linear. So even if that thing is tracking on a planar surface above you, it's still going to be linear in your region, just like a protractor, that angle.
Lemon always talks about a hallway. We'll talk about a hallway real quick, because if you were looking down a hallway and let's just say 90 degrees would be this light right above your head, and 0 degrees would be a light that was exactly intersecting your eye line, and you were looking at lights on the ceiling, the way the lights on the ceiling would work is if there were one at 90 degrees and then there was one at 80 degrees elevation and at 70 degrees, it wouldn't be the case that those lights were equally spaced, like such that you only walk 10 feet and then there's an 80-degree one, and then 10 more feet and there's a 70-degree one. It would be the case that as the angles moved down towards your horizon or your horizontal eyesight line, they would keep getting further and further and further apart if the angles were staying consistent. Which is what I'm saying is not what happens in reality or what would happen on a globe. So you wouldn't expect in that hallway for, like I just said, like to see, you look down 80 degrees and then there's a light 10 feet above the ground, or 10 feet in front of you, I'm sorry, and then you look down 70 degrees and then that light is at a distance that's 20 feet in front of you. It wouldn't be, you wouldn't expect it to be consistent like that. I'm not sure if this might be a good way to to visually show that, but I don't have anything in front of me. You know what? I think I'm gonna make a picture of that. I'm gonna call it Lemon and Geo's pictures. I'm gonna make a picture when I get home. That's gonna be inspired by you guys because I don't know why this picture hasn't been made yet. Needs to be artistic though. Jesus. How did I take that car? Oh man. Jesus. It's ice here, man. I almost just hit the back of a car, and I don't think I did. But I gotta deliver this stuff. No, okay, I didn't. Good. Well, he's changing lanes, so I think he's good. But I have this person's food in my car also, so I hope it didn't spill everywhere. It probably did. Oh shit! I got a beer. Okay, the beer's good. Easy day. Easy day.
You don't drink in Uber, do you?
I don't do Uber.
Lyft?
Yeah. I do Lyft. Yeah.
But you don't drink in Lyft?
I don't.
At least
I don't do it drunk.
Oh man.
I don't get drunk and do it. If that's what you mean. But yeah, I have a beer. I usually have a beer in the side door.
Don't people smell it on in your car and on your breath and shit?
I don't have a sense of smell, so it's hard for me to tell. But I do have mints that I sometimes wear. But often I drive at night, and I drive people in the city, and they're probably already drunk, and so I assume that they aren't really. They can't tell. But in the morning when I pick people up from the airport, if I do that, then I usually hide a plastic bag around the beer and then put it in the side door. And use a mint. But I don't drink to get drunk, so I don't really get drunk and drive these people around. If that's what you mean. That'd be immoral. What are you taking me for, dude? I feel bad that I feel bad because, like I said, the food just fucking flew around the fucking car. So, they make sure it's fine. Cup here, so good. Oh no! Oh, is there a cup still? Oh no! Where is it? Okay, good. There's ice on the road, man. I mean, I can't do anything about that. Dangerous times, man. What do you think about the war thing, Gio? Actually, I can. I don't know. I can assume your position. Because I know you think that these guys are all in cahoots a little bit, right? It's not a real engagement as much as it is a charade, right? It's that kind of thing. I know it takes you a while to get to your phone, Gio, so I'm not offended. Not yet. I gotta drop this food off. Hold on. What the fuck?
You still there, Kasha?
Yeah. What's up, man? You said am I still here? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what I've been suggesting with celestial navigation is that what we really need to do is be able to go out, all around the Earth, and essentially, I mean, there's a lot of different ways of doing it, but having teams or multiple teams of people that are taking multiple sextant measurements so that you can cross verify between all of them. So let's say you have like 30 people that are on a vessel, and they're all doing detailed measurements. So you can then compare all 30 of them in terms of what their actual angles that they're getting and positioning, and then essentially map it ourselves, from the ground up, like literally from the GPS with all the circle of equal altitudes and how those connect with the land and the water, the land and sea. And then we could actually have an independently verified latitude and longitude system and a full celestial navigation system that's completely dependent of, the current model that's given to us in terms of the GPS and the WGS 84 model that's currently given to us.
All I kept thinking though, Gio, was like 30 people on a boat making one observation. That's what it sounded like. Do you mean like 30 different boats all over, people making, because I think that'd be cool to try to like to do different, that'd be fun just to do, be like, oh, okay, cool. You're in this location. I'm in this location. Where do you see this, these particular stars? You know what I mean? But I think to map it all out is senseless. Like these people have, they've done it. The ancients did it. You know what I mean? They did map it out. And what's interesting is that, and again, this is the thing for me with flat Earth is these things all came from flat earthers. The celestial sphere comes from Babylonian flat earthers, dude. Right?
Yep, absolutely. And they've been doing it that way since the beginning of time. Yeah, on the planar surface.
And the globe took that model and then put it on its thing and said, well, we made a couple of adjustments, so now it's ours. I mean, it's like the original hip hop. You know what I mean? It's like taking somebody else's beat and fucking saying it's yours,
Right, like some Vanilla Ice under pressure action.
Right, you know what I mean? Like, all right.
Exactly, yep. Well, that's why I was saying if we did it ourselves, we'd be able to independently verify it. And I think you're right. They already have it. I mean, they stole it from the ancients. Like the real maps and models that the ancients had, the people in power now have already stolen all those. And then they've used their military, tech to probably even verify it even more so. So, yeah, you're right. They have it. But they're not going to give it to us right now, at least.
It's not really right, though, because celestial navigation, the form we're talking about today, it only works because of they never used to do this before. They used to do some form of using the stars to travel and know your direction, stuff like that.
Kosho, what I'm saying is, does the celestial sphere, the concept itself, come from the Babylonians?
Sure, yeah, that's true.
Right, so it comes from
concept,
it comes from, and as far as I read in Practical Navigator from Bowditch, all those people were flat earthers. So all I'm proposing is that, look, the very idea, the fucking very notion itself of a celestial sphere comes from flat earthers. We treat the Earth as though it were flat and motionless. We get our angles from a plane, using 90 degrees. It's only in the concept of theory do you ever start applying any kind of sphericity regarding the Earth outside of the stars.
Like I said, I don't think that's true. There's two reasons I don't think that's true. The what you said about the celestial sphere, yeah, even if you have that concept on a flat plane, like a celestial sphere, you wouldn't be able to have a one-to-one coordination between each point in a celestial sphere and a point on the ground. There wouldn't be there wouldn't be an even correlation between the two.
Right, but and the issue for the ball is the idea that somebody's upside down somewhere. Like, that's retarded. So we both have these anomalous things that seem silly.
That's not an issue.
Well, it is an issue because it seems fucking stupid that somebody's like antipodal to. That's a fucking stupid idea, dude.
It
Just
almost seems stupid unless.
It's stupid for me to think that actually the Earth curves around so fucking much that somebody lives, completely 100. That's the dumbest fucking idea. Like, the idea that the stars hold some mystery that I don't understand is much more acceptable than the idea that fucking somebody's like upside down.
Like their entire house is like sideways or upside down. Like when they're watching TV, they're like looking up from where you're at, and like when it rains in Australia, it's like raining upside down.
I know, I get it. It's upside, everything's upside down. But it's not as that's just as ridiculous as me driving down the highway right now and driving due east on the right side of the road and thinking that somebody else is driving due west and they're also on the right side of the road. It's because we're going opposite directions. So there's just relative directions. It's like my up is somebody else's down, but that's just relative.
Right, but that's relative directions due to instrumentation regarding the mysteries of the star thing we were talking about earlier. What you guys are saying is, hey, and on top of that, there's somebody upside down fucking like directly under you right now. Like, I'm just saying that, like, it's more acceptable that, like, that it's more acceptable that we have like a magnetic and a celestial North Pole than we do fucking, you know, in a plane of existence. You know what I mean? With the mysterious star fucking movement. Or a celestial sphere, but like, you know, even still, like, it's just sphericity is a lot that troubles flat earthers. When you realize that in the subject of navigation, because you, like I said, you're using a baseline 90 degrees. We treat the Earth as flat. The idea comes from flat earthers. Like, it's just like, whoa.
No, but you keep saying we treat the Earth as flat, but I don't think there's many contexts that we can.
Anything you're going to practically
sometimes.
Anything you're going to practically do is going to necessitate that baseline and treating the Earth as flat and motionless. And then you're going to take that and superimpose it into the theoretics of the ball, right?
But that's not true. That's what I'm saying. It's true that sometimes that's done for the ease of calculations or simplicity when it's allowable.
For fucking practical purposes, Coach.
No,
not ease of application. For practical
it's not for any practical purpose. What I'm saying, it's for practical purposes that allow for that. But there's many cases, even in those cases, once you get to certain, you change the parameters a little bit, well, you're not allowed to do that. And there's other cases where you're not allowed to do that at all. So it's like when you talk about plane flights or missile launches or this kind of stuff, depending on the parameters of where it's going or something like that, yeah, maybe you can do that. But some of the other assumptions they make is like a non-changing weight, like a constant weight. But planes don't ever have constant weight. But it's just
right. But we're not talking about constant weight. Well, I'm just saying, like, this is the thing is, like, granted, like, constant weight and all that stuff. Maybe I'm not too familiar with it. I know the gentleman we're going into on it earlier, but I'm just talking about for practical purposes regarding celestial navigation. And I mean, I get it ties into a lot, but my thing is that the theory starts coming in after the fact of doing what we can do, which is when we treat the Earth as flat, whether, like you said, whether it be to make it easier, it makes it practical. It does, you know what I mean? And that's why we practically treat it like that. And then it's like in the theory, in the explanations of it, that's where the ball and all the rest of it comes from. Which makes it and now doesn't mean like I'm not interested in learning fucking navigation from a baller, but at the same stroke, it doesn't fucking just like, it's got a lot more to it than just like, well, we navigate, so therefore we know it's a sphere inside of a sphere.
That's my point. In celestial navigation, it's not used practically or otherwise as if it's flat or stationary. It's used as if the sky's moving in such a way that the Earth is the actual thing moving. Actually, it does so. Like right now, if I didn't have an almanac and you only told me where the stars were right now, I could still do celestial navigation for any time in the near future, based on just how it would be moving. I would have to use the mathematics of a sphere rotating in order to find out what the position of any given star is going to be at any given time. And then also to do the distance from your GP, the circles equal altitude and all that stuff. Again, it's based on it being a sphere and all that stuff. But we went over that already. I don't think that it's used practically as a flat plane and then transposed onto a sphere, or imagined as a sphere or whatever.
No, they just adjusted it a little bit.
No, but I don't think that's done at all. I don't think it's not only not necessary. It's not that's the whole thing that McToon is saying, is that if someone can even do that, if that can be done, which this is what you are now claiming, that's what I'm saying, then it should be enough to just show it. Even if you don't think it's going to pay you, at least you shut them up. But no one's going to be able to do that, because it's just not even capable of being done. So the claim that it's done and then transposed onto a sphere is a big claim, and the one that's worth money in this case.
I think if you think that a flat Earth can be transposed onto a sphere, wouldn't that also be the start, an early step in your mapping project, Geo?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The real solution is to go out and do this ourselves, ultimately, to be able to map it. Because the thing is that they can take the planar coordinates of the Earth, adjust it, cut it up a bit, and of course, we're not in the southern oceans and the southern ocean regions, so that's a huge question right there to verify what actually is in those regions. But in terms of these areas that we're, the continents that we're in, and they can adjust a coordinate system to work on an assumed spherical surface, because they don't really use this. They don't actually use the curvature in the real calculations of the Earth. They just add it mathematically and calculate it and give people models. And then that model does correlate with the physical land, but it's the old idea of like the map is not the territory. So the map they're giving is not the actual territory. And the discrepancy there is all they need to do to hide 8 inches per mile squared and to hide the southern regions.
The thing I'm saying is, if you're going to start a mapping project to show the true map, it makes sense you would start in wherever the region is where there is discrepancy. Right? Nobody wants to spend money and time recreating an accurate map that is the same as existing accurate maps.
No, that's what I'm saying. The real answer would be to go out and do it ourselves with fresh measurements and be able to map the actual Earth, because that's the only way you're going to get the discrepancies. You might be able to find one discrepancy here and there, but you have to do the whole thing to actually see where they did it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What I'm also
saying is you need to start from somewhere, and it makes sense you would start from the place where you expect there to be discrepancies. So if you try to go, well, how would I go about mapping a ball that claims to have a southern pole onto a flat map that has a southern wall? And where are those discrepancies going to be? That would be the first place to start, to go.
Yeah,
because otherwise you can't start everywhere, right? You've got to start in one place.
Yeah, Powerland had a good idea that if you went and sent 2 teams at a certain, somebody at the 70 degrees north and somebody at 7 degrees, granted you're not going to get 70 degrees south, but because I don't know how far south you really can get, right? It's pretty fucking wild. I'm always amazed that Australia is only 35 something degrees south, right? But let's say you picked whatever latitude south and matched it longitudinally north, or latitudinally north, and the 2 parties took off at the same time and tried to garner the distances. It's an interesting adventure. And then if you also made star measurements, but you pick a latitude on the north and the same one on the south and see if they're the same distances. I've always thought that one interesting.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting way to go about it, because that's on the globe, that line of 60 degrees south or 50 degrees south, you can get, what is New Zealand is now 46 degrees south, the bottom part of New Zealand.
Right. So if you had a 46 parallel and a 46 parallel on each end, and see if there is a discrepancy.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Find a place at which the discrepancy would have to be, because then you'd know where to start. Otherwise, you might find you spent 90% of your mapping budget mapping what is already known and accurate on other people's maps, and you've wasted 90% of your budget and your time.
Yeah, if you start doing everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Go on, bro.
Well, no, I just had a proposal for Geo, based on what you said about the boats and the people and the boats and the navigation, and it sounds incredible. But What if I told you that I could help you achieve something similar to that? We could attempt a big project that would cost nobody any money, and given the amount of people in these communities, we could actually achieve something. And hear me out for a second.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but if everybody took detailed sextant measurements, even in their own region, and were able to accurately upload them, then we could definitely use those and map the entire Earth that way. Ultimately, but the oceans would still need to be covered, though.
Hear me out, though, man. I haven't given my proposal yet, man. It's based on so we'd have to first set up two models, one that was unknown and one that was just a globe with the coordinate, with the longitude latitude we know them as. And what we could do is anybody who volunteers at any given point in time, and this would only be a rough estimate because it would be based on mathematics that don't include certain things like the wobble of the Earth and stuff. But yeah, so anyways, at any given point in time, if people were just recording the star at their zenith and their location, I could add that into a program that would over time construct. So I have it so it was already attached to the globe. Like I said earlier with Isa, we'd have like a sphere inside of a sphere, like a gobstopper. I'd use that for the globe, and I'd have the longitude, latitude, position of the person, and then I would put the star they said was at their zenith on the celestial sphere, and I would have that celestial sphere moving just as we think the Earth is moving. Or no, it would be stationary and the Earth would be moving just like we think the Earth is moving in reference to that, and such that the position would change just as much as it does in the sky. So that, but we would record it so we could have a starting point, and we just do that for as many people as possible, with as many zeniths as possible, and I think that you could actually either confirm the globe and or construct an actual map of the stars, and then you can use that information from those stars that people are getting at their zeniths and how those stars, where their GPs are going to be. You can use that to then, once you get enough of those, do celestial navigations, and you can confirm those stars' positions or the positions on the Earth. If it were a globe or a flat plane, it'd be a pretty long period project, and you want to get enough information as possible. But I think that could be achieved with actual conclusive results.
That's cool. Yeah. So what would that entail in particular? You're saying having people taking the measurements from their own location?
No. Yeah, all the people would have to be doing so there'd be two phases. Phase one would just be people randomly, when free, to just note what star was at their zenith at that moment in time and what position they were at. And what that would do is it would construct a sky map in reference to a land map that we could use to later in phase two, once we have enough of those stars, we use the stars that we've collected in reference to the positions that they're above at specific times. We could use that to later do celestial navigation, because then later on you could use the concept of using the three stars, the angles from them, to denote your position. And that phase two would basically confirm the model, because if you were able to use the position of the stars based on the position they were at the zenith to get your accurate position on a globe, it confirmed the globe. If you were able to construct a map using the position of the stars and then locate your precise position, it would confirm the position on a flat plane. It would confirm a flat plane.
Yeah, but you'd have to have the correct flat plane map to have it all work.
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying that unless somebody could just be psychic and come up with it, we're gonna have to actually go get it from the Earth itself.
Okay, so yeah, that's actually true. That what the conclusions would be is you'd either be able to confirm a globe or
make the actual map the actual Earth,
or construct a flat plane. So you'd either confirm a globe or you would construct a flat map.
Right. Or it'd be
the
something
globe
in between. It may not even be entirely flat. It may
Yeah, or
have
it could be
different components, like the concept that it's like higher in the north, for example, the North Pole region.
Yeah, but it being higher or lower doesn't change the angle so much.
So,
It
like, if
could
you
if
have,
we were high enough.
like, let's just say you have level water, but then the land, like, what really is flat? Like, I guess flat meaning horizontally level. So like the water is a planar in nature, but the land is all undulating. So
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is that the angles based on that don't change very much. It could possibly change if you were high enough, but because it doesn't change by elevation. So it's like somebody in a building and somebody on the ground floor, or somebody on top of a mountain, they're gonna get the same angle to any star.
well, if you got all those readings from if we got all those readings from different people, the thing is that you then have to verify the distances between them. So that's another factor. Because when you do celestial navigation, like, let's say you were just on an island in the middle of nowhere and you wanted to navigate, you could literally take any circular object, like you could make it out of clay, or you could use like the pit of a fruit, or even like a coconut, or like a squash, like a pumpkin type thing, that size of a circle, and then you can make holes in it. There's a lot of ways to make just a basic celestial navigation device. And then what you would do is you would start taking your angles to the stars, getting the GPs, and then once you get to the GP, like, all you got to do is really sail towards the GP and just keep heading that way. It's actually pretty easy if you know where you want to go. If you know what land is under which star, all you got to do is travel towards that star. It's pretty easy to maintain your heading, because every day every time night falls, you can verify your direction. And even in the daytime, if you went a little off course, you can just correct it by the next day. So it's actually pretty easy. And then all you do is just sail to that GP, and then you map what's there, and then you map the distance that you came from and to that GP. And once then you have the circle of equal altitudes. You can make it from where you started to that new GP. You can make a circle using that radius value, the distance you traveled, and then you keep doing more and more and more of those, and you end up mapping the actual Earth. And then at that point, yes, it will show whether it's planar or whether it has that 8 inches per mile squared that you.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, go ahead, Exos.
That's not quite how it works. Like, you don't ever sail to a GP. GPs are moving across the surface at sometimes up to like 900 miles an hour.
No, that's not what a GP is. A GP is a freeze frame of the sky within a particular moment, and the GP of that star at that moment, where the stars are frozen in that position.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, though. He's like, if you were going to use the same star, though, the GP of that star is moving at that rate.
No, it's not moving at all. It's not moving at all.
You need an accurate timepiece to know when you took that measurement, and you need to correlate that against where you know the GP was. The only GPs that don't move are the north and south celestial poles. Everything else is whizzing across the surface.
Okay, that's not my understanding of it in any way, shape, or form. A GP is a freeze frame of the sky. Like, let's say at 3 a.m, you wanted just to do it every day at 3 a.m, but you have to account for the precession as well. So you have to account for that. But once you get the freeze frame and you know how to position that, every day you're just using that snapshot of the exact GPs of those stars. So then all you have to do is travel to those GPs, because they have a permanent position on the ground. Meaning it's there forever. That's the permanent position. That freeze frame of those star positions at that time is an exact replica. At that time, yeah. And if you do a different time, you're going to get a whole different set of GPs.
So then you can't follow the star. You can go in that direction, and you can only confirm that direction again 24 hours from then.
Yeah,
roughly. I mean, you can do it more like 12 if you know where it's going to position itself, but that part's not difficult. You just redirect.
That doesn't make sense. It has to be 24 hours.
Once night falls, but once night falls, you're going to already start seeing the stars. So when you're doing that every night, you know where that.
They move on. They cycle in 24 hours though, so they're not going to be back into the same spot that you measured the first time until 24 hours from then. Is what I'm saying. It's not true unless you do it every 24 hours. Then
it's 23 hours 56 minutes.
Yeah. Whatever to do, whatever the time is.
The sun is 24. The sun is 24, but then the stars is the 23:56. So yeah, you have to account for that 4-minute precession, because basically the position of the GPs is going to precess by 4 minutes. So if you just account for that, then you get every night, you get the exact same snapshot of the sky. Granted, the seasons, every 6 months, you're going to be seeing different stars. So you have to have 2 sets for 2 times of the year. You have to have for your first 6 months, and then really you kind of split it into 3 because there's overlap, which stars you can see. But yeah, the bottom line, any snapshot of the stars over the Earth is a direct set of GPs on every physical location. So I'm just suggesting if you take one of those snapshots, and then all you got to do is travel to the GPs, map the distances, map the land when you're there. And as you do that, you just keep building out the entire map of the Earth. And if you just keep doing it, you'll build out the whole system.
So how do you know when you're at a GP?
Because you can use a celestial measuring device when you're directly under it to have it line up. Like, all those ancient architecture where they have the stones and they're all lined up to the stars in different positions. You can basically just build one of those, and then that will show you the exact apex, the exact zenith position, the GP of that star once it's visible in the little device, which are pretty easy to make. You can do it with like stones and things. You can do it with different, yeah, you can use a couple different ways. You can do like a teepee, like a pyramid shape. There's a couple ways to do it.
It's the long way home though, because what Eggshell is saying, it's not how celestial navigation is done, and you're saying, well, it can be done this way, and you're right. It's not impossible to travel to a GP by the way, you can only make corrections once a day. Once you make those corrections, you have to travel in what you think is a straight line until you can make a correction again 24 hours later, and hope that you didn't deviate, from your path. But anyways, regardless, you can do that, and you can travel to a GP, but that doesn't do much but confirm the distance from where you started from in your GP. You know what I mean?
Right, and then that confirms the radius of the circle of equal altitude. That's how you build a circle of equal altitude. The distance you travel, the angle, the angles you take, and the distances you travel until you get to the GP.
You'd have to do it for every star, and that would tell you the GP and their distance from that specific location that you originally started from. Which, if you did this, if you had an infinite amount of time and energy and resources, this could be done this way, and that'd be fine and all. But that's why the way I was saying would basically be a small step in that process. But in the case that it was a globe, it would just confirm the globe. In the case it wasn't a globe, you would have begun the process of mapping the Earth in reference to the sky. As you were saying, but it would be a longer process because you'd have to know the distances and that kind of thing. So you're right, but like I said, in the case that it was a globe, though, your work would have been completed because you'd have just confirmed that you got the sky to map with the Earth, and then you use that sky celestial sphere to map those same positions on the Earth that you were using to map the sky. You know what I mean? So it's like they would corroborate each other. And you'd be kind of you'd be settled. But if you don't agree with that, then there'd be no point in initiating a thing like that.
Yeah, well, I'm just sharing like my understanding of. I think there's a lot of different ways to do it. A lot of different ways to navigate using the stars. But that one that I was suggesting is where you just take a freeze frame of the sky, and just account for the 23 hours, 56 minutes. So you're getting the same position of that GP. So that GP is fixed to the Earth. Like, let's just say for a moment, the Earth is a huge planar circle, let's say like like the face of a clock. And then if you have all of the stars are sort of like the numbers on the clock. So, they're all going, they're all above the face. And at any freeze frame, like within that 23-hour, 56-minute cycle, if you were just to pause it and just literally click pause, so maybe at 10 hours and 30 minutes or whatever it is, you just are able to click pause, you now have all of those positions, of where those stars are directly mapped to a physical position on the Earth at the ground position, the GP. And once you have that, you've got that freeze frame. So then once you start traveling to GPs and measuring your distances you're traveling, which you can actually also measure your distance with the stars as well. That's actually the best way to do it. But well, one of the best ways to do it, at least celestially, so that you're tracking that distance as well, so that you're able to verify the ground, the distance you traveled on the ground, and then once you get the actual GPs all mapped, to see if that actually correlates correctly with because that's what you'd want to get, is have that be accurate. And that's partly where they're doing the fudge with the globe. All they need to do is adjust it to account for a couple things, and then they can do this.
What are they
I
adjusting?
think it's go ahead.
But yeah, just to finish my main thing, like I was saying before, just to finish that real quick though. Yeah, once you have that freeze frame, then you can build out the GPs. And then I guess just the last thing I'll say is that, yeah, that would show whether the Earth is planar or curved. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think ultimately that's what will need to be done, is for us to be able to verify that. But yeah, I think they can fudge it the way they're on the globe. But yeah, I'm done with all that. Go ahead.
I was just asking, how do they then fudge it? So because I can conceive of a much easier way to do this, and that is just use Stellarium to know when a GP is going to be over a location that you can go to, and then go there and check. Get somebody else who doesn't need to go there to check its elevation from there, and then you can use that to co-witness the idea of 60 nautical miles per degree.
Well, I think where they're fudging it, I would say, would be distances, because yeah, they are getting, like, they can give you angles and get positions, which is why the globe earthers think it's working on that. But I think it's the actual distances of the actual, because those are the factors that you need. Like, you need not only the angles, but you need the distances. And if one of those is wrong, you could mold it into a sphere.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that on that we agree.
And it would still line up to some degree, although you'd have to cut out some of this very far southern region oceans. But yeah, you could do that. They could. I think that's what they've done. Yeah, that's how they've. Meaning that can be. It only takes a margin of error and a slightly different coordinate system, and then they can do that. So you may get angles that correlate with certain positions on Earth, and you may think it's working, but you then would have to verify the distances. And if you verified those distances and you verified the GPs, well, then you have what I was talking about before, which is the real map of the Earth. And at that point, it'll just clearly either be spherical or planar, or something else perhaps.
Sure. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think it'd be an easier thing to use Stellarium, wind the clock forward, and find where a GP of one of those navigational stars is going to be directly overhead somewhere within driving distance. And go, where is it going to be tomorrow night?
Well, that's where it gets tricky, because the way the Earth is all cut up with all the highways and roads and state land and government land and private land, it's pretty difficult to actually travel a straight line on the Earth. In fact, virtually impossible, especially if you're talking about like in South America or something, through the jungle. I mean, wow, that'd be a huge project. So you can't really even do it. Driving roads, yeah, you can drive on roads like highways and things, and you can use your odometer on your car. Of course, those are not necessarily fully accurate, but I mean, you can still get a general sense. But then you're also driving on roads, and then those roads need to be physically verified to be in their positions as well. So I think a huge project could get a lot done with that, with the distances, but it's still a challenging thing to do.
It still sounds to me like you're making it unnecessarily difficult.
Well, I would say it's either trust the government given map or find the real one. So if there's any other ideas you have as well, I'm open to them. But yeah, these are a lot of big projects to do. It's going to take the next 1 to 2 decades to start getting these things done.
Just wanted to say, I wish all flat Earth, globe Earth debates were as friendly as this.
Good.
And I think eggshells is probably my favourite globe now. Just say.
Hooray!
Go fuck.
Well done. You win a prize not worth winning.
Are you saying I'm the tallest midget?
Yeah, you're the fastest kid with no legs. Sorry, Coach. You pushed down to second.
First is the worst. Second is the best. My timing was bad though, because I just came. I heard you say that, and then I said, "Go fuck yourself." But then my fucking thing logged off. He said, "This is the friendliest conversation."
So I didn't do a branch and derail.
Oh, you're good. 25 minutes, I got to start work, and I got to deliver a training that I think is shit, which is my least favorite thing to do.
Are you training the globe?
Training what?
You're training others?
Yeah,
I just said, are you training the globe?
training the globe. Yeah, it's got a room full of globers, and I'm gonna be like, "Here's how you lie for a living."
Yeah. All you do is you come up with a 5-point armchair psychology as to why your opponent is wrong psychologically and what's wrong with him and not his arguments. Then you call yourself Bob.
Yeah, and then you say refraction and gravity enough times.
It's called J training.
J training.
Are you familiar with J trig and all that, Eggshells?
No, what's that?
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's like the joint threat research and whatever. It's like the Australia, Great Britain, United States, Canada, and who else am I missing? Maybe like New Zealand or I don't know who else. But it's like this, like they make online sock accounts and like attack online movements.
What's it called?
It's called J Trig. Look it up on Wikipedia. J-TRIG. And it's a mind fuck for flat earthers when they come across that and they're like, "Oh my god, all the ballers are totally fucking." I went through it.
I just went to the Wikipedia. Yeah, it says the mission. It says the scope of the J-Trig's mission includes using dirty tricks to destroy, deny, degrade, and disrupt enemies by discrediting them, planting misinformation, and shutting down their communications. Yeah, so I don't know how much it's done in like topics like this, though. I mean, I think people speculate that perhaps. Oh, and then there's also the COINTELPRO thing, that perhaps there are some like agents involved that are a part of this. But either way, like this seems like the mission statement of it.
Well, that's where here's my thing. My watch spidey senses about it. To some extent. I mean, granted, we can all get into it, but like anytime someone's dividing and like accusing others and like making like completely divisive allegations, that's where you're coming across something like, and not that it couldn't be someone's own mental derangement, but like, when it's done in such tactical ways, you're like, ah, nice one. You got to sit back and clap and be like, because I've literally watched like 3 or 4 groups of people just explode on each other and lose it.
It's a crazy video.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I feel like I see this similar strategy from both sides, and it's just typically indicative of more what's going on for them on the inside.
Yeah, like Asa, what do you think of that? Like, how many characters, like let's say who are saying the Earth is flat, as it were, like that they are actually doing some of the similar things. So that some are.
Oh, dude, that's why I wrote that song. It's the flat Earth scene. It's what do you call it? It is what it seems. It's the flat Earth scene. Watch out for the marketing schemes. Oh, dude, I've wrecked both sides of that thing. You know what I mean? Because like that's why I always, even like when I like law or any of it, it's like if you're trying to get me to pay for it, I don't think so, bud. Or any of that, like not that people aren't entitled to those platforms or anything like that, but I mean just like when people are like, because I always thought to myself, the thing with flat Earth is that it's a whole genre of marketing. And someone who someone's got to be the manufacturer of the real flat Earth map. Do you know what I mean? becomes marketing, and like any subject. What's up?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear anyone say anything, but I think there was like an echo. But I guess I'm not quite understanding what you're saying. I've never really seen much of flat Earth type stuff like I mean, I guess some people do that, like in terms of maybe trying to promote their channel or something. Is that what you mean? But I don't see lots of marketing.
Well, no, like
They're pushing. I mean, there's a lot of idea tension, as it were, these different ideas.
My thing, early on was like, and I don't know, and maybe I was just or I don't know, man. I just feel as though there's like certain people that are the spokespeople for these ideas, and you know what I mean. And I don't even name anyone. I don't condemn anyone. But the idea would be that you'd have people in play that control the narrative, controlled opposition, that kind of a thing. Now, I'm not accusing anyone or anything like that. I'm just trying to say that these are what these people do. And knowing that, it wouldn't surprise me if there were people in play, to do that. I mean, actually, what's interesting is that one guy came in and fleeced all the ballers, dude. One guy got all the ballers to give him like 20 grand or whatever it was, and then he just dipped offline.
Oh, the guy that did the trip to Antarctica?
That's not fair.
Looked like a motherfucker, dude. Gave this dude money, and then he just dipped.
That's not fair, though, dude, because he paid all those people back.
Fair enough. Well, I've heard a couple different things like that.
I think that's happened a few times. Which one are you referring to? Is that the Antarctica one?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's his name? Greater Sapien, right?
Yeah.
But so he gave, but did he give the money back?
Yeah, he got to pay out of pocket, or he got. So Wolfie helped him pay people back though too, but he paid out of pocket. He paid those people back. Wolfie helped.
Yeah, but who fucking knows really if he did? I don't fucking know.
That's just a good point. But who knows that he didn't? I mean, I really don't know that. I really couldn't say that that's not true that that actually happened. But
no, fair, and I didn't name names. I'm not pointing in anyone's direction. I'm just saying that I've heard of these things before, and that and then it just seemed it's like I don't put it past either side or anyone to use. Like if I'm intelligent enough to take the position of the ball Earth and the flat Earth, I think people more manipulative than I am would also be able to do that. That's my thing. And I just look at it from that perspective. That's why it's like I've always just labeled flat Earth as like a intellectual delicacy. You know what I mean? It's not something to like immerse your fucking life, or I don't know. I did immerse myself in it, but at the same time, like it's not the hill to die on, if you will.
Some people do though. 4 people last year.
But it's their right to do, and it's your Kosho, and it's your right to meet them on the mountain, my dude.
I'm not gonna force people.
I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I'm not mad at you for fucking taking up your position.
That's pretty dark, Kosho. You're trying to say that those people passing away had to do with their cosmology?
No, I'm saying they died. They died believing it was flat. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying they died.
Of course, everybody. Once you die, you realize what it is.
I'm just saying that they died without knowing the truth. That's all.
Well, okay, of course,
I'm
that's
saying
just
that
from your
Kosho's
opinion
gonna
that
be on
the
that
globe is.
mountain to kill him, like I'm just saying, I think those aren't I mean, these are interesting points, and the flat earthers make good points because these ideas are, foundational to all this other extraneous bullshit. That's why it's so intriguing. That's why it's a threat. That's why J-Trig would be concerned, because it's not just about the shape of the earth. It's about the fact that this is the underpinning to all their psychological work that they've built upon, giving the people, including but not limited to the fact that a television set is like a patented weapon of war, and they got everyone to believe that they landed on the moon. When you remove that psychological fucking hub for somebody, or you question it, you get this weird religious fucking reaction.
From some.
That's what flat earthers are prodding, and that's why it's a threat. Is because it takes out the whole underpinnings of all the other of whether or not you could trust your doctor anymore, right? And I will say that I don't know if society in general is ready for it, but I think for people it is. For some people it is.
Yeah, Joe, I didn't mean they died. They died for the flat Earth. Is that what I meant? I'm saying they died. They died while believing it was a flat Earth, I guess, which is not really doesn't mean much.
Well, yeah, I mean, then I mean that if that means that they've died with 99.99% of all humans that have ever lived, because humans have always had, it's a plane of existence in terms of, and the spirit world and the transition after death and all these ancient systems like in the Vedic texts and Jainism and a lot of these different deep traditions that they all have maps for, these different spirit worlds and the afterlife. And so, yeah, I mean, that's been the default since the dawn of time. I mean,
that's just not true.
The only
That
people that have
99
died believing it's a globe would be just these last 150 years, really.
Yeah, that's not true. The percentage you just gave, 10% of the people that have ever lived are alive right now. So
No, I don't believe that for a second.
something like that. I gotta look at the exact number.
I think what Issa meant by hill to die on is like, I think he's hinting more at something, yeah, like that, more like the metaphor of it. Whereas I think you actually took it a little more physical, that some people passed away that knew the Earth was not a globe, and then you're saying that's the opposite, that I guess you're thinking they just thought something incorrectly and then passed away.
Yeah, it's not really.
Well, like I feel that about like my grandfather, for example. Like he believed the Earth was a globe his whole life, never even had an opportunity to think of it in a different way because of the time he grew up and the time he lived and the time he passed away. So, I mean, probably nothing more than just in school when they tell us, oh, people used to think it was flat, but Copernican revolution, boom. He probably never even,
That's not true though either. People didn't think it was flat, and then Copernican evolution, a revolution came about and then changed it. But that's not the point either. But 7.4 percent is the amount of people. So 7.4% of the people who have ever lived are alive right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying I don't agree with that at all. That number is even close to accurate.
I'm not saying that as a point of argument. I think it's actually just kind of interesting.
Who said that? Who says that though? I mean, how are they getting? That's.
I'm saying it based on
80 billion. They're saying that 80 billion is the only
like 100, almost like a little bit more than 100 billion.
Okay, so they're saying that only 100 billion people have ever lived.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are they getting that from?
I don't know. I guess historical context and what that information they have. I don't know. It's a good question. I trust things like that, though. Trust things like that. Most people, according to these same people, maybe not these same people, but according to what I've heard, the people, most people, more than half of the people who have died from malaria. Hey, that's crazy.
I actually wanted to just real quick. I know it's kind of a U-turn, but we went off on this other time. We can just do whatever topic change it is. We're just kind of an open discussion right now. But Eggshells, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm about to go to work.
Okay, I still just wanted to ask you real quick because I was talking about the idea of taking a freeze frame of the sky and then getting those permanent GPs, and then you were talking about the GP moving at like 700 miles per hour. And yeah, if the stars are all moving, you're going to get 1,000 mile an hour sun, and then depending on what latitude you're at, you can have these different. So I mean, if you're going to do like a GP that's moving where it's just like that star, but I mean, is that how you're doing it? You're using moving GPs?
Yeah. So you take a the GP is always moving, but you take a site and you typically on my understanding as a naval navigation, you would say mark, and a guy next to you clicks a stopwatch to stop the time at exactly the time you took that mark, and then writes it down and then starts the watch again. Because you want
so he's getting a freeze frame.
Well, sure, but you wouldn't say that GP is a freeze frame. You'd say that GP is moving. You took a sight of it at an exact time. But to know where it is and then go, right, I'm going to construct a sort of a physical thing to then look at it, runs into the problem that if it is moving by 4 minutes per night, and 4 minutes is you know, 60 times 4, 300 and something nautical miles, you're going to have to tilt it so it looks 4 minutes angularly different in the sky. Which direction are you doing it, and how do you know that that direction that you were doing it was correct for where the GP was yesterday? If you get what I mean.
So you're taking multiple different snapshots and then trying to link all those together, and then adjust the angle optically to account for it?
No. You take your snapshot, which is just elevation at a time. So it'll just be degrees, minutes, seconds of elevation and hours, minutes, seconds of time. And then you will correlate that to a book or other device. You know, Kosho built one as well that would just tell you GP. This is the GP of that star at that time. So then you know that you are not the bearing, but the distance you know from a point, and you know what that point is in longitude and latitude. So that's what allows you to draw a circle. You can't even really go towards a GP, because typically you won't take a compass bearing of where that GP was when you took it. So you don't know. You could, but you don't really know the direction, but you're not even really trying to go to the GP. You just go, I'm somewhere on this line. And then
You kind of do.
Again with another one, and again with another one. Typically they only actually take 2. The taking 3 is just for certainty, but you know, the circles are usually so big that you're like, well, I know I'm not halfway over the crust of Antarctica, so I'm probably up somewhere near the equator here.
Yeah, but you're still using freeze frame because you're taking that snapshot and the almanac is showing you the GP. So you're still using a permanent freeze frame GP. So you were just talking about the GP moving at 700 miles an hour. That's where I was asking.
Yeah.
That's nothing I've heard of would be using a moving GP. The whole point of the GP is that it's fixed to a position on the Earth that you can then map.
Right, but the GP just stands for ground position, and that ground position is moving at 15 degrees per hour, i.e., you know, 900 at the equator. That'll be 900 miles. Obviously, the closer towards the poles you get, the slower they move.
Well, the stars are in real time. The stars are moving, you know, in their speed above the Earth, as it were. But that, like, you're not ever traveling with this by tracking moving stars. You're always traveling by some freeze frame. You're using a freeze frame snapshot.
Right.
So that's why. But I mean, I guess you're right. Like, they are moving. Well, the star's GP, like every star has a GP that's moving all the time. I would agree with you on that. Like, meaning every star, as it's moving, it's like sort of like a record player. It's like dragging, you know, a line around the Earth. It'd be kind of cool to see all the concentric circles of all those stars. But anyway, so they're all doing that. But at any freeze frame time, they have a particular GP, because that's like if you were able to pause the stars and then you could say, okay, boom, this GP is right, you know, over my city or whatever it may be, and then you can build a map from that. Which is kind of what sounds like what you were referring to as well, but you were just using a slightly different methodology of it. But you're still using a freeze frame of a snapshot of the stars.
Yeah. All I was saying was a GP is a moving place. So when you take a sight of it, you are taking a snapshot of sort of where it was at that time. But the reason I was saying it's moving is because that makes it impossible to go to where the GP was, because you haven't taken a bearing. So all you know is a distance. It is somewhere this distance from me.
I see what you mean. Well, my way around.
And then by the next day, if you, let's say you did by happenstance end up bang on the GP of where that star was 24 hours ago, when it whizzes back overhead, it's going to be 4 minutes out of whack. Or 4 minutes, is it? Well, whatever that precession is, that difference, it's going to be out of whack. So you're not going to be able to. That's why I was saying a better way, if you wanted to check the GPs of stars, is get something like a, you know, plumb sight or something. I've made that word up, but you know, something that hangs dead vertical that can look up, maybe with a phone filming, or a P900 or something, and where you know a GP is meant to be according to stellarium, to check if stellarium's correct.
Well, the thing about a compass reading is that, like, if you take a freeze frame, let's say at 2:35 a.m. in the middle of the night, you're on your ship and you take a freeze frame of the sky, and you're like, okay, I want to travel to the GP of that star. So at that moment, you take your freeze frame and you get your angles and you take your compass heading, while like you do that all at once. You take the angles and you get the compass heading. So let's say the compass heading is, whatever it may be. Let's just for the moment say dead north, just for the heck of it. It's so that would be your compass reading, or whether a little bit northeast, whatever it may be. And once you have that snapshot, then for the next 24 hours, you can travel that compass heading. The next day, it is going to be 4 minutes different, but the compass heading is pretty darn accurate to keep you going straight, at least enough. I mean, obviously, you have to be good at sailing to really be able to do it as well. But, that compass heading, if you can stay on that, you're going to be traveling pretty straight, which allows you to measure pretty good distances and keep a pretty good track. Then the next day, you have to account for the 4 minute per session, but you can get the same snapshot as long as you account for the 4 minute per session. So that the next day you're getting the exact same snapshot of where those stars are over the Earth. So then on that day, you can then retake your compass heading. It's probably usually going to be about the same. It might be slightly different. And then you just get that compass heading and you keep doing that night after night. And eventually you're going to arrive at the GP of that location.
Yeah, but then you've got currents they take into effect, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing. Dead
It's
reckoning.
so
that gets tricky. Yeah,
so crazy.
Just know your bearing and your speed. But yeah, there's currents, there's wind, and your bearing will only be where your ship's pointing, not necessarily where it's going. Some people are good at it, like the story of Shackleton's adventure down to Antarctica. His navigator was like the guy who basically saved their skins, because across 18 days he only took 4 sun sights. So, and you should be taking 2 or 3 to get a good idea of the day, but he took 4 over 18 days. But his dead reckoning was so good, they still hit this whaling island they were aiming for. But generally speaking, it's a very inexact art with dead reckoning. So that's why you would take a sight, because if dead reckoning worked, you wouldn't need to do the whole sextant business.
But if you're but dead reckoning is, traveling towards a compass heading is good to get there, but the GP is what really hones you into that actual region. And that's why I think celestial navigation can be adapted to a sphere, but that's why I think it's not as accurate, because the GP and if the curve isn't there, then the actual GP and the actual layout of the land is going to be slightly different. And so if the Earth is, if the Earth is planar in nature and you're using those right angle triangles, you can get exact positions on the Earth. You were saying something, Ruhi? Your mic was robot.
Not as accurate.
You were roboting. I don't know if you can hear us.
Yeah, I just when you say it's not accurate, what are you comparing it to? Not as accurate, sorry.
I don't think I heard him. Did he say something?
He's asking, what are you comparing it to when you say it's not as accurate. You can do that, but it's not as accurate. What are you saying? What are you comparing it to?
Well, I can't say that I personally myself have gone out and traveled all the entire oceans and taken all the measurements to physically verify this. But what I think is the case, what I would say is that the Earth being planar in the sky field above, the right angle triangles, that will map out on the Earth in a very particular way. And that will be of perfect accuracy, because when you're traveling to those GPs, you can literally get right under it. What I was saying is that on a globe model where they have to use the Haversine formula, they have to use a radius value, and they have to use the same positions and angles, but they have to add in the Haversine formula and the 8 inches per mile 8 inches per mile square calculation. So once they do that, they can get general headings, accurate enough headings that you can think the Earth is a globe, use those calculations, and you can still get generally where you're going, but you're going to be more like within 10 miles of the actual heading rather than actually accurate. And of course, if you keep using their system, you can keep getting headings, and that's how it's ad hoc rather than getting the precise location.
I missed all that because
and then they use GPS, and that's why they replaced it with GPS so they could give precise locations. And then the whole GPS system is fudged in a different way, but they can give what seems like more accurate positions. So that's why they basically replaced all of this with GPS.
I'm confused between sort of GPS giving you more accurate locations and the locations themselves. Hang on, do you agree that a latitude and longitude gives you a precise location, regardless of how you achieve that latitude and longitude?
Some do and some don't on the globe model, because the latitude and longitude are not all accurate, but there's parts of the grid that are, like mostly the parts where we live, the cities and things, that are accurate. So, but the parts where humans aren't is where they have had to adjust it even more so, especially in the south. So yeah, I don't think the latitudes, I don't think that all the latitudes and longitudes we're given are correct, but some of them overlap. I guess that's the easiest, quickest way to.
Yeah, can I phrase it differently then? If I give you a latitude and longitude, does it uniquely identify a spot on the Earth?
Well, there's just a couple stipulations. Like, I mean, the latitude and longitude are what? Just arbitrary lines you're drawing on what? A particular model? So there's multiple components to that.
Yeah, I mean, they come from the Earth being a sphere, but you can transform them to, you know, the AE map or whatever map you like. But they identify a unique location on the Earth, right?
Well, let's say yes, they can. That's what I was saying, especially in the local regions. But that's what I was saying. Some of them are accurate, some are not. I mean, if you take like a general, like an AE type map, you know, circular map like that, planar in nature, and then you compare a globe. Of course, the main differences are the southern region. The northern region is probably somewhat similar, at least close to similar. Of course, you don't have curvature. So the main two things, you don't have curvature, and then the southern region would be the differences. So what they've done with GPS is they've just created a grid system that is accurate in some areas and not even available in others, and then have created that coordinate system to function within an error margin in a model of the WGS84 with the curvature that they give.
Like what I was trying to get at is I know that GPS is inaccurate near the poles, right? Because it's the GPS satellites are geostationary around the equator. But the coordinate system
is
itself.
That the reason they give? Really? They just can't get satellites up. They can't get satellites up at the pole over the globe.
Or you can point a metal tube at one of the satellites, and only then will you receive its signal.
I mean, it's just funny you say that, because those are like the most,
right?
the most, you know, blocked from us areas, the north and the south, and then you're telling me there's no GPS there. Yeah, exactly. Well,
no, you can still get it, but it's not very, not as accurate.
That's what I'm saying. There's areas where it's not accurate at all, especially out in the oceans. Yeah, so they can give us grid systems within our cities that are going to map with GPS coordinates, but once you get out in the middle of nowhere, it's not going to be accurate. So all they're doing is, it's like cut and paste is essentially what they're doing.
Still think you missed the point. But anyway, doesn't matter. So
okay, what's your main point?
It doesn't matter. If you were to say compare the AE map with the globe map, would you say the AE map is a better representation in terms of distances and sizes than like Google Earth globe?
You mean like a Gleason's?
Yep. Taking into account flight paths and everything.
Okay, you're just asking, do I think that the Gleason's map is a more accurate representation of the Earth than the WGS84?
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah. I would say 100%. Okay. But I don't think that the Gleason's is 100% correct either. So I'm not saying it's, that's, you know, in that sense. I don't think it is, but I think it's...
But you know the flight path argument, right? You know it. You can't not know it.
I've looked into hundreds of them, yeah. Did you see Flat Earth Banjo's new book, The 16 Emergency Flights?
Yeah, I've debunked the ones that he put into video form.
Well, he's got 16 of them in his book. I'd like to see you try to look at those, because
yeah. How about I post you two videos of mine? I'll post you the two videos of mine. Oh, Brian's logic is uploaded. Hang on, I'll post you these videos. I haven't got much, Brian. 1 minute.
What's cool about Flat Earth Banjo is that he's actually worked in like the emergency field. So he's actually worked in like airports doing routing and flight planning and stuff. Like, so yeah, it's interesting that he actually is very knowledgeable in it. And the ones he points out are very solid.
They're really not. I'll find these videos and then post them in a minute. Oops.
But yeah, you're just saying if the coordinates are the way that I'm describing, you're then questioning how the flights are working. That's, I'm guessing, where you're going with that.
Yeah, the map. Yeah.
Trying to figure out the map and how they've deceived you, possibly, in terms of that, if you're considering this, which it sounds like you are.
1 sec.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole category in and of itself. Of course, it's difficult because none of us are pilots on the flight, so we have to go by all this data that's given and things. But the emergency ones are interesting because they actually had people on board that needed to get to a hospital as soon as possible. And when they have that emergency system, it links into the military system. So instead, like the civilian travel system, that's going airport to airport, carrying passengers, in that sense. But once there's an emergency, they flip it to the military system, meaning that they're able to land in places that are not normally scheduled flights for like commercial flights. So that's why like the emergency landings is very interesting to look at, because these are situations where they had to instantly call in an emergency line and get someone to a hospital as soon as possible. So they had to sometimes land in like strange airports, that were not the large commercial airports. And seeing where those line up and the speeds they're traveling and the distances, the AE map fits very, very well. And the globe map, the globe idea, the WGS84 is way off.
Hey, Gio, did you say he's made a book?
Yeah, I've actually got a link to it.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see that, man.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's
Well, I mean, it doesn't sound awesome. I'm just kidding. No, it sounds cool, man. It sounds cool, but I want to check it out, man. I want to see what's up.
All right, so I'm posting that second link in a sec. Boom.
You don't think that
All right,
Ruth
there you
would
go.
be able to debunk all of them?
Of course I would.
Well, I mean, I believe you, but but yeah, but you don't think he'd be able to?
There it's right there. You can check it out.
16.
Yeah, Ruhif, you got 16. If this is your hobby,
yeah, I've
I
done
guess
12.
you're gonna have to tell your therapist. You just got more homework.
There you go. There's I've done the first 12. I don't know what the other 4 are.
No, but
you're gonna be like.
But I'm honest. I mean, honestly though, it's funny though, Gian. I don't mean to cut you off, but But what if he can? Like, if he can debunk all of them. Like, does that not? Do you still find that there's any value in that book?
Are you asking if somebody could debunk all of them, would I still find value in the book? I mean, of course not. If they were all debunked, then a book that's claiming 16 emergency landings that align with the Gleason's map, if you're saying that they're all, if somebody could debunk them all, then of course. But I'd like to see him do that. I haven't read the entire book. I have skimmed over some of them, but I've also seen some of his other work that he's done, and I mean it's a lot. He's got all the data there. So I mean, Ruhif's claiming he has 2 videos here that he's talking about some of these. So.
Yep. So his logic is that these flight paths do not make sense on a globe, and I show that they do. And there's one in there. Lufthansa from Bogota, I think, to Paris, something like that. There's one where I didn't know what North Atlantic tracks were, and now that I know about North Atlantic tracks, it's even worse for Banjo. Anyway, watch the videos, and I'll have a look at the other 4.
So you've already done 12 of them, you said?
Yeah. There's one of them there which doesn't work on the AE map. Like, most of them are a wash, where Banjo's just messed up, where should it land if it's a globe, right? He just goes, if it's a globe, it should land here, and his prediction is just terrible. You'll see that on the video anyway.
Well, okay. Just for the sake of the people who do not plan to ever watch them, can you give us like a general, because obviously I know what the problem. Like, it's usually the same general problem, but can you give us like generally why he was confused with why it would not, why it actually works on the book, and why it doesn't work?
Yeah, he doesn't plot great circle routes. Okay. That's the simple fact of it.
Fair enough.
He actually literally draws lines on a
presupposed. Hold on, you're talking about presupposed great circle routes on a globe, because great circle routes on a planar Earth are just a triangle. So if you're talking about presupposed great circle routes put onto a globe, then you're saying he's not accounting for that. Of course not. That's just the added assumption.
Yeah. But no, he is presupposing if the Earth is a globe, this is where it should land. right? That's what he is doing.
That's not what I'm seeing. I mean, his whole book is here. You can read the entire thing.
Yeah.
He has all of them in detail. So I don't know which ones you're referring to, but generally what I've seen him do, and I'm actually looking through his book right now. I mean, he's got the flight paths, you know, quite a lot of detail about them, the people that were on them, when they left, the time, the events that happened, etc., that caused them to have to do these emergency landings, and the times that are all given, and the distances and so on. And then he puts them on a globe like this one, the Rio de Janeiro, Los Angeles, Sydney, and then on an AE map where it's like literally on the way. It's like a straight line.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is he puts them on a globe and he literally draws lines on a beach ball, and his great
That's
circle
fine.
routes
That's
are
fine.
wrong.
I mean, that's still the flight around a globe. That doesn't matter if you draw lines on a
No,
beach ball.
he plots the wrong path. It's not a great circle route. That's his problem. He gets the globe prediction wrong. Rakia, you know, watch the video as well. He gets the globe great circle routes wrong.
Well, I haven't really seen what you're referring to. What I mean, there is a great circle route claim on the globe.
Yep.
And like I said, he has a different idea of what that is. But in terms of what he's doing here,
a wrong idea.
He's looking at a globe projection, which looks like it's right out of Google Earth. He's looking at the other one, which is looks like a Gall Peterson's. I don't know which projection it is, but it's one of the square flat ones. And he's just showing the actual positioning of the continents if it were a globe. And then he's showing the positioning on the Gleason's map. So there's nothing, a great circle route is not really involved in this. It's just 3 points on a sphere.
He presupposes the Earth is a globe, therefore he must map a great circle route. He gets it wrong. That's the underlying cause of all his mistakes. Anyway, watch the 2 videos. I'll go and read about the other 4 and let you know what I think.
Well, I just am not understanding what you're trying to say about great circle route. I mean, he has the points plotted. He's not doing what you're saying he's doing. What I see he's doing is that he's taking the data of the positions and the times and where they stop. He's literally taking an AE map, plotting 3 points and drawing straight lines. He's taking the globe and drawing 3 lines. Yes, those lines would be slightly curved at 8 inches per mile squared, but that doesn't matter. I mean, it's an airplane that's flying over a globe, if that's what you think it is. So
I don't know how many times I can say it, Gio.
Making that line slightly curved at 8 inches per mile squared is irrelevant. It makes literally like a triangle. It looks like a pyramid on the globe Earth, which means they would have to go way out of the way. They'd have to go all the way up the globe, up the sphere, up to Los Angeles, to then come all the way down to Sydney. Whereas on an AE map, it's almost a straight line. It's right on the way. There's nothing about a great circle route that makes any difference.
Express this. 2 points on a globe, the shortest path is a great circle route, and he gets that wrong. Okay, so go and watch the video, or both videos. I'll go and look at the other 4.
Right, but it seems like what you're doing, if you are claiming that, is that you're nitpicking the fact that he's not doing the 8 inches per mile line.
No, nothing to do with curvature. It's the
and he's
most
just
direct
taking the
route.
distance from Google Earth, from the WGS84. That's what he's taking.
The path that it goes over on the ground, he gets it wrong, and that determines which emergency airport you land at.
All right, then my next question for you is to show me what you're talking about.
Okay, watch the videos. All right, I'll go and read the other 4.
You have images and everything. You're telling me that if I watch that video, it's all gonna make sense.
Yes.
All right.
Go and do it, and I'll go read the other 4.
I don't think I've ever watched one of your videos, but if I have to, how many minutes? 7 minutes. Oh man.
All right.
I don't know if I could do Ruhif for 7 minutes straight, honestly. You might just have to tell me in here what it is next time you come in.
I already have. Anyway, I'll be back soon after I read the other 4.
But you didn't really say anything. You just said he's not doing great circles, but he's plotting them on the Google Earth. He's plotting them on your WGS84.
Incorrectly.
Okay, then how much is he off? Is it 10 miles?
To make his
30 miles? How many miles off is it?
Hundreds, if not 1,000 miles, right?
So you don't even have a number. You're just saying he's maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of miles off?
Sorry, buddy. Oh, my son's getting up at me because I said the F word. Anyway.
All right.
Sorry, buddy. Hang on. Anyway, watch it, and I'll read the other 4. See you.
All right, man. Later.
You know, to get the Great Circle map, the Great Circle route, you use the haversign function, which he probably shows in his video as well. Let's see what you're saying in Google Maps. You're saying in Google Maps, he plotted them, and then did the thing where you measure the distance in Google Maps, and it tells you the Great Circle route, like he did that in his book or whatever.
I mean, I think I'm understanding in general what Ruhith is saying. What he's saying in general, when you have Great Circle routes, those are incorporating the 8 inches per mile squared in the presupposed globe idea.
No, that's not relevant though. The 8 inches per mile squared is not at all relevant. And the haversign function is what's used to determine the Great Circle. Yeah.
And I'm familiar with that. It involves a radius value and so on. So yeah, I understand you're plugging that in to give the presupposed flight. So, okay, Coach, explain to me why, if you have a WGS84 Globe Earth ball sitting on your computer screen, and you want to say Rio de Janeiro, Los Angeles, Sydney, you want to draw that. If you just literally take the drawing tool on Paint and you just draw a straight line to two of those, that's the general line the plane would have flown. Of course, there is a little bit of curvature that there would be in the whole globe thing, the oblate spheroid, so there'd be a little bit of curvature. So is what Ruhith is saying is that the fact that he just drew straight lines, and Ruhith is claiming that he didn't incorporate that haversign formula, he's then saying that the entire thing is wrong, because the thing in contention is not like a couple miles difference due to some curvature calculations. The difference is a massive amount of distance that creates almost like a 45 or like whatever 60-degree triangle versus a straight line. It's completely not even close. So,
well, you're talking about having, like, let's say he has a picture of a globe on his computer screen, and he draws a straight line on his computer screen. Yeah, exactly. That's not going to give you the haversign function. This is the exact same reason why if you look at Google Maps and you scroll all the way out and you try to let's measure the distance from Texas to India, which is probably too far, but like Texas to Germany, you're going to see it's going to make a big curved line, and that's because it's using the haversign function and mapping it on the screen. It's not drawing a straight line. If you draw a straight line, you're going to get the wrong data.
okay, well, in the images that Flat Earth Banjo has, he has straight lines drawn on the images showing the general thing. The actual numbers that he's giving, those would be involving the haversign formula because their distance is given by Google Earth.
Are they given by
Google
really
Earth about the distances?
Go ahead, Ruben.
It's not about the distances. It's about the actual ground track of a Great Circle route. He gets it wrong. Just watch literally the first flight that I discussed in the first video.
Humor him, man.
Hang on, let me get the first one. What is the first one? Oops. Hello, Eddie. All right, so first one.
So you agree or disagree that he's using data given by the Google Earth, which is the WGS84. It's supposed to be, right? That's your government issued map of the Earth.
What he does sometimes is he'll use Google Flights, right? And Google Flights does not give you a Great Circle route. It just shows you a nice line across the page saying, "Oh, here's how much the flight costs, and here's how long it takes." That's
so
not
it sounds like you may be
okay.
If that's the case, then it sounds like you're using an old video that he made previously in which he may have done that. But I'm looking at his book, and he's using pretty detailed. All the data looks like it's coming directly from the WGS84. From what I can, I haven't read every one.
Which one?
What I'm saying is that you may have responded to, because he's done a lot of these over the years. So you may have responded to one from years ago where he was using something off of a flight data tracking software, something like that. But I'm saying in his book, that's not the case. It looks like they're all mapped to the WGS84, which would be.
Yeah, which flight do you want to look at?
And then he's using Mercator. But That looks like the data.
Go to page 22. Taipei to LA. Page 22 of the PDF.
Okay. Yep. He says, according to the flight path in Google Maps, Lufthansa the flight number flies just north of Portugal to Spain, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, he's using Google Maps.
Oh, sorry, no, page 22 of the PDF.
Okay, so let me just ask you this then. Do you agree that
13.
he did? Okay, so your entire Great Circle route and Haverstein formula is not in play anymore. That's not the case because he's using Google Maps here.
Google Maps, go to page 13 of the document, but page 22 of the PDF, right? It's just got an image of Google Maps and an image of the AE map. From Taipei to LA. In the PDF, so literally page 22 of the PDF. Not the page
I was just
number.
on 22, but it wasn't, that's not what was on that page.
Go to page 12 of the document itself.
No, I think you're talking about page 23. You're talking about this Frankfurt, Manchester, Bogota thing?
No, China Airlines Flight 008. You got pictures with the page where it has the number 12 written at the bottom.
All right,
there
now
are pictures of inside the cabin.
Okay, I see that.
Okay, scroll down to the next page.
It's just, I'm in the PDF and it's page 12. You kept saying 22. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's 22 of the PDF, right? So scroll down to the next page and you've got a picture of Google Maps from Taipei to LA in the first half, and then Taiwan, Alaska, LA, right? So we're on the right page. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, in the top half of that page, that line from Taipei to LA is not a Great Circle route. All right, it's just a straight line that Google Maps draws to advertise your flights. All right, it's nothing to do with the route itself. It's not a Great Circle route. Do you understand?
And the difference between this line and a Great Circle route in your claim is that the Great Circle route involves the Haverstein formula, the radius, and gives the actual curvature of the Earth, whereas this is just a somewhat arbitrary line drawn across a globe. Is that your claim?
The one he's drawn, or the one that Google Maps draws for you to sell you a flight, is pretty arbitrary. It's not a Great Circle.
Well, this is Google Maps. I don't know that it's to sell a flight or not, but
it's literally got the price of the flight.
Okay, so when you map something on Google Maps, if I draw a line from Los Angeles to Hawaii, you're telling me on Google Maps that that's not real? That that's just a fake line?
Listen, if you draw a line, if you use the measure distance tool, that will be a Great Circle route. In fact, that's a great way to check this, right?
I did that.
Go to Google Maps.
Okay, so you're telling
Google
okay, so if we take that, the Google Earth thing right here, and you'd use the measuring tool, you're telling me that it would look any different?
I just did that.
That the distance would be any different, and that they'd be thousands of miles off to account for the difference that's shown?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it does. Let's do it.
So just adding a little 8 inches per mile, which is not even a horizontal change. It's only on the vertical axis.
No. You're missing the point. It's nothing to do with the curvature. It's about the route that you take between 2 points on a curved surface. Don't worry about 8 inches per mile squared.
All right, then to elucidate your point, if you could please, Kosho or Ruhif, whatever, get that same shot of Taipei to Los Angeles, and
I did it.
Which for anyone following along, it's basically page 13 on the book on the PDF.
Can you post a screenshot or something?
So, yeah, let's see the
post
difference. Then you're going to have to show the mileage difference in your calculation, and then show how this works, how this all of a sudden works on a globe.
Nothing to do with the mileage or how far it is. It is the ground track, where it goes over. Where does it go?
Yeah, I did it in the chat with Germany to Texas, like I said.
I'll do it with Taipei to. How do I take a photo? Hold on. Camera. There we go. I'm actually going to take a photo of my laptop screen. All right. Use photo. Boom. Oh, yeah, Kosho's done it. See? So what I posted is the Great Circle route.
What the hell's that, Ruby?
That's the Great Circle route.
What am I looking at?
That's the fucking closest, the most direct route.
They're going out to space and then coming back?
What are you talking about? This is a route over the ground. How hard is this? If I drew this route on Google Earth and I looked straight down on it, it would be a straight line.
So, what you're saying is like what Flat Earth Banjo is putting forward. If he was to be on one of these flights, the landmarks on the ground would be different, right? Because he thinks it's taking a different course.
Yeah, it's all about the path. Nothing to do with distance or fucking curvature formulas or anything. Just what is the path over the ground?
Yeah,
What
but
does
the
it go over?
discrepancies involve distance and time.
Yeah, of course they do.
That's the whole
But
point
his
of this.
point, right? But no. His point is, which airport should we land at if there's an emergency? All right. And he uses these incorrect routes to determine which airport you should land on for a globe. Right. So the one we're looking at, right, Taipei to LA on Google Flights, right, where it's trying to sell you a flight, looks like it goes closer to Hawaii than it does to Anchorage, Alaska. In reality, the Great Circle route goes really close to Anchorage. It's the correct place to emergency land. So he's wrong.
Yeah, and just in case anyone cares, the difference in distances between the Texas and Germany in these two maps, I think it was about 200 miles.
Where are we? Hold on. Yeah, so this is the first one. This China Airlines 008 is the first one that I dealt with in the video. I thought I drew some big circles to show you how far. Maybe not.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Hawaii Alaska one. That's a classic. Yeah, that's it's this huge difference between what it looks like on the.
Yeah, it's twice as close to Anchorage than it is to Honolulu, approximately. I can draw that on Google Earth if you like. Let's do that. I'll take another photo on the screen. Let's do that. Was it Ted Stevens, isn't it? Is Alaska. All right, so Taipei Airport. Give me a minute to do this, please. Come on, fucking internet, Jesus.
Rui, if the one you posted literally looks like nothing I've ever seen in my whole life. That just looks like a very distorted. I'm not even sure what you did with that. That line that looks like it's going way up into outer space. That's just not even proportional. The one that Kosho posted, does make some sense in terms of the way that the globe and the way that, like, cause you could take different paths. Basically, you could go up around that way, or you could go over New York. I mean, there would be options of what you could do. And I see what you're like. So the one Kosho posted actually is the line. The one you posted looks completely bizarre. I don't know what's distorted about that. You distorted it.
It's a projection, right? It's not a globe. That's why it's curved. I'll show you that the route on a globe, it's straight. Give me a second. I'll hang on.
Wait, so you're saying the line's not right, but the line's right, but the map's wrong?
Yeah, the map is a projection of a globe, so straight lines will be distorted.
But this is like a flat picture of a globe, right? I mean, that's what this is. It's like all distorted.
Now, hang on, let me take a photo of this one.
Yeah, this is a mess.
Jesus, Gio.
The one Kosho posted makes sense that you could fly that other flight up closer to Greenland, and that, you know, the differences in a straight line that's like a line that would go through a globe versus one that would curve up over it. So that at least makes sense when but that one's not very different, and it's not nearly as enough different to account for the emergency flight discrepancies.
Now, look at what I've posted. Okay, The red line, I'm looking straight down on top of it. It's a straight line. Right? Yes? Agree?
Actually, it looks like a straight line, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great circle route. That's the most direct route between Taipei and LA. Okay? When you project that line onto a 2D map, there's going to be distortion. But on a globe, it's a straight line. Now,
Yeah,
the
but
two
heading up to
circles,
Alaska from there is still way out of the way. But on an AE map,
No.
it's right along the
You
way.
draw the two circles there, man.
the
The
two
radius.
circles that I've drawn, right? The orange circle is the circle around Alaska, around Anchorage, and the blue circle is the circle around Hawaii. Which circle is bigger?
Hawaii one looks bigger.
Correct. Hawaii is further away, so we should not detour to Hawaii, correct? Where should we detour to? We should detour to Alaska. Therefore, Banjo is wrong, correct?
It doesn't matter that one's closer than the other. The difference is in the direction of the flight. On the AE map, it's a straight line. On the globe, you have to make that whole radius and difference, what you just showed. That's the point
The
of it.
red line is the straight line. It's the most direct route from Taipei to LA.
Yeah, it's
that is
closer
the route
On
you
your
should take.
presumed model, yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. Banjo presumes the model as well and says, if the model is true, I should land in Hawaii. That statement is false. Alaska is closer. Do you understand now?
Which one is this? Which flight?
China Airlines 008.
You're drawing circles on a visual concept of what the Earth is, Ruhif.
That's true.
In reality, Alaska is closer than Hawaii. Therefore, if you had an emergency, you should land in Alaska, not Hawaii. Banjo is incorrect in saying you should land in Hawaii because it's fucking, 5 hours away.
Actually, as a matter
This
of
is
fact,
such simple stuff. I'm shocked. Well, actually, no,
Actually-
I'm not really shocked, but yeah.
if the AE map was correct, then not only should they have landed in Hawaii, perhaps, maybe not. No, I'm sorry, in Alaska, just as they did. They would also have to have flown over Japan and Russia and Alaska in the first place, because that's all on the way to California. But they weren't flying over those places, or they, at least never mentioned they were.
Yeah. Oh, there are reasons why they would choose an American thing as well, rather than head back to some, Russian city as well. So.
No. Of course, yeah. My only point is, it's actually a non-point. Really, I shouldn't have said it, but I'm saying that there's other problems too, and one of the problems they would have been flying over the land the entire time. They wouldn't have even needed to be over the ocean. But that's not important. But yeah.
But I'm wondering how Geo doesn't understand the very simple logic we're doing here.
Well, see, this is what I'm
Banjo-
looking up. I don't see a place where that's what he's claiming.
I think exactly what he's claiming.
He's actually claiming that the plane did not. He says right here. He said that didn't make sense on a globe. It only showed evidence that the plane was already flying over Alaska when the pilot landed the plane. There was no diversion. What yours shown is a massive diversion. That's what I was trying to say before. What he's showing is that on an AE map, it's literally a straight line, and that's what he's claiming, that this flight didn't have to diverge. It was already in Alaska. What you're claiming, yeah, you are talking about the difference between Hawaii and Alaska, but that would be a huge diversion on a globe shown by your orange circle in your radius there. That's
Where
look
is he
at what
saying
he's
this?
actually claiming.
Where is he saying this? What page of the PDF?
Page 14.
Hang on. So after the image.
This is a classic claim, though, Gio. You know what I mean? Like, I've heard this claim a million times. I've always
It says
heard
the flight time.
closer.
The flight time between these two, I'm going to read what he says. The flight time between these two cities, according to an internet search, is between 12 to 13 hours. China Airlines stated that the flight took off from Taiwan at 11:50 p.m. on Wednesday, Taipei time, and was scheduled to arrive in the U.S. at 12:35 p.m. Taipei time, 8:35 p.m. Wednesday, Los Angeles time. That would have been 12 hours and 45-minute long flight. The emergency landing in Anchorage took place at 9:06 a.m. Taipei time. That's 3 hours and 29 minutes ahead of scheduled arrival time in LAX and 9 hours and 16 minutes into the flight. That didn't make sense on a globe. It only showed evidence that the plane was already flying over Alaska when the pilot landed the plane. There was no diversion. The flight was not over the Pacific nor anywhere near Hawaii.
Yeah, it was. Of course, it wasn't near Hawaii. That's the point. He makes the claim in his video, it should have landed in Hawaii. That is an incorrect claim. So now
Is that
he's
the right
changed a little
image,
bit.
Gio? Is that the right image that I posted, or am I on the wrong flight?
Yeah, I think that's the right one.
Yeah, it looks so pretty on a Gleason's.
Looks pretty straight on when you're looking on the globe as well.
See, that's when those numbers I just wrote off. So he was saying it was like 9 hours. See, the whole thing was supposed to be like 12, 13. So imagine that whole straight line from Hong Kong to Los Angeles. Let's just call it 13. And at about the 9 point, they were already over Alaska, and then they just landed right there. There wasn't a diversion. That's what he's saying with the timing.
So let's hang on. Let's say.
Whereas on a globe, they would have had to make a huge detour. It looks like at least a 2-3 hours, some sort of a huge detour to go up to Anchorage.
No, you're going to hypotenuse, right? You're not going turning 90 degrees. So it's 5,900 nautical miles to LA. Hold on.
Although that might not be the exact one, Issa. Yeah, I think that's a slightly different one because I think this one we're talking about is Taiwan, Alaska, Los Angeles, which is actually pretty similar to that one. But actually, it's the slightly different one. Yeah.
I just think, Gio, post up some of the images because when the images are really why it's why it makes sense as far as whatever like the differentials. Because like what's interesting with the flat Earth thing is like. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of direct. It's kind of like what we experience, and it makes a little more logical sense than like great circles and you know what I mean, like this additional curvature stuff. It's interesting.
For God's sake, Issa.
But that's the thing, like,
yeah.
But either way, it's someone overlapping it on their model. Like, I think we should do more of like what Kosher was saying about actually discovering what the plane is flying over, instead of trying to overlay it on a model. Actually, in reality, determine what the plane is flying over, where it left, what direction it went in.
Yeah, I wish I could. I was trying to see if I could just out of the PDF, just like copy image and start posting them in the chat. But it's like using the Acrobat. Maybe I should open it with the browser-based one. Maybe I could do that. Because yeah, you're right. The images really are what is needed to show this. Let me see if I can do it that way.
I've just done a very, very quick calculation, right? So it's 5,900 nautical miles between Taipei and LA. And what was the time? The time you said? 12 hours, 45 minutes or something?
Yeah.
PDF.
Can I just point something out too, real quick? Because really, you also admitted that let's say in like the North Pole, the latitude and longitudinal system is like incomplete and stuff.
No. That's not what I said, Issa. I said GPS is inaccurate over the poles, right?
Well, it's like Gio was saying, like you're just overlaying like this, like system onto a theoretical projection, which could work on either projection. But from what we experience, it looks flat and motionless. That's why Gleason's makes sense. That's all.
Okay. Anyway, I did some quick calcs. So 5,900 nautical miles from Taipei to LA, 12 hours, 45 minutes. And then I made a path where I went from Taipei to roughly halfway across and then detoured to Alaska. And that was 4,321 nautical miles. All right. The speed, and then they said that took 9 hours and 16 minutes. That's really close in terms of what's expected. Like the ratios are the same. So it's actually evidence against Banjo's claim that they were flying over Alaska.
Could we get Flat Earth Banjo in here? I might try to send him a message.
Yeah. He doesn't like that.
Oh, doesn't he? I won't mention you're here, Ruhif. Come in on another name. Just change your name on that day. He comes in.
I've emailed him quite a few times.
You upset him?
Yeah.
By saying
people
you
don't like
debunked
being
him?
shown to be wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Merle, how come you're not going out with Waz and them?
I don't.
We'll talk about some other time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only got 20 minutes, by the way. So yeah, if Banjo
Yeah, we'll
can't
talk
come in,
about some
that's yeah. There was no diversion. There was one flight that I analyzed, I think in the second video, where the AE map emergency landing didn't make sense. It was like there are much better options if the Earth was a globe.
Only if.
Well, you know, there's another. I know this is not going to be. It should be, but it's not going to be really considered. But you know, as me and Ruhif and others are using to measure the distance bullshit and Google Maps, and it's telling you the distance between two places, and people use these and travel with this, but some people just use it just to check it out. But either way, they give you these arced lines. I mean, what would be, and they not only they give you arced lines, but those lines are intersecting other cities. So if you want to see what the quickest path between Toronto and Arizona are, you look at it. Okay, it's going to be this many miles. Okay, it looks like it's going to cross these different cities if I take the shortest path. And you end up intersecting those places. And you know, this is true for whoever's doing it wherever they're doing it at. And so it's like, wouldn't it kind of be known that those aren't accurate lines that they're mapping? Like if you do it over a great enough area.
I don't see how
Well,
Banjo's.
I think there's many layers and levels to this deception that may take years to unwind. So, I mean, I think those are all good questions to consider. Like how they've done it, because they are definitely giving flight information to pilots, especially on smaller scales. Larger scales, a lot of that's done electronically and all the rest of it. But there would have to be some layers of deception in place, just like there would be in NASA. But yeah, the airline industry would definitely have to have. There would have to be this involved.
Or the Earth's just a globe.
Quick question for Ruhif for Geo. That map that came from, I guess Issa posted it, but you guys both know the picture. It's the one with the difference between the route and what it looked like on AE map and stuff like that. That route that's traced out in green, what is that? Where'd that route come from? Do you guys know? Because obviously not the route they took, because they went to Alaska or whatever. So
which one?
It's the one.
The first one of Issa.
Yeah, flight tracking image. What is that flight? What is that green line? What is that representing?
That looks like the path it took, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but they landed in Alaska, I thought.
Yeah, it's not the actual one, and it looks a bit more south than usual as well.
But yeah, but why would
it is fudged a bit?
Why would that be okay? This is our projected route, what we might take. Why would it be all fucked up like that?
Curved, you mean?
Well, not just curved. It's like, you know, it looks like a flight. It looks like a flight that was actually taken. You know what I mean? Like a flight after it was taken. So I don't understand I just don't understand if it's what it has to do with this one, or if it does, in what way. You know?
I think. Well, I'm looking up that one now. I think that flight tracker one is a supposed real flight from LAX to Hong Kong, and
it's a different one, I guess.
Shows how far out of the way, including your Haversine and your Great Circle route. It still doesn't show it shows how far Alaska is off the path.
So it's just a different one, I guess.
Hong Kong now, sorry. I thought we were Taiwan to LA. Sorry, we're doing Hong Kong now.
I mean, I would need to read that whole section to make sure, but I'm pretty sure if you're talking about that image that he has in there, yeah, I think probably what that is, although I would want to verify. I think he's just tracking a different flight that went from LAX to Hong Kong as it would go, and then he's showing that this other one that was also LA to Hong Kong, you know, had that emergency landing, which apparently was right on the way in Alaska. Whereas if it was on the globe, look at how much out of the way they would have had to go to Alaska, and Hawaii would be much closer. Although Ruhif just did a whole calculation claiming that Alaska's closer, even though on this map doesn't show that. So there's all these distortions going on.
That's from Hong Kong. I'm doing the Taiwan.
Yeah, I know. We jumped to Hong Kong because I think Kosho mentioned that. He was asking what that flight.
Yeah, I was asking what that picture was. That's all.
Okay.
But I would.
It'll be pretty close anyway.
But I would want to read it to make sure that's what he intended by putting in that one. But
Yeah, we go to flight. I guess let's find some Hong Kong to LAX.
And then on the page
numbers.
before that, Coach, he shows how close Honolulu is as well. That's another. Just like
yeah, but it's not. This is the whole point, right? His claim was it should have landed in Hong Kong. He's objectively wrong with that claim. And therefore his point is moot.
So what you're saying is his red herring in the globe.
Yeah, or straw manning, really. Straw man.
Straw manning, sorry.
Yeah. Oops, I'm there. Let's find some. Oops. Let's find some flight numbers.
Real quick,
I don't see him anywhere. They're saying it should have landed, but he's just pointing out the difference in the.
Well, in his original thing, he said it should have landed in Hawaii. Hold on. Or the pilot could have just landed the plane in Hawaii, since the common logic is that Hawaii is located between US mainland and Asia.
So that one
does
that
claim it should land there.
so that one that Kosho just posted, if a flight went from LAX to Hong Kong, under whatever conditions they give us, whatever they're claiming is happening, Kosho, do you agree that that might be a realistic flight path?
Yeah.
Okay.
Find
So
the flight number of that route.
look how much closer it is to.
I'll check it out, Ruth.
How far it is away from Alaska. Look how close it is to Hawaii.
Listen, find the flight number of that route and then find the flight number of the reverse, the return, and see what happens.
Fair enough. Play through him, man. He's about to go, so I'll be looking that up and we'll talk.
Well, that actually unlocks another part of the deception, is which they fly different routes to account for wind currents, so they fly different speeds to do this deception. So what you're
Or there are actually winds.
What you're pointing at there is actually, I've heard discussed as well in terms of that being a factor as to what how they're doing.
But how does that impact your AE map, right? The fact that there are different routes. Let's find a direct. So Cathay Pacific. The detail. Oh, here's the flight number.
I mean, it is interesting. I think it's pretty difficult to get to the absolute bottom of it, because these are flights that we're not on, speeds we don't know exactly are going, pathways we don't exactly have verified. So I find it interesting, but it's not really, it's only limited in its verifiability. But yeah, I mean, if in terms of pilots and the shape of the Earth, have you seen the new documentary, Ruhif? The one that I think Flight with Banjo's in it. It's called Flatten the Curve.
I've heard that it's around.
Yeah, the guy posted today. I guess it got like 1.5 million views the first 2 days.
Okay.
Oh shit!
All right, so this. If I take a photo,
yeah, it's like 1.5. He was showing it was 1.5 million on the actual page of the whatever it is, the production company that made it. But I mean, on other pages, I don't know how many more. It might, probably hundreds of thousands on other ones too. So it's probably maybe over 2 million.
That's great.
One sec.
Flat Earth. No one flat Earth though.
You cut out, Merle.
All right.
You roboted a little bit, Merle.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that's great. I mean, yeah. 2 days, 1.5 million people. No one's interested in flat Earth anymore. So
it's not really a flat Earth movie, though, is it?
Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's called Flatten the Curve. I watched like the first quarter of it. I mean, even though it's called Flatten the Curve, it's not about the pandemic or anything. It seems to be totally about the shape of the Earth, from what I could tell. I watched like the first maybe quarter of it, and so far it seemed like it was mostly like interviews with pilots and also people in the military. There were like guys that were describing different discrepancies that they saw in the radar systems and the line of sight systems. And some of these guys had, well, yeah, you obviously watch yourself, but they were saying that they had like, second level clearance, top secret clearance. Anyways, yeah, so there were some military guys and some pilots, but yeah, I only watched about the first quarter of it. But yeah, it seemed like it was mostly kind of like little interview type snippets where you could like hear their voice and then they were showing different images and things. But yeah, I haven't watched the whole thing yet. But yeah, it looks good.
I posted the corresponding return routes from Hong Kong to LA and LA to Hong Kong. So I'm wondering whether Banjo kind of fudged one to be, make it look lower, like further away from Alaska.
Well, these are dramatically different. So what's this about?
Well, clearly there were winds, right? There are winds affecting what the most economical route is. Because one day they go this way, and then the next day they go, way high over Alaska.
Yeah, it's all jacked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to the real world of flight paths.
Yeah, I guess the truth will be revealed in time.
No, but flights don't all they don't take the Haverside. They don't take the Great Circle route. The Great Circle route is like the base of the route, but obviously weather and winds and that type of thing is going to dictate their path more, than they avoid certain things and things like that. Especially when you're going to probably 50,000 feet this flight, long distance, going both directions. It varies by a lot. Is that right, Ruhiv? Is that like
Yeah, they'll adjust their routes, based on weather conditions or whatever. I mean, there's also the North Atlantic tracks, which I only learned about after I did those videos. But to cross the Atlantic, there are basically channels, and you get allocated a channel, a couple of probably 100 nautical miles apart. You fly in a lane. It's basically a lane system, and that kind of explains why one of Banjo's flights, I was like, well, this one doesn't really fit the AE map either. It doesn't really fit the global that well, and now I know why. So I was just given the northernmost track on the North Atlantic track system.
So what is this bottom flight, Ruhiv? What is it representing?
One of them is Hong Kong to LAX, and the other is LAX to Hong Kong. So obviously the winds, determine which one's the most economical route.
There's also not the trade winds. Yeah, the trade winds or the that type of
jet
thing.
stream.
Yeah. There's different there's different jet streams in different directions, right? Going. They actually they're pretty pretty aggressive, or they're influential in the flight. Like they determine where they're going to fly at, because
Maybe like 100 knots easily. You got 100 knot tailwind. Of course, you're going to take it.
I didn't know that either. That in sailing, at least, that determines what part of the year they used to sail to and from America.
Yeah. Yeah. If I bring up some random fucking weather balloon data, hold on. Let's do, I don't know, LAX.
Well, this is why, I think this is all interesting, and but like I was saying before, it's kind of hard to verify flights, especially when you get into like these winds and jet streams and these equipment that are essentially owned by these military companies. Really, they're all connected through the commercial airline companies and all the rest of it. So to really get that verification at these high altitudes where they're flying through these jet streams, there's a whole story of itself. That's why I was saying, like earlier, we're talking about actually getting the real map of the Earth, and doing that is the only thing to be able to really see what the Earth is ultimately. That's why I was saying that before. And it doesn't have to be, it could be whoever. When I say we, I just mean like essentially not the government people, not the military, the independently humanity to be able to do this. I think that's where we'll get the real answers. That's what I see as a conclusion. Flight paths, we could look at this probably till the cows come home, and all these different claims and data points that we can't really verify. But it is interesting. And I definitely see discrepancies with the flight paths on the globe Earth. But I also can't verify that I'm not trying to claim the AE map or the Gleason's map is 100% correct or something. And when it gets to something like that, that's a whole topic that is hard to verify. I mean, I guess if you had your own airplane and you did some of these routes and you really took meticulous readings, I mean, you could verify it that way.
Yeah, I can stick around. I was going to jump in the car in a few minutes. That's all I meant.
Okay, well, I want to say something to, but I want to run this by you again, Gio, because I thought about it, and I would be interested in setting something up that would be visually appealing. Like it'd be a test of sorts, right? Like where we're doing what you're saying in a practical way, and we utilize the people in this community, and all we would ask for over time is at any given time, if somebody could just confirm the star that's at their zenith, and all they would have to provide us is their longitude and latitude down to the like to one decimal place, like 75.5. That's not going to tell us where they are. You're not going to be able to locate people with a one decimal place GPS, but it will help us confirm the position of the star or whatnot. But we can use that, and we can just say, okay, yeah, give us longitude and latitude, the star that's exactly at your zenith, and your exact time UTC. And what I can attempt to do is I'll have two models, one that is a globe with longitude and latitude, the way we currently have it, and one that is blank and completely start from scratch. And that's flat, though, on a plane. And I'll start mapping them on both. And I told you what the results should be, that the globe model is either going to be confirmed or disproven in the case of the globe. And then if it's disproven, then the data from the flat map, the flat model, can be used to continue to construct a model of the flat Earth and sky. But yeah, if we just invite people to just give their data over time, it should be useful. Like I said, the other part of it, though, that's phase one. Phase two, to confirm or deny it. The way you confirm or deny it is by using that same data, that same information, once you have enough of it, to do celestial navigation, only using that information and that data. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, dude. Well, I mean, collecting data from people could work. I mean, I've talked at length about this in terms of like some of these visions and putting these projects together. And for years, we've talked about it in different ways. Like we talked about where you could have like an app, and then the app would essentially allow people to like register, and then they could do readings, and then they could, like of like GPs or of like subsolar points of a lot of different things around the Earth, and then they could all submit their data. And then the thing about that is that there would need to be some way to make sure the readings are correct. So it gets a bit more complex.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, the top level like thing to do would be to have people that would actually be going out to these locations independently. Absolutely. And actually verifying it. And then of course, of course with this, if you then have, people who don't want the truth to get out, so then they're putting in fake data, et cetera. Yeah. So there's a whole potential for manipulation there.
Usually in scientific endeavors, outliers can be written off as anomalies that may be necessary to disclude from your information. If it's an outlier, and you know what I mean, you just write that off as improper data collection or something like that. As long as there's a few and far between, and it was extremely outside of the, like if everything else conformed to something, and then there was like outliers, very few of them, you can just disclude those and write them off as some kind of an anomaly or error or whatever. But regardless, the other part of it, so you would collect those three pieces of information: the time, the location, and the zenith star. But we can also include some sort of like the heavens above sort of database, like something that tells you what star is currently at your zenith. And basically what those people would be doing is confirming that star's at their zenith. So they don't have to actually try and identify it or something like that. They can just see, okay, what star is supposed to be in my zenith? Is it there? And then they'll write that down as information. I think that'll be easier. And it's not really dishonest, because as long as they check and verify, then we know that it's true. So
yeah, I agree. No, it's all coming in the future, but yeah, it's going to take time. I mean, it also would need to be built on a completely decentralized network that these controllers can't censor and take down. So
I'll keep it online and offline.
You can download Stellarium and check it yourself every night of the week.
And I think if we do that, I'll start it tonight. And if we do this continuously over whatever length of time, I think you'll find it. It'll be a database that it'll have enough information for us to glean information from.
This seems like a waste of time.
Oh yeah, this all is a waste of time though, Ruth, isn't that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess us being here is a waste of time. But like doing work, thinking you're gonna learn anything new.
Well, I've done this once before though. I've done this once before where I simply
waste of time. What are you talking about?
Mapping the stars. It's been done.
Are you?
He's right. He's right. From our perspective, you gotta admit, from our perspective, it is a waste of time. But that's why I said from.
So you're spending your time in a way that you think is wasting it. Are
no,
you?
I'm saying mapping the stars is pointless.
Okay, then I guess don't do it if you don't want to do it.
No, I'm saying from our perspective, we already think.
If you're not interested in mapping stars, I mean, not everyone would be interested in mapping stars, but there's some that will be. And I'm not referring to just mapping stars. They've definitely copied the celestial sphere from the actual Earth. The question is the actual map, how that actually lines on the Earth, and how those alignments.
You seem to want to spend an inordinate amount of time gathering data that we already have that you can confirm for yourself. To delay. Just to delay something. What's the point?
No, because we want to get the real data of the real Earth.
Go outside,
and if that ends up cooperating with the globe Earth, and it matches the WGS84, then there you go.
You've already got the data.
No,
I don't know if you know this, Ruhif, but the other day there was a big gathering outside Parliament House in Canberra. Do you know that?
No.
Here in Australia?
No.
Well, there's a big gathering. They're all out on the lawn, and there was a speaker, and he flat smacked the whole crowd. He started talking about FE and how they changed the windows in the planes. He wasn't saying it was
really?
the whole lawn.
Nice.
I'm gonna need a citation for that one.
Yeah, I'll send it to you because I was surprised myself what he comes out with.
Yeah.
But it is starting to rumble. People are, have got a bit more time at the moment. People are starting to talk.
Who is this fella, Merle?
I'll have to find out who the speaker was, but the rig sent it to me, and he timestamped it. So I'll send it to Ruhif as well. But yeah,
more often.
Yeah, I mean, if absolutely, I mean, if wow. Anyways, I'm just curious what he said.
I'll send it to you too.
Yeah, let me check it out.
Gathering star data, Geo, it seems like a delay tactic. We've already got the data. You can verify for yourself.
That's not what I'm referring to doing. No. What I'm referring to doing is in terms of that would be star angles and mapping. So this is taking all star angles and the GPs, et cetera, and actually mapping the Earth. Now, if that correlates with 8 inches per mile squared, oblate spheroid, et cetera, then we will have verified that. If you're not interested in doing that because you already believe the model, so be it. But you're here and you're involved in a research group that is doing this stuff and will continue to be talking about it. So for you to just say it's a waste of time, I guess maybe that's just not the place then for you to have interest if that's where you're at.
It's a delay. It sounds like a purposeful delay.
You're doing a delay? What are you delaying?
If you are going out to collect angles to stars, all right, all I'm saying is that you already have the data, right? You can verify that Stellarium will give you the correct angles, right? So you've got all the data you need. You can go straight to the mapping part.
Yeah, but Ruhif, they don't. Yeah, I understand. I don't think it's a waste of time for them. If they literally don't trust anything, and they don't trust.
I don't think you're honest. It's a waste of time because I think that if we were doing it and we had a whole team together and there's funding and everything's there, you're going to want to be there. So I don't believe you. How's that? I don't believe you think it's a waste of time.
Go and
I
find.
think that's just a tactic
any
you're using to try to suppress the idea of doing it, and just to try to kind of throw a negative vibe in the air.
It's like people claim, oh, time and date's wrong and Stellarium's wrong. I'll fucking bet $1,000 on any fucking observation that it's not.
Okay, well, maybe you find someone who wants to bet with you. I don't know, but
I'll give you 10,000 to 1 odds, same bet. 10,000 to 1 odds bet. You can't turn down a 10,000 to 1 odds bet.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you believe in the model that you haven't verified so thoroughly that you're even willing to put
I have verified it. I knew where the sun was going to rise the other day, so I pointed my auto level at it, and guess what? It rose exactly where time and date said it would. Or in Stellarium, actually. The data that we use matches reality. So you've got the data. You can verify the data if you want, or you can just delay.
No,
but it sounds like you want to delay.
I see what you're saying, Ruhif. It makes a lot of sense. Actually, what I've offered is almost it's a meet between the two, isn't it? Because I understand he wants to create the models and whatever, and that's why I said.
Well, what is the delay? What is the delay around getting the real data of the Earth?
Because he's saying the data is already there while you're collecting it. You can just verify it.
You just want to waste time.
I'm not
so
interested.
You don't actually get to the mapping stage.
I'm interested in actually using the scientific method and actually carrying out direct observation and not just believing other people's. So,
what do you think I'm going to say to that?
Man?
If the WGS84 is correct and the Earth is an oblate spheroid, then we will discover that if that is what it is.
Okay, but how many measurements are you going to do before you'll go, I'm not going to take any more measurements, I'm going to trust the data that I've got?
That's a good question. I mean, I think if we started really seeing significant curvature and that was being measured and so on and so forth, I mean, if that ever happened, that's a good question. How many people would want to keep doing research, or feel as though they've seen enough areas and regions that had that said curvature. I mean, I think a lot of people that have come to the realization the Earth is a stationary plane, they haven't necessarily gone and measured curvature at every location, but they've seen enough.
We're just talking about angles to start.
And then they know also how water functions and a lot of other things to, be aware of it. But
we're just talking about angles to start.
I mean, I would say let's say a quarter of the Earth. If we mapped a quarter of the Earth this way and we saw 8 inches per mile squared, I don't know how much effort it'd be worth. I mean, it'd still be fun to do the rest, but yeah, if it really starts matching the WGS84, if you had a quarter of the globe mapped out like that, that would be enough.
I'm just talking about angles to stars here. Go and measure the angle to that star. Does it match Stellarium, yes or no?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about using the angles to stars to map the actual Earth. Not just angles of stars to be given locations on a presupposed globe model with a specific latitude and longitude system that they've fudged and fit into the act. That's what I'm saying. They've overlaid two systems and cut and pasted it and made parts of it work, but parts of it don't. That's the point. So what I'm basically saying is that where you get GPS will be fairly accurate. Where you don't get GPS won't be accurate at all, for example.
But if you have 10 people around the world and they each measure 50 stars, right? You got 500 angles to stars. At what point will you say, okay, I'm just going to go to Stellarium and trust the angle there because it's matched 500 times?
No, because then you need to measure the actual distance between them.
Yeah, no, but we're just talking about data of angles to stars, right? I'm trying to stop you from delaying with bullshit, right? Going out to measure 500 stars. Because then you go, oh, maybe I need 1,000 stars, maybe I need 2,000 stars. You've got the data, you can verify that it matches. At what point do you trust that we've got the data and just use it?
Well, I mean, you could do that. You could do, that's fair, but the other argument could be made that the ballers are buying time for everybody that's going to realize the Earth isn't a globe, and then we all have to figure out where we are and if we're meant to be. You could call it on both sides. Like there's a stalling operation to halt human progress potentially as well. So I mean, it's a pretty big question.
Geo wants to map the surface based off star angles, but he wants to waste time actually going out to measure the star angles for who knows how long. We've already got the data. You can verify it. You can verify it matches. That's my point.
Yeah, they've mapped the ground and they've mapped the ceiling. I get it, and it works.
In a way that works enough to pass for Ruhif's limited verification of it. Yeah.
I'm verified. I can point my telescope exactly where I know a star to be, and it'll hit it.
Yeah, well, I was saying before, within the cities and areas that we live, they've done the least cutting there because that's where people are living, and that's where people can verify. So
yeah, but this is about trusting the data that we.
They even use planar grids. They even use planar grids within cities, and that does make a difference. At 8 inches per mile squared, that's the difference between someone's property line. And they map that. That's the difference between the planar surveying and the geodetics. So they do all the planar, then the geodesics are where they try to link it and fudge it and hack it and cut it into the actual sphere. And that's where all the calculations are involved. And
or there is actually 8 inches per mile squared, and you must factor it in, or you get the wrong answer. Literally, the thing doesn't work unless you factor in 8 inches per mile squared.
Have you ever experienced the exponential aspect of this, Ruhif, like in your car, driving across a long distance?
No, because you never will. That's nonsensical. Holy shit, I'm driving through a fucking creek. Holy shit. Waco's Parkway. Anyway.
It's not nonsensical. It has to keep going, right?
Yeah, but how do you expect to experience that? You expect you're going to start going downhill and more downhill?
If human beings can't experience an exponential rate of drop or curvature, there's something wrong with us.
What do you expect us to experience on a globe compared to a flat Earth?
Just downhill. You know,
downhill. So you expect it to get more and more downhill. How many years have you been in this debate, Mel? Seriously.
Well, however long I'm in this debate, this argument will come up because it's valid, it's very powerful, and it hits heliocentrism square in the ball.
You can't take us seriously. You're telling us there's a curve. You never see it. You never
Mel
experience
thinks if I go down a curve, I'll be going down a really, really steep hill. You know that's retarded, Mel.
I know the globe's retarded, Ruhif.
Yeah, all right.
You're not retarded. It is.
In fact, are there any flat earthers willing to correct you? Gio,
I think the numbers. Let me think. Is it at 100 miles? It's an entire mile's worth of curvature, like 5,500 feet.
Do you think that as you travel further, you get more and more downhill on a globe?
It's a centimetre every 30 foot.
Gio, if I keep driving my globe, will you expect me to start going more and more downhill, like using my brakes more?
If you were at Antarctica and you wanted to walk to the North Pole, and you'd have to walk uphill, and then at the equator you'd level out, and then you'd walk downhill to the North Pole.
This is not fun anymore, Merle.
Yeah,
he's not serious.
I am.
You're not well.
No, but Merle has had a persistent argument. He's had an argument over the years, consistently or persistently, where he's talking about if you look at like a globe, like a picture of the globe, for instance, and up and down, and he talks about how north is up and south is down.
That's like an argument that's solved in like first 5 minutes in this debate, right?
No, it's childlike logic that's very powerful. It's simple. It's to the point. It doesn't fuck about. It's like, Daddy, what's gravity? And you can't answer him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, back to Ruhif's point though about the this, because I don't think it's a waste of time at all. And like I said, that's why I would use the data that exists already and confirm it on the globe or create a new model. That's the thing I said would do one or the other at the same time. And but it's because it'd be better to use the model instead of having to, for each person having to figure out which star that was. They could just use it to verify what the star was. But regardless, another thing I've done this before in the past where I asked people about two locations that they thought, you know, were consistent distance, or that the distance that on Google Maps said was, if they thought that was correct distance. And I asked a bunch of people, remember, and I mapped all those places, and all I used was the GPS positions, the Cartesian positions given from the longitude and latitude of those locations, and I mapped it on just in 3D space. That's all I did. I didn't use it in reference to a sphere. And when I mapped those, multiple of them, I ended up with this shape here, you know, which was, it's looking a lot like a globe. Yeah,
Nice one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is basically confirming those positions and confirming that and the shape of the Earth. But this was only compelling to one person, one flat earther, I mean, but nobody else really.
Well, I think a lot of these systems are done through taking small sections of planar geometry and then inserting them into a larger geodesic model.
That's exactly the. I said the exact opposite of that, though. What I asked everybody that I asked, I said, what are the 2 furthest locations on Earth that you can say you have the distance that's said is confirmed? Like you've traveled it or whatever, and you think these 2 distances are confirmed. And so these aren't 2 close places. It's like these are all the relationship between 2 far away places.
What is the best verification that you feel like you have between 2 distances that are, let's even say like across another continent, to really think that you have the right data?
The solar noon, or the time the sun is in north to south.
Sydney to Perth. Yep. Longitude lines get shorter, or the distance between longitude lines gets shorter the further away from the equator in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, but you're kind of just reasserting the model. I was asking for what actual physical verification do you have that has convinced you? I'm not asking for you to like present some huge claim or data or whatever. I'm just saying, what have you found that makes you go, you know what? I am so sure that the distance in this ocean is XYZ.
Me physically?
Well, how have you come to, you sound like you're so sure in it. I'm asking what data, what have you seen that verified it so that your scientific mind was able to go, yep, that's verified?
Yeah, but I'm going to say like a flight from Sydney to Santiago, which I've not taken, right? But I trust that the data is correct. Like people get on a plane at this time and get off at another time.
But that's not a measured distance, because that would have to do with how fast they're flying and a whole bunch of other factors. I'm saying, how do you verify, and how have you in any way verified any of these distances, even between cities on the same continent, but especially over the oceans as well?
My favorite proof that I have personal knowledge of is my 2 mountains measuring the angle.
Okay, are we going to that perspective things where things look lower in the distance due to perspective? That little.
Well, again, when you say due to perspective, right? Show us how it looks lower due to perspective. Give us some mathematics. Because you just say, "Oh, it looks lower due to perspective," and we go, "What the fuck does that mean?"
You believe Albert Einstein over me, Ruhif?
Of course I do, Mel.
Why would you do that?
Jesus.
Merle, you're so funny, Merle.
Send the rescue squad.
Oh dear.
You sound in such disbelief about that statement.
It sounded genuine as well.
I want to hear that again. Yeah, I mean,
it was well done. But in terms of like stuff you could verify yourself, right? So Where's Wally has a nice video where he checks the longitude of like east-west runways, right? Runways have to be a certain length for planes to land, and he'll show that the longitude itself shrinks as you go south the equator.
okay, so I guess my main question was, what data have you seen that verified for you any of these distances between cities, either on the same continent or others? And so far, there was a couple assertions of the same old globe model, and then you said a Where's Wally video. Is that where we're at so far?
Yeah, when you said what data have I seen? Flight times.
Okay, just times that were given to you from some corporation.
Yeah, but also flight times that cannot make sense if the Earth is AE globe. It's the AE map, right? Because they're too fast then. Then you go into your ad hoc bullshit of, oh, you know, we don't know that they've got these massive fucking engines on them. They go, you know, twice as fast as the speed of sound. Because
I
that's
don't
what
think
has to
anyone
happen.
said that, but I've never heard anyone say that. I have heard people talk about different flight
Banjo
speeds.
does. Yeah, Banjo says Sydney, San Diego, they have consistent 250 knot winds behind them. And that's why they go that route. And then I say, oh, but they also go that route on the way back. And he goes, oh, well, at different fucking flight levels, there's 250 knot winds going the other direction. Like it's the most blatant ad hoc bullshit. It's hilarious.
So what's the lie then? The wind isn't going that fast, or it wouldn't have an effect?
Yeah. It doesn't go that fast. It very rarely goes 250 knots an hour. But then just to say, oh, because on the return flight, there's another wind going the opposite direction at also 250 knots an hour consistently. Like it's just making up shit. In fact, how fast can the Jetstream go? I think it's probably 250 is probably its limit, I think. How fast Jetstreams? I think it's usually like 50 knots or something.
No, they go much faster than
that. Yeah, so the top speed is about 250 miles an hour, which is, 200 and something knots. On average, they're about 110 miles, which is 100 knots. Do I have to give a marker? Oh, I saw you light up there, Gio.
No, I was actually thinking about when Merle said something about Einstein.
Yeah, that was funny.
I just wanted to hear what he was saying again because I kind of like heard it, but it was like so epic in the moment that I just like wasn't able to fully understand what he was saying or what the main point was with it.
There was genuine incredulity in his voice that I would trust Einstein over him.
I don't know, because the first thing I thought of was Einstein's claim of, like, was it with that ether experiment? Was it Airy's failure? Wasn't his claim that the telescope had to contract?
Which claim?
Airy's failure. I should research that.
Airy's failure, yeah.
I haven't really looked into that.
Well, you know what's funny about Airy's failure that people don't acknowledge, unfortunately. But Airy's failure was a failure in a certain idea of whatever. What it wasn't a failure of was that the Earth is rotating and going around the sun, because the point of the test was to use stellar aberration. They're going to use stellar aberration to make the observations. So they were observing stellar aberration with a telescope without water and one with water in it. And in both cases, the aberration was observed, and the aberration itself is a confirmation of the orbit of the sun. So, orbit of the Earth around the sun. That's to some extent.
Well, so were we still waiting? I guess, Ruhif or Kosho, you were going to say how you know distances. So far, there was a Where's Wally video and then flight times, right? That's what he's saying?
No, I didn't say Where's Wally. I said this. I said the sun, and actually, while you guys were talking, I was actually coming up with a test you can construct based on what I had said. But
I mean, I guess, like, okay, let me just ask this. Like, let's say from San Francisco to Hawaii, okay? If I was just going to take a boat and go, you're claiming that you know the exact distance, right? That's what you're claiming. So I'm just asking you, what data have you seen that convinced you that 100% that that's correct, if that's what you're saying?
The time zone difference.
Proposed time zones?
The difference of when they experience the solar noon. Although they're 10 degrees, well, not 10. What latitude are you at in? Well, you're not in Southern California.
Well, regardless, Southern California is lower than that. Yeah, I think it's probably 12. I'm gonna
30,
assume
34 in it.
it's 34.
Thereabouts.
Okay, well,
LA's
yeah,
about 34.
yeah. So it's
San Diego's probably 32.
it's 10 or 15 degrees higher than Hawaii. But yeah, if you were using,
Right, but you use Google Maps at the end of the day, and you use their whole celestial mapping system as well. Right?
Yeah, but we're asking before, if I give you a pair of latitude and longitude, does that uniquely identify somewhere? It doesn't matter whether they came from a sphere or not. Is it a valid coordinate system that we can identify locations with? And the answer is yes.
Okay. Does that mean the Earth's a globe?
No, you can transform latitude and longitude.
Obviously not, because we're still discussing it. So we're obviously not completed with this.
Well, you aren't. So.
You're suggesting that it's finalized, and it isn't. I guess that's the whole summation of the last little bit here. Like you've been just keep saying it's been done. It's been done. If you're satisfied with that data and you think that's what the Earth is, then it's all good, dude. I'll congratulate you on finding your cosmology, and the rest of us that want to know the truth will continue searching.
No, it's not about the shape of the Earth. It's about the coordinate system being valid, which I think you agree it is, because it does identify a location on Earth.
I've said it's partially. I've talked about the fact they've cut and pasted it. I don't think it's 100% at all, but yeah, they've ad hoc'd it. So there's some overlaps, and they've accentuated those overlaps into the system that they built. And like I said, especially in areas where humans are living in high populations, to where people can verify it, is where there's more overlap. So yeah, I think I'm not saying all of it completely doesn't work. There are parts of it that work for sure. And the celestial sphere is pretty accurate because that's what the actual sky is. Like they are mapping the celestial sphere, but how that actually lays out over the Earth, yeah, I don't think they're giving us the correct one.
So you say latitude and longitude do not give your correct location?
He's really fudging, Pop. Hedging.
Well, I'll tell you what. Go ahead and do a screenshot of your current latitude and longitude. See if I can't send you a picture of your house in about a minute.
I knew that was coming.
You know me too well, Roof. I got called your disciple the other day. I took you as an
my disciple.
Yep.
Oh boy, if Ruhef has disciples, we are really in trouble.
I agree.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Because I mean, my point, even though it might seem like a beginner argument, even Einstein can't escape that the Earth is a physical object. And if you're walking across the surface of it, at some point, if you're walking on a sphere from the bottom to the top of it, you're going to go uphill, level out, and then go downhill again. Because that's what happens on a sphere. Do it with a toy soldier.
That's amazing.
Oh no. Yeah.
It is amazing that grown men are out here saying that latitude and longitude proves that you're standing on a sphere whizzing around a light in the vacuum of space. I know, it's amazing.
I don't know which is worse, taking it seriously, like you taking it seriously and believing it, or not believing it. I don't even know which one's worse.
How could I take the most fantastical claim there is seriously? And why would I at this stage of my life when pretty much everything's lies?
You don't have to, Merle.
Watch the correlation. I mean, people lie. We're humans, right? We know the nature.
You don't have to, because quite frankly, it doesn't require your approval.
I know. But latitude and longitude isn't just this magical thing. Like you guys talk about, it's like it's that with that alone, you could finish the argument, the debate. You could end the whole thing potentially.
Anyway, thanks for the DM. Well, I'll look at it soon.
No,
that actually is true, and it's I don't bring that up a lot because it's kind of it'll invoke the reaction you're having right now. But I've said this a long time ago to myself that a person sitting in their room with an atlas and enough reason and understanding of what longitude and latitude is could confirm to themselves that the Earth is indeed a globe based on longitude and latitude, because the way that they fit together.
It's smaller.
They're spherical.
They get smaller as you get away from the equator.
Ruif, would you say Ranty is one of your disciples? Do you have
No.
do you have a discipleship?
I'm shocked that anyone said I have a disciple.
Zanuck one time told Nathan Oakley I was his student, but yeah, no.
No, I was told that I was your disciple.
By who?
Oh, some flat earther somewhere.
All right.
I don't know. I viewed it as a compliment. So, fuck it.
Oh, I do, but it's pretty fucking bizarre.
I'm Geo's disciple. Is that cool with you, Geo?
Geo's going to start a hippie commune.
I mean, actually, yeah, that'd be awesome.
Harem of sex slaves.
Yeah.
Not slaves.
Well, no, we're not going to call him that or cult, anything like that. But yeah, maybe. I think Geo would be my. He would be what causes the people who have fears of what's happening. Like, oh, Geo's there. It's cool. It'll be cool. He'll be the validation.
How long has it been since Brandon abandoned the show? Brandon's.
Coincidentally, the same week Geo opened up the server.
4 months ago.
One could even say Geo killed him.
We do.
Just kidding, Geo.
15th of October, 2021.
Well, first of all, on the disciple thing, I know, Coach, you were joking, but I would say
I'm your disciple.
Yeah, I know, but I guess I know that you were joking about that, but I guess I was just gonna as I was thinking about that, I was like, I'm not in any way interested in any type of discipleship relationship because usually that's some kind of a hierarchy system. And I know you were joking anyways, but I'm just saying I would say that I'm not interested in any type of hierarchy over anyone. So I wouldn't ever want that.
I just got denied. I just got fucking rejected. All right, man.
Yeah. Discipleship not accepted.
Friend zone.
But it's not because of you, as I wouldn't want that with anyone. So I would just like to see everybody as equal and we can just work together as if we want to and just enjoy life.
Just gave me it's
We're
not
all
me,
on the level, right, Gio?
All on the level, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my daughter's here. I'm going to bail.
But in terms of Brandon, I mean, yeah, I
Excuse you.
All right, later, Roof. Yeah, has anyone heard from him yet? Like, I think no one has for quite a while.
I heard somebody who sounded like him and said it was him, but I think he was just trolling.
Well, I mean, I had this platform. As you guys know, I've been working on it for years. So, I mean, I had already had it in the works way before I even joined Brandon's. Well, I was on the server when it used to be Ranty's, I guess. But I never really went on it. But anyways, I've been working on this platform way before that. And yeah, I did launch it. And then I think Brandon did like 3 or 4 shows maybe after I launched this server. And then it just seemed like he completely vanished. And like no one, like he just stopped doing shows. And then he hadn't responded to a lot of people's DMs. And then didn't someone say, like, didn't he communicate with Ranty though? Like Ranty asked for his channel back. So I guess I heard that he responded to Ranty, right?
Ouch.
You know what else is weird about his channel? If you look at his original channel, like the Brandon Toy one, like the name of it is changed to like Howdy Doody, and it has like a different face. It has like a different profile pic.
I think that's because he made the other one his server. Like the other one became the server, so he changed it. I think that's what I thought. But anyway, what's up, Dr. Bob? Dr. Bob's here. Yeah, I'm serious about that whole thing though, Gio. It doesn't have to be something it's not going to be any hard work by anybody. It's just going to be something that's available. I'll put like a form that people could put the information in and a resource for where to find the star that's right above them. All they have to do is confirm that the star is directly above where they are. You know, the time, location, star, what else? Time, location. Yeah, and then we'll use that. I'll map it on a globe on a blank globe, a blank sphere with a blank celestial sphere, and then but the longitude and latitude lines, and then I'll map it on a blank plane just above the plane, and I'll just map the locations, map the stars, and we can use so the data that goes to the globe model will either confirm or reject the globe, and the data that on the flat one will, if the globe one's rejected, will go towards constructing something, right?
Well, no, you'd have to physically verify the distances.
Yeah.
But let me just say real quick, because we're talking about Brandon. I just want to say shout out to Brandon. I thought Brandon was awesome. Like I really enjoyed like those couple months. Like his server was really amazing because a lot of us were able to come together. With a lot of us hadn't seen each other in a long time. So I just wanted to like say shout out to Brandon. Like I miss him. Yeah, I wish he would come back. I don't know whether he just purposefully isn't wanting to be in the discussion anymore, or I think at the beginning a lot of us thought maybe he just wanted a break, you know, like because he had been doing his show pretty much every day for quite a while there. But and people do take breaks sometimes from these discussions, sometimes even for months, and then they come back. So yeah, I just want to say shout out to Brandon.
And I don't really think you killed him, so I was just kidding when I said that.
Well, I mean, I thought it was, from my perspective, a bit kind of, in a way, there was something a little bit strange about the fact that he just stopped doing shows. Like, the thing is, even with this server, like, I mean, we were still going over there for his shows, so it's not like people didn't go to his shows or anything. Like, those couple shows he did, like, there was like 30 people, 30 or 40 people in the room there, so people were still going there.
I'm making something right now that's gonna blow your bubble.
But what I was saying before about, you need the distances. That's the thing. You can't just do it on only the angles and the given locations, because you have to verify the other part of the grid system, which is the actual distances. And to get that is going to be challenging to really be able to verify those. So
no, I know. That's why I said it's going to begin to construct it for the flat model. The flat model will begin to construct it. For the globe model, it'll confirm it or reject it.
How are you going to verify the distance to the stars?
No, the distance to the stars are irrelevant in the observation. We were talking about just mapping. We were talking about like confirming people's zenith stars, and then like using those to create a map or confirm a map in either case.
So you won't be triangulating anything?
Well, no, so the second phase of it, after you collected enough of those zenith stars and their GPs, and I was for the globe model, you can use that to determine where they're going to be in the future as well. And then to confirm it, you can just once you have enough, you do a celestial navigation using that set of data and see if it confirm if it validates it.
Yeah, like I was saying before, I think if we were able to take a freeze shot of the sky, freeze frame, and then you have to adjust for the 4-minute precession each day, but you use that same you count for the precession, but you use that same snapshot, and then use angles to travel to the GPs and measure those distances. Then you'll be able to you'll have the physical distances and where they match all of those GPs. And once you do that, if that came out to be a WGS84 globe Earth, then that's what it would be. If it came out to be a planar surface, then it's planar.
Does the flat Earth have an axis? Like, does it tilt, or is it just stationary, flat, level, all the way across? There is no precession.
You mean curvature, or do you mean what do you mean by that?
You said precession. You said the word precession.
Yeah, what I meant by that is just okay. So the stars make one rotation every 23 hours, 56 minutes. It's called a stellar day. And so if you were to, let's say it's 2:30 in the morning, and you go outside and you look at the stars right at 2:30 at your position at your location. If you took a snapshot, like you took a picture or whatever it may be of that moment, then that's good. But if you come at 2:30 the next day, there's going to be a 4-minute discrepancy because the stars move faster than the sun. The sun's 24 hours, the stars are 23 hours, 56 minutes. So there's a 4-minute difference. So what I was saying is that if you want to make sure that you're looking at the same positions of the stars, you have to account for that 4-minute difference. And I was just calling that precession. Even though the word precession, astronomical precession, is actually a different concept entirely. I was just using that term. It's probably not even the most ideal term for it, but it's similar to that because it precesses through the celestial sphere.
Do you know why there's a 4-minute difference?
Yeah, because the difference between a stellar day and a solar day. The stars make one full rotation every 23 hours 56, whereas the sun makes a full one every 24, or roughly 24.
4 minutes. But why 4 minutes?
Okay, that's a deeper question. I think that goes into sacred geometry. But what were you thinking about that?
Well, no, I already know. But what do you think it is?
I think on a deep level it comes back to the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, and the sacred geometry of the sky clock.
Okay, and by the way, it's not a stellar day; it's a sidereal day. But I was just curious.
Yeah, it can be called either. I think sidereal is the more technical term, whereas stellar is a little bit more generalized.
But I think your concept with the behind it is correct. I think you understand what a sidereal day is.
Well, Bob, if you're not gonna, I mean, I think that's interesting what you asked, and the 4 minutes corresponds to, like, if you add it together, it equals like a whole day, right?
I'm confused. How can a flat Earth have a sidereal day? Because the sidereal day is represented in the revolution of the around the sun. That is the sidereal day.
It's the spin of the Earth, essentially, amongst the celestial sphere.
It has to do with the revolution of the Earth around the sun. That's what it is.
No, it has to do with the revolution of the Earth every day. It's it has to do with the spin of the Earth.
Actually, no, it doesn't.
But like in the heliocentric model, it's the spin of the Earth. On a geocentric planar type concept, it would be, so like let's say you have a planar Earth, and then above, let's say you have the stars, the sun, the moon, you have everything up there. Well, all those things are making a rotation. Like if you were to look at it from above, it would look like hands of a clock going clockwise. Everything would be going clockwise, the sun, the moon, the stars. But the stars are going the fastest, so 23 hours, 56 minutes. So they're moving the fastest. Then the sun is moving slightly slower than the stars. The moon, Mercury, etc., are all moving slightly slower than the fixed stars, which is why they move through the zodiac, which means they are positioned. So like if your sun is in Aries or Gemini or whatever, that's because it's the stars are moving at a different pace than the sun. Therefore, there's a 4-minute discrepancy every day. So then the sun is going to go through Aries, Gemini, Taurus, Gemini, etc., as it moves, and all of them do that. So on the geocentric model, essentially, it's just the speed at which the stars make one rotation, whereas on a globe Earth type idea, it's the time at which it takes the actual globe to spin.
Well, no, it actually isn't. It has to do with the orbit of the Earth around the sun. If you look at 12 noon on a particular day and say that the sun is directly overhead. Now, the next day, we've moved another degree in our orbit. So if you go to the exact spot on the rotation of the Earth, the sun is no longer overhead. You have to let the Earth rotate another 4 minutes to point at the sun.
Yeah, you're describing it.
It has to do with 1 degree.
Yeah,
but the Earth
in that model.
the sun has never been.
I just want to say real quick. Yeah, no, Dr. Bob explained that well. Yeah, it's because I didn't explain it fully, and he did explain it correctly. The heliocentric model, that it's the spin of the Earth and the fact that they claim the Earth is going around the sun, and that's where they get that discrepancy. But on a geocentric planar Earth type system, it's just that the speed of the stars are 23 hours 56. So it's just the speed of the stars moving around the stationary Earth.
Unfortunately, the Earth does not move, and it's the sun and the moon that orbit over the Earth, above our heads.
Orbiting means outside of the Earth. There's no such thing as an orbit of the sun on the flat Earth.
Okay, on the flat
Earth. The little animation that Branch posted is kind of shows it, even though it's not in proportion. But so what that would be on like a planar type geocentric model is what they're doing is they're putting the celestial sphere outside of the globe, and then they're putting the sun, at that distance. that's how they have to account for it geometrically, of the fact that the stars on a geocentric planar Earth system, the stars make one rotation every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and then the sun is every 24 hours. So the discrepancy would just be in the sky in their slightly different position. But on the heliocentric model, they have the Earth spinning and then moving in the orbit, which accounts for that. And geometrically on a globe model, I think that works.
Well, of course it does, or we wouldn't say it did.
Yeah, it works enough. I mean, that's how you have to reverse it, the geometry to fit that, if you were going to do that. I mean, whether there was a globe or not is a different question, but conceptually it works.
Yes, the idea is there, but the actual putting of the meat and the potatoes of the earth, being a ball, isn't. So there we are. Another fallacy.
What do you mean reverse it?
Well, you're going backwards. Reverse engineering.
Invert, reverse, yeah.
Yeah. You think that's reversed engineered?
Well, that's how you got to understand it.
Interesting.
The whole, I won't say that because it's just going to trigger the room.
Yes, don't trigger me. Let's keep it nice.
Well, let's just say for a minute the Earth is a globe. Could we reverse engineer a geocentric system that would work? And that's why, like when Whitsitt and Jeranism, when they were talking about all those quotes, that's a lot of what those guys are talking about. Now, I know some of them do have the context in which they're saying it, but in general, they are talking about the compatibility between a geocentric stationary type model or a heliocentric, and how there are virtually no distinguishable differences.
You know what, though? Most, if not all, the percentage of geocentrists believe the Earth is a sphere. Only like maybe 0.1% believe it's a flat plane.
You understand that there are observations you can make yourself that rule out the possibility that the Earth is the center of the solar system, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Well, what do you mean by solar system? Let me ask that.
Well, the solar system centered on the sun, and then the planets rotate around the sun. They orbit. But you can confirm that that's the case rather than everything going around the Earth, though, right? You know that, right?
Nope. But if you want to describe that.
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. Phases of Venus and Mercury, for one. The phases of Venus and Mercury confirm that Venus and Mercury are between us and the sun. And the phases of the other planets prove that we are between them and the sun.
Well, there's only phases. You mean
it's impossible for the Earth to be at the center of the solar system and the other planets revolving around it. Geometrically, it's simply not possible.
Okay, so let's go on that. Let's talk about how about the phases. So Mercury and Venus have phases. All the other ones don't.
They have full phases, including crescents and new, the equivalent of the new moon.
Right.
None of the other planets have that. That's because Mercury and Venus are between us and the sun, and we're between the sun and all the other planets. So it's impossible. It's impossible, for example, to see Mars have Mars between the Earth and the sun. It's not possible.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, what I would say,
any other far planet away, like Jupiter.
So I do hear what you're saying. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree that works on the heliocentric model. If we had, like, let's say a racetrack, just a circular racetrack, and then you've got like the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, etc. And then let's say you just, these things are all going in between those. So let's say the sun, Mercury, and Venus, those three. So in that circle, like just that circular concept, like a zodiac type thing, like sun, Mercury, and Venus. Mercury and Venus never get a certain distance from the sun degree-wise. Like Venus only gets about 45 degrees at the max, and Mercury only about 21 degrees max. So if there were three race cars, that would mean that, let's say the sun is in the middle track or whatever, and Venus and Mars are on the outer tracks. That means that as they're going around the face of the Earth, as it were, like the face of the clock, like that kind of conception, Mercury and Venus never get further than, like I said, either 21 or 45 degrees from the sun. So in that way, it's almost like they're phasing back and forth. Like they go faster than the sun to go ahead of the sun, like in a race car. Then they get, let's say Venus gets 45 degrees, and then it doesn't get any further than that. And then it starts slowing down. It goes retrograde, and it goes behind the sun, all the way 45 degrees. And that's when the phases are connected to this as well. So that's when you'll get that phase. And then it picks up speed again, and it goes the same speed as the sun. And then that's when you would have the new moon phase, or like the new Venus phase. So yes, Mercury and Venus kind of phase back and forth around the sun, which is why in the heliocentric model they had to put them in between. They had to make Earth the third rock to account for that. So it was.
I have a problem with what you
already
just
built
said.
on that. Yeah.
Okay, so
I have a problem with what you just said. If for the people in the United States, Venus is on one side of the sun, and it goes to the other side of the sun, then the people in the European countries could see Venus, but that doesn't happen.
Well, this happens very slowly over time in terms of whether Venus is in front of or behind. That takes a very long amount of time, like a whole cycle of a whole year.
An entire orbit of, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you understand that if you talk about the sun being between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, we're here in the United States, we're above that. Now, there are other places, of course, that aren't, but what you're describing is Venus passing in front of the sun, slowing down, passing behind the sun, speeding up, and passing in front of the sun again, right?
Yeah, but when I say behind, I'm not necessarily saying like physically behind. I'm just saying, like, imagining, like, let's just say two race cars, take Mercury out of it, just two race cars. Like if we look up in the sky, we might see, so basically Venus will look like it's to the right of the sun at times, or it'll be aligned with the sun, and it'll be like a new moon phase or whatever. And then sometimes it will be to the left of the sun. So in that way, in front and behind, but I'm not necessarily saying that there are three balls up there that are going in front and behind.
Where would it be when Venus was full? Yep. There you go.
In which part? What are you asking?
Problem. Here's
in which part of that cycle you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, the phases are correlated with which position it's in comparison to the sun, and then there's
position would it be in when it was full? Be behind the sun, wouldn't it?
In terms of what degree?
No. Would it be in front of the sun or behind the sun if we saw a full Venus? See, what you're describing
is full phases on both. There's full phases on both sides.
You're describing Venus orbiting around the sun, and you don't realize it. That's the problem. Do you know that crescent Venus is 7 times the size of the full Venus, right? Because the crescent Venus is close to us, the full Venus is on the other side of the sun.
Nothing's orbiting the sun, Bob.
Well, that's not what he just said.
The Earth isn't flat, Merle.
He just perfectly
orbiting the sun, and the Earth isn't a globe, boy. The Earth is not a globe, boy.
See, how I interpret in front and behind is that the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn. That means that the sun or Venus has to be either north of the Tropic of Capricorn or south of the Tropic of Capricorn, which would mean, like what I was saying, that it has to be revolving around the sun for it to appear that way.
The real answer to Bob's question is that Venus is never viewed completely full. It's always in some phase, and that's connected to my understanding. Like I was saying, like there are two race cars, the sun and Venus. If it's in front of Venus or behind throughout those cycles, from the sun to in front of it, if it's in front, or from the sun to the back of it, that's where the phasing happens. So there is no
we have a
completely
full Venus just for the same reason that we have a full moon.
I mean, it actually works a similar way to the moon. I think that it fluoresces in position of its direction to the sun.
Yeah, but you've already described the orbit of Venus around the sun, and I don't know why you can't bring yourself to admit that.
Because it's not around a sun; it's just moving and it's phasing in its position ahead of the sun or behind the sun, and the phases are correlated with its position, just like moon phases are.
And what causes moon phases?
The positioning of the sun and the moon, ultimately.
Correct.
You mean
Correct.
shadows? You mean
Now,
shadows?
if the
But
moon is full, if the moon is full, where's the sun?
the thing I'm
180 degrees.
The other side of the Earth. Now, here's the other problem that you run into. If you think this is just because Venus is moving around with the sun between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, if I had a new Venus from my aspect here in the United States, Ruif and those guys down in Australia should see a full Venus. Wouldn't you agree? Because they're on the other side of the orbit. That doesn't happen.
No, we all see, just like with the moon phases, we all would see the same phasing. Like if Venus is, let's say, 20 degrees in the zodiac ahead of the sun, let's say, or 20 degrees behind it, the phasing is going to be connected to that degree position, and everyone on Earth is going to see that phase. Granted, a couple hours difference, etc. But we're all going to see that phase.
The moon orbits the spherical Earth. That's why
Same with the moon.
Yeah, but that's correct, and that's why and that's how we know the moon is orbiting the Earth, and not moving, and not just simply moving over the surface of it. It's orbiting
It's moving
around
over the surface.
Earth.
There is indeed no measurable curvature to be found.
I'll just post this real quick. This is like a really basic little heliocentric concept of the phasing of Venus. So, Bob, I do hear where you're coming from. And if it was a globe and heliocentric, yes, I can understand the conception. This is why I said they had to put Mercury and Venus inside of the orbit of the Earth when they put the sun in the center to account for this. But this is just sort of showing right here, the different phases. Now, we never see it when it's completely full, because in the heliocentric model, the sun would be in the way, as it were. On a geocentric type planar Earth model, they're just in a conjunction, and during a conjunction, that's why it's called new moon, new Venus. It's the Venus or the moon are not going to be visible. However, as it moves a little bit through its phase, so this would just be, in my understanding, as it's moving to the right of the sun, then you're going to get that. Like I said, it's like two race cars when it's going ahead. So instead of this 300, this orbit like this, you just have two things that are moving in their own kind of tracks, their own frequencies. And when it goes ahead of it, you get the phase. When it's in a conjunction, etc. So it's just going ahead and in front of and behind, rather than the idea of circling the sun.
Well, actually, that's not described, but okay.
By the way, that image describes is the rotation of the planets around the revolution of the planets around the sun, and how Venus can be in between the Earth and the sun, and we can see it.
Dr. Bob, does the angular size of Venus change through its phases?
Yes, by sevenfold.
Huh, that's weird. I mean, like it's going farther away and coming closer.
Correct, exactly.
So
because
not what
Venus
not what
is
Gio
full.
said.
Yeah, so when Venus is full, it's on the other side of the sun from us, and it's small. When it's at a crescent or a new, it's on our side of the sun, and it's 7 times larger because it's closer to us.
So you guys have come here to preach heliocentrism to us?
No, this isn't preaching.
No, it's
This
not
is
that. It's
education.
all happening on a flat Earth.
You
Mark.
sure?
No,
I feel like
they're
I'm
talking,
being
it's all
preached.
happening on a flat Earth anyway. Of course,
This isn't preaching. This isn't preaching. This
Oh,
is,
no, it is, Brenda.
this is
To me, it
instruction.
sounds. To me, it sounds like you're
fantasy, Mo. Fantasy.
To me, it sounds like Dr. Bob and Brenda are talking about observations, and then Jeannie's preaching, saying it's all happening on the flat Earth truth.
Correct, which is correct,
Yeah.
isn't it?
That is correct.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
that is
isn't it?
correct. You preach,
I'm
and
not
they are
wrong
talking
there.
about observations. It is correct. Yes.
I just want to make sure that everyone here on the server realizes that Brenda's just a troll, and that she really thinks that the Earth is flat. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Brenda, for allowing me to speak for you.
You're welcome, Brother Lael.
I mean, we could go on to Stellarium and see exactly how this works if you're interested, but quite frankly,
As long
right
as
now
you
I'm
can
not
measure that curvature,
much-
I might be interested. But if you're not going to show me curvature of Earth,
Stellarium is based off observations, right? It's built from observations, correct?
Yes.
So anything that we see in Stellarium, like, you know, the transit of Venus across the sun, is based off a real live observation. Probably multiple.
And you can test that because it'll tell me exactly where I need to point my telescope to see Jupiter, and I just plug in the coordinates from Stellarium, and there's Jupiter in the eyepiece.
I sort of have another question for Dr. Bob. Does the moon change in angular size, and is that connected to the phases?
The moon does change in angular size, and no, it's not connected to the phases. It has to do with its orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, and on a geocentric,
There's an apogee and perigee to the orbit.
Yeah, so on a planar stationary type Earth model, if you have the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn, if those are three circles, you know, let's say like a Gleason's type map where you have the three circles like that, you're going to have different distances between those because, like, let's say that let's say the Sun-Venus cycle, you might have the sun at the Tropic of Cancer on the inner ring, and then Venus at the time of when you're viewing it, it might be all the way out of the Tropic of Capricorn. So there is a distance change, and that distance change is correlated because it's moving. Both of those, the Sun and Venus, are moving through their cycles between the, you know, on the inner rim, Tropic of Cancer, out to the equator, and then out to the Tropic of Capricorn. So there is that difference as well.
Say Geo.
Thank you.
So you think 2,500 miles is going to change the size of Venus by 7-fold because it's 2,500 miles further away. So how big would that make Venus?
Well, I'm not even saying that Venus is a physical object. What I'm saying is that throughout their cycles, they are in different positioning from your position. So you are at different distances, you know, depending on how far you are from the Tropic of Capricorn, et cetera, you are going to be viewing those at those positions. But I'm not trying to say that it's a physical ball or that it's even physical at all.
Well, you can understand that if we have a full Venus, and then it moves 2,500 miles closer to us at 7 times the angular size, you know, we can calculate the size of Venus from that, right? And we can calculate the distance. So what would be the size of Venus to account for that?
Well, I think that's based on fundamental assumption, and it is how they got the astronomical unit. So I hear what your thoughts on that. That is probably what you're describing. But the thing is, they have to assume the size of Venus in order to do that. So it's based on an assumption.
He just said you can measure it.
Yeah, you measure it.
Wait, no. Didn't he say that you already got a distance that is travelled? How do you know that it's travelled this amount of distance?
Well, that's the difference between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, about 2,500 miles. And no, you don't have to assume the size of Venus to get an astronomical unit. That's just one way that you can do it, and it was a lucky guess.
What kind of object do you think Venus is if it's not physical? I can't imagine what it would be.
The whole globe thing is a lucky
That's
guess.
your lack of imagination, Brenda. Coming
Your
to
fault.
the fore.
Yeah, well, help me out. Geo's the one that said that Venus is. He doesn't think it's a physical object, and I'd like to know what that is.
You can't imagine.
And we know when we don't go there.
I think it's a luminary, a celestial object that emits light.
Well, don't physical objects emit light?
Yep, they're all luminaries in their own ways. There's just different octaves and layers and levels of luminaries.
All right. So if it emits its own light, why does it?
Well done. I agree with that. Sorry?
If it's
an example on Earth where there's an object that emits light that is not a physical object.
I think Bob was saying something. I think there was a delay. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Show me an illuminated object that casts a shadow on itself. Can you do that? Because there are shadows on Venus, so by definition, it can't be self-illuminating.
Yeah, does a light bulb have shadows?
Sure, there's shadows. There's shadows.
It would if it was
Are you
fluorescing.
sure there's shadows?
It would if it was a crystal that's fluorescing in a particular direction.
No, he's correct.
What?
Yep, he's
How is that
correct.
possible?
If
How?
Venus was self-illuminating, we'd see a full Venus all the time. We would never see a phase of Venus. We don't see that. So
Might
your
see a phase.
thought is correct.
Well, I never said that it's self-illuminated itself the same all the time. I think it fluoresces its light in correlation to its positioning to the sun.
Why would it change? Why would it change the pattern of illumination on it to mimic an orbiting planet?
Huh?
Why
I'm
would
even
it?
more confused. You're almost acting like
the same way that
Venus or Jupiter are sentient planets or sentient sources of light. How would it know where it's at and close or far away from the sun? How would it even know that?
How would it match our expectations? That's a very good question. How would it know to match our expectations?
Well, yeah, I hear you. I
Let's
would say, I mean,
remember that
we're
you're
not really.
speaking about something you
Go
never
ahead, Jim.
created. So I was going to say, you
Can
must
we
remember,
let
you're talking
Gio
about,
answer
you're
the
speaking
question?
about
Is Venus
please.
a...
Let me finish now, please. Bloody hell.
Well, we asked
I was saying
Gio
that
a question and you're interrupting Gio's
talking
answer.
about things, you're talking about things that you never created, so you've got to be careful in the way you word what you're trying to say, yeah? Okay, you're not being careful at all. You're going on like, you can know. You can never know what's going on up there. You can only observe and make speculations only.
Well, that,
Great,
We've been there.
Well, that was sort of actually,
back
yeah,
to
that was
Gio.
actually one of the things I was going to say, because I mean, what I was going to say is that we're not, Jen, your mic is feeding back. We're not in the realm of, I mean, this at this point of the discussion, we're not in a realm of being able to physically verify this, like going up there, getting a sample of Venus, etc. So
I don't have to go to
we're
Russia
not-
to know Russia exists.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but here's the problem that you run into. We've been to Venus.
what I was
All right?
saying is that,
We're
okay,
there.
for
We
my,
landed on the surface.
oh my gosh, I was just saying from
We've
my,
also bounced
oh my
radar
God.
off of it.
You
We've
guys
also
are all
bounced
cutting.
radar off of it since the 60s.
that's because there's a lag, Kosho.
No, there's three people interrupting him.
Well, I'll just answer what I was going to answer anyways. What I was saying is that I'm not saying that there's physical verification of this, but what I think is happening is that Venus is a luminary that involves electromagnetic, electrostatic, and plasma fields. And that luminary, I think, has a sonoluminescent quality, meaning it's sound waves vibrating in a liquid to create, I think all the luminaries have that quality to them, and cymatic frequencies. So Venus would be like, it's like more like a battery system, like a charging system. And it's positioned to the sun. The sun is like the ultimate charger, like it's charging the whole universe, our bodies, all nature, everything. So the sun has a charging energy, which the sun charges, makes the sky blue because it activates all of the plasma and all of the fields to turn the sky blue. That's why the blue sky follows the sun. And that blue sky actually emits its own light as well. It's actually its own fluorescence, but that's a whole separate topic. The basic thing I was just going to say with Venus and the phases, let me just say the last thing, because that was a sidetrack. The main thing with Venus and the phases, what I think is happening is that the sun's charge and its position connects to the luminary and how the luminary of Venus electromagnetically and electrostatically fluoresces its light.
Well, the problem here...
We still have to explain the fact we put landers on Venus and we've bounced radar off of it. So we've identified where Venus is and how far away it is, and the fact that it's solid. You still have to address that.
The way you're explaining things like the sun and Venus is it as if they were sentient. Are they sentient or are they not sentient?
Gio explained beautifully. It made more sense when Gio...
Jin, I'm asking Gio a question. Let him answer.
It's a fake
I'm just
question.
saying that I liked what
It's
it
not a
said.
fake
It makes
question.
more sense.
He's acting like the sun knows where Venus is at to be able to supercharge it or whatever.
Well, you know, you know those Etch-a-Sketches? You know that Etch-a-Sketch where it has a bunch of metal filings, and then you take the little magnet and you move the little things and you can draw pictures. Essentially, in that sense, the little magnet is pulling the filings to create a picture. It's pulling the filings to light up the little thing where you can draw little pictures. So
yeah, and those things are physical.
So the problem that you run into, Gio, is you can't get around the fact that we know where Venus is. We've bounced radar off of it, and we've put landers on it. So, I mean, you have to address those things. We verified.
Actually, you just lied. You just lied.
Bullshit. I just
We've done
addressed
no
it.
such thing. We've done no such
Well,
thing.
the fact of the matter is, Gio, the way in which you describe the Etch-a-Sketch, Etch-a-Sketches, all parts of an Etch-a-Sketch are physical objects. So if you're going to explain it like that, then you have to accept that the sun and moon and all the luminaries are physical objects.
You also have to accept that somebody's turning the knob.
Yeah, and you have to accept that we've never left this Earth's surface and gone to any other celestial body from Earth. Okay, we haven't done that. So stop dreaming, sir.
Well, like
You're asserting that we've gone to Venus.
Anyways, let
Lael, have
Gio
you
answer.
seen,
The audacity of the man.
like Lael, have you seen the crystals that fluoresce?
Yeah, crystals are physical objects. Perfect.
Right. But they fluoresce in relation to a charge and in relation to heat.
But they're physical objects. So are you describing that as if Venus and the sun and all those luminaries are physical
We
objects?
don't know if they're physical objects. We don't know this.
I'm talking to
We don't
Gio,
know.
not you, Jen.
Well, I mean, that's a big
I'm
question.
talking
It
to
depends
you.
on, I guess, how you define physical. I think there are. I mean, that's just a deep question. I don't think they're rocks. I don't think they're rocks like we have on Earth.
Based on what?
I could care less whether they're rocks we have on Earth or not. You're describing and relating it to something that is physical here on Earth, but yet it's not a physical object. So how can you describe it as something physical if it's not physical?
Because
He said everything.
it works in a similar way, but it's not a crystal. I'm not saying that it's a physical crystal, although I do think the moon is a celestial crystal, but which is it's a semi-physical object. But in terms of a lot of these luminaries, I mean, they are light-emitting bodies, and those light-emitting bodies have a charge to them, and they fluoresce. So what I'm saying is that the charge quality is similar to some of these things on physical Earth, but that doesn't mean that I'm saying those are physical. I don't have a way to go up there and physically verify that, so I can only go with my spiritual
Right, and I've
mind.
never physically been to Russia, but I can still accept that as a physical place.
But well, why do these
Unfortunately,
luminaries?
we have
Why do
physical
these
evidence.
luminaries
Verify that.
mimic? Why do these luminaries choose to mimic an object that is revolving around the sun, and that its dark side is simply its shadow? Why do they do that?
I'm not sure what you mean.
The problem you're running into is we have physical evidence of what they are. So, I mean, you have to address that.
You mean like NASA claiming they landed rovers there? Because yeah, you mentioned that before. Well, I don't accept that they did that. So
Doesn't
Yeah,
require your
absolutely
acceptance.
not.
Doesn't require your acceptance. The physical evidence.
It certainly does, sir. It certainly does, sir. Okay, it costs a
No,
lot
it
of money.
doesn't,
They lied.
because
It
no,
certainly
it
does.
doesn't.
well, let me
No,
ask you this. I know Jin wants to kind of start a fight, but we'll try not to take it into fight mode. But let me just ask you this, Bob. Like, what have you seen about the evidence that you've been given about them landing things on Venus? What convinced you? Like, I'm not really saying, convince me or show your proof. I'm just asking what convinced you.
I watched him go there. There's physical
I saw it
evidence
on
they
television.
brought back. There's physical evidence.
I watched them go to the moon.
Television,
They
or
never
did you
went.
listen to it on the radio?
Amateur astronomers tracked the signals from the capsule. Amateur astronomers took photographs of the capsule in cislunar space. So, I mean, this is
No, they did not. No, they did not. Okay. They
okay.
did
So
not do
this
no
is
such thing.
just, I mean, it's not.
Listen,
just
you're being
government
silly,
sources.
sir. You're being silly and childish, sir.
It's
We
not.
cannot
It's
leave
not just
Earth.
government
We
sources.
cannot
This is
leave
civilians
Earth. We
like
do not
us.
have the technology, sir, to do that. Okay. So stop dreaming and wishing. Yeah. Grow up.
Well,
Act
that's
like
very
a
nice.
proper,
Thank
coherent adult, sir. You are
Yeah, well,
dreaming
thank you very much.
nothing.
How many characteristics of science denial did you just demonstrate? But the
Well,
bottom line is civilians,
It's not scientific. It's what you're talking. It's pseudoscience, sir. It goes against the laws of
amateurs
nature.
and
It goes
non-governmental
against
agencies
natural
verified
laws,
all
sir.
of this. You don't even understand.
You're
the stuff.
violating
Oh,
natural
I'm
law
not.
when you speak.
No,
By the way,
it's not a violation. Sorry.
it's a violation of natural law. And you know what we're going to do later
As
on?
you understand
I've
it,
got
but
a
you're
lot of
understanding
images.
correct.
I have images of NASA's supposed photographs on Mars to get through later on, and I'm going to embarrass your ass today. Okay?
I doubt it.
The pictures.
I doubt that you're capable of doing that. Sorry.
I'm very capable because you're embarrassing yourself already.
Jen, listen, please. Let's try to have a back and forth.
He wants to
okay.
fight.
We
He just
can,
wants to
and we will.
fight.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
just being
no.
a contrarian and just demonstrating a
I'm
lot
being
of.
precise. I'm being precise. You're saying we've gone.
Yeah, but there's
I'm saying
people
we haven't
obviously.
gone.
What Left Lane's trying to say,
have
there's
no-
people
no
trying to listen
scientific
to this
evidence for it.
conversation. It's not just about what you want to
We
do,
don't
Jim.
listen to crap. I don't
Yeah, well,
know.
he wants to listen to a conversation. That's why he's here. There's people here wanting to listen and wanting to participate.
I'm glad
so
he's
just
here.
go
But
back.
let's keep it coherent and precise. Assuming we've gone to a place that we cannot go to is ridiculous. He's got no evidence.
The question was, it's not. The question more was, what has Bob seen, evidence-wise, that convinced him of it? That was the question.
Yeah, and he says
And
he
the
saw
evidence
it.
that I've seen is one, I saw one of the Apollo launches in person. I know that amateur radio people have tracked their signals. I know that amateur astronomers have captured images of the capsule en route to the moon. I know that there are man-made objects that were left on the moon that are still active to this day. And we have physical evidence that they brought back.
Unfortunately, that's all lies. Petrified wood does not a moon rock make. Bill Wood tells us that. NASA
There's no petrified,
rocket
there are
engineer,
no
Bill
petrified
Wood.
wood moon rocks. There are no petrified wood moon rocks. There's a catalog of every single item that was brought back
Unfortunately,
from
you
the
want to
moon.
speak to Holland. Speak to Holland.
Well,
That's what
I need to. I've already reviewed it.
Let me ask you this,
I've
Bob.
already reviewed it. But in any event, we have a catalog of every single moon rock with a photograph of the rock in situ on the surface of the moon with a map of exactly where it was found.
No, you do not,
It's
sir.
extraordinarily well documented. The catalog is publicly
It may
available.
be well
Look at
documented in Fantasyland, sir. It did not happen. The moon landings did not happen, and we know how it didn't happen because we have Stanley Kubrick, the greatest film director that ever lived, telling us that it didn't happen. We have so much clue, yet alone the scientific anomalies that NASA has shown us through their photographs.
Show me where Michael
and
Collins was.
environments.
Show me where Michael Collins
here's the thing.
was in July of 1969 when he was supposed to be on the moon. Show me where he was on Earth.
Here's the thing.
He's on Earth.
Hold on. It sounds like Jim Jam wants to get in. Sorry, Jim. Just take a.
Yeah,
give
just
someone else a
find
chance.
out
Go
quick.
ahead, Jim.
I just want to say it must be real because they calculated the amount of fuel they needed.
Showing.
Yeah, that's not the argument. The argument is from
No, it's just
Dr.
another
Bob.
one of your proofs, right?
Dr. Bob is he personally witnessed a lot of the events.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
He
was
was there where
You
the
just got,
lander
you
landed.
just got here, and
He
he
witnessed
had
it land.
I've been here the whole time. What are you talking about?
He
No, I
witnessed it land.
personally
Another
witnessed.
world.
I personally witnessed the launch of Apollo 17. Saw it go into
Oh
space.
right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did,
witnessed
what
go
did
under
you?
the air.
Hold on. What did you see?
I saw the rocket launch. There was a delay of about 30 seconds so that it cleared the curvature of the Earth. I saw it go up. I saw the exhaust plume widen out as the air pressure dropped, and I saw it go into space.
Okay. Do you question any of these things, or do you think they're all 100% solid?
It's 100% solid. We absolutely went to the moon.
Okay.
And I figured that out at age 10, by the way.
No way.
They
Because
didn't
you saw it on
Why didn't
television.
they hire you?
Yes.
Tell,
No,
they,
I
Because
didn't
they
see
saw
it.
it on the radio.
they can't
I
figure
did
it out
not
now.
see it on the television or the radio. I saw the actual rocket go up. It was a night launch. It was clearly visible from my house.
I saw it go up, so it must have gone to one of them moons somewhere.
No, I saw it go up and go into space for the reasons that I told you.
Well, you saw it go up.
All the way through the 3 radiation belts that exist between us and the moon.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
I didn't see it go through those, but I saw it enter space. Yes.
It would have to. It would have to get there. That's the thing.
Yeah. So.
It would have.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So it
Yeah.
went through.
Went through
Yeah.
the Van Allen
No
belt.
problem.
Not a problem.
Yeah. The three radiation belts. Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
It wasn't a problem.
You sure?
Yep.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Hey, hold on.
Because you know, this radiation belt to Earth is 247 miles away from the surface of the Earth, containing today, as we speak, 2,500 REMs. But back when the Apollo missions were happening, hang on a second, it was 250,000 REMs, according to Sir Bernard Lowell, British astronomer.
So.
Right? So if they'd gone through that, they would have been instantly killed.
No,
That's
they weren't.
a lie.
Yes, they
That's a
would.
lie, Jim. That's the problem. You're lying. Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, you don't know enough about radiation to be able to even make
Unfortunately, you guys don't. So wanting to believe a lie, you haven't got a clue.
Hold on a
It's
second. See, this is what happens.
2,200
See, hold on. I got to mute you for a second, Jin. See what happens, mailman. If you come in and throw some personal attack, it's just going to start a shit show. So hold on. He's not lying. Okay, he's not lying, but he said something you don't agree with. So would you like to actually respond in a way instead of just calling him a liar and trying to create a drama? Could you share, if you have actual knowledge, why you disagree with him?
Sure, he has never backed up that claim, and every time when he tries, it doesn't show what he says, and he's been told that he's wrong, and continually just keeps on saying that that's the case, even though it's been shown to be wrong.
Okay, so you're just making an assumption that he's purposefully lying.
Well, if he's told that he's wrong multiple times, then
You see, the
sure.
way people deal with information.
That's just an assumption, but why didn't? Yeah, it just seemed like it would have made more sense instead of trying to call him a liar, because that's implying that he's doing something intentionally like that. He may have different information than you or have a different perspective. So in a productive conversation, you could just share that perspective instead of just trying to call someone a liar.
The problem that you run into, Gio, is he's been given the corrective information.
Okay, so what in specific are you refuting about what he said?
That there is the realms of radiation that he said, but it's still there.
Okay, then let's have Jin respond.
Yep.
Thank you very much. According to Sir Bernard Lovell, a British astronomer, back in the 1960s, the event, 1962 this is, the event known as Operation Starfish Prime, Dominic of the Lord, yeah? Okay. It left behind a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, current Van Allen radiation belts have 2,500 rems apiece. So the third belt that I'm talking about today that's there now is 25,000 rems. But back in 1962, it was 250,000 rems.
Yeah, but the problem you run into is how many of those rems did the Apollo capsule encounter?
It would have to go right through all three belts to get to the moon.
Yes. Though you, all right,
listen,
so Jin,
hang
Jin,
on,
here's
hang
the
on.
problem. No, here's the problem. You quoted that there were 250,000 rems in the Van Allen belt. It didn't meander all the way
I didn't
through
say Van Allen belt, did I? I didn't
all right,
say
would
Van
you
Allen.
please stop interrupting me, Jin?
You just interrupted him. He wasn't finished,
I'm
and you
providing
interrupted
you
him.
with an answer.
I don't know what you're
You
getting.
don't have the answer. You don't work there. You don't never know.
Well, hold on, Bob. You did sort of interrupt Jin, but Jin also was going on a bit long. So I don't know. Jin, do you want to try to wrap it up and then let Bob respond?
Yeah, okay, but he mustn't misquote me. I said there are three belts. Two are the Van Allen, and the third one was left over by the Operation Starfish Prime. And back in 1962, the level of the radiation that was left behind was 250,000 rems. I now yield to the impatient young man. Go ahead.
All right. I can look at the flame on a candle and measure the temperature of that flame. And it's got a lot of heat in it. And if I stick my finger in it and leave it there, it's going to burn me. But if I simply pass my finger through the flame, I don't even notice it. That's the case with the radiation belts. They just hauled ass through them and they were done. A little more than a couple of chest x-rays.
Okay, can I now tell you, can I now let you know what happens at much lower levels as to what would happen to a human being, okay? At 70 rems, if the astronauts were to go through the Van Allen belts only, we'll leave the third one just for a second. If they were to go through the Van Allen radiation belts, okay, they said at a level of only 70 rems, the astronauts would have encountered nausea, vomiting, and slightly vision loss. But if you increase the level to 170 rems, 170 rems, they would have had vomit, diarrhea, vision loss, death within 60 days. 170 rems. We're talking 2,500 rems apiece, plus
All right, so
250,000 rems.
So unfortunately, what you don't seem to understand is that radiation exposure has two factors to it. One is the level of the radiation, and two is the length of the exposure. Just like you pass your finger through a candle flame, if you just briefly go through it, you're not receiving all of that. They're not meandering around in the belts.
Right. So how
They
long did they
hauled
spend
ass
in?
right through them. They hauled
How long
ass
did
right
they
through
spend?
them.
How long did
And
they
their
spend
flight
in it?
path, was set to minimize the exposure to those belts because they're in a known location.
Yeah, I mean they didn't just shoot them through the Van Allen belts naked. I mean there's space shoots, there's the ship stopping the radiation.
Yeah, but what Bob said, it's true. They try to go
There's
towards
the hole being plugged by the astronaut's finger.
You notice they're not answering
they want
about
towards
the
the
flight
poles.
trajectory.
They
What
want towards the
trajectory
poles,
did
which
they take?
limits the
What
Van Allen
trajectory did
radiation.
they take?
Hold on, Jen. I think Kosho was trying to say something.
Saying what Bob was saying about the path they want. They want near the poles. They went towards the poles to try to limit the radiation.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. They left Cape Canaveral. It's where they're leaving from, man. Nowhere near the bloody poles. What are you talking about?
You understand they orbited the Earth
rocket
one
for
or two
yourself.
times before they. You understand they
So
orbited the Earth
they
a couple
claim.
of times.
So they claim, but they didn't go through the poles. They did not
How do you know that?
go through any of the poles.
Go ahead and
Bullshit.
pull up their flight plan, please.
Goddamn gutter snipe liar.
Yeah, this is why the
Lying,
Jin.
man.
No, if you want to sit down and call me a liar, Gio,
I'm
are
definitely
you going to allow me to call you liars?
No.
because
I'm calling down that bullshit right now.
No, hold on. I'm gonna mute Jen if he's doing that. Carry on, Jen. I'll mute you in a bit, but no, we don't want to start that. I don't know if he really called you a liar. I think he kind of was joking. I don't know. Let's unmute him for a second. Were you really calling him a liar, Jen, or are you just ranting?
I'm only joking with the guy, but the point is,
No, that's true though.
They went through.
How
They
can you
had to
justify
look.
that?
Even hang on a second. Even what's his name? Bart Sibrel was asking Alan Bean whether they went through the belt, and you know what he said? I don't think we went far enough out there to encounter. How can an astronaut who went to the moon say that?
I think one of
don't
them
think
said
we went
that.
far enough to
Yeah.
encounter the belts.
One of them said that, and then do you remember the other guy who said the other guy said that that he didn't know if he went through them, and then he kind of started lying, and he said, "Oh yeah, we went through them. I remember seeing sparkles in my eyes." Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's the same guy, Alan Bean. It's the same guy, Alan Bean. All right.
He was
That's one
just
astronaut.
freewheeling. He was just lying on the fly watching that one. I mean, his body language was all over the place. He was just improving at that point because basically Bart Sibrel kind of knew a little bit more about the mainstream story of that, So that's why he was asking all these questions, and the guy didn't really know, So that's why he kind of was.
Well, Dr. Bob said that they took a route that minimized their exposure to the Van Allen belts.
Alan Bean.
He doesn't know that.
Bean actually
He
said.
said-
They also hold ass
said,
going
yeah?
through.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to what Alan Bean said. Yeah, he was asked.
How fast
did not-
was the Apollo capsule moving as it was going through the Van Allen belts?
Well, no.
Yeah,
How
figure
long
it
did
out.
it stay in the Van Allen
According to the
radiation?
expert,
Yeah,
23,000 miles an hour.
23,000 miles per hour. How wide are the Van Allen belts? Tell me the exposure that
They would say it would take them 4 hours to get through the two Van Allen radiation belts. But let's not forget about the third belt. They would have to have gone through there first. And if the radiations were at 250,000 rems, they would have all been dead. They
From
would have
one
been
nuclear test?
all
True.
dead.
Yeah, that's not true. There is no third layer that has 250,000.
That's what you see. You see?
sitting there.
Yes, there is. Yes,
How's
there
the
is.
How's the evidence?
Operation.
You've been
Listen
totally wrong.
clearly. Operation.
Wasn't it a smaller one?
Starfish Prime.
Yeah, it doesn't
Operation Starfish
bring the-
Prime.
All right. What happened was
1962.
they did space detonations of nuclear weapons to do some testing of EMPs, electromagnetic pulses. And
It resulted in a
they did
radiation
find
weapon. That's what happened.
that there was residual radiation from that.
100
It
times
was
more
a
lethal.
concern. Okay, Jen, shut the fuck up. I am talking.
Hold on, I did mute him, but okay, Jen, please try not to interrupt. Go ahead, Bob.
All right, but they did have some transient increases in the radiation, and they were concerned about the moonshots in a few years, but they monitored that, and they felt the risk was acceptable. And as it turns out, they were right.
All right, that's it. Earth is a globe. Everyone go home. Bob nailed it. Jin's muted. He won.
Unfortunately, he didn't because
hard to figure out.
because
Yeah.
100 times more lethal than the natural occurring supposed Van Allen radiation belts to the tune of 250,000 rems is ludicrous to think that any living organism could pass through there unaffected. I'm sorry, it's totally unacceptable.
Jen, what is a REN?
Not to mention the 960 rems that they
what
would have
is a
hit
REN?
on the moon whilst they're on the moon. No protection
Jen, what
from
is
the radiation.
Jen, what is a REN? Tell me what the definition of a REN is.
Of unit they use to measure radiation.
And
It's
how
also
much is it?
sieverts.
And how much
It's
is it?
also
How much
sieverts.
radiation
I
does
don't
it
know how much
represent?
it is. Yeah.
Okay, so you're
Let me
citing
tell
big
you
numbers,
something.
but
Yeah,
you don't know what they mean.
Hang on. What REMs are a measurement of radiation. The numbers are large, 250,000 REMs. I've given you what happens to a human being at 70 REMs and 170 REMs, okay? And you can look and Google what
was the time of exposure? What was the
What?
time of exposure for that damage?
This is what I'm trying to say. They had to go through 3 belts.
Jen, stop repeating yourself.
Jen, let me
just
answer.
stop. Look, we got it the first 12 times.
No.
We got it the first. Jen, we got it the first 12 times. You said 250,000. You quoted damage.
Took them 4
Jen,
hours one way. They still had to come back. So that would have been 8 hours in total.
All right, Jen, you're just going to talk over everything. So I'm going to go ahead and talk right over you.
They were on the moon.
How long was that 70 Ren exposure that caused that damage?
Right. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer the question you asked me in the first place. Okay. How long was the duration that they went through the radiation for? So if you
3 to 4 hours.
4 hours one way and 4 hours back, that's 8 hours. Plus the 2 hours for the. Hang on. Don't forget about the third belt. Okay, then there's time they spent on the moon, where the radiations are just as high, 960 rems thereabouts. Okay, on the moon, on the lunar surface, there's radiation and cosmic ray particles. So
yes, they wore radiation badges.
Hours and hours of radiation. Hours.
Jen, you're still talking out of your ass. They wore radiation badges.
No, you're talking out of your ass, man. Nothing about verbal diarrhea, sir. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you're the one carrying
the laws of nature. You're going against the law of nature.
All right. So okay. So that was Jin's response. Bob, I guess he responded. That was his response.
All right. Well, I'm not going to address this word salad unless he can tell me how long the exposure of that 70 Ren was that caused the damage. He has no point. The astronauts wore radiation badges. They monitored the radiation that they were exposed to. It was within parameters for a reasonable risk. So, I mean, that's just that.
I'm sorry. It's totally unacceptable, right? They didn't go to the moon. They couldn't go because the environment is so dangerous to human life. It's impossible. And it's funny how the Orion capsule today, they're saying that they're still having to work out how to get through the Van Allen belts. It's a problem to the astronauts and the equipment. And then the question is, well, why don't they use the 1960s equipment? Oh,
because they didn't use the digital circuits that they have. Jen, you ask a question. That means you shut up and listen.
It's not asking
to the
you.
answer.
You don't have the answer.
Right. All right. The reason that there's a difference between the Apollo capsule and the Orion capsule is the electronics. You're dealing with 1960s technology versus modern technology. There's a lot more digital chips in the Orion capsule. It just needs, it's an issue of coming up with the right shielding.
How many chips? How many chips?
2.
How many would be critical to you?
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
How many would be critical to you?
If they gave you a Lego set of all the chips and said just put them in the order,
how many
you wouldn't have anywhere near what they're looking at.
How many wires were in there? How many wires? How many switches?
You have no idea.
How many buttons? How many
That's what I'm saying. You have no idea.
Really? How many rivets? How many
what
rivets
color were the
are in
buttons?
forward?
You guys have no idea.
Cupola?
What color were the buttons?
Right?
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. You guys have no idea. If you cared about it,
how many rivets there are, you don't know anything.
Yeah, you
you
don't.
don't know how many
Hey
rivets.
guys, cool. There was pictures I posted
Okay, thank you,
Given the
Koso.
answers,
There's
given the
there's another problem as well.
Hold on,
There is
Jin.
another problem that I
Jin,
didn't mention. Okay,
Jin,
that
Jin,
is
wait
sorry.
until I'm
The
finished, Jin. Just wait until
oh,
I'm
go
done.
ahead, Koso. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I posted several pictures, Jin, showing the path where they went. As I said, they avoided the most dangerous parts by headed toward the poles, which allowed them to spend minimal time through the belts. They went through the outer part for about 3 hours each. Not 4 hours, not 8 hours total, 6 hours total.
well,
And the total doesn't matter because it's the long, the extended duration of one time. If you go through, if you split up the amount of time through rest in between, it allows your body to repair. So it's only the long.
No, you're just being silly now. No,
hold
just
on, real
ridiculous.
quick.
One, the rockets don't have steering wheels, so you cannot steer your rocket with all that fuel coming out. Okay, so you're now steering it to go through. That is a load of hot cod's wallop. They just went round the. They
This is a
supposedly
quick
went
kill.
round
I
the
got this,
Earth.
Jin.
That's never been. Yeah, go ahead. That's never been proven.
Look at, so he said pole. They took off from the poles, and this
I didn't say they took
this
off
line here
pole,
is
dude.
definitely connected to
Nobody
Africa.
took off the pole, man. I said they left the Earth towards the poles. Like Bob said, they orbited.
Yep, and you can see this line does not go to the pole, so that is a contradiction.
Dude,
Your
no one said
story
through
does
the
not
pole.
add
No
up.
one said through the pole, dude. They
Yeah,
headed-
it shows
they
an exit
left
right here by
towards the
Africa.
pole, so that the widest part is in the towards the center.
Yeah,
We-
right here by
most parts are
Africa.
towards
That
the
is
pole.
not the
They
pole in your
left
model.
poles.
Yeah,
Apparently
that's
the
not the
equator
pole.
is
That's
the pole.
Africa.
Are we going to be stuck with Van Allen belts on that?
Why are you even talking about this? It's like Earth Awakens. You guys want to keep talking about space? Go to some astrophysics, and let them get a laugh at you.
Yeah,
Because
the
it's
rocket
in
had to come up.
fine.
The first belt they're going to encounter is 247 miles up. That's exactly where the ISS is supposed to be operating as we speak. Yeah, that's where they are. That's why I know they're not up there, because they're in a highly radiated zone to the tune of 25,000 rems. Because since from 1962 to today, the radiation levels has slowly dissipated, but the strength is still there to kill life instantaneously. So they're not up there. Okay, don't kid me, mate. Not only that, one more point.
Well,
One
Jim,
more
but
point.
don't you have
Cosmic
to
ray
admit, Jim, though,
particles.
hold on, just real quick. Don't you have to admit, Jim, though, that the data you're getting for that, you have to actually trust that their data of how these belts work are even true? Is even true?
Absolutely, it's their
you
story.
guys
Thank you
trust
very
the
much,
government.
Gio. Thank you
trust
very
the
much, Gio.
government
I'm
when
only
it
putting
suits
up
you,
what
don't
they
you?
said. I'm only
guys-
putting up what NASA says. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you guys
Because
trust the
that's
government when it
great.
suits you.
Thank you.
Where does Jin get these numbers from? The government.
I am the biggest cherry picker you will meet to present my case.
Yeah,
So
that's
like it
called
and
a
leave it.
logical fallacy, Jen.
It's not a logical fallacy.
Yes, it
it's
is.
NASA's fallacy. It's not mine. I don't believe in any of the shit I just said. But it's NASA's story and the astronaut story. I bring you their facts.
Yeah, but Jim,
Their facts.
I'm with you on that. But Jim, but the thing is that are you telling me that you think NASA has released data that contradicts? Because if they're making that up in the first place, why would they make something up that contradicts? Like, don't you think that these guys are finding some data because if we Google right now, radiation belts, moon landing, whatever, there's a whole explanation that they give. So I'm saying, like, you're kind of using their model to try to debunk their model, but they already claim that they have data points that fit their
Exactly, because Gio, they tell us, okay, together with the astrophysicists and astronomers, okay, they tell us that cosmic ray particles pose a formidable obstacle to overcome because they travel at almost the speed of light. And for every square centimeter, you get 4 of these cosmic particle rays shooting and hitting that area. It's like you're being rained on. So how can you avoid this stuff? They reckon you need shielding 2 meters thick to avoid to be able to withstand it.
What Kosho showed you is they go around it. Clearly.
Right.
You can't go around it
From
when
the
you're going
equator.
to the moon.
From the
Fucking
equator.
hell,
Yeah.
man. You're all snatched.
They didn't leave the Earth from the equator. Like Bob said several times, they orbited the Earth. the orbit of the
Use the
Earth,
steering wheel.
and then when they left the orbit to head towards the moon, they left in a trajectory that was headed towards the poles, so they wouldn't go right over the thick part of the Van Allen belts.
Yeah.
And you guys wonder why
Let's not get
NASA
lost
isn't
in
calling
the
you
weeds here.
back.
Hang on a second. Cosmic ray particles are from Earth to the moon. So that's for the duration of the journey, they would be encountering cosmic ray particles.
Yeah, that's a different story, though.
They would have needed 2 meters thick of shielding all the way around that spacecraft.
The Van Allen belts are not cosmic ray
He's not talking
particles.
about the Van Allen radiation belts.
You're not listening, are you? You're not listening. You've got the radiation problem, and then you've got cosmic ray particles. That's another problem that you
Wait, well,
have
then
to
what other?
encounter.
How many more problems do you have then? Because you just
Well, this is what
talking about something
I'm
different
trying
now.
to get across to you guys is
Culture,
that
I thought you
they
knew
need
about all this
shielding
stuff.
a certain thickness just for the cosmic rays, not even for the radiation belts.
Yeah, so Jin, you're ultimately you're pointing out an inconsistency in their model and what they're telling people, which is not not uncommon. Yeah, it's not uncommon with NASA. They do that all the time. You know, the astronauts say they could see stars. Some say they can't see stars. So there's all kinds of confusion and misdirection, and so that's what you're pointing out, that the rates that they're giving.
Exactly what I'm pointing out all the way.
Yeah. And the little tinfoil on that lunar lander thing is not going to block that level of radiation that they're claiming is there.
Just from the cosmic rays, let alone the radiation belts.
That's why I said that Jin is talking.
They didn't even have a good enough protection just from the cosmic rays, let alone the radiation belts.
Well, there's a reason tinfoil hats are so popular, because they work.
But never a straight answer.
That's why I said that Jin is talking out of his ass, because he said that the globe earthers. Oh, I'm talking.
Don't bite him.
Yeah, don't take the bait. It's just bait. Everyone just talk over the bait.
Don't take it. Yeah.
He's
So,
trying to turn into a shit show.
That's what he's doing.
Just say your
Ah,
point.
He's
okay.
trying to
Well,
insult.
No, I don't. Hopefully he's not. Mailman, let's hear it.
No, I don't have to say anything. But I mean, it's a shit show.
No, you
He's going to insult. He wants to insult flat earthers.
Did you have
No.
Did you have
No,
something you were gonna? Did you have something that you were gonna say?
Sure. So Jin said that the R claim, or the NASA claim and the globe claim, is that there's 250,000 REM still today from the Operation Starfish, and that is not true. So it's not an inconsistency.
It's not a
or-
globe claim, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So he's making claims that we don't make, and then saying that they just don't
So
work.
they never
And,
claimed it, right?
Yeah. No one ever claimed that it's still there, and wasn't
I
there
think
when
it's
the
fantastic.
Apollo launch.
I think it's fantastic that Jin can speak out his ass. I think it's a special talent. Okay.
It takes
Because
talent, yeah.
I'm bringing you the facts and the names and the sources that I posted several times.
But you haven't. I asked you twice today to post the sources, and you haven't.
Telephone. Pick up your phone. Telephone.
NASA's calling.
This might be the
Because
first
when I-
time
when
ever.
Hang up.
Avon
calling. When I look for evidence for this third radiation belt, that's 250,000 REM, all I see is that in 1968 there was few electrons left from that explosion.
I'm back.
So can you post the evidence so we can look at it again?
I posted it. You know what? I posted it for you so many times. I'm not going to post it now. I posted it for you so many times. For you in particular, I posted the source and the pictures and everything. So, sit back and weep.
Sure.
Do some finger
It's
work.
not from a source.
So, because I
Not
posted it
so-
so many
Sure.
times. So many times you called me a liar, and I posted it all those other times, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not going to post it again for you. Never.
You posted a 3-hour video of it, but never
Oh,
anything
you
official.
noticed? Did you look at the video? Did you watch it to learn?
Yeah.
Did you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not going to watch it.
I watched some of your videos, and every time when I try to talk about, every time I try to talk about your evidence, you'd say, "No, it's in the video. It's in the video. My claim was there. Can't talk about it."
Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video? That's what I ask you.
Yeah, and in none of your videos there are any official
You're a liar.
claims.
You're a liar because it's all there. How do you think? What do you think? You think I live my life? Do you think I live my life making things up? Yeah.
Yes.
You're the
Yes,
biggest lie
yes,
ever told. That
yes,
is a spinning
absolutely.
ball. I'm going to waste my time making things up. What do you
Yes,
think?
And then you find
waste
videos to
everybody's
back up
time.
the things that you
You
make
waste
up.
You guys are
everybody's
the
time
ones that
making shit
are
up.
stupid here. No measurement of curvature, not 1 degree can you present
There we
here,
go. You make
and
it
you
up.
want to say that I am lying. They never went to the moon, okay? Clearly.
How do you know that?
Obvious.
How do you know
I
that?
know that because Mother Nature won't allow it. And Stanley
And that's
Kubrick
another
told me.
claim.
Stanley Kubrick told me.
Okay. So you believe Stanley Kubrick, then that's
Of
true.
course,
Okay.
I'm going to believe Stanley Kubrick over you. You're lying. No
Sure.
good. No good. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, right. You
Ah,
can imagine
okay.
what I
Yeah.
said there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beep, beep, beep,
Yeah.
beep, beep, beep,
Yeah.
beep, beep, beep.
Yeah.
So you talk about these natural laws. How did you establish those?
I don't establish anything. I have to adhere to nature's laws. So I'm not going to
How do you
start
know that
lying
they
about
exist?
nature's laws. Okay? I know what goes up must come down, and no human
Eventually, yeah.
being will ever leave the Earth's surface and go to any
That's not a
celestial
natural law.
bodies
Those aren't
today,
natural
been to an
laws.
tomorrow,
airplane.
or yesterday.
Those are
I've
not
been to an
natural
airplane,
laws.
so I
It's
left the
natural
Earth's
law.
surface when I went to an airplane, so I can defy the natural laws or the laws of nature.
Not to a celestial body. You didn't. I said
Okay.
to
So
a
how
celestial
high can
body.
you go?
Do pay attention. Do pay attention if you're going to play your semantics.
How
Pay
high can
attention,
you
you
go?
boy.
How
Put your
high
ears
can
out.
we go? How high
Okay,
can we go
get it. Get.
according to these natural laws? Can I go to 15 kilometers in altitude?
You tell me. The one who says you go to these
Your
places.
claim,
Tell me
your
how
laws.
far you can go in your toy rocket. Tell me, please.
Well,
You
I
tell
mean,
me, and I'll
I'm
tell
not
you if you can
talking
make
about a
it.
toy rocket. You said that we can't go to a
You
celestial
tell
object.
me how high you think
So
you can go in nature's laws.
it's your
You tell
laws,
me.
not mine.
You think you can fly to the moon? Tell me how high you can go.
Well, if I can go to the moon, then it's 230,000 something miles or kilometers.
Well, no, you can't because rockets don't work in space. So that's a
That's another
lie
claim
already.
that is not true.
You need air. Rockets push
No,
off
they
the air.
don't. No, they don't.
I posted the videos for you to look. I posted everything.
Yes,
You denied
and
it.
I've
It's as simple
watched
as
the
that.
videos, and
You're
they
denying.
are not
Cognitive
analogous
dissonance.
to a vacuum.
A moment.
Oh, go on.
Rockets
You
don't
guys-
work in a vacuum, mate.
Kosho, you guys save us. Give us a new topic. Give us something here.
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask. Because I didn't want to take away from that, but I did have something that's just a change of it's a different subject. So if that's okay. Then.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. After Kosho, I've got about 16 images from Mars that we need to scrutinize.
Why don't you just post them now
Okay,
while
because
I'm
there's
talking?
life
And
on
that way
Mars.
we don't have to talk
There's
about it.
not now. Afterwards. Life on Mars. On Mars is the next topic. Life
Anyway,
on Mars.
what was I saying? Okay, so yeah, I made this picture, and I just had to.
Well, thanks. How are you? C3, please.
It's got a hot mic again, like usual. But yeah, what was I saying? Right, yeah. So I have this picture, and it's based on what we were talking about earlier, Geo, and actually what Lemon talks about a lot, and celestial navigation and angles and all that kind of stuff. So just give me a second. So yeah, I just made a hallway picture, like the hallway Lemon always talks about. So we're talking about a hallway, and with the way we use celestial navigation, and the thing that all Globers keep saying is that we have equal so as the angle changes in the sky of the star from your zenith, it's going to represent an equal distance along the ground. And as you can see in this picture, the top picture is equal distances of those lights. The angles between them are not equal. They have a much different angle as they move. And the bottom one is what equal angles look like. And the distances are not consistent. And what we need, because what happens on Earth is you have your zenith and then you have stars that are angled away from you, equally distant. Not equally distant, but with an angle that corresponds linearly to the distance. So if it changes by 10 degrees and you keep going, the distance is going to change consistently the same distance. So not just this is just a visual representation of that, so it makes more sense. But I don't know what the response is.
You got the response in text. You wanted to post like a not safe for work image and get around it like you think you're clever, and you did that.
It's safe for work, man.
Are you offended?
Safe for work, dude. It's not the point, man. That's not even the part of the picture that matters, is it? It's the subject up there. I mean, this is. I know people keep asking about McToon's challenge, and I know people are saying, this or that about it. But this is
Actually, nobody's asking about it at all, but Globe Earthers seem to be coming in and bringing it up nonstop. But I don't think anyone's asking about it. But
that's the people. That's the people I'm talking about. The people
Why
are
don't
asking
you
about
want $10,000?
Well, I'm just saying in general. But okay, go.
Yeah, the people I'm referring to are the Globers. The Globers are asking about that to Flat Earthers to see what they think, and no one's really has an answer. And the reason why they're saying it doesn't work, the crux of the issue is really the GP and the distance to the GP and how that's obtained, or not how it's obtained, but what it refers to. And like I said, you can see here, there's not really a conceptual way that this would work on a flat, with a flat plane with flat ground.
Why don't you want to be an astronaut?
Okay, I'm getting something ready to show you because I have a response for this.
Got you.
What's the response? I didn't hear anything.
Well, you asked, why don't you want $10,000? So I'm asking you, why don't you want to be an astronaut? Instead, you sit here and break our balls.
That wasn't my
question. Why don't you be an astronaut, Brenda?
Because I'm too old.
We're too old, man. I would be if I was young enough and had enough sense, but yeah, they don't take 60-year-old people.
Yeah, just send you up as nondescript biomass.
Yeah,
hey, William Shatner went up for a ride.
They just sent a 90-year-old astronaut up there.
Yeah, William Shatner was up there as well, wasn't he?
He's not an astronaut.
They didn't
Gave
say
him
he
wings.
go to space.
Called him an astronaut.
He is now. He's now.
No, he's not an astronaut. William Shatner is not an astronaut. He's
If you go past the Kármán line, you're classified as an astronaut.
No,
Remember
they've
back in the
changed
day when they did the
they
the
changed
test.
it. They changed
Did they change that criteria?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes. You have to be trained as an astronaut. William Shatner is just a tourist.
Hey, I like Star Trek.
Beam me up, Scotty.
I mean, we don't have to keep going back to the same topics, but eventually it would seem that this whole thing surrounding the sextant.
You're doing show and tell, Gio.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
All right, so this is just a really basic little concept. Like, let's say the ground is the Earth, and then Jen, your mic's feeding back, echoing.
So sorry, when you say the ground is the Earth, that doesn't tell me anything.
I'm just saying the green here is the Earth, okay, and then the orange dotted line, that would just be, let's say, the sky. And this is just very crude kind of drawing, but it's just basic. Now, if I take this angle right here, see how when I change it down here, see it says 69 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So as I drag it, 42, 37, 30, 25, 20, etc. So that angle is changing. I know it's kind of small. It's down here, but that's the angle. So the whole linear and the thing that you just brought up, if it's happening this way, meaning if this pink, purple, whatever, this little hemisphere thing, this would be like your field of view. It's not the dome of the whole Earth or anything. I'm just saying it's your field of view. And if the stars, just for the moment, let's just say they're moving parallel above the Earth. Now, maybe they are on a larger dome, perhaps, but I'm not really incorporating that in this little animation. So if this star, as it's tracking away from you, let's just say it's going above you on a planar Earth, that relationship, like this little angle right here, or this position, would be where the star or the sun or the moon, whatever it may be, is in your little protractor XYZ axis region. And so the angles as this moves away will be linear. I keep doing that because my push to talk button is anyways. But this relationship as it's moving away is going to be linear within this. Well, it's going to be linear to a degree. Once it gets to the horizon, that's when you get sunsets and you get all the phenomenon that happens, because that would be like as this gets all the way out here, see it's getting further and further out. And then at that point, you're getting to the sunset phenomenon. You're getting to that 15 degrees. I mean, right there, that's 11. So you're already at 11 there. So I mean, as we know, once you get down to that 15-degree range, you're dealing with, refraction, atmospheric conditions, mirages, all kinds of different things that are going to happen at that point. But for the rest of it, that what you're calling linear is what you're going to get when you're seeing things within your field of view range within a larger matrix or a larger system above you.
Yeah. When does that black line go below the green line?
Never. It will continue to go out. This angle will get smaller and smaller. I mean, if I even try to do it this way, I mean, I could make the proportion different, but I mean, that's 7 degrees right there.
So we see stars set on the horizon. They go down.
It's just like this right here, where this black line intercepts with this hemisphere thing. That's what it looks like. It's going down. That's why, like sunrise, sunset, it looks like, that's why you can point your finger at it. Oh, there's the sun. You point up to the sky, because that's mapping within this little protractor matrix. But when they set is when they get too far away, and when you get the optical extinction, et cetera, et cetera.
We see them go below that green line. We see that.
No, that's just okay. What I would say that is the image that you're seeing optically at the horizon point, which is where the sky and ground meet. So on a very, very large scale, this is such a small scale. On a massive scale, you're dealing with something that is so large that the object is so far away from you that you're going to get that setting phenomenon. It's going to merge with the ground because it's too far away. So
why are you ignoring what I said? We see them go below the green line. It doesn't go to 0.
Correct.
It goes below it. It goes below the green line.
It matches. No, it converges with the green.
No,
with the horizon.
We see that they go below.
Okay, there's nothing that proves that they go below anything. Visually, there's a convergence. Convergence is different than something physically going below.
No, but we see them go below. I don't understand why you keep ignoring that. We see them go below the horizon.
You see an object that's in the sky converge with the ground. You don't see anything. If we fly over there in an airplane, we're not going to see the sun going below the Earth. That doesn't happen.
Actually, you'll see it set a second time if you go up in a plane.
Okay, well, I guess, Brenda, with all due respect, you're kind of derailing, because the original thing was my response to Kosho and how it works linearly and how that works. So let me just at least because I might need to step away for a second. You guys can carry on. But Kosho, do you at least get what I'm saying with this, or does this give you a little food for thought?
I do get what you're saying, Gio, but I'd like to challenge you to imagine the person is at the bottom of that line, right? And go to their 90 degrees. Their 90 degrees is right above them, right? So the reason I made this picture is because now if you go to the 80 degrees on the line, so where it's 80 degrees. Okay, so at this position, there's going to be somebody right beneath that, somebody that's right beneath that position. That's going to represent the GP for that 80 degrees from the other person's position. Okay, so those two people's relationship with that star is going to be that one person sees it at 80 degrees. The person right below it sees it at 90 degrees, okay? And you can keep doing this, go to 70 degrees, and then the person at 80, the person at the original person's 80 is going to see the other person at 80, who's the original person, it's their 70. So anyway, all three of these people are going to have those actual relationship with those stars, and they're not going to be consistent with the actuality that, the angles are going to keep getting further and further away for the first person, because in our model, in reality, those people should be equally distant from each other, right? So if you kept making in that 80, 90, 70, 60, and said there was a person beneath each of them, they should be equally distant from each other. In
No,
order
I
for
hear what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. I mean, essentially, yeah, because this is like a circle of equal altitude right here. Essentially, I mean, if I put this line right here, then that's essentially the GP position. You know, would be if it was directly 90, and then as you're going away, you're going to basically create the circle of equal altitude by the radius from which you traveled. So if you're doing celestial traveling, if you travel from one point to the next, then you'd be able to measure that, and then you build the radius, build a circle of equal altitude. So what you're trying to, yeah, so if you were to map a bunch of these, like if I were to cut and paste and create a bunch of these, that's what you're contesting. You're saying that because I think that's what we're going to find is that it fits on a plane. If we were to do this, to go out and do, because essentially this is just showing angles to stars, and then all of these positions. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like these positions would all. Now you can get into like bending light, refraction, especially if it's down at the horizon, like within 10, 15 degrees. Of course, that's different. But people could talk about bending light, but I don't think that's required. But you're saying that you have some thoughts that this doesn't work on a planar surface because if you keep plotting these out, that they don't line up. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. Well, if you plot any of them out, like I said, if you have more than 2 people, you have 3, 4 people, they're not gonna have a consistent relationship that like in our model. In our model, they can be consistently equidistant from each other, and the angles be 10 degrees each from each other. Going from 90, 80, 70, 60. That makes sense in our model. But if you did it on this model, they would not have consistent distances from each other. They'll be each person would be further away from the original person, and then the person at 70 degrees is going to be you see what I'm saying? Is like they're
yeah, but they each have their own dome. They each have their own dome that they're looking through. So
that doesn't
when
make
that
any
person's
kind
looking up,
how does that make sense physically?
Yeah, they each have it's a field of view. No one's saying this is a physical. Okay, there could be some massive physical dome above a huge Earth, but that's not really what we're talking about here. We're just talking about your personal field of view, hemispherical region at which you view the Earth from.
Your field of view is just the angle at which you can see things, right?
Well, because if let's say there's a little person, I just stretched it out, made it smaller, but if you're a little person down here, imagine you're a little person, you're pointing up. What you're going to see is some kind of a hemispherical thing. You point over here, you point over there. And what you're pointing at is something in the sky. If that thing in the sky is moving, let's say on a plane above you or on some much larger dome or whatever, the point is it's moving away. And when you get like all the way out to here, for example, you're going to start to have sunset phenomenon because the visual point of where the sky and the ground meet are going to converge. And then if there's an object that is in the sky or on the ground, it will cut off from the bottom up. It will obscure from the bottom up visually due to the limited space of optical information that you have over these great distances at these angles.
It would never cut up.
I'm not sure why you have to interrupt to say the same. We hear you, Brenda. Heard you. Look at the green line. Oh, wait. Keep the angle that acute. Now, Brenda, look at I can't believe I'm addressing you, but where the viewer is, and look at the green line, how close the black is to the green right there. Yeah. That thickness of air would cause obstruction.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it would.
No.
Yeah, over distance, it would. Yeah,
no,
you're looking through
not.
more. Yeah, we hear you. You don't have to repeat it.
Yeah, but it would not. It would not reproduce the phenomenon of a sunset because the sunset is not obstructed. What is the magic that happens that only
not
part of it gets
it's
obstructed?
The distance and thickness of the medium you're looking through.
Happens. That isn't what happens.
He's showing you right here how it happens.
Yeah, it isn't what happens.
Yeah, well, it does. You have more dense atmosphere. The lower you get to that green line, the more acute your angle gets, the more you're looking through a thick atmosphere from bottom up.
Yeah.
And that's what helps obstruct.
Then why can we see the upper half of the sun? Why can we see the upper part of the sun then? Just fine.
Because it's in less atmosphere.
No, it's right
above
there.
The green, it's higher than the green line.
So it's just selective obstruction. It's just selective obstruction.
Okay, put a little building. If the man is 5 foot tall, put a building 100 foot tall about midway of the black line and have the sun beyond it. And that building that's 100 miles away is going to be obstructing or a tree line or clouds or anything that's further than what the viewer can see is going to be
There's no-
obstructing it.
there's
It's
no
10
over the
different
ocean.
ways
Yeah.
it can happen.
We
There's
can
no-
do it right
Are
here.
you-
Look, Brenda.
right there. See
Look at
that
what's
building?
happening. Yeah. See, it's hitting it.
And
there's
where
no
his
physical obstruction over the ocean.
are
There's
you
no-
kidding
there's no
me?
buildings.
You're seeing further.
There's no
You
buildings.
can't see forever, Brenda.
Yes, you can.
No. Oh my
Yes.
God. Okay, I'm done.
Yes,
okay,
you
she
can.
said you can see forever. I'm done.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Can I ask a question about this?
Yeah, whatever.
The rays
That's
of light,
ridiculous.
rays of light don't come out of your eyes.
You
They
cannot see forever. If you're going to say that, I'm
Rays
done
of
with
light-
you as a conversation.
Well,
Rays of
Brenda,
light-
look, hold on. I just showed see, even right here, look, see, as it's setting, if that was a building, if this was the sun, right there, it's touching it, and now it's going below it. So
Yes,
the
I
sun,
understand that.
if this was your viewpoint, if you were a little guy on the beach here, and you have a building or whatever you have out here, that is now being obscured. The sun is going to look like it's going behind that. Or let's say that's a mountain. It's going to look like it's going behind it just because it's obstructing your view at that, or it's obscuring your view at that point.
There's no buildings on the ocean. There's no trees
And
on the
I
ocean.
mean, how high? I mean, if the sun is 3,000 miles high, how far away would it have to be in order for you to get a sunset on a flat Earth? When will the angle reach zero?
Right when it does.
Same as
every
it
day.
does on a ball, mate. Same as it does on a
Oh, okay, no, that's not geometry. You take a straight line to the sun, and you have a flat surface. You can just do trigonometry to figure out the angle. So if the sun is
Yeah,
3,000,
I mean, these are all good questions. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, you're just asking exactly when does it happen? Well, I think it happens at different depending on the conditions.
I'm not
Yeah,
sort of asking
visibility.
that. I'm just like, if it's 3,000 miles high, and it's 20,000 miles away from me, I can use those numbers to figure out how high it is above the horizon.
But you
Right.
don't know how many clouds are in your way, how many buildings, how many trees,
Sure.
how many
Sure.
a guy that's 10 foot tall that's in your way. I mean, come on,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying? There's
Sure.
just too much. You
Yes.
can't figure that out.
Sure.
So
but
you
I
agree that
still-
it could happen then? You agree
Yeah,
that there
I mean-
would be a distance, right?
would be a distance to what?
If it's 5,000 miles away, if it's 20,000 miles up, there would always be a distance, right?
No, what would happen is that it would gradually
Yeah,
fade.
Brenda, you think we see forever, so it's
It
kind
would
of pointless to talk to you.
It would gradually fade from view. It would not be.
It does do that sometimes. I
It
have a
doesn't.
video of it.
It never
Yes, it does. I have a video of it.
Yes,
gradually
because you
fading
have the
out.
focus wrong, and you don't.
No,
you
it's
have
at sea level. The
course.
focus doesn't change. It's a video that's the focal length is the same, and the sun is blocked bottom up, and then it starts to morph, and then it blinks out. It fades away because of the conditions. This is at sea level. This isn't high altitude. It happens at high altitude more often. Drier air. If you're denying this, Brenda, you're just way behind. I mean, this doesn't take away the ball. I know you say no because you want to no, but this doesn't
would
take away your ball.
No, what would happen? Nobody's done that. What would
You're
happen?
denying things that would happen on your ball.
No, what would happen in this diagram is that the sun would get smaller and smaller and
That's
dimmer and
not how it
dimmer
happened.
until it faded away. That's what would
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, that's what
and
you
we
do.
never see that.
I hear.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, we've seen it for sure, and he just.
Yeah, 100%. I've
But
videoed
we
it.
have seen footage where the angular size of the sun doesn't change.
Absolutely, yeah. The atmosphere is a great, unbelievable thing, and if you're going to start denying that it magnifies buildings and lights, and it makes things and perspective doesn't happen, it makes things look smaller in the distance, but also those same objects on different days look large in the distance because of magnification, depending on the. Yeah,
it sounds like you guys are just
it's not
agreeing
just
that the
one
world is
thing.
dynamic. That's it.
Yeah,
Sure,
very
it is.
dynamic.
It is.
So
Definitely. Yeah.
dynamic that you're never going to tell me that it can or cannot do things. It does all sorts of things that we probably don't even know about.
Yeah, and the thing is, and my understanding of it as well, like let's say, like in this little, as you're moving it away, see how when I'm right here, like you're seeing you're actually not seeing through that many layers. Like when the sun's right above you, you're seeing more directly up. That's why the line is fairly short, like this black line. But as we pull this away, the line is getting longer, the black line. That means that there's more distance between you and the sun or whatever that celestial object is.
Right.
And as this
It's
is growing, as this is growing in distance, we lose infrared heat, we lose light. We're
It's
slowly
not a linear
losing. We're
function.
slowly losing.
it would get
Hold on.
dimmer.
Hold on. Let me please just finish. You can speak after me. So what I'm saying is that as it's moving away, we lose the infrared, we lose the visible light, etc. Although we can still see the circle of the sun, we're starting to lose more of its light, and obviously it's becoming nighttime. And as it gets further away, this angle or this black line is getting longer. The fact that this black line is getting longer, that means you're looking through more layers of moisture, of clouds, of rain, of who knows, everything that's in the air. And as this gets even further away, the angle continues to increase. So you're getting literally an increased amount of atmosphere that you're looking through, which is where I think magnification can come in, and different effects can come in that are now going to be in between you and that point. And see how this line right here, once you get this down to 2 degrees, 1 degree, etc., it's going to merge with your horizon because it's too far away, and you're going to get that exact convergence.
Yeah.
The problem
So I-
is that
That
it's not a
wouldn't be
linear
a straight
function.
line either, Geo. That line wouldn't be straight either. That would be changing as it goes
Yeah.
through the different density gradient.
I can easily refute this with one.
Yeah, perspective. It should be
Not
getting smaller. Yeah.
Angular size. Angular size.
Yeah, right. That
That's
you're
a
you're
prediction.
taking
Just
you're
a minute.
you're
I thought I
pretending
got
that
to
the
speak.
sun.
I thought
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got to
we've
speak.
heard
Do I
your
get to speak or
denial.
not?
If people get
We've
to
heard
speak
your
over you,
denial
you're
forever.
over.
I thought I got to
You can be
speak.
overtalked.
State what you're refuting.
We've heard
before you start.
We've heard
I
your
thought
denial
I got
forever.
to speak. Do I
The
get to
sun
speak
is
or
not
not?
an airplane.
I think
The
I
sun
should
is
get
not
to
a
speak
physical
and not
object
be
in your
interrupted
sky.
by Rakia, who is so the problem with Geo's model here is that it makes a prediction. It predicts that the sun will get dimmer and reduce in angular size, and we
Have
do
we not just
see
gone
that.
over the world being dynamic though? I thought, have you
Yeah,
just
and
missed
that
that
it
part?
can be being magnified in
This
proportion
model,
to its distance.
Yes,
this
my
model,
exactly. That's exactly my response. What Rakia
this
just said.
model makes a prediction.
Okay, I'm just telling you what I think. Okay, so you don't have to feel threatened that I'm questioning your worldview. What I think is that as the sun moves away, this line is getting longer. There's more and more layers. The magnification, just like Rakia just said, in relation to its distance, we can get different types of magnification effects. Sometimes it keeps the sun the same size. Sometimes it gets larger. Sometimes it gets smaller. So that all depends. But as that angle, and you're seeing through more and more layers, sometimes you get an incredible magnification effect. And as the sun's setting, it magnifies more as the more layers are increasing with that angle.
Sometimes it's yellow. Sometimes it's
We never
white.
see that.
Sometimes
We never
it's
see
orange.
that.
Yes, we do.
No,
You're
this
in
never-
denial.
So it
Of
never
course you see that.
happens. This magnification thing never happens.
All right, Brenda, will you
sun-
hold
Sure
on?
it does.
Can we let hold on? Can we let
Why can't-
Rakia?
why am I-
All right, I'm gonna have to mute you because you've interrupted Rakia. Can we let him actually speak? You've interrupted him every time he spoke.
The sun does change size apparently. Like sometimes when I see it, it's really white in the sky, like a fog or a low-lying cloud, like haze is in the sky. It's usually a white sun, like this morning in my area. Now it's probably yellow for other people in their area because their conditions are different. It also seemed really, really small because of the conditions of the day. And then last week, when we had really clear skies and cooler weather, the sun was a bright yellow at the same degree in the sky on my morning drive into work. And it seemed really just huge in the sky. Now, those are apparent positions, apparent colors, apparent sizes, and that's caused by the conditions of the day and the medium that it's in.
So apparent means not real.
Well, to you it might. I'm just,
that's
it's
what
just
the word means.
of the view.
That's literally what the word means. It means not
So now
real.
you're gonna say it's not real. When we say
Yeah.
it's not real, apparent
Well,
means
you
not
said it
real.
was
Y'all jump
apparent.
all over us.
You said it was
Yeah,
apparent.
the apparent
That means
position. I
not
don't think
actual.
it's the. Yeah, I don't think it's the actual yellow. Is not the actual color of the sun.
Yeah, the
Do
sun
you
is
agree?
actually white. So
Yeah, it's just
and
an
it never
apparent
changes.
color.
It never changes in angular size.
No, well, you can say that all you want,
No,
but it
that's
apparently does.
measurable. That's measurable.
When someone,
It's measurable.
no, we're not talking about the physical size that you view through a
That's what
certain
angular
lens.
size means.
We're
It's just
talking,
physical
yeah,
size.
I understand that. You're not listening. We're talking about how we view it in our sky. Sometimes it appears very large, different colors, different positions to different people.
So you're
depending on
talking
the
about
conditions of the day.
Imaginarium. So in your Imaginarium.
No, I'm talking about reality, how we see
No,
it.
I'm talking about reality. In reality, the sun
Mhm.
never changes its angular size seen from the Earth during the day. It never changes.
No,
So
why
you're
do you
telling me
expect?
you're telling me that the sun isn't different sizes to different people around the world?
Who are you talking to?
You, he's talking to
You.
you.
I just said it doesn't change.
So the sun is the same size visually for everyone, no matter where they
Yes.
are
Same
on Earth.
angular size.
Yes.
That's just
That's
denial.
that's a large claim there. That's
Right,
quite a
yeah.
claim.
Go ahead and
Just
refute it.
put a solar filter on and it's
Yeah,
same angular size.
put a special lens on and then measure it a certain way. Yeah, well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
But
how we
that's when you
see it.
actually see the object.
I'm talking about how we see it.
No, we're not talking about your Imaginarium. We're talking about
I'm not talking about
reality.
imaginary. I'm talking about how I
So
see
hold on,
it.
Rakia.
Reality.
Rakia, one day I was
Why are y'all arguing
outside.
this point every day?
No, one day I was outside and there was an airplane, but it was behind clouds. So are you now saying that sometimes airplanes
Dude, are you
are
going to be
invisible?
ridiculous? Please.
You
I'm
are.
not even going to
You are
respond to
ridiculous.
that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're ridiculous. You have to
No,
use
you're,
the solar
that
filter to see the actual
analysis is
sun,
ridiculous.
not the glare.
And
All right,
plus the
so-
fact that the sun can be blocked by a cloud right in front of you, and you think it can't be blocked bottom up by anything? Please.
No, that's not what I
That's
said.
denial.
Objection.
I never said that.
Postman's
No,
just
that's
fucking
a straw
So
man.
you do agree it can be obstructed bottom up by something else besides Earth curve, right?
Sure, like a building or a
Thank
mountain.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
Yep,
you
it
go.
can.
Of course,
nobody
well,
says
Yeah,
of course,
Postman, go
of
post
course,
your
on
letter
a flat
somewhere else.
plane, a building that's 200 feet tall is going to obstruct something as it goes away from you. I give the analogy all the time. Look up at a helicopter on top of a building, and as it flies, it takes off and it flies away from you. That building will obstruct that helicopter bottom up, right?
Yep.
Well,
Obviously.
that's what the sun is doing.
Well, that isn't what the sun is doing because the sun.
It could
the
be,
sun-
right?
Well, it could be, but you
Thank
have the
you.
linear
I'm done with
function
that
there,
guy.
so it
Moving
can't
on.
be. Yep. It can't be that.
Next. It can't be that because it's
1
globe.
degree to 69 miles. No, 1 degree to
Yeah.
69 miles.
Yeah,
Not on a flat
yeah.
surface. Yep.
As you go away from a fixed object in the sky and you move 69 miles away, that object in the sky is going to appear to drop 1 degree.
Yep.
It doesn't mean you're.
Linear
It doesn't mean. Yeah. What's the difference? Or if
You
the
mean
object
that-
in the sky,
not a
if the
trigonometric
object in the sky goes in a straight line away from you, same altitude, 69 miles away from you, then it's going to appear to drop 1 degree in your vision.
Is it really, or is it going to drop in a way that matches a trigonometric function?
Yeah, it's that.
Well, in the atmosphere, yeah, it's like it's in water. Like when you view a fish in water, it's not in that position.
Actually,
But
Kosho proved everything you said wrong, Rakia. Kosho proved that with his diagram.
Good for him.
Everything
With
you
his
just said was
diagram,
wrong.
he's
It's wrong.
proven
And
what I
Kosho
said
proved
is
it.
wrong.
Yes.
So would you agree then, Rakia, that if something is dropping angularly at 1 degree at a linear relationship between degrees, that would match a curved function, but it seems that your case is that is due to the atmosphere?
I'm saying it could happen both ways. Yeah, if
So you're
you're on
saying
a
it could
curved
happen
surface,
in flat with no atmosphere.
I'm not sure what was so hard about my answer. If you're on a flat plane and something is fixed in your sky and you move closer to it or further away, it's going to change angularly. The angle is going to
But the
change.
angle's going to change trigonometrically. If you don't have something else to argue for it, then you can easily do this. It's a trigonometric
He doesn't know
function.
what trigonometric.
No, I'm talking.
He hasn't got
Oh
a
my
fucking
gosh,
clue.
Brenda,
He doesn't
you
have
are
a fucking
Brenda.
clue
I'll
what
tell you what.
trigonometric
You should just go on mute or go somewhere else. You're so negative. It's ridiculous. How the hell do you know what I know?
It is a lot of negativity, and it's a lot of like heckling and quipping that you're doing, Brenda. It's not really a fair discussion when you're doing that.
Well, I just wonder why doesn't Rakia get tired of coming on here and just lying his ass off?
All right, now
I'm lying. Please, she should be muted for that. That's ridiculous.
She is not muted.
I'm not lying about anything. This is my truth.
Yeah,
This is what I've
objection,
observed.
objection.
I've
These
never
guys are
seen one video that Brenda has done. I've never seen one sunset, not one thing that she has done. She only comes in here and is negative and disrupts. But she seems to have some good talking points. She really represents the globe well. It's awesome how she represents
You really
most
honor,
of the
you
globe.
really honor the thing.
Yeah. Just accusations
So,
out of
so
nowhere.
anyway, Brenda's gone. I don't see much
That's
point
a
in talking
fact.
about it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of true. Rakia kind of called her out for heckling and doing that stuff, and then she just literally threw an insult. I muted her and she left, so it's kind of obvious. All she just wanted to get her last insult in, so it's
She's
not.
just here for the attention.
And that's
the
also
disrupt.
globalists are. They're really that's one.
That's why
level-
I said she's representing the globe. It's
Yeah,
it's
Twit said
unbelievable.
it best. Twit nailed it. That about half of them are just here to make fun of people, and
But
the
anyway,
other
we
half.
can move on from Brenda. Brenda's gone, so
Who's
we can
them?
move on.
What's this them?
Yeah, we can move on.
So the question was
Can
about
we
whether
look at-
angular size is a linear function. Everything I find, if I Google it, is saying no, it is trigonometric. It involves right angle triangles. Like every time I open a page, I end up with something like that, a right angle triangle showing an angle theta or something like that.
I understand what you're saying, but understand when you have an airplane or whatever, like something physical that's in our atmosphere or a lot closer to us than the sun and moon are, and that are not bright lights that we don't know if they're projections or whatever they may be, and what medium they're projecting or can be in. Like even if they're not projection, they're obviously in a different medium. They're obviously in a different medium and they're a different object than like an airplane or a bird or something else that's in the sky that we can see change in angular size and go down due to perspective or up. So you can't equate those two things. And if you agree that the sun will drop due to perspective or rise due to perspective and can be obstructed by something else besides Earth curve, then how can you deny that you could be on a flat plane if you can't measure curvature anywhere and that the sun is just setting due to those things?
Because you were making that point, but it sounds like you are sidestepping the fundamental point that we're saying. At what rate does it set? When
we can figure all that out.
I'll just almost finished.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question.
Linearly, if it's
You're not
moving away
answering
from us-
my question. Why do you deny that that could happen? Like, do you not
Because
agree that could happen?
For the point that I just said, the point that you interrupted, I'm saying the reason that can't happen is because the relationship is linear that we see, but the relationship, if it were just going away from us and that's the only thing we're calculating for, then that is always a trigonometric function.
I don't think it is always just one thing. That's why it's a dynamic system, especially with the sun and moon or things that are not within our atmosphere. Obviously, the sun and moon are beyond what a airplane can fly, right? For example. So it's going to act differently in our view, and it's going to be at further distances, and distance is a huge factor in how we see.
Right. So what does happen if just this trigonometric function isn't enough to describe it? What else is there?
You think it's A and B, it's not. That's the whole thing. That's what dynamic is. Maybe you will never know, right? But if
I'm
it's a
asking you
possibility,
what you think it is. It doesn't have to do with what I think. What do you think? If you're saying it relates to something else, what is that something else?
No, I
But
think
aren't we just
exactly
talking
what I
about what
said.
we actually see?
Yeah, I am.
Well, what I say is
Reality.
things shrinking. It's shrinking in angular size that matches a trigonometric function.
But those things are not like the sun. They're not in the same medium. They're not as close. They're not like most of the things that shrink in angular size like that are not extremely bright lights in the sky. I don't get what you're saying. You can't compare the two. That's my exact point.
So if you can't compare the two, what is the major difference between one and the other? If you're saying it's not in the same medium, that's fine. But that to me would lead me to the result of if I don't know X and relying on X will give me the result, then I don't know the result. It doesn't
Okay,
seem
well
to
let's
make
start.
sense to go.
Let's start there. Do you agree they're in different mediums? An airplane and the sun? Then wouldn't you obviously agree that they could be acting differently perspective-wise or the way we view them? Then, okay, we're in agreement. What's the problem?
They don't appear to be acting different. I mean,
Exactly.
they're just
The
there.
simple thing is when people get above the atmosphere, they still see the sun, still at the same angular size. So while they could be acting differently, I have no observation that make me lead to that. But the crucial point to me about your argument here is you're saying they could be acting differently, so they are acting differently in this very particular way.
They absolutely act differently. When we view the moon or the sun from the ground at different angles, they look differently. When we go at high altitude and film them or view them through through like an airplane window, the sun and moon are different. When they go to extreme altitude and film them with cameras, the sun and moon are different than what we. Well, you don't agree with that, or are you just trying to? Do you agree that they are different?
I don't know what you mean unless you describe
Have
what
you
you mean.
have you seen the moon and sun from ground level yourself?
I'm just asking you a question.
I'm asking you. I know, and I'm going to answer
a stupid question like that, Rakia. Come on. In what way are they
Why
different? If you're saying
not?
they're different, just
Well,
describe
I'm
in
not
what way
going to
they're
answer.
different.
I'm trying to make a point. Do you want to have a conversation or not? Have you seen the moon from ground level? Yes,
No,
of course
never.
you have.
I've never seen the moon from
Yeah,
ground
you're going to
level.
be an
Thank you
you're
for
going to be
answering
an
that,
ass
asking
now.
that very reasonable question.
So, have you seen a moon videoed at high altitude? You don't want to answer. So you don't. You want to.
Yes,
you want to
yes, I
have
have.
a con.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did it look different than the ground view?
Different in what way?
Whatever way you saw it different in the
Yes,
video
it
and
did
the
look
ground
different.
view.
Yes,
Then what difference was it? How did it look different to you? Was it
clearer.
smaller or bigger? And
Angular size remained exactly the same. It got clearer.
you were measuring the angular size, or you just viewed it?
Were you measuring the angular size? Why does your gaze rest on what I've seen? To me, looks like it stays the same angular size, gets clearer.
It just clears up as you go up in altitude.
That's all it seems like.
So the size and brightness, nothing else changes. The color.
Might get a bit brighter. Don't know about the color.
Yeah, maybe you should go check that out. I think the color and the size and the apparent size for sure. Now I've never, you know, I'm not a pixel counter. I'm not one that's going to stick a special lens on something to get angular size and say voila, you know, because I view the glare or whatever you want to call it, whatever the atmosphere is causing that light to appear to look like. I see it changing due to conditions, elevation, you know, I mean, all types of things. If I'm viewing it through a camera or through my eyeball, it changes.
That's exactly what happens. It's very
Does it change in a way
I
that
experienced
could
the same
reliably-
thing.
Does it change in a way that leads you to make an assumption that it turns from a trigonometric function into a linear one?
It changes in so many ways that I can't make any definite thing. That's why I don't use lights in the sky as proof of anything other than we don't know a lot of stuff. And there's no reason to assume that we do.
So it sounds to me like your point is because some stuff happens, the stuff that's happening could be.
You can twist it however you want.
It sounds like what you're saying is I've seen changes. Those changes could possibly make this trigonometric function turn into a linear function. So I will affirm that that is the case.
I know that. I know it appears to, you know, like the personal dome is a good way of saying it. I don't know if that's, you know, makes sense to everyone, but I know like the moon appears to follow you. You know, each person sees that light in a different position. That's been proven. I know when we're looking through different mediums and a high water content, that things are you know, like illusions are created. I know when you get close to the horizon that you can. I mean, even your side, your experts say that you can't use that.
Sure.
So
then what do you
why
use
are
to
you
reach the
using?
conclusion we're flat? If lights in the sky don't help, surely, I mean, the only strong evidence I've seen for the flat Earth relies on
Because
exactly that.
curved water can't be measured.
How does it?
Hasn't
How
been-
has it been measured except optically over the
It
next to the
hasn't
horizon?
been measured. That's the whole point. It hasn't been measured. There's no good way to measure it. The way that I measure things, create horizontals and measure drop from horizontal every day, y'all tell me that's not good enough. So how have you measured it?
So you have no measurement that you live on a flat Earth. but
What do you
think
mean?
do.
No. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I absolutely have no curved water measured. Myself or anybody else I've ever
You're
asked.
describing to me an absence of something. That's like
You
saying,
can go
why do you
ahead
think
and
this
cut
thing's
me
a
off
camel?
and then
Because I've
later on
tested that it's not a
complain
rabbit.
about me cutting you off, but it really is not very good. Can I complete? I'll just complete my sentence, whether you want me to or not. I have never measured curved water. I've never talked to anyone who has. I've never been able to find a method or a tool to use other than a couple of YouTubers who use the tools in a method that I know isn't right for measuring, because I use them every day and I know there's limits to them. I know the atmosphere creates those limits. Also, we can't see forever. Anyone who says that shouldn't even be allowed in the conversation. So when you use an optical tool at low level surface, whether it be water or land, because you have water vapor coming out of the road, asphalt, and dirt, just like you do off the water, just not as much at a higher rate, you still have that thickness of density, that density of air and gases being created at the surface, and that creates limits to your measurements also.
So does it seem rational to say, I believe that X is the case because I've never measured Y? Like, I believe, wouldn't it also make sense for me to say, because I've never measured the Earth to be flat, it is therefore
I don't care what you do. I see flat, right?
I thought you
don't
just
see
got upset with me interrupting you, and you've just gone and clipped me.
okay.
The point's quite simple.
I heard
Does
your
it make
point.
sense?
I
Does
was
it make
answering your
sense?
point. Do you want to answer? It might make sense to you. You can start off with a globe and justify it all you want. I don't care what you do. I'll repeat it again.
I'm
I
not talking
don't
about what I
care.
do. I'm challenging that. When I said what makes you think you're living on something flat, you said because I haven't measured curved. It doesn't make
No,
sense.
I didn't. I said because I see flat, and then you cut me off. Because I've never seen a curve anything. I've never seen water curve. I've never measured it. I don't see that way. We see a horizon. We see horizontal. We measure level. We know what water does when it's static or not being like forced somewhere. It finds and seeks its level. When it's sloped at an angle or whatever pitch, whatever you want to call it, it flows. Mean sea level means something. That's horizontal to me. That's flat.
Not to the point of the question I asked. The question I asked was: it sounds like what you're saying is you've confirmed it is X because you've never found Y.
That's not true. If I found whatever you want to say, it's flat. It measures flat. I've measured it flat. It's not curving. Water. I've said it several times.
I haven't measured curved.
Yeah, I measured it flat. There was no curve.
I'm very surprised that you. Very
Dude, how
surprised
many
that you
times
riding
you
that
need
you're
to twist
going
my
down
words?
this path riding. I'm very surprised that you. The man's told you that he's never measured curvature anywhere, and if a surface is not curving, right, and it's not convexing, then it's flat, isn't it? And he said he sees it flat. He measured it flat. You've never presented your curvature. I'm very disappointed in you.
He said he measured it flat, and he was.
I went out to measure it curve. I went out to measure the curved water. That's what I went out to do. And guess what? It wasn't curving. It was horizontal.
It sounded to me like Left Line was speaking.
Yeah,
Somebody's
I was
cutting out.
But you were very descriptive in how you did it, and we determined that was not exclusive indicative of either model. Same on both.
I don't know what you're talking about. Straight line segments are created all day long.
No. When we were talking about celestial stuff up in the sky, because it did seem like Ryden was trying to make out as if you'd made a claim that things you see in the sky has made it so that you believe the flat Earth. That's what it sounded like you were coming from
no,
Ryden.
not at all. I don't use things in the sky other than I've learned how it could happen either way, right? Like if the sun couldn't set any other way than going around, below my feet, then I would say, okay, we live on a ball. I'm just not, that's just one more thing, right? But that's not it. That's nowhere even near. The sun could set in 10 different ways. Atmosphere alone would obstruct the sun bottom up on most days because of the dense layer that you're looking through. Yeah. Of course, the bottom is going to go out of your view. You're not going to get that information back to your eyeball and brain because you're looking through that thick, dense layer of near the surface. And of course, you would see the top more.
Yeah, and you must remember, And you must remember that medium you're looking through is changing by the second. By the split second, it's changing. So let's get real here.
So it looks like it's setting at 15 degrees per hour and staying the same angular size. You can tell how flat it is by how curved it looks, essentially.
No, however you want to twist it, buddy. If I went out, when I went out to go measure the curved water at my local lake, if I would have found curved water, I'm fine with it. I have no, when I first went out and did my long distance observation over Lake Pontchartrain, I saw what appeared to be like curving, like a bulge high. The water was higher than, you know, I was like looking into the water and I couldn't see the distant shore. I was like, holy cow. I never even realized it did that. And I was still thinking I lived on a sphere. But, you know, weeks later, when I started learning about how that could happen, how it could be an optical effect, I went back and I could see the distant shore. And that's more of reality.
How it sounds to us.
I don't care how it sounds to you. That's just my reality. That's what I've done. Now, if you tell me you've done something different and you've measured curved water, then I'll ask you what tools and methods did you use, but I don't hear that from you.
You never will. You never will.
Yeah, I know. I've asked everyone.
Sextant.
Hey, Rakia, they use that tool that bends the images.
So don't be surprised that people stop trying.
Well, I'm as honest as I can be. I saw what appeared to be curved water, but now I know how that optical effect can happen.
Okay.
You can
so
tell
it
it's
looks
curved.
is what you're saying.
You
but
can
there
tell
is,
it's
that is an
curved
optical
because
effect.
it looks so flat. Okay, you can tell it's curved because it looks so flat.
That's the opposite.
I did a
of what
video.
Rakia is
I
saying,
did a
though. He's saying
video.
He got to Pontchartrain and saw what appeared to be curved water.
Yeah, of course. I saw a bulge of water. Do you think the water bulges, or you think that's an optical illusion created by the atmosphere?
I think the water bulges. I think Archimedes even thought the water bulges.
Yeah, there you go. Well, think what you want to think. I did a video yesterday. They were talking about pool cues. So I went out to my pool table, rolled a cue on the table. It's as flat as it can be. That's how we measure it. I looked down it. It looks straight. I took a video of it at a certain angle. It looks like it's curving. You switch the angle and it's straight again. You don't think optical... Do you deny optical illusions? Hello?
No, not at all. I just
So
don't
you
think
so
I
you
don't
do
think
agree?
Can I finish, please? I just
You
don't think
answered no.
I know, but I want to expand if that's okay. If it's okay that other people can speak, Rakia, I really appreciate if you let them.
Well, if you think I'm that bad to conversate with, then go on
I
mute.
think you're terrible to conversate with.
Okay, well, go on mute.
No.
Does anybody else want to answer
I'll
that?
finish my answer if that's okay. I
He's
do
not
think optical
asking you anything. No one's asking you anything.
I don't give a shit, Crit. I'm allowed to speak.
Yeah, no one's
I do
asking
think
you.
optical. Okay, thanks, Crit. I do think optical effects happen. I just don't think that they stack up as neatly as they need to for us to live on a flat Earth. I don't think they always stack up in such a way that we're on a flat Earth and anything that looks like curved is in fact an optical effect.
Well, good for
And
you.
now you know why.
I got some great information for you. The Earth
You've got
isn't
some
flat.
serious cognitive dissonance going on there. Serious, but carry on.
We have so many ways that we could go for why there would be curvature. We could be looking over by Antarctica where the firmament touches down and at the curved edge, say, with nothing beyond. We could be looking at the edge of vision, since we think that vision goes out in a straight line in a 360 direction all around us. That could be, interpreted as a flat circle that's, slightly curved. I mean, we could be dealing with a lens artifact. There's so much we could do with this stuff. We don't even necessarily need to go with a ball.
Sure, yeah. It's just
I
that
mean,
my
we
feeling
can't
is
go
if
with
we
the ball
accept
because we don't
that we
see
can't
balls.
trust things that happen near horizontal, particularly over water, that throws out almost every flat Earth measurement I've ever seen, apart from Bob Nodell's ring laser gyro one.
Not really, no.
And the ring laser is the ether swirling over the flat, motionless Earth more than
Special
likely.
pleading.
But no, the ether was accepted up until a century ago, and it was inconvenient for heliocentrism, and it's been returned to in all but essence now with space, time, quantum foam, quantum fluid, and other stuff. They are basically giving a wink, nod, and a nudge to the ether.
Sure.
So
My point is not about the ring laser gyro. It is that at least unless you want to produce some that I haven't seen yet, but the Black Swan, the one across shooting
That
lasers
will live
across
forever
lakes,
and
all
stand.
of those fall down based on what Rakia is saying,
Not
which is light
really.
behaves
No,
weirdly near the
not at
horizon.
all. Not at
Well,
all.
light is another thing. The thing is, you guys make a
Thank you.
geometric claim since you say it's a ball. And
Yeah,
so since you've committed yourself to that geometric claim, we can now test to see if our line of sight is running tangent to that ball or whether it's going out further than that ball would dictate.
Yeah,
Right,
and
but
the Black Swan,
have you
the
got any
oil rigs
ways
are
that would
the
control for
oil
the
rigs
weirdness
are
that Ricky
at
is
a
talking about near the
GPS
horizon?
location, and
Jen
they
was
never
talking.
move. So, and that is well beyond your geometric horizons.
And so the geometric claim has been invalidated, and that's why you guys have
Every
to
day
pad
of
it
the
with
week,
refraction. So now that we have a
24
flat Earth
7,
perspective
24
where we
hours
can
a day,
pad
every day.
our claims within the amount of
Black
refraction as something flat.
Right. So refraction doesn't get accounted for if it supports your claims, and does get support, and it can behave in untested and
It's a
unexpected
fact.
ways if it doesn't support your claims. Got it.
Well, the thing is, you guys are making a geometric claim, which means that you're committed now to having a hump of Earth curvature blocking what's beyond. You have a heavier commitment than the flatties. We're saying it's purely optical, and it can vary from there.
Yeah. So it's special pleading, basically.
No, it's putting the
Really?
claims and couching the claims where they're actually at. You guys
And
made
you
a geometric
agree.
claim that this is a rock of Earth curvature that we're seeing, so you need to show that it is a physical artifact with geometric geometry or something to, that effect. That's what
You
Jen
agree
need
that
to
it
show that.
varies. You agree that it varies day to day.
Sure, I agree that it varies. I think that it varies in rather predictable ways and not by a whole lot.
So, but you say there's a hump of water in the way, right? But
Sure,
haven't
yeah, I think I
proven
live in a
that.
sphere. I
Yeah,
don't need
there
to
would be
prove
a
that.
hump. You don't need to prove it, although you're agreeing with us that the optical view would change day to day due to the conditions of the day, but
Well,
you
light
have no way
bends
to
by
measure it otherwise.
Yeah, light bends by what is it, 1/10 to the 100th
Yeah,
of a
so how
degree
do
or
you
something
know
like
it's a
that?
sphere then? How do you know it's a sphere?
Oh, for a whole variety of reasons. Like I don't just look out, see hump, and go therefore sphere.
What's
There's
your
many
number
reasons.
one?
Okay, Jesus, I guess it's your go now.
Just give us your number one then. You said various reasons. Just give
Sure,
us your number
South
one.
celestial pole.
So that's light bending, right?
No, not in predictable ways by less than a 10th.
Where's the pole? Have you ever been there? It's just a theory, right?
No, it's not a theory. It's
Have
something
you-
I can see in the sky.
Wait.
You can see the South Celestial Pole? From
Yes.
what latitude?
How can you be confused by that?
From what latitude do you see it?
Everywhere south of the equator you can see it, but I'm
What
not
about
seeing it.
north equator? Can you see it anywhere north of the equator?
No.
What'd you
Of course
use
not.
to see it? What? Not
You have
even 10 degrees
eyeballs.
north of the
You have
equator?
two round things in the front of my face.
Really? Because everything I've heard says it's a cluster of stars and you can't see it without a high-powered telescope.
What do you think a South Celestial Pole is?
I'm asking you if you've ever been there. You said no, it's a light in the sky.
It doesn't mean there's a star there necessarily. It's just the point of rotation
So nothing's there. It's just an imaginary point in the sky.
that you can see, sit there and
How
look
can
at.
you can look up at the sky and see it, and that's why you say there's a pole there?
Good Lord, right here.
You could see it.
Yeah,
What do
good
you see-
Lord.
what do you see when you look up at Polaris? Describe what you see.
No, we're talking about the South Celestial Pole,
No, but
right?
I'm just going to say it's that, but backwards. I'm going to.
Yeah, but you can't do the same thing. You can't say it's the same thing because it's not the same. Even in your model, it's not the same.
Well, it's very similar. It's a point.
Yeah, very similar, meaning not the same.
Oh Jesus, Rakia, control your dissonance enough to let me finish your thought.
Control your thoughts enough to answer my questions honestly. When you say it's the same and then say it's not the same, then that's doublespeak.
It's stars rotating around a central point, Rakia.
Exactly. It's that simple.
And what does that tell you?
That where there is an axis of rotation.
Yes, sir.
So that tells you you're on a spinning ball.
No,
What
it doesn't.
happens
But
when,
it's one of the strongest bits of evidence for it.
What happens when we move to Vega? Are we going to still be spinning around Vega, or is the whole celestial pole going to move over?
You were kind of breaking up for me. I don't know.
Something about Vega.
Yeah, if we line up with Vega in our future, does that mean all the stars are going to go around Vega?
Yeah, definitionally, the two poles have to be 180 degrees opposite one another. So if over a very long span of time our poles are precessing, then yeah, both will have to precess at exactly the same rate in opposite directions because they're poles, right? They're axis of rotation. They have to be 180 degrees opposed.
Were you saying that the celestial pole is going to move out of our north sky, our north pole position, and Vega's going to take that place?
I'm not sure if it's Vega, but that's my understanding that back in Ptolemy's time, it was Thuban. For a while, there wasn't one. It was just a bit of inky blackness. Even Christopher Columbus, I think, wrote about having to correct for the circle that Polaris made around the North Celestial Pole when he was doing it, and it's still not bang on the North Celestial Pole. It's like
but he was the one that he was the one that first mentioned declination, but they didn't know what it was. The first one that reported of this, but the point was that if Polaris moves out of our sky, do the stars rotate continuously around, in conjunction with Polaris? Or does the whirlpool stay in the same place and the stars move?
That goes back to not knowing the medium either. Even if the North Pole is fixed, which we all agree it pretty much is, if you view it at a different angle in a certain medium, it would appear to do different things. Flicker one night, not flicker the next, depending on angle or be in a slightly different position. I mean, just like the pencil in water or whatever. So my point being, and I'll leave the conversation, is I asked you for your number one proof. My number one proof is I went out to measure curved water here on Earth. Reality, something everybody can do, and didn't find any measured curved water. And when I asked you for your number one, you said just look up in the sky at a position that would be the point of rotation if we were rotating. And when I asked you if that's a definite
there is
proof,
a point
you said,
of rotation.
and you cut me off. And when I asked you if there was a definite, oh my God. And when I asked you if that was a definite proof, you said no. Thank you very much.
Do you think other people have measured the surface? Oh, he's run off. Does anybody else here think that other people have measured the surface and got it wrong?
Yes.
No one's got it wrong that I know.
No globers have tried to measure the surface, come back with a WGS84 and got it wrong.
Yeah, but what do you measure it with?
Fuck yeah. I know the globers were looking
so
for
people go out and measure it with good intent and get it wrong. Saying I've measured it is no better an answer than any other answer.
No, but all the measurements today are optical.
Nonetheless, that is what he brought, and that was what he was presenting. And you did seem to jump to like Southern Stars, which is quite a different category.
I think they're very strong evidence for me. The fact that he doesn't find them strong evidence,
you just said it was.
they don't support his model, is kind of the point.
If he had done that early doors, he would have been told that he's creating a red herring and a distraction away from the actual subject, which is what is the Earth, what are the dimensions of it, what is the shape of the fucking thing, not what is the shape of the sky.
And you failed miserably riding on shit again.
Well, it's a desperate tactic employed, and it's getting more and more obvious as the years go on.
I don't think it
So
is.
we're not
I think I
talking
look
about
out the front. I think I look out the front of my car if I want to know what my car's doing. I don't think it's a weird thing to go to. I mean, how do you, when you drove down to Melbourne from Brisbane, did you find that the best gauge of what your car was doing was by looking out the front of it, or did you just sort of look around the inside and the dash?
Well, I'm in my car.
Look out
now,
the front.
and
Right.
sky,
So are you looking out the front of it?
Yeah, I'm looking through my windscreen. The
Same
sun's above me. The sky's blue, but I need to keep my eyes on the road because that's where I'm driving. I can't just be looking at the sky, right?
Are you moving?
No, are you moving? Good question.
Yeah, I'm moving right now. I'm about to park. I'm about to park my car on the stationary.
How can you tell?
Do you see the sun? Do you see the sun?
I see the sun.
Oh shit! It's daylight over here in Finland too, and we're thousands of miles away.
Amazing.
What's the time there?
Yeah. In Finland?
Yeah.
It's 15 to 8 a.m.
All right.
Yeah,
seven,
good morning
7:47.
to you. Then, and it is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in Japan, so that's correct. Absolutely, the sun is in the right place.
About the movie was, you can look at your surroundings.
It's not a globe.
Movie, just as you can see the stars and tell that you're moving.
Exactly.
Well,
No, but again, someone did bring the point up about.
Stars are moving. Stars are moving, Howard. It's the stars
Sorry,
that are
Well,
moving. When we look
it's
at
one
them.
or the other. It's one or the other, isn't
It's
it?
one or exactly, buddy. It's one or the other. We can't rely on that as proof of anything. One or the other.
Well,
Almost to the point they're separate subjects. The sky is a subject in itself.
Right. And like someone brought up the point that it could possibly be in a medium that we're unaware of, and then it would be what we're seeing is illusory in a sense.
Yeah, but really there is no curvature measurable at all, and that speaks volumes. We're not even spinning as well. Let's not forget.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
The sky to any of us, hang on, is a mystery. None of us have any ability to verify what the sky is doing. That we're told what it's doing by a government agency or agency.
He's a weird scientist with funny hair.
Who I don't
Disagree with that.
I don't trust to just take their word for it. But the sky itself and what it does, whilst we can observe it, the mechanism behind it truly is a mystery to us.
I would have to agree with
I
that.
disagree with that, because I think that what things we can determine based on observation, if all we need is for that observation to be consistent, how am I trying to say it? If I say those 5 stars of the Southern Cross are always in that constellation, that's all I need to say. I don't need to know what they're made out of or anything.
No, Harry. Hang on a sec, mate. I can get what's his name? That famous magician. He can make a bus disappear, but the bus doesn't disappear just because it looks like it disappears. You know, like just because it looks like
That's not what I'm talking about, though, Fe. What I'm simply saying is, if your relationship, if what you're relying on with observations of the stars are consistent, like they're not disappearing, for example, then and that's what your observation relies on, just that they are fixed in their position, then that's all you need.
Well, that's all you need to make an assumption. That's all you need to draw an assumption. But as I said, people say, "Oh, what else could it be?" I said, "Well, maybe I don't ascribe to this necessarily, but what if the stars are sentient beings who are running a course pre-described for them?" Now, that's a narrative that's been put out there, not necessarily mine. What if that is the case? Well, it could be. I don't know. So just because they do what you say they do doesn't mean that's what it is.
That's
you
fine.
know what I mean?
But I mean, that's fine. Yeah, they could be anything. Let's give them sentient beings that are running a particular course. Would you agree that it appears for observers in different places like they're looking the same direction? When I look at Acrux, which is the bottom star of the Southern Cross, and you look at Acrux, we're looking at the same thing.
I would say so. I would assume so. Yeah, I don't know. To be truthful, I don't know much. I haven't studied the sky a whole lot, but I would assume that to be the case. Yes.
Yeah, that's the only assumption it relies on.
I was going to ask that, riding and Merle. Do you see more of it in the summer or in the winter?
Southern Cross?
Yeah.
It's always there.
But does it deviate much?
Doesn't deviate at all.
The Southern Cross isn't even the South Pole.
Well, I mean,
don't
like
even
more
know
above
talking
the
about
horizon
Southern
or lower.
That's right. It's not the South Pole, exactly. Not the South Pole.
So like the South Pole will always the South Pole will always be where it is for us, and
where's
cross,
that? And where's that?
South.
Where is it? Where? Because
southernmost
we don't get a 24-hour sun around it. Doesn't exist. So where is this South Pole that you're talking about?
Okay.
So you can deny that, Jen, but it's there. It happens.
It's not a denial. I can't deny
It's
something
a
that
denial.
doesn't exist. I cannot deny something that doesn't exist. So it's not denial, mate. It doesn't exist.
It is denial
It's
because
never
God
been
is
seen. It's never been seen. Never been filmed.
being filmed and
Never
seen
been
many times.
photographed. So,
I want to.
yeah, that there is a lie in itself. That there.
I
No,
wanted to
there's
ask
a lot of evidence for it.
I want
Bring
to
the
ask.
videos. Bring the videos up, boys and girls. Bring your proof. Bring your evidence and bring your proof to bear, please.
Will you
And I
call
will
it
shut
fake,
up.
or because I do have a video like that?
Yeah, but he's
brought
just
the
gonna
one,
say
the
it's
last
I'm
one
fake
you
pretty
brought
sure
was
there are
not
because you're a
evidence
but
of a 24-hour sun. That was evidence of a 24-hour sun that didn't exist because it was CGI.
Oh yeah,
So
not
if
the
you could
24
bring
hours.
us a
That's
real one,
bullshit.
the real one, please. That would go a long way.
I wanted to comment on the question about the measure. If they measured 10 degrees from Dunkirk to Barcelona at 1,079 kilometers when it should have been 1,111 kilometers, surely that there alone says that we're using a meter that is not a measure of the Earth.
Of the curvature of the Earth, yeah.
No. Just the surface area. Just the
surface
measure.
area. I see what you mean.
The distance of 10 degrees should be 1,111 kilometers. They measures 1,079. So if we're using a meter stick that's actually short of 100 centimeters, then everything that we're measuring is going to come out wrong. And it works out to about 97 centimeters, not 100.
So there's a discrepancy in the land topography and the distance measurements therein. But we're still flying over to certain destinations, so got to check everything. So it's a great point you raise.
There's a gift for you in the chat there, Jim.
That's flat. That's
Yeah,
about
there's
as flat as we can
video,
get.
videos there of the 24-hour sun South Pole.
A flat Earth, right there. It's flat.
Yeah, right.
What about a bagel? What about a bagel with flat top and bottom? Because
This is
sides.
it's hilarious. They think just by putting a light in the sky, it suddenly makes the ground curve. This is why just a little bit of science would help this, would clear it up. Just write out your hypothesis.
It doesn't require
seems-
science grid. It's just an observation.
Yeah, I'll look at the ground. Is the ground curved or flat?
It's flat.
Sure.
But why wouldn't you have two flat maps facing each other? That seems to be the only logical thing you can do. If you use the information of the flat Earth, then we times it by 2. They're facing each other. You reduce the surface area to normal. Fucking job done, man. You just inflate it a little bit. Happy days, man. Flat both sides, like a magnet almost. No, not a magnet. But a bagel with two. Yeah, a bagel. A bagel with two flat sides.
Yeah, writing. Where's your video for the South Pole? You're posting North Pole here. I'm looking.
No, they're not North Pole.
Oops, I did North Pole. Yeah, there's top one then for you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I posted one that says it's the North Pole.
They
So
both?
is the one of the
Oh yeah, it says Arctic.
There you
so
go.
is the
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the first one is
so is the
Antarctic.
video
Yeah.
but is the video of the North Pole 24-hour sun, is it legitimate too?
Yeah, is that a real video?
The ones that I've seen that was done by D Marble and Sergey, a Russian, 2 Sergeys, they were perfect.
Were they taken in the North Pole?
They're all apparent.
Taken in the north. They were taken in the northern region. They were Alaska, so that was good enough for me.
Oh, okay. So you don't have to go to the South Pole. You're okay with 24-hour just light in the
Sergey
South.
lives closer to the North Pole. Sergey lives closer to the North Pole, Russia, than Alaska, but it was good enough. They were both good enough. We could see clearly the sun for 24 hours. That doesn't exist in the South Pole, Antarctica. No
It
sun
doesn't
doesn't exist.
Can I ask you
No,
this?
it does not. You're talking the brown stuff. You're talking that brown stuff again.
Do you think that days get longer the further south you go during our summer?
Yes, definitely. We know that, actually. We know that they do. You and me know that.
Yes. do we presume that there is a reason why that would stop? It seems to be a consistent relationship between when the southern hemisphere is in summer, the further south you go, the longer day you get. Is there a reason we would think that relationship stops?
Yes, there is potentially. But there's no reason to say that there would be. Like, yes, I'm convinced there's a 24-hour sun in the northern hemisphere, whatever you want to call it, because there's lots of evidence, lots of videos of that. But in the south, there's not lots. There's a few sketchy ones. If there were lots, like Jin said, I'm convinced of the north. I'm saying I'm convinced of the north, but I haven't seen enough to convince me of the south. So just because the days get longer in Australia doesn't mean there's a 24-hour sun the further south you go. That's I see why you.
What I was asking
you could
is,
allude to. I can see why you can allude to that, but it doesn't mean it will.
Right, but what I was saying is, it appears to be a relationship that's leading that direction. Is there an assumption we could make that would say, "Oh, that stops at a certain point"?
Unfortunately for you, I shouldn't be able to say there isn't a sun, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You should be showing me this thing. It doesn't exist.
Okay, I've put 3 links
there
in
should
the
be
chat
dozens of videos. I would have thought there'd be dozens of videos of it, just like there's dozens of videos for Alaska. There should be heaps, but it's not.
So there's Aussie Antarctic Science TV. I put one. Left Lane put another. I put one called Frozen South by Anthony Powell, and another one that's called.
I've seen
by
that
Josh
one.
Miller.
It's all shit. All rubbish. None of them are real.
So there are videos
all
you just think they're shit.
All CGI. Every single one of them. And you know what my rebuttal is? Look at what's his name? Generism proved it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can do the same with the ones from the north. I can just say CGI and fake fuckery because obviously
you can say what you like. You can say what you like, but there's no curvature around.
Yeah, that's what you're
And there's
doing.
no
You're saying
24
what you
hours
like,
in Antarctica.
and obviously there's
saying
24 hours sun
I
in
am
the
saying
Antarctic.
the actual truth of the matter.
Yep.
Saying the
I mean,
truth
obviously
of the
there
matter.
is 24-hour because you can go to the webcams in the Antarctica and just prove it yourself. Simple.
Not one of them show 24 hours sun. Not one webcam.
All of them
Even if
show
they don't show you the full
24
24, even if they don't show you
Not
the full
one
24
webcam.
hours, there's many you can get where the sun is just going horizontally. They do a time lapse and the sun is.
I just want to see the 24-hour sun for 6 months. Sorry, for
That's
2
what
months.
you'd
It
expect,
doesn't
Big
exist.
Chills.
It doesn't exist at all.
It is what you'd
So there
expect.
you
The
go.
further south you go, the longer the days get until
Yeah.
they're just all day.
If you could see the full circle, though, it would completely remove the possibility of just doing an arc over a flat plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think it does support a globe, but sure, I think there could be cases made that it's happening on a flat surface. Just a question of where's the sun.
And I think the
Probably
big
that's just
problem for
obvious by the lack of the full circle, the 24 hours. That's all.
I think a big problem for the flat Earth is still the thing that in Australia it rises in southeast.
We
and
don't
goes
have
north
any problems.
instead
We don't have
southwest.
any problems
No,
whatsoever.
that's the
Have to
personal
gatekeep and fund
atmospheric
him,
dome that causes that.
Well, that's some
special.
nice ad hoc. What do you mean with the personal atmospheric dome? Why doesn't that happen in the north?
What do you mean? What doesn't happen? It does happen.
Yeah, but in the north, the sun is traveling around the North Pole. Would you say?
Correct, as it should.
And I see it exactly like that, traveling around a North Pole.
But you don't see that in the south. That's the point we're raising.
Where you just, I just showed that you do see it because it rises southeast, goes north, and then sets southwest.
Yeah. You have to deny
Yeah, but the light
reality, Jay.
goes north again. Right, the
No, it
fading
doesn't.
light after the sun goes down. Yeah, after the sun itself goes down, which does set south of east. South of west. After it does that, which obviously at below 15 degrees, it's pretty much an optical effect. You know, we're not looking at the actual sun. Everyone will acknowledge that below 15 degrees, you can't trust what you're seeing. But anyway, so as it goes below and you don't see it anymore, you actually see the sun then fade away to the north. It doesn't continue following south.
Can you show me some kind of video or some evidence for this?
I can find the one I watched. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, please, because
Yeah.
it's interesting. I mean, if the sun goes south of west and then suddenly starts to move north again, that would be interesting.
No. It's not that it suddenly moves. It's just that what we see when it sets is different to the actual physical sun, and therefore, when it sets and we don't see it anymore, we're then only left with the remnant light, which then we see the true path of it.
This is an
Anyway,
interesting
I'll
one
find
I
the video.
found.
It is very interesting.
This is an interesting one I found. 3 fisheye lenses at the South Pole, at Scott Base, and at Christchurch.
I have no interest in
lined up
fisheye
and timed
lenses.
together.
We have no interest in fisheye lenses in this game.
You have no interest in fact.
I'm interested in facts. I always bring the facts to you guys, and you die as I tell you. You hate when I tell you the truth, and then you try to cut me off and insult me, and I deliver.
Didn't know he's a
I come
comedian
through with
too.
my
Jim.
delivery, touchdown. I do my dance and that, and then and leave you guys stewing in your cesspit of lies.
You bring your ego. You bring your ego and your
Journalism.
comedy.
Someone should change that to journalism.
I'm always going to bring my ego. I'm always going to bring my ego to the battle. You better believe it. Don't worry about that. And I've cherry picked all the stuff I'm going to bring the tsunami with as well. On top of that, so you better weep there
yourself
as
when you speak, Jin.
well. Oh, I know
you
myself.
bring your ego
No,
and you've
he
cherry
doesn't.
picked all the stuff you're going to bring. Do you like?
Absolutely. You have
like
no
you're a
chance.
pro.
I leave you no chance to even think.
I know you haven't given me any chance to make fun of you. You're doing it yourself.
Exactly. That's how it works. The real psychology works like that. That's how I come through, you see, and destroy your dreams, shatter your globe that doesn't exist. Love it. Destroy Jin CBR1.
It's calming to know that there's
Slipperier than a bar of
more
soap
than 7 billion people outside of Discord
covered in oil, mate.
who just don't give a shit.
That's awesome. This one's not the sun, but it does still show that kind
That's
of movement.
fine. Couldn't give a
There's
fuck about
a-
the rest.
Beautiful.
There's a couple of us inside of Discord who don't give a shit either.
You're having difficulty. You are having difficulty finding that one definitive. There it is, Jin, and it's for 2 months. You can't find it. It doesn't exist.
No, I'm not trying to show you things, Jin. I'm more putting the things in chat for FE when he gets out of the car. I've put a chunk of videos in chat if you want to see them, FE. There does seem to be a reasonably large number of videos of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll
Look, here's a question then. So if there are loads of ones that do prove the 24-hour sun, why would they fake this one?
Yeah. Silly, isn't it?
Which one have they faked?
The one
that's always coming up.
I don't know which one he's talking about. Like,
Isn't the
I
problem-
have a
isn't
strong
the problem,
feeling he
Eric,
said
that-
CGI before he even.
No. It's not CGI. It's actually it's not actually a full 24-hour period that they show you.
Oh.
You can tell by the shadows.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know. They made
I
that
remember
reference,
seeing
not
the
fake.
video.
And you know when I
Here's the thing
first
from
saw this?
my
2016.
perspective. You'll see, Harry, for me, mostly, like you, if you listen to what I say, there's a lot of incredulity in what I say. And the reason for that is because of the sketchy shit that the Globe side presents. If it was all just straightforward, honest footage, there you go. Whether we're talking moon landings, whether we're talking South Pole, whether we're talking about that stupid helicopter laser video that I saw a year or two ago, like, why is the need for the sketchy shit if everything is just above board and straightforward? I don't get it.
Exactly, mate.
I can have some.
That's why there's
guesses.
questions.
I mean, I can only guess at it. I don't know why people would like that chopper one is interesting.
Fuck
there are
yeah.
a bunch of
There is
reasons
no
why somebody
reason
could do
for it, Bandy. You can't think of one. Not Bandy.
Yes, I can think of a
eggshells.
chunk. I can think of a chunk of reasons. One of them
Really?
could be that we live on a flat.
What's
Earth
what's
and they're lying about it.
what's an honest, decent one though?
They didn't get the shot of the chopper
No.
taking off, and they. No.
You'd fucking do it better. You'd do a better job of it if you're actually
So
full of
so
con with that.
so if if I was sort of paid by the Illuminati to do something, particularly considering that the shot they use isn't actually meant to be proof of what they're saying, the proof is meant to be in the next shot. The possible answers are we live on a flat plane, they're lying about it. But another one is they didn't catch the chopper raising back to altitude and they wanted that in the edit. And so the editor went, I'll just put it in. Another reason could be trolling. I don't know, I probably could think of a few more. I could
So
imagine
no legitimate ones though.
What, wanting to get a shot because the director asks for a shot that doesn't exist is not legitimate.
Well, yeah, you say that doesn't exist.
Why?
That's what you say.
I've cheated shots in some of my videos.
Okay, fine. That's not honest though.
It's not honest, but I mean, like, if somebody's come there for like, hey, what happened on your trip, and I tell a joke that gets a bit funnier, provided I cut out
or whatever.
Yeah, like I think it's dodgy to do it, but it doesn't. At least when I watched the video, it didn't seem like they were faking the actual height that they were claiming to be at. Just they're showing a shot of a chopper raising up to show that a chopper's raising up.
When we
It's still
see
wrong.
these,
I agree with Paige in the chat. I still think it's wrong. I sent them an email actually. I said like, this is like, why the fuck would you do that? You know, can you explain why you did that? I don't think it's a great idea, but I don't think that leads to only one conclusion, that there is an Illuminati.
Did you get an answer?
Fake, no. To fake the shape of the Earth. I think that you know, if there was an Illuminati with unlimited budget to fake the shape of the Earth, they would have just got another chopper and done it again.
with these videos of the 24-hour sun, I've seen the sun go like up and down. It doesn't just move at the same level around 24 hours. Would that not indicate that the actual sun path itself is bobbing up and down? If it's getting closer and then further away throughout the day, then surely that's an indication that we're seeing a wobbly equator or a solar equator, no?
Yeah, it could be.
That's not just through the day though, is it? Those zigzags?
It's called the equinoctial line. And that equinoctial line is the same shape as the geomagnetic equator, which is wobbly like that. And they talk about the equinoctial line today, but years ago, and they used that for navigation. And their line on their world maps was squiggly in exactly the same fashion.
Do you have any information about this equinoctial line?
I'm just driving at the moment, but if you type it in, it'll come up.
I typed it in.
And equinoctial line, I would say it means equal night dial.
Yeah, because all it gives me is equinox on Google. Nothing about an equinoctial line.
Yeah, you have to EQUINOCHT.
See what? Equinoctial. I did.
Yeah. So NOC
TIAL is what I wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all it gives me is equinox, March equinox, equinox celestial coordinates, solstice, September equinox, equatorial coordinate system.
Maybe
Your robot in realm.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, maybe type in map as well.
You cut out. What should I type in?
Map. Type map as well.
Map? You cut out.
He said map. Quit playing dumb.
No, I didn't hear. Okay, map.
After what he's already told you to write.
Yeah, there it says equinoctial line on a map. It's something you can buy. It's just countries on the equator.
If you guys can hear me, if you look at the old maps of the 1500s and stuff like that, you'll see the squiggly line. And it's on our old globe maps as well, as early as 1940s. It's just our older types of maps have got that equine octal line on there as well.
But isn't that just the equator? Oh, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Yeah, it isn't.
Yeah. But the squiggly line, you know, what's the length of the squiggly line? You know, are they measuring the squiggly line or are they measuring the fucking length, you know?
There's actually a link to the Library of Congress, and it says the Mercator map of the starry heavens, comprehending the whole equinoctial and terminated by the polar circle. Kind of some kind of a, it's a book or something. It might be.
If you break the word down, it means equal night dial.
I'm just posting a video. It's not the one I remember watching, but there are a few of them. There's just one, a sunset from Adelaide, South Australia, where the sun goes down, the light fades away to the right, as opposed to the left or the south, which you think it. You know, you can argue it's optical as well. I'm not saying it's not an optical thing, but it's just interesting why that happened. And I will actually try and film some myself because I'm in a location. Bandy's actually in a good location to film it as well. Sunset.
I found a really good diagram. Someone sent it to me because you were talking about this first time I spoke with you about a couple of weeks ago, and I found a wicked diagram. I've put it in the text, and that's how we observe the skies. So that might cause your because I have the same thing in the UK. It curls around to the north, just like you have in the south, almost like 45 degrees tropics and not 23 and a half, you know. Yeah, so that diagram there should help.
Yeah,
Whatever it is.
It's interesting what you've posted, Whites, because it does look like it's going down at quite an angle, doesn't it? Like if you put your mouse, if I put my mouse on where it was at the start, and then where it is by the end, it's like 45 degrees. It's coming down at.
I saw a weird thing 2 or 3 months ago, Whites. I was driving along the Esplanade at Brighton Beach, and I didn't have my phone on me, but as I was looking out to the west across the sunset, the sun had gone, right, was below, you know, supposedly below the horizon. And it was quite a cloudy dusk period. The bottoms of the clouds were dark and black, but the tops of the clouds were illuminated. And I didn't have my bloody phone, so I couldn't film it. But how is that possible? That if this thing has gone behind the curvature, how can the bottoms of the clouds be black, but the tops of the clouds be kind of orange and illuminated? It was. I've never seen it before, and I just hope I see it again one day so I can take a shot of it. But it was pretty cool.
Yeah, there's awesome shit you see in the clouds. I mean, they just blame refraction for that, bending some of the light down and hitting the top of the clouds. Yeah, it's interesting, Realm. The that thing that Jesse fucking whatever his name is, Kozlowski, who was Zalowski, I don't know, his fucking with the personal atmospheric dome that Geo posts quite often, fucking explains it as well.
which probably goes hand in hand with that representation that you have put, because even if there is the personal atmospheric dome, we see potentially what you've put there as an individual representation above ourselves, and everyone sees their version of it.
Do you have a hot mic left line?
We'll have to
Someone's trying
schedule that in for tomorrow because today's fuck up's already been penciled in, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering why I don't sort of have a personal atmospheric dome over here in the north.
No, just appreciate. But don't be silly. Just think for a second. We have atmosphere all around us, right? And we have, like, our eyes have a limit to the ability to resolve like pixels at a certain distance. And given that we're on, even in your acknowledgement, pretty much a flat plane as far as we can sort of, in our local reference, it's basically fucking flat. You can consider it flat. Then we have like this hemisphere of atmosphere around us, purely based on the fact that we're standing there and we can look out and observe, and that limit of resolution is basically a half a sphere. So therefore, within that half a sphere, we actually have optical effects that are local to us and people that are standing right next to us and stuff.
Yeah, but
someone like what?
Like when you have the summer in the south, you're saying that the sun is doing sort of the opposite what you see, right?
Well, no, not the opposite. It's just how it appears through this dome based on its angle that it approaches and the angle that it goes away. In the north, that's a much tighter angle, so things would appear different.
Sure. No, yeah, but you're saying that it appears to rise south of east, but actually it's not in the south, it's north of east, right?
Well, not necessarily. The angle it comes into me in Australia, like if it was going over the top of us, is basically straight. Like I really couldn't tell if it's actually curving or not. Well, you know what I mean? Like it appears as though it's fucking basically a straight line.
Sure, but if the Earth is flat and you have the sun circling above the flat Earth, then it would always be north of east and of Australia.
No, but what I'm saying is it's such a big arc that we won't actually necessarily be able to tell, given our local personal atmospheric dome. When you think about it like that, it only goes over us for a limited window, like me personally, according to the dome. And when it's doing that, it's basically in like a dead straight line. The arc is so slight, just like if you're on a car and you were trying to turn, like drive on the equator on a flat Earth, you wouldn't actually know that you were having to turn right or left. You know what I mean? Like it's so big.
Yeah, but in the summer, how long do you see the sun for? 13 hours, 14 hours?
Well, as long as it is, probably more than that, actually.
Sure.
Yeah, 15,
So
15 and a half, something like that.
yeah, so it's like
15 and a half.
Yeah, so it's like 70% of its whole fucking circuit of the sun. It's more, like very much more than half of its path for 24 hours. So it's not just a small section of the sun's path.
No,
like
that's when we get light and we see the sun. Yes, but that has no representation of through the dome as to like how long we. Like I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. We see it for the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, you see it for more than 12 hours So you're seeing, like, if the sun is circling above the flat Earth, you will see more than 180 degrees of its path.
Yeah, but from the time it approaches to the time it leaves, that particular arc that it's on is so slight, you can't observe it.
No, you can observe the arc, right? When you see the sun, you observe its path.
Well, you observe the path of it through the optical dome that I'm referring to, yeah.
But what you're
Sure.
observing in that scenario, you're not observing the amount that it's curving around the face of the Earth, like in its circuit. You're just viewing it coming into your area and arcing through your own personal region, your own personal sky. Those are different scales.
Post that thing again, Gio, if you can.
I could have. Yeah, so when you see the sun, I mean, what do you mean with personal? Like, it's weird, like you're saying that it's a personal dome.
Well, what
Yeah,
I was
Gio
saying
will
is,
post something.
are you talking about that perspective one? The
Kozlowski or Zalowski, you know, the one where the sun tracks and it goes over the dome as well?
the Walter
That's in
Bislin,
Australia?
the Walter Bislin one.
That's it. Walter Bislin. I always think of fucking Kozlowski. I don't know why.
But you do know that the Walter Bislin one is depending on the physics of light that are not true. And this only works for one observer.
It doesn't matter what it's based on.
I do think it's.
Well, the main point I was just making was just like, okay, let's say that the
Yeah, but
let's
that's
say we have-
exactly what we're saying.
like if we have a Gleason's type map, you know, concept, and we have the sun circling the North Pole. What I was just saying is that the amount of the arc of that circle, if you were to look at it from overhead, you know, you're looking at it from top down, the amount that's curving, as it were, as it's circuiting around, is not going to be the same amount of visibility that you're going to get when you're actually on this huge Earth. And then when you're on the Earth, you're actually having, whether you call it the personal area dome or whatever that would, your personal field of view, that field of view, you're going to see a massive arc of the sun, you know, rising and setting within your sky, but you're not going to be able to decipher the actual larger circuit that it's doing because you're only seeing it in your small region. So it's literally just coming into your range and leaving your area.
Yeah, but this doesn't happen because this would happen also in the north, and it just doesn't. It doesn't happen. This is not the case. So why doesn't that happen to me in the north? Like when I see the sun for over 20 hours, why don't I see it in the south as it should be using this personal area dome idea?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, if you're in the north, the personal area dome in the north, you're going to be able to see this. You're saying the 24-hour sun? Yeah, it's because you're going to be able to see it in its entire circuit at that point.
Sure, but in this, you see the sun is north of the observer, but the observer sees it due south, right? Because of the personal dome.
I've just posted a link to a video, and it's a I think the guy's a flat earther, but he indirectly is describing what both north and the south are seeing and how the sun is moving between two flat planes. He doesn't realize he's saying it.
Yeah, but Gio, like I said, you see that the sun is north of the observer, but he sees it in south because of this personal dome, right?
No. If it's north of you, you're going to see it in the northern half of your field of view range, and if it's south of you, you're going to see it in the southern half.
But that's not what happens on this GIF. The sun appears due south of east and due south of west, even though the actual sun is due north of east or west. It's clearly shown in the GIF.
You're talking about the southwest and southeast rising of the sun?
Yeah, the sun is due south of the observer, but it appears to be due south. Appears to be due south, but it's actually due north in the GIF.
Well, it's not. I'm not sure. It's not due south. It's not south. Due south would be like, let's say, going the direction of the if you want to call it the South Celestial Pole, like that region. This shows it rising a little bit south of east and south of west. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, and the actual sun is north of east and north of west from the observer.
Yeah, my understanding of
Yeah,
that, is that it has to do with because you can't really conflate third person and first person viewpoints. Like my understanding of that is that if you're on the actual Earth, you're only seeing in that field of view range, and so there's a limited amount of what you can see. So if you have whatever the system is above us that's moving, and I'm not saying that this AE map is perfect. I'm not saying this is the exact path of the sun. I mean, we know the path of the sun on the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, but how those lay out over the Earth, that's a lot of what's in contention here in terms of all this discussion. So we can say that they move along the tropics in the sky, but how that relates exactly to the Earth, that's what we still need to do, is be able to get that actual map, to verify that. But my answer to what you were saying in terms of that is that when you're in that local region, you're going to see that sun, whatever the system is above us, is going to enter and leave your field of view exactly how that correlates geometrically to that object being above you and where it's going to appear to be rising and setting.
No, that's obviously not the case, because you have two positions, the actual position of the sun and the apparent position of the sun. So it's not geometrically where it is. That's why you have to ad hoc the dome to make light bend.
I never said light bending ever, so you might be talking about someone else.
No, this is the personal area dome thing is light bending. That's what it says in the website.
Well, you can actually recreate this if you take like a pan of water and you put some dish soap in it and you stir it up, so you get a bunch of little hemispherical dome bubbles on the top of it. And then you can take a little pen light or a little flashlight and you can actually do the circuits around it, and you'll see how that works. You'll see the sun rising even southwest and southeast in those regions. The way that even though you're just circling it above, you can actually recreate it. It's how it constellates to you in perspective, because in the southern region, of course, in this concept in the Gleason's map type idea, the sun would have to be moving faster and it's making larger circles. So that changes the geometry to a degree as well. But like I said, you can do it on a small scale like that, like little bubbles, and then you'll see how as you circuit it around, or you can even do it larger, like instead of just a dish pan, you could do like you could do it in your bathtub, you can do it anywhere like that. And as you circuit that light around, you're going to see that the reflection of it in each of those little hemispherical field of view things. See, I don't like calling it a dome because I'm not saying it's a physical dome, but it's just your field of view up left. It's the XYZ axis.
But if you use the soap bubble, that's a physical dome.
Yeah, but that's just representing your field of view, because you're a human with limited eyesight and you're a human on the Earth. So that's just representing. It's just representing how the sun would be viewable to you in your region, because that's the extent of what you're able to observe.
Yeah, but the actual soap is the cause for the light acting weird. The soap acting as a lens. But
yeah, and your personal region and the atmosphere, I would say, is correlative to that.
Yeah, but there's no lens or physical dome. But my point with this is that if this happens in Australia, so where you have the sun appear to where it actually isn't, why isn't the same thing happening in the north for me?
Well, I never said the sun's not appearing where it shouldn't be. It all works due to perspective correctly. There's nothing. There's no bending that I'm referring to.
Well, then you're not using the GIF that you posted. Then you're not using the personal area dome from MigWest, or the not MigWest, from the
Walter Bislin.
Bislin, yeah, because Bislin says that this is light bending in a way that it's physically impossible, and it's just light bending causing you to see the sun due south of east, even though it actually is due north of east in your field of view.
Okay, yeah, I don't agree, and I think the way I've tried to describe that is that when you are seeing in a limited field of view and you have the sky above you, that is how it will constellate to you in your region. And like I said, I know it's hard to understand and you may not fully get it, but like I said, if you take the soap bubbles and do it, you'll see the exact same phenomenon. It's just
Yeah,
how
because
it's how it constellates when you're with the proportions within your field of view and your little area of perspective. That's how the sun will look like it's entering and leaving uniquely on all different spots of the system.
Yeah, so it's light bending because that's what you get with soap bubbles.
Nope.
Refraction.
Light's not bending in that situation either. I'm not. If you want to talk about light bending, that's fine. I'm not referring to any light bending. That's all I'm saying. That's all I can tell you.
Well, that's what lenses do.
Yeah, I think that your field of view. I mean, I think the entire atmosphere can act as a lens. But I'm just saying when I'm referring to it, I'm not trying to say that light's bending and warping all around anything. I'm saying that geometrically, if you're on a massive planar Earth and you have a limited field of view, and you have whatever that system is above you, on that larger, on the third person view of that larger system, it's going to be tracking the way that it is. But in your region, depending on the arc of that above you, it's going to enter and leave your little personal region in relation to that, because you're kind of dealing with like two octaves, basically. You have your local octave, and then you have the larger octave of the larger system.
Shoot. So when I see, if I'm in Australia in the summer and I see the sun rising south of east, it actually is there. No light bending.
That's where it's constellating to you, yeah. And actually, it's the same on a globe because, for example, that would be when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn, you know, that region. If you look on a globe Earth, you look at where Australia is in some of those positions, it's south of the Tropic of Capricorn. So what that means is that even if the sun on a globe Earth, even if, you know, yeah, you can say the globe is tilted and all these different ideas, but the sun itself, the little circle of the sun, tracks on the tropics. No matter what, it still moves along the tropics. And on a globe Earth, if you look at it, it's the same thing, meaning the tropics are north of Australia. So on the globe, that's where it's tracking, you know, the little line that you draw it around. And it's not southeast, it's northeast. So it's the same. It's the same on both. It's not southeast.
No,
the Tropic of Capricorn is never southeast of the southern part of Australia ever on a globe Earth model, on a globe Earth model. Yeah, go ahead.
If you have more than 12 hours of sunlight a day, then it is, yes.
And the sun. I mean, I didn't know this until just the other day, but didn't you ask me, Mailman? And I've dug it up, and the sun rises currently here at 105 degrees, which is south of east.
Yeah.
Right, but that's still, yeah, you're not going to, I guess you're not getting what I'm saying. On a globe Earth, on your model, the lines of the Tropic of Capricorn on a globe or on a Gleason's are pretty similar.
Oh, no, but Geo, if you take the globe, and you take
it's still south of it, so you're not going to ever get that on a globe.
No, but Geo, if you go to the east coast of Australia, and then draw a straight line that starts at due east, and you keep it straight, it's a geodesic that will go over the tropics.
Yeah, in essence, I think what you're saying is like at that point, it's virtually pointing a bit up. Is that kind of?
Yeah. Yeah, it will eventually, yes, and then point back down and back to where it started, because it's a geodesic.
I just posted this. It just kind of shows the tropic band on I mean, I know that all distorted, but if you put if you wanted to make, you know how people make that GIF, the one that like the rig used to make, and we always used to laugh about because it. Let me see if I can actually find it.
The problem is this is
I got it.
This isn't three-dimensional.
We used to always laugh about it, where he used to post that. We used to laugh. But what I'm saying, see how it's got the little frowning face, a little southeast, southwest, that whole thing? You could draw that on this globe the same way. You could draw the frowning face, and it's the same on both.
No, it isn't.
The only explanation the globe earthers try to give is they try to say the tilt of the Earth. But the thing is that the sun is tracking on the tropic. The sun, even if you want to tilt the Earth, that's fine. The thing is, the sun, when you look up at it, is still on the tropic. So it's not actually south of west, even if you tilt it, meaning the little circle of the sun is still in that position. So it really is the same.
Geo, if you take the globe and go to, let's say, Sydney, and then you move east on a straight path, not along a latitude, but on a straight path. You will make a geodesic, and that'll be going north.
Yeah, well, now you're getting into presupposed models and coordinates and a sum.
I'm talking how it would happen on a model. That's what we're talking about.
That's what I just said. That you're happy how it would happen on a model. That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, and you said that it wouldn't happen like that in the model. You just said it. But if you map it on the model, it'll happen.
All right, you'd have to post something of what you're referring to.
You can go to Google Earth and do it.
The sun on the globe Earth, if you look at a globe with the tropics, the little circle of the sun is tracking along those lines, and it's never south of west or south of east. You'd have to draw a frowning thing, just like if you went over to Australia there and you drew a little frown face. I only say that to mean that it's the same little thing that he did on the AE map one. It's the same phenomenon. It's not different. But if you want to, I guess I'm not under. Yeah, go ahead.
Based on that distance, Geo, it will appear to be south of. Like, it's only based on the sheer distance of the sun that it gives it the perspective south of. Like, you are right, it is tracking where it's tracking. But because it's so fucking far away, down here in South Australia or wherever you're placed, it does actually appear to be doing the south of and west.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's due to perspective. Yeah, I mean, as it's kind of coming around the bend, as it were, like around the Tropic of Capricorn, the way that will enter your field of view region will appear that way.
I mean, in their model, in their particular model, it's explained by the.
Sorry.
By the what?
The distance, 93 million and whatever it is.
Did you see the video that Jasler posted? I thought that was quite good. It's a really quick video if you've got time.
Well, they try to use this excuse. See, I just posted one there that just shows like this, the sun rays and the tilted globe. See, they try to say, see how that's tilted like that? They try to say, oh, that's why it would be south of west because it's tilted. But again, the thing is that doesn't make sense because the circle of the sun is on the tropic. The circle is not down south of west, even though they claim that the globe's tilted and it's like lighting up that region. What we're talking about is the little circle of the sun. We're not talking about the daylight that's rising south of west. We're talking about the circle itself, and that's never south of east or south of west on a globe.
In your picture, it is at the Tropic of Capricorn, and that is due south of east. It's clearly shown.
If you look at that bottom line there, that's going through.
No, the tropic is not
Perth,
south of.
But just let's say that's Perth. That line that goes through Australia is going due east, right? And then if you follow that line to the end until you see where the sun rays are, you can see that the sun rays aren't there. They're right there. They don't line up with it. They're off at an angle from it. So that would be due west from there. From somebody in Perth, if they look due west, they wouldn't see the sun. If you continued that line out due west, they're not seeing the sun. Where they're seeing the sun is south of west.
Right. So if you did the one that I was describing where you took a surface of water, you put little bubbles in it, you take a little pen light, the fact that it does it on that, what more do you need? Like that's you can literally do a small scale representation, and those little bubbles, the little light will reflect, it will rise and set due to the position, whether how close it is to the center or how far it is to the outside, and it will do that on that small scale. Does anyone have any response to that? The fact that we can actually recreate that on a small scale?
Because that doesn't happen in the north for me.
Good.
It doesn't happen for me. So that's the
It
issue.
seems to fix it for one observer, not for
The north is totally different because it's a much tighter circle of the sun. The north,
but the dome is the same.
The declination of the sun will be different.
No. It's still the same. I mean, if you take a latitude north or south, and you take observations 6 months apart, you see exactly the same thing.
I think the fact that we can create a pop-up, like in a school environment, they can put up one of those dome tents. You can go in and it's like you're fucking in space. It's like the fact that they need a fucking spherical dome to do that. I think there you go.
Well, they don't have two celestial poles in that, so.
Yeah, I mean, even
Can't
in an
believe it's a flat
example, like,
surface.
you can actually recreate this with a planetarium. Like you can have a flat floor in your planetarium and a domed ceiling, and you can map the celestial sphere from any position within it.
No, you cannot, because if you move on that flat surface, you don't get a linear function between the distance and the angle. Plus, you only have
Forgetting the
one
dome goes
celestial
with you.
pole. So even with a curved ceiling, it doesn't work. You don't get the linear function.
It's not the curved ceiling, it's the ceiling of your dome, your view. You're still not quite grasping.
We got it. You just can't move and have it work out.
Yeah, and it
But you
doesn't happen to
can.
me in the
It
north.
follows with
But
you.
it doesn't happen to
No, you
me. But it
can't.
doesn't happen to me in the north.
Yeah,
What do you
that's
mean
what
it
I
doesn't
wanted to
happen
ask.
to you?
Yeah, what
Yeah,
do you
that's
keep
what I
saying
wanted to
doesn't
ask.
happen?
You
The,
can't
we're
move.
talking about like the sun and where it's rising and setting in the south. Why do you keep saying it doesn't happen to me in the north? What does that mean?
Because over here, the sun, if it's moving around the North Pole, it is rising in my my summer. I see it traveling due north. It doesn't go due south like you have in Australia. You have it reversed because of the dome in Australia, and that's not what we have over here in Finland.
Okay, the north will be totally different. I mean, if you're seeing the 24-hour sun in the north, you're literally seeing the sun circle the earth.
Okay, and how does that, my personal dome, how does it affect that observation? How does it change it?
Your personal dome is always, if we're going to refer to as that, it's your personal field of view. Your field. See, I'll say this: like, you know how like parallel lines, when you look at them from a third person perspective versus first person, they all converge. Third person, they're all parallel. So, in that same concept, I'm only just using that concept to say that, in my understanding, if you have a massive planar Earth and you have a sun above it doing whatever its circuit is, if you're looking at it from outside, like let's say just a God's eye view, like you're just seeing this huge, massive plane, and you're seeing these incredible celestial objects, and they're all doing their thing. That's from the third person view, the God's eye view. If you then shrink yourself down to let's say God's able to do this, shrink yourself down to a tiny little, ant or whatever on the surface, now you're going to be seeing something totally different. It's almost like you're in a whole different world. Like you're not seeing this huge third person thing anymore. Now you're down on the ground and all you're seeing is a sky, a little patch of the sky. So now that the dynamics are totally different. So in the same way, the parallel lines, converging lines, I'm only using that to say that when you're, in my understanding, when you're on the actual Earth from the first person perspective, that field of view, that is going to constellate to you uniquely in that geometry of it. And you can't necessarily conflate the two, like the God's eye view versus the individual view. You can't necessarily conflate them. The individual view is a totally different thing because now you have a limited field of view and things are entering your space, your limited space. They're entering and leaving in their declination and in their positions.
As everybody's position is different when you're considering west and east.
It's kind of like subjective versus objective. Like, trying to think of another analogy. Like, let's say like you're in a huge like football stadium. You know how they do those flybys where like these, fighter jets fly over the huge football arena? I'm trying just to think of that analogy where it's like if you were seeing the God's eye view of it, oh yeah, you're just seeing those planes. Maybe they're arcing a little, they're doing whatever. But if you're down in the middle of that huge arena with 100,000 people or whatever, and those planes just they fly in and fly over, you're going to see it just appearing. The way that it's going to rise and set in your little domed area is going to be unique to your position. Rather than the third person perspective is going to see it differently. You're going to have a totally different view. And I think
orthographic and first person view.
Yeah, and in general, what I think is happening is that people are just sort of like conflating them to thinking that the Earth is just like being in your living room, and it should all just be a little system like that, whereas it's a massive system.
But that's what many flat earthers say because of crepuscular rays. The sun is so local because you see those rays, but if you use that, then the sun would be, I don't know, maybe 20 kilometers high. But still, I think that the personal dome idea or the personal perspective view, whatever, it's different from someone over here and someone in Australia if we're talking about flat Earth. So I think it doesn't work for that reason.
Well, the field of view would be dependent on the atmospheric conditions in terms of what you're able to see with those conditions, your area, the weather, all of those factors are gonna. That's why, like, you know, like the sunsets and like the desert are very different than they are. So, you know, there's a lot of those different factors. But yeah, you're going to see that section of the sky, which denotes how the sun rises and sets and how everything rises and sets. I mean, I'm sharing this just to share my understanding of how it works. You know, I'm not trying to like change your viewpoint or convince you that it is this way. I'm just letting you know how I understand it to work geometrically and how.
I just think it's flawed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, we see in our field of view, and then there's a massive sky clock above us. I mean, how exactly it's working? Yeah, I don't think I think we would need to map the entire Earth. I think there's a lot more that would need to be done to get all of the positions of everything correct.
If it's a giant sky clock, then the sextant wouldn't register this 60 miles per degree change. So when you change your position relative to this dome that you're talking about, you wouldn't be able. You'd still be able. The points would have to be moving. But they can't move because you can stay in one spot, fix on it, and your buddy can go 60 miles and see a 1 degree change on the same spot on this dome ceiling. So that doesn't work unless it like somehow transposes itself someplace else.
It works perfectly because he has a different dome. And because the angle of it has changed, it appears in a different location.
Okay, so if you sit there and you look up and you see a celestial body and you move 60 miles, first you're seeing, and whoever is with you still looking at that same spot, you move, you see that celestial body move with you, and then you're both looking at that same dot, but yet your dot is different than the first person's dot. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
When you're standing together, if you're the same height, you're seeing the same dot, basically, unless you've got different fucking issues.
Okay, and you
But
walk
if you
60
move,
miles
you're
away.
seeing a slightly different spot.
Okay, and you walk 60 miles away. Are you still seeing that same dot? You don't take your eyes off it.
Well, when it's the same thing, but you're seeing it through your personal dome, which is 60 miles away from the other ones.
So when does this dome? So this dome's overlapping another dome, and you start walking.
This
away.
dome is personal. The word is
I
personal.
get it. That's what I'm saying.
Personal.
Look, you're sounding
Right.
really silly right now, but let's just. I'll go with you. We got two domes in. They're overlapping each other, and they're both lined up. So the two dots, your personal dome and your buddy's personal dome, all have all the dots on top of each other. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're all just
Basically, yeah,
mapped.
they're next to each other.
I just posted a little image. I mean, we all have our XYZ axis of where we see.
Okay.
And the larger, like, just take this little thing I just posted. It's a little sphere with the little, hemisphere, whatever. So you have your local region. Now imagine like the layers of an onion. Imagine that there's a much bigger system, a huge dome of a huge planar Earth, whatever it is above. That is its own thing, that huge field above. But when you're in your region, everything is going to constellate to you the way it does. Your star. So you could stand there and you could point your finger at the stars, the sun, whatever, and you're going to have your own unique, viewpoint of that.
And so can your buddy too. So your buddy's looking at the star. You're looking at the same exact same spot. You both have the same little. You have your sextant. And you're looking
It's basically the same as like no one sees the same rainbow.
Well, let me just I got you. So we got both people looking at the same star. You both have your individual dome. And once I start walking away, that dome kind of moves with me, and that star would not be in the same position because it's not. We can measure it to change as we.
Yeah, it's going to move. It's going to set. Like everything sets, just like the sun set. Everything's set. So if you're moving away from it, it's like it's setting, in a sense, because when it sets, it is moving away from you. So if you move away from it, it's going to have that same effect, and it's going to lower in declination as it's setting.
Okay. And form some kind of a triangle, right? It's height above the surface, and you moving away from it. No.
Yeah, it's all right triangles. The XYZ matrix of
then
the
right
geometry
there.
of this
Then
entire
stop
realm.
there.
Yeah.
Then it's impossible, if you understand trigonometry, for you to move 60 miles and see it change 1 degree, and then move another 60 miles and have it change another 1 degree. That's impossible in trigonometry. You should know that. So there's got to be another explanation. You're using the wrong one that you just told me.
We actually spent like 2 hours on that earlier, and
Yeah,
So
but
I'm kind of
it's not
conked out on that one. I know you came in a little bit after, but we went in depth on that. I shared my screen and showed a whole, because basically in a nutshell, like I shared my screen showing how if you have, like, imagine a protractor, and you have a protractor and you're at the middle of it, you have your personal field of view dome, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
If you have something above that is on a planar surface, that's what I was showing, and I took a little line and showed the angle. And as you move that line on the moving parallel above the Earth, it's constellating to you in your local region, and that will be lowering in degree at the way as you were talking about
No, but it can't
through the
form a triangle.
distance.
It's impossible for it to form a triangle if you move and that degree has a fixed equivalence factor to your movement. It won't work. It won't. It just can't.
You can measure it just like a protractor.
Yeah, I know. Protractor shows that it will not work. If you move over to make a triangle, triangles do not have a distance to equivalence factor 2 degrees.
Yeah, I checked your. I
That's
was
why
watching your
there's
screen.
hold on, real quick. I'll finish one statement. There's something called tangent. It's a function that tells you that cannot happen. That's why they have tangent, cosine, and sine functions, because that doesn't happen. Otherwise, trigonometry would be written in an entirely different language and be an entirely different book, which is not reality.
Yeah, I checked your screen when you did it, and you didn't have a linear function. It was a trigonometric function.
Well, there you go. Then it's got to be incorrect because trig doesn't work that way. Back to the drawing board with that personal dome. Although it's an interesting idea, it just doesn't work either.
So Zanik's saying there is no geometry division.
I didn't say that.
No, that's not what it said.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Trigonometry is real, and you got
No, you're saying there's no geometry division.
A rise over run.
Don't talk about trigonometry. We're talking about the geometry of vision.
What do you mean with geometry of vision?
Does vision have a geometry? Ballers?
What does that mean? What are you asking for?
Yeah, what do you
think
mean with
about
that?
it. Think about it. I mean, does it have
Does
a
vision
shape?
have optics?
Is there geometric? I mean, spiral out of control because you do every time this subject's brought up. So I'm going to stick with this for 30 seconds. We'll see what happens.
There is geometry of vision, where if you use a celestial navigation, you get a linear function between the angle and a celestial object and the distance to its GP. So yeah, there's some geometry of vision for you.
Okay. So you're acknowledging that there is a geometric pattern to vision.
Sure, yeah. Angular size change is a trigonometric function.
Angular size
The
change.
further away you get, smaller things get, but they get
Angular size
smaller.
Angular size changes proportional with the distance.
Yep, doesn't happen with the sun, so we know that it's not moving further away.
Well, good on you. Good on you all for acknowledging it. Because in GEMS, it's hand waved. As soon as GEMS Room acknowledges it, they've got an issue.
No, that's not true.
Well, it is. That's why it's always hand waved in there.
No one there denies the angular change or size change like perspective.
Gem does.
No, he doesn't.
No, he does
No,
not.
he doesn't.
No, I guess
No,
he
he does not.
He will never acknowledge it.
No.
He will.
He
will say, this is Gem. This is Gem. He'll say, no, you're being silly. That's Gem.
No, that's not what he says. No.
Gem. I know. I'm not lying. You are.
No, you're lying.
No, you're lying.
I'm not lying. So you're saying I'm lying.
Stop talking for a second. Let's go get a word in edgewise.
Well, Sonic, you stop talking for a second.
Yes, you stop talking, so I can say that he will
Well,
say.
why don't you stop talking?
Gets smaller with distance, directly.
All you ever
proportional.
do, mate.
Directly proportional. He will say that. He knows this to be true because that's a function of trigonometry as well.
You know what's interesting? I'm actually on the Wikipedia page they call it the 1 in 60 rule, which is but it's interesting. They're not even claiming here that it is exact at all. They're actually saying that it's basically, I mean, I just skimmed it, but that it's really just a rule of thumb, that they're claiming it's really actually 0.96 degrees. They're saying it's really not accurate, especially at longer distances. So they claim that it's really just a rule of thumb that you can use to get a very general estimation in terms of the 1 degree per 60
Correct.
nautical miles. Because the thing is that you would like if you're at 90 degrees, which would be like the GP, versus 80 degrees, 70 degrees, 60 degrees, 50, 40, etc. They're not even claiming that it is 1 degree per 60 miles, all the way down to 0 degrees. So where are you getting that information? And what I'd really like to ask you is, where have you verified, you Zanuck, right here, right now, that you verified that for every 60 nautical miles, it is 1 degree consistently all the way down to 0 degrees? Where do you have that?
Everywhere, all over the country, going north and south.
No, I'm asking you where could you please present the data the data that convinced you that was the case?
Hold on. All you have to do is look at a map and see the distance between you in Dallas and you in Winnipeg or someplace north or south, and look at the distance and then look at the latitude.
Are you
that doesn't answer?
Hold on.
You're using
admitting, Zanuck, that that's all you've done?
Let me finish, please.
Is that your way of saying that's what you've done?
Let me finish, Gio.
That's all he did. He just verified it with the model he was given. And
No, you didn't finish. I was just asking one question.
I didn't get to finish the
I wasn't trying to shut you down, dude. I just was
finish the
asking one
sentence. Why can't
question.
you hear? When someone says that, let him
Just
finish.
one question.
Geometry of vision
Let me
does this
finish.
every time.
Gio, you want the
Every
answer or not? Because I have the evidence for you.
Yeah, well,
Let him
once Zanuck
finish.
spoke,
No, can I finish the sentence? It was literally a half a sentence before I got run over by three
flip
people.
out, Zanuck.
So
Flip out.
the distance to Winnipeg from Dallas, all you have to do is get the latitude of both places. Now that's in the book, right? Now you can verify it by looking at the North Star with a protractor, and you'll see that the latitude corresponds with that protractor reading. So there we go.
He's flapping his arms.
Oh my God.
He's flapping your arms too,
And then you
Zanuck.
know what? All you gotta do is then go halfway and see the same relationship between roughly 60 geo and 1 degree. And that will tell you that it's nowhere near trigonometric, obeying trigonometric laws, because you'd be 1,000 miles off. 1,000 miles. You'd be 50% off. Not a little bit. A lot, Geo. A lot.
That's why. Do you think that there could be a reason why there is a bit of squidginess in the degrees per nautical mile, Geo?
Yeah, because it's not what it is.
Okay, but, I mean, if you accepted the model, could you think within the model why there might be a discrepancy between degrees and nautical miles?
Their claim of it being an oblate.
Bang on. Jim Jam's on it. Yeah, if that is a function for
Good
a perfect
job.
sphere, and the sphere is not perfect.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult to unpack this for some reason because
I'm gonna talk over Merle because he's talking
yeah,
everyone.
you can talk over me as much as you want, then you'll get muted, and then you can get fuck off. Why
Yeah,
don't you
you-
all
you
fuck off?
won't get
Why don't you all
together,
fuck off then?
Jesus.
Because you can't unpack this question. What is the shape of your eye?
I already unpacked it
Excuse
for
me.
you.
Excuse me, I'm
Vinny,
asking
you're
a serious question. Let's try to unpack this. Come on, ballers, be honest for once. So,
It doesn't.
what's the shape of
You
your
can't. There's
eyeball?
not a shape you can name that your eyeball is. It has attributes.
Well,
What attributes does it have?
let's
But
throw a
it's
few
not an
shapes
actual
around.
ball, right?
Close
Have
to
you
a
ever
sphere.
seen? Have you ever seen the back
let's
half of
throw-
islands?
Oh
It's not
God,
an
these
actual
guys
ball.
are triggered. These guys are triggered. Are you triggered, guys?
You got?
How am I triggered? I'm not even in this argument.
Wow, you're triggered. This is
How am
great.
I triggered? I'm not even in this argument. I don't even know what you're arguing about.
Right, but Grin, you just
How would I be triggered if I've got no fight in it, no dog in the fight? What are you talking about?
All right, well, hold on. I'm just gonna mute people. I'm just gonna mute people that are interrupting Merle. So Merle, please go ahead.
So I'm just asking the ballers in the room, the honest ones, hopefully, what is the shape of the human eyeball?
Close to a sphere.
What is it?
Close to spherical.
Could it be an oblate?
No, it's not related to the shape of the eye. It basically, refraction in the eye allows you to see.
You're a proper robot in Mel.
Are we interrupting Merle, or is he? What's going on with him right now?
He was robot.
You're roboting a bit, mate.
I bet we are interrupting him.
Both, right? We're both interrupting him, and he's roboting.
Yeah. But yeah, a pinhole camera doesn't have a pinhole camera doesn't have an oblate spheroid lens, so it has nothing to do with the shape of the eye.
There's no There's no possibility.
Merle, you
Have
were
you tried turning it off and on?
you've been roboting, Merle. If you can hear us.
Try to reboot it.
I was also going to say real quick, Riding, you made like a comment earlier about the variation in the 1 in 60 having to do with the oblateness of the Earth. That is not at all even what they claim it is. So I don't know if you just made that up or you just kind of winged it on the wing, but that's not what they even
that's
claim.
what I was when I was doing the sort of video courses on what do you call it, CellNav. That's what they were explaining. They're saying this is an approximation, this is how it works, but it's not always going to be perfect. Like it's not even expected to be perfect going east-west on latitudes, but unless you're on the equator. And the 1 in 60 rule sounds slightly different. This is talking about a tracking distance east or west.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
In air navigation, the 1 in 60 rule is a rule of thumb that states that if a pilot has traveled 60 miles, that an error in track of 1 mile is approximately a 1 degree error in heading, and proportionally more for larger errors. See that part? Proportionally more for larger errors. That's because it isn't 1 degree per 60 miles all the way down. It isn't.
But you're talking about an east-west track. This is because it's based on a small angle approximation, and it's not what it's talking about. No wonder you're confused. This is talking about if your bearing is out east or west, how much you're going to be off your target destination when you arrive, which has nothing to do with the celestial observation or movement across the surface.
Yes, it does. It's the same thing.
Okay, should you point out where this is talking about a celestial navigation? A celestial observation, sorry. I mean, I'm just doing a quick word search on it. I don't find any mention of celestial here. It's only talking about a compass tracking being out by a degree.
Yeah, interesting that I've always talked about the meter being shorter, and when he said 0.96 and I said the meter's 0.97 of a meter, I thought that was quite coincidence.
I mean, this is not saying that celestial navigation is 0.96.
Why aren't you
Celestial
guys
navigation's
talking over the realm and geo?
No, we haven't.
I didn't think I was.
So how come every time I ask a question recently, people just think they can talk all over the top of me?
So Mel, for the last one you were answering, it was roboting really badly. So we were only getting like the odd.
No offense, Merle. It was just going dot 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 dot. We had no
you were
idea
being
what you were
affected by the
saying.
ether. We got oblate spheroid, but that was it.
Yeah.
Right. So the human eye is the shape of an oblate spheroid. Fancy that. Amazing.
Yeah, and a lens of a camera isn't an oblate spheroid, and we see the same thing with a camera than with our eye. Fancy that.
Oh snap!
We can't see straight lines.
Oh snap! What?
Why do we see straight lines with our eye?
Yeah.
I don't know that we do.
If all the straight lines are curved because of our eye is curved, why are you saying that the horizon is a straight line?
Can I
this
just
shit
want to
ain't
jump
adding
back
up all of a
to the thing about the 1
Well-
in 60 rule, Geo?
Okay, so Harry's got to take the conversation somewhere else. Interesting. Mole man.
I just said you can go, Mel.
Talk
Just
over the top
take a
of
breath
me.
and answer.
Interesting.
No,
Not
you're a
take
little
break. We
hypersensitive
haven't
today,
even
bro.
unpacked this.
Come on, brother.
We haven't even begun to unpack this because
I
you
didn't
guys.
talk over you.
Yeah, you're like in Ukraine or something right now.
But the thing is, sometimes people jump in. If someone says one thing, people want to jump in, which is understandable. But it sounds like Merle wants like a full 45 seconds or a minute to share his point. So if we could not interrupt him.
I mean, I wouldn't even mind half an hour on this one, but I know I'm not going to get that because these guys are incapable.
That's right.
But I didn't interrupt you, though.
You're incapable of having a rational, sane discussion, Mole man.
Yeah, but you're just as mad as you were a minute ago when you thought everyone was interrupting you, but you were roboting, and it's still not our fault.
Let's talk about oblate spheroids in the shape of the eye.
Okay.
And don't come out with your little sound bites and quips and what a lens is.
Sure.
So,
Talk about
what do you want to talk about, Merle?
and
What
the
do you
eyeball
want to
itself.
say about it?
What can
So
we
what
say?
about
What are we allowed to
eye?
say about it?
The eye is an oblate spheroid.
Eyeball.
Then next, what? What about it?
Eyeball.
What else is an oblate spheroid, apparently?
Oh, apples, oranges, perhaps some of them.
Golf balls.
Maybe
Almost
the planet
every
Earth?
ball, every
Maybe the
ball that's
planet
ever
Earth?
made on Earth.
The eye isn't the same shape as the Earth.
The flat
So,
Earth.
so the people who went before us knew nothing of the geometry of vision, did they?
What? What does that have to do with the oblateness of the eye? You said stay on subject.
Well,
Are
I'm
you
using
presenting an argument,
the
or are you
Socratic
like?
method. I'm using the Socratic method to bring you to a realization you're unwilling to have.
So what would that realization be?
That the
Are
geometry
you
of vision is known. That the heliocentric model is reverse engineered based on the human eye itself.
Oh.
So is the human eye capable of seeing straight lines? Yes or no?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
I rest my case.
Oh, then it has nothing to do with the shape of the eye. Then.
Thank you.
So that's a
So-
conversation.
All right.
Harry,
Can we
you're
find a
not gonna
faster way to
bring
get
it
to
back
the
to
center of the
this
Tootsie Roll
debate.
Pop, or
This
what?
disintegrated bullshit, Harry.
It's
We're having
just-
a
it's-
real conversation here.
If
Or
that's what it
I'm
feels like to you,
attempting
man.
to.
I think it was over. It was pretty much, if the human eye
It's not
can
over.
see straight
It's
lines,
not over.
then
When you bring
that's
in
not a good
sound
argument.
bites, when you bring in sound bites, and that's all you have.
You know, I've heard you say
Sorry, man.
soundbite like
I
19
honestly, I
times.
thought you
I
were at the
think
end of
the
the.
word soundbite is
No,
your
I
soundbite.
haven't even begun because I'm
Okay, so-
talking to Grim,
Hey,
Harry,
Merle.
and Mole Man. And,
Okay,
and
so-
they want to talk
Merle.
about what they want to fucking talk about, don't
I'm
they?
happy to talk
Hey,
about,
Merle.
man.
Hold
I
on,
think we're
riding.
done, I'm sorry.
Riding. Hold on. Hey, Merle. Take a couple of minutes, right, to make your point and hammer it home. Right. Stop asking questions because they're just going to interrupt you. So take a couple of minutes, make your point, and hammer it home. Okay.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I haven't interrupted
Yeah.
him in.
Hold
What
on,
time?
Mole Man. You're interrupting now. Just let him go.
Okay.
Go, Merle.
There's no point, Bandy.
Okay, then I've given you the opportunity, mate. So I tried.
I appreciate it. These guys aren't
You know,
honest. That's my point. That's what I was trying to highlight. They're not honest. They're not going to unpack it and walk it through every step of the way with you because they've got a made up fucking assertion that the Earth's a globe, and they'll come here and try to reassert that every day. I know that.
Are you done? Can I talk now?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't interrupting him, Bansa.
No, he wasn't. But let's continue.
You were, and you can fuck right off.
He wasn't.
Dude,
I
Merle.
didn't
You
say no one was.
interrupt me. If you
Let's
don't,
move
if you're
on.
not in, I'll
It
move
wasn't
on
him,
after
though.
this.
For the record, it wasn't
they're
him
in
that time.
Come on.
Listen, if they're in gems, they're worse. Out here, at least they show a fucking millimeter of respect because they know what will happen if they don't show any.
Merle,
I
Merle.
don't think
just
so,
turn
dude.
up and start
I
insulting
don't have
people,
any
man.
respect.
It wasn't a very clearly made point.
Riding. Don't talk over me, riding. All right. Hey, Merle, I gave you the opportunity to take a couple of minutes and make a point and hammer it home. All right.
I am making a point.
No, but you didn't want to take it. You didn't want to take it.
The point, yeah, because the point
You're
gets
just
lost.
wildly insulting everyone, though,
Who
dude.
I'm talking to. I could talk to you about this, Bandsaw, later in the evening. We could have a fucking half an hour in-depth discussion about what the eye is, what the fucking shape of the thing is, how it fucking perceives things. We could dig right into it, but these cunts aren't interested.
Well,
this is why I'm
you can't
interrupting
make
now.
them.
It's
Hold
just
on.
fucking
No,
ad
not
homs
riding.
now.
Wait, hold on. Stop
Fucking
interrupting
berating.
me. You was addressing me. I know, Merle, right? If they don't want to address your point, all right, they're not going to address it and they're not going to go through it with you. You can't make them do anything, mate.
No.
All right. So I gave you the floor, right? And,
Cheers, mate.
and all right.
It's all right.
just we have to move on now.
I just wanted to kick him in the balls. Fuck him.
You weren't kicking
Alright.
anything. Your fucking point was stupid.
You don't even know what my point was.
Yeah, I know
All
what
right,
your point is.
Let's move on.
So I wanted to go to the point you were saying, Gio, about 1 in 60 rule being out at longer distances. Why do you think that is?
Well, we could go back to that. I'm actually kind of interested to hear where Merle was going with the oblate spirit of the eye, because that was interesting. I don't know if he wants.
I mean,
to...
you know, Gio, that Gav did.
Where do you think it's
like,
going,
a full
Gio?
presentation. You know that Gav did a full presentation about the great switcheroo. I know you know. I know certain people in here are intelligent and sensitive enough to know that I'm frustrated in this discussion because I feel it lacks intellectual honesty. That's where my frustration's coming from.
Merle.
I know a lot more about this subject than I
Merle,
let
if you
on.
do, then you need to answer one real simple question. It should be easy for you. The reason that mountains twice as high as other mountains that are twice as far away are not in line with each other. Now, with perspective and with trigonometry that we all should understand, it's only high school level, less than that probably, 8th grade. We all should know that those mountains should be right in line. What would cause a mountain twice as high as another mountain to not be in line from your point of your vantage point? Now, if you can answer that, that's a place to start. Because until you can answer that question, you really don't have much of a case.
Oh, really? What's a 2-ball sphere, Zanik? Because apparently you're standing on a 2D.
I'm not going to be playing.
Apparently
This is annoying to everybody.
Here he goes.
Just answer the
Here he
question.
goes.
I put it in the chat. So answer me why the second mountain twice as high, which is twice as far away, is not in line. Don't answer that with another question.
Right.
And I've given you the math in there as well, so everything's there for you.
Yeah, right.
What possibly could cause the second mountain to be lower, almost below the snow line of the foreground mountain?
Yeah, right.
Because it's smaller.
We've already taken that into account. Thank you. It's twice as high, so it is smaller. Yes, half as small, accurately enough, and coincidentally enough, appropriately enough. So why is it below the foreground mountain, which is half its height and half as far away? So I already have one answer that was wrong. How about another answer? That might be righter.
More righter.
More righter. Come on, Merle. Give me a super more righter answer. Because if you say you can discuss this for half an hour, you're sure very quiet.
Oh no, I mean I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for you to prove to us how we're standing on the outside of a 2D surface, Zanik. Like to hear you explain that.
Okay, I asked you a question. You can either elect
See,
to not answer
I
it.
know exactly where
You
this
can elect
subject
to not
leads.
answer it, Merle.
That's why Jim.
So you're
That's
electing
why
not
Jim
to.
doesn't want to
Let it be
unpack
known.
this because he
Let it be
knows
known
where
to
it
the
leads.
quorum. Let it be known to the quorum that Merle does not want to answer my question, which is pretty logical. Because if I was a flat earther and I saw this, that would dispel everything that I believe in. I'd be a little bit upset, or I'd be curious as to why this is happening, and I would have an arsenal of answers as to why. But you don't even.
I wouldn't definitely want to sweep it under the rug, though. I definitely
All you
wouldn't
have
want to
is
sweep
dead
it under the
silence.
rug and ignore it.
Someone must say something. I mean, refraction could
I'd
be an
want to
answer.
address it.
Hold on, refraction could be an answer. For example, just to give you like an idea.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't work that way. Refraction bends down to the denser medium, so that wouldn't work. That'd make it worse. So anyone got any ideas about why the twice as high mountain?
I don't know. Is that how we see it in an orthographical view, Zanik?
Yes, it
We're
is.
looking at
Yeah.
something in our field of view.
Obviously.
Gio was talking
So
about a field of view.
there would have to be
I'm talking
some.
field of view. Why is the background mountain lower, substantially lower than the foreground mountain, yet it's twice as tall, but it's twice as far away? So it takes into consideration and accounts for very accurately perspective.
Yeah, well, it's gravitational lensing.
Okay, next. We have
Sorry, I'm obviously joking.
I know. I'm just I'm taking all answers. I'm taking all answers seriously. Gravitational lensing. We have perspective. Angular size change? Anything?
What
anyone else?
about a property of light that is unknown over the large distances?
Oh, there's a good one. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, it's not a great one, but
Did you
What
say
if we
twice
don't
as?
actually see the light?
Did you say twice as far and twice as tall?
Correct.
Right. So things in the distance shrink, right? So if it's further away, even it's taller, it's still going to shrink
Correct.
more than the
yeah,
foreground.
but it would have to be 4 times the distance in order to do that in this case.
It doesn't. It's not a linear function, and Geo's shown
Yeah,
it with
it's
his.
it's absolutely,
it's a trigonometric function.
absolutely,
It's
positively,
absolutely a
directly.
linear
Are you
function.
listening? It's absolutely positively, directly proportional with the distance. That background mountain getting smaller with distance.
Well, I might have used the wrong word there, linear, but like Geo once he had a graph up showing that the further you go, the distances aren't like in the same increments.
That's a
The angles.
That's a tangent function, and we're not talking about that because we have an even distance between one mountain and the next. One's twice as far away. It's
Yeah.
like
So
saying,
what I'm saying
it's
is,
like
it's,
saying,
it's,
it's
they
like
don't
saying,
they don't
it's
go
like
in the
saying,
same
it's like
increment.
saying, hold on. It's like saying if I have a sextant and I measure a distance to an object, and I have a 45-degree angle to the object in the sky, I know the height of that object in the sky to the GP will be the same distance to me at the GP. But any other position that wouldn't work in trigonometry. That's the golden point, the golden situation. We're not looking at that here. So try again.
Well, okay then. Simple perspective.
Already answered that question. It was the first objection. We already addressed that. This takes into account perspective.
Well, he was talking about the.
So we have another vote for perspective.
You have 2 votes for perspective, both.
It's all perspective in a way, but I mean, what's the perspective do to what?
Perspective would mean perspective would make it actually in line with your site. So it's not an answer that we accept. Next up.
Exactly.
Well, you don't accept it.
No, it doesn't make any
So
sense.
don't say we all don't accept it.
No, you wouldn't. It wouldn't line up.
You can't make it make sense.
I know what is it. I know it's a toroidal ether flux field interpretation.
That's it.
Now we're getting warmer.
Ding 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 ding. We have a winner. Chicken.
Toroid Earth. Toroid Earth.
It's actually the horizon being smushed into
That
into
was
a vanishing point.
Well, it's
that
been
was
called,
what was missing. That was what was missing right there.
It's been called the celestial sphere since the dawn of time for a reason.
Yeah, because they thought they were inside the celestial sphere. That's all.
It's called a sphere because it's all around us, up, down, left, right, everywhere. So it's a sphere.
Which I do think creates an issue for the flat Earth, because if stars always have a GP and they're in a sphere, then they have to be surrounding something that we can be on all sides of.
But you've never seen the sphere. You've never seen it.
No, you can have a hemisphere over a planar surface, and even though those stars are in a celestial hemisphere, they still are going to they're still going to map to the Earth in a position.
But it's not.
Hemisphere is fine, but the other half of the other hemisphere is the one I'm asking about. If you've got a hemisphere above the plane, then you need to have half of the sphere, the hemisphere below the plane. But what we know from nautical almanacs or stellarium or everything is that all stars always have a GP on the Earth at any given time. They don't drop off the Earth.
Right, you're saying the celestial sphere should actually be a celestial hemisphere.
Yeah. Or we have a hemisphere, but then, if you opened up an almanac or stellarium, it would say, well, this star gets to this position and then ceases to have a GP on Earth, and then it pops up somewhere else because it's going essentially under the flat plane. But stars of the navigational stars, they are always directly above a part of the planet at any given time.
I did measure last night on Stellarium because I was saying yesterday how I saw stars going south, but because the stars split, I think what I'd done is I picked a star that was going south, and then I picked another star that happened to be going north, and the stars going north were going faster at like 1.5 degree per sort of 200 years or something like that. It seemed to be going faster. So the northern hemisphere stars seem to be moving faster than the southern ones. I could only say because I think that would happen if our actual position where we're actually recording this should be slightly more south than we're recording at the moment. Where would we record all this stuff? You know, because I try to find. No, on land. Like you would go to like Ascension Island, Helen Islands. You do things like that, wouldn't you? You wouldn't trust a book. You would go out and see for yourself. So if I'm standing, what location? I guess you could say. Do we have a location on Earth that we use this? Is that like 0, 0? You stand at 0, 0, and then we get those measurements. Where do we do this from?
I don't know. Where would you where if you were going to guess, Realm, where would you think that the discrepancies start? Where do you think it'd be wrong?
Well, if I'm measuring this and it shows that if I'm facing west and the star's moving northwards or moving faster, because I'm taking the reading at the horizontal, 0 line, then that's where I'm starting. That it almost it appears that the stars in the north are moving 50% faster than the stars in the south. But we wouldn't really see that, would we? Because
where are you getting the information again? Sorry, that they're moving faster in the north than they are in the south.
Stellarium. You really have to concentrate and then just watch and then just move through the years and stuff, and you'll see it just moving right. And if you lock onto, there's also different types of stars. Some of them, they've labeled them as like distant stars or local stars, different things. So I think there's so many things in the sky that we've labeled as further away, as closer to meet the narrative. But it just seems like there's quite a lot of independence going on. If you study it, it's not just by what we say to each other. It's like if you go and study these things and you do different methods and different experiments, you can tell what the sky's doing microscopically, because what you do is you just lengthen the period of time and jump 6 months or a year at a time to see what other differences are happening, instead of doing the obvious thing and just monitoring it day by day by day.
We do both. We take pictures every night at midnight, for example, over a year, and show that differential. But every night we see all the stars rotate at the same angular velocity.
Yeah, but we can't get high enough to the poles or low enough to the poles to verify that 100%. So we can't make sense of it if we can't verify it. And if the stars in the right, if the stars in the north are moving a fraction faster than the stars in the south, then that would mean our equator should be a little bit more south for those time periods to equalize. So what is the cause of that? So if there is a curve, then that means that anything that we're looking at the poles and stuff like that is going to be curved, isn't it? It's going to be magnified. It's going to be a lot worse. It's like you asked the question. Sorry, I'm finished.
When I see a ship, a 300-foot tall ship, and all I see is the smokestacks hidden behind water, do you think what's happening there?
Well, when a ship's on the further away from you at a certain distance, and you've got a white top half and a red bottom half, as it's moving away from you, both colours are shrinking from the top down and the bottom up, and they're shrinking. But what happens is at a certain point, the red in the bottom starts to reflect on the water, still restoring the original thickness. So you think that it's closer to you, but it's actually much further away. But the reflection of the water has kept that redness there. Then you've got like a new type of image, which is the apparent horizon, the whatever you want to call it, that's fake horizon. Okay. And then it's moving away. So you lose all abilities to see that the minute that starts happening. The minute that it enters into that.
Remember, there's an angular position. This thing has an angular size. We know that goes down with distance. We have the picture of the boat 4 or 5 miles away. We see the entire boat, 250 feet of this boat, standing proud. 25 miles later, all we see is the very, very top of this smokestack. Fortunately, it's get the same. It's going away
Yeah,
from the same angle.
I've seen that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is there anything near the surface of the water that would indicate that anything is being smushed or distorted or reflected? I mean, it's choppy water. There's no reflections. All we see is not just a little bit of the boat. 200 feet plus of this boat is completely, utterly missing. There's no indication of any miraging at the surface. All we see is waves.
I would say the smokestacks, you might have an issue there because the smokestacks are just sticks, aren't they? So you've got a load of atmosphere behind it, a load of atmosphere between it, and then most likely the light is going to cut through a lot easier, where the rest of it has shrunk so much to the point that you can't see it. But your atmosphere is bringing it back into view, and you think it's closer. So when we think that we're measuring,
we have a pixel count of both the bridge and in the radar and navigation equipment, the distance pixel-wise to the smokestack. The proportions of the smokestacks are kept intact as well. So that's kind of a weak theory. I mean,
if I were to use,
congratulate you for actually thinking about it, because it takes a little creativity to do that. But no, that's not gonna cut it. I'll give you this picture right here.
do you think you could use one of them camera things, like when a guy goes and plays golf and he takes one of these range sort of finders, and then you can be like, oh right, yeah, that's 300 yards away. Do you think that's just yes? But do you think you would work that range finder out above water in different atmospheric conditions? No, you can't. Not at that distance. Not at that distance.
Since I know how tall that smokestack is, and about just the same amount it's just below the bridge, so the whole thing's showing. If I could get the angular size in that picture, they look like they're the same angular size. They're not, by the way, because they're zoomed. This one's zoomed way in. So in the picture, I will get an angular size of that smokestack, and I will equate that to the height, the 100-foot, probably 100-foot tall smokestack. And then, but by doing that, getting that ratio, I can then determine how far away it is with trigonometry.
All right. Cool, man. So what rate or what drop per kilometer are you expecting in degrees?
Every 4 or 5 kilometers, we're looking at a 0.02 degree drop. If it's
okay, so give me a second. How
0.04 degrees with a curve. So we don't see 0.02. We see double that with the curve.
Right. So you're saying So you're saying 0.4 degrees for how many kilometers or miles? Sorry.
About 3 miles, 0.4 degrees.
So that's about 5 kilometers. So I'm going to divide that by 5. So 0.4 divided by 5 is 0.08. If you get 360 degrees and you divide it by 40,000 kilometers, you'll get 0.009. So you're already a tenth off. Not a tenth off, but yeah, you're 1 decimal place out. So that there, if you're doing it 5 kilometers, 0.009 times that by 5, 0.045 drop per kilometer. So when you do the math and the data is evident, do the math and you'll work out what it should be and not what you think it is. Thanks, man.
It's 0.02. We measure the drop from the dip angle, as we call it, to be 0.04.
Yeah, but you don't know how you don't know how far that thing is from you.
As far as your multiplications and divisions, and you're reaching for some kind of answer that fits your presumption. But what
how are you applying?
We basically do basic trigonometry, rise over run, and we can figure out where that object should be in the distance based on observer height. If we're 6 foot tall, I should have qualified that too from the beginning. If we're 6 foot tall and it's 3 miles away, we'll see about a 0.04 degree drop at the horizon. Some level.
How are you applying this angular resolution to miraging and the refraction? Are you applying it in the same proportions?
That's without refraction on a non-refractive day.
How do you apply this angular resolution to miraging?
Well, miraging will be a distortion completely of the image, and that is done very close to the surface. What you do when you get rid of miraging, just increase your elevation angle, elevation position in distance.
Oh,
so
we haven't increased our.
Hold on. There'll be no miraging if you go up, say, 50 feet, guaranteed.
Yeah, we haven't gone up 50 feet in these images that you've posted at all, right? We haven't gone up. So there's always going to be miraging, always.
No,
On the
there's not
surface of
miraging
the
in
Earth.
that particular
Yeah,
case.
there will. There's
Where's
always
miraging?
going to be.
Where's
There'll
the
always be a
miraging?
thin band of
Where
it.
is the miraging that
Right.
gets posted?
There always will be.
Where?
There always will be refraction.
Yeah,
So
where?
how do you apply this angular resolution to these sorts of
The
things?
angular resolution is just the angular size of the objects.
Okay, then. From where?
Left to right.
Where is this miraging, and where is this
There is no
stuff
miraging.
happening? Right on the boat, or
Miraging
it's
is
in front, or is it in front of the boat?
Miraging is an observed distortion of an image due
Really?
to refraction.
All the time you can observe the mirage.
If it's
It was
that's why you call
somebody
it a mirage.
doing a deep fake of Putin. Is it me? Am I the drama?
God, I know, right?
So miraging is obvious, is it?
Yes, miraging is obvious.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It's so good.
That's why they call it miraging.
We're here to distract, Mandy.
Look at how good it is.
And
oh, sorry.
We're here to infiltrate the flat Earth.
I'll just
That's what
pull
we're
up
here
something.
for.
I'll just pull up something. So what's the miraging look like, Zanik?
Distortion of an object for one.
Distortion of objects. So it just looks like distortion, does it?
Distortion, things being hidden where they should be seen, things being distorted, things being elevated, things actually in positions where they can't be, i.e. above level at a distance.
Okay.
Be a mirage. You have inferior mirages. You have all sorts of types of mirages that you can see.
Yes, most definitely.
Inferior
But it always
mirages,
looks like
inferior
distortion.
mirages. You have wiggly lines. These are all miraging capabilities.
Really?
You can have oscillations of the of a small object. That's due to refraction as well. That's a type of mirage.
There we go. Oh, okay. How do you apply your angular resolution to something like what I've just posted?
Well, you have an inferior mirage.
All right. How do you apply it? You tell me.
The size of the object didn't change.
To your angular resolution, to the miraging that we are obviously witnessing in what I just posted. Right, don't talk over me. Don't try and bulldoze me. Right, to make your point. Right? I was making a point, right, and you were trying to bulldoze me. Right? How does angular resolution apply to the miraging that we see in what I just posted?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Categorically, it doesn't. Oh, well,
no, because I don't think you know what angular resolution means.
I don't think you do, Zanik. You think you do. You think you do.
I let you speak. Now let me speak. So angular resolution is the limit of the optics. It tells you where you can, if you can see something or not. So yes, angular resolution is such that you can see the miraging, you can see the objects, you see the objects before and after, above and near the targets. They're all seen because angular resolution allows you to see them. Now you want to talk about angular size, that's a different discussion and a different answer. So we can get even the size of the miraging in angular size terms if we wanted to. Not a big deal. So please get a grasp of the words that you're trying to use and their meanings before you start asking me or start trying to belittle me in the forum.
I wasn't trying to belittle you, all right? And don't insult me, Zanik, all right?
Thank you for the space.
Life on Mars. What do you say, folks? NASA proving life on Mars. Any takers?
Yeah, me. What happened? They found something? Found a dinosaur there?
Oh, let's have a look, eh? See what you say.
Yes, let's.
Right, let me just get my act together here. I'm just getting into the library. Give me a couple of minutes just to get all the images ready, and I can load them up one at a time.
What was it, Jin? Was it a guinea pig or a rabbit? Something they found?
Yeah, this is where I'm kind of with the flat earthers. They're not going to find anything anywhere else in the universe that's alive. I don't think life exists anywhere but where we are. Intelligent life, anyway.
I mean, they might find flat earthers on other planets, you know.
You add up all the 1 in a million chances of things that happen to us or the Earth along the way, and that almost equals the number of stars in the universe as they estimate right now. But
right, there's an image for you to look at. I think it's gone through, perhaps.
I think it makes you feel better that we're special, and there's a God.
Right.
Is it wagging its tail or something? What do you think it's life? Is it a gopher?
God, Bennett, these things. What's going on?
Is that supposed to be from Mars, Jin? Is that what that is? The rodent? Oh, you posted the one that I see what you mean. The one on Mars, and then you posted the. Okay, I see. I guess Jin can't hear me.
I can hear you now. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is playing up a little bit, so the images are taking them times to load. There comes a second one. I'm trying to load it now. This was taken by that rover known as Opportunity. Right? Can you see the image?
Yeah. Is that taken in my backyard, Jin? It looks like it.
What is that? That's on. Okay, it's known as rodent, known as a lemming. Lemmings on Mars. They captured that. That's an official Mars picture.
Grass.
NASA photo. Sorry.
Grass on Mars as well.
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't there just? This is supposed to be on Mars. This is a NASA photograph showing you Mars, the lemming, known as a lemming. What do you say, people? Has NASA made a mistake?
Maybe they uploaded the wrong flash drive, Gin.
Okay, here comes some more. Here comes some more.
As if that's a fucking NASA image, man. And then as if they're claiming that to be fucking Mars or Mars. I'm just gonna take it that you're fucking wrong.
Well, I'm wrong, am I? Well, it's a NASA official photo. It's not mine.
Yeah, I don't believe it is.
Well, this one should convince
Prove to
you.
me
So
that it
the-
is. Pull it off NASA's website. Give me a link.
It is. It is. It's got the this one coming up will have the NASA actual number, photographic number, serial number on it, and then you can check it.
No, give
from
me the
there.
link, man. If you haven't done it, Jin, then you don't know yourself that it's actually a NASA image.
Oh, it's a NASA image because it's come from a channel called Rich Planet TV.
It's come from YouTube.
So you know, it's come from Rich Planet Television. Okay, and I can send you the link to that if you want to see that as well. That's available, set to be delivered to those who want it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen this crap.
Have you seen it? Yeah. Well,
Sure
I saw
have.
this stuff back in 2006. So, but
And we also
revisit
see
it again with
fucking
you lot
bunnies in the clouds in the sky, Jin.
Sorry?
I said, and you also see bunnies in the clouds floating in the sky, don't you?
Well, I don't know why you've gone down that route.
Humans recognize pattern. You just try to make something out of it. It's just some rocks, man.
This is all NASA official photographs taken by the Opportunity and the Curiosity rovers on Mars. Okay? What's that?
So Rig, you're suggesting it's just like pareidolia, it's just seeing things in rocks, basically. That's how you think about that? Like you're saying it's a pareidolia, like just happening to see a rodent, even though it's not really a rodent, is what you think?
Yeah, 100%, just like the face on Mars.
Have you seen the Coke bottle on the moon?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's not pareidolia range. I mean, that's just like a Coke bottle.
What a legit Coke bottle.
Una Rollers saw that.
Has it got a red label on it? Is it made in the US or Mexico?
There's also the extension cord on the moon. That's a good one too.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what you mean with this rodent one. I mean, it really does look like a rodent, but I also would agree that sometimes rocks can look like things. So, you know, clouds, rocks, whatever can have. So.
Yeah, but that's clearly a rodent. That's clearly a lemming, and they actually inhabit the Devon Island. That's the #1 inhabitant on that island. Okay, but then look at the other ones that I've posted with the vertebrae. That is not rock formation. That's very irregular rock formation, wouldn't you say? I mean, look at the pattern there. Look at that formation. Can you see it? Looking at the vertebrae. Let me see if it's come through. Or vertebra. For those who want it.
It's probably a dinosaur.
Right. And this is on Mars, though. This is NASA official Mars photographs, by the way. It's what they took.
I'm going to say with that last photo, Jin, what did you say? It was a vertebra?
Yeah, vertebra, yeah.
It kind of looks like rocks.
Nah, look at the formation. Look at the 3 edges there. Have a better look. Come
I'm
on,
trying to
rocks don't
see.
fall
I'm
like
trying to see. I'm trying to see, Jim.
yeah, rocks don't form
Just squint
like
your
that,
eyes a
mate.
bit, Bandy, and then take one of your hands and use it to punch yourself repeatedly in your frontal lobe.
This seems like a segue to mud
And
puzzle.
then maybe.
Can you see? But this is the NASA post. This is supposed to be on Mars. Look at those 3 kind of vertebrae. That's not rock. It's 3 of them. They're looking very similar. 1, 2, 3. Rocks don't form like that.
Rocks
Come
don't
on.
look similar to other rocks.
Come on. And there's a vertebra
No.
under it. Keep trying to help you along. Look at that.
I must say, I have seen rocks that look very, very similar.
No, I've never seen
If
rocks like that.
I have.
Come
Rocks
on.
that
You're
look
winding
like
me up.
rocks.
I think you've been smoking rocks, Jim.
No, I don't do
Look,
that.
I'm all over your gerbil that you posted. I'm all over that one because that looks like a gerbil.
Yeah, it's known as a lemming. They're
Right,
known as
lemming.
lemmings.
Okay, lemmings, gerbil, whatever you want to
They're
call it,
called-
guinea pig, whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. I'm all over that one, 100%. But this
Arctic
one, yeah, I can't quite get over the line with that one, Jim.
Okay,
But
so where did
anyway,
they filmed it on Devon
Follow the
Island,
line.
did they?
Follow the line. Follow the line, man. There's a pattern there. There's 3 vertebrae plus. Okay? You've got to look at it. We're not looking at it properly. I don't know how you can't see
no,
that.
I am looking at it, and I can sort of see some resemblance, Jim. Right, I can see some resemblance.
It's not rock then, yeah. Not
But
rock.
it's only vague. It's only a vague resemblance to me. Right, that's all I'm saying. It's just a vague resemblance. I think sometimes you can look at things and
definitely
it
looks like
want
vertebra.
and it want to be what you kind of think it is. I think that is possible.
No, it's definitely vertebrae. Definitely vertebrae.
Okay.
I mean, look,
Okay.
there's more coming. There's more coming, and then you're going to see that. Everything I'm showing you is all from NASA official photographs. These are all NASA. Nothing that I've made up. Nothing to do with me.
No, I'm not saying you've made up any of these photos, Jim. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I'm struggling to see that as clear as what you do in that last one. So what's this last one? Are they bones?
Yeah, that's right. Bones from, like, they reckon, the walrus. Okay, that's why I posted the picture of the walrus.
Okay.
The whale skeletal, that is, sorry. Yeah, the walrus one's coming up. Interesting, eh? All on Mars. Supposedly, no life. Less than one.
I'd like to know the true
1%
scale
of
of that image, though, of the so-called whale bones or whatever. I'd like to know the true scale of how big that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to send you that image now. I knew you'd be asking, so here it comes. Get a little idea from the skeleton and that. There you go. That should please you a little bit.
How does that please me? It's been cropped out and then put next to a skull. How does that please me? Doesn't tell me the actual scale of the bone or the so-called bone in the photo.
Yeah, but it looks like a bone, doesn't it? I mean, that's not a rock, is it? It's not a rock, is it now? That's the thing. That was supposed to be on Mars.
It could be.
Nah, it's not a rock. Look at the shape of
Gene,
that
rocks
thing. That's not a
form
rock.
in all sorts of weird fucking shapes, man.
Yeah, look at what. That's not a rock. It's definitely not a rock, man. Fuck. What's wrong with you, man? You're blind. It's not.
That's
a
a rock,
man. It's bone. Bone. Not fucking rock. And this is a. Now you got a piece of 4x2 there, or 3x2, should I say, or 2x3.
Whether it's a rock or a piece of fucking whatever, it's definitely not on Mars.
I'm struggling to find that later one you've posted that's meant to be a thigh bone or something. I'm not finding any of that from NASA. If I search the number in that image, I just get flat Earth websites.
Nah, I
Can you
doubt
find
that
me the
very much
original
indeed. I
link?
think you're now I think telling us porky now. You're porcupine now because I can.
Hey, Jin, did did you yourself get it from the NASA website, or did someone else pass it on?
Actually, give you the video, and I'll give you a timestamp.
He learns it from the video.
Yeah, I got it from Rich Planet. They're Englishmen. All of them are from England. This mob, they're from England. Yeah.
Okay.
So you know.
So if you can find that video, that'd help.
Oh yeah, that video is coming as soon as this photographic presentation is over. I'm going to just post you the video. Yeah, Rich Planet TV. They're very good. They did the moon landings, Mars, and various other things. They got a lot of video. I did comment and told them to look into flat Earth, but I didn't get a response. You know, I said, seeing you believe that the moon landings never happened, that means they couldn't have taken a picture of Earth in its entirety. Did you realise that the Earth was flat? And here's a link and that. Please let me know what you think. But they never got back to me.
They think you're a psyop for sure. They're like,
Yeah,
here's the
of course they
CIA
do.
come to discredit our moon landing stuff by trying to feed us silly stuff about flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't. Yeah, Richard didn't get back. Controlled opposition. They will only go so far. Right, now you're going to see some images from the Viking rover, and it's the skies are changing color. The original picture of Mars was blue skies, but then when they realized that they made a mistake, they had to change the color tint. So they had to touch it up and change the color of the sky. And that's what I'm showing you next, coming up towards the end of the presentation now, of the photographs purportedly taken on Mars. Can't believe how the Wi-Fi is behaving itself. Yeah, those last two that I've just posted, you'll see a blue sky, Mars landscape, blue sky, and in the next picture, they put a little bit of a pink tint in there.
What are you talking about? That's a picture of Earth.
Well, it is, yeah, it is Earth, isn't it? But they say it's Mars. That picture
Who
you're
says
looking
that's
at.
Mars?
NASA and NASA does.
NASA has sent a photo of that has houses in it.
Am
And
I
a
looking at
sea.
sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's the wrong one. No, that's that's relative to the island. What's it called? Sorry, yeah, my bad. I'm looking at the wrong place. This is that what you're looking at there is the island known as, it's the second place that they go to do their shenanigans, right? You've got Devon's Island and Spitsbergen. Okay, that's Spitsbergen. And they found that piece of wood was a sleeper, apparently. Yeah, I posted a piece of wood there.
I cannot understand anything in that last photo. The other ones look like
Yeah, it looks like railroad tracks on Mars.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
An actual train station. Martians got to get to work, you know.
Yeah, they're going to get to work. Exactly. They've got to commute.
That coal's not going to get itself to the power plant.
Is that power lines in the background as well?
Mm-hmm. The Martians need power.
They've definitely got grass. They must have crickets.
There's no way NASA tried to claim that was a picture of Mars.
You know the ones that look like Mars, yeah.
Come on, give us the real good shit.
It's coming. Some more's coming. Now, there you go. That one's supposed to be what grows on rocks. Now, I think it's called lichen.
Lichen to what?
How could that be? Yeah, exactly. Lichen to what?
Liken to a crystal.
So lichen, which is the least structurally observable plant you can get, has a structure that can be a verb to be similar.
Yes, lichen.
Little tiny werewolves.
Do you think it's possible, Jim, that this is just people trying to pattern match and it's not real?
Smoke and mirrors.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, what can I say? I mean, this is what they said. It was on Mars. These are NASA photos. So they say they took them on Mars, and this is life on Mars, isn't it? You know, I mean, come on. This is why I'm looking at it. Now, this next one that's coming up that I'm posting, a guy by the name of Richard Hoover, right, when he was asked what this picture was, okay, let me post it first. Right, I'll post it. It's a fossil.
I used to have a fossil.
A chronoid. It's a fossil of a chronoid. Okay, a chronoid. He was asked what this picture was. You know, that's definitely a fossil of a chronoid. Now then they let him know that, well, that's a NASA photograph. He's actually worked for NASA for 40 years, Richard Hoover. Right? And he said, when they told him it was a picture taken on Mars, he went quiet. Richard Hoover.
What degree of confidence did he have?
Well, he said definitely, when he was asked what it was, he said it was definitely a fossil, a conoid fossil on Earth, he said.
What's the similarity between those two pictures, Jin?
I think it's
the similarity is that one is a chronoid fossil on Earth, the other one was on Mars. So the one on the left is a Mars shot, the one on the right is on Earth.
But they don't look anything alike.
They look slightly similar because the guy who you're looking at now, I think you should be seeing him, Richard Hoover, said it was a chronoid fossil.
Like right down the very bottom of that left-hand one, I can sort of see a mouth with lips, top lip, a bottom lip, some teeth, the bottom teeth. I can see that in that picture.
Right.
But I don't see the similarity between those two pictures.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you a picture coming up, the case of the missing rocks. This one's a mystery. What happened to one of the rocks? Okay, coming up now. Massive long number for the photographs. Don't know why NASA does that. They've got these long numbers for their pictures. Crazy.
Maybe that's why they lose them.
Yeah.
The crickets are just classic.
Well, there you go. Sorry about that. Yeah, there you go. Right, you got that. And then the next one is I think that's the Curiosity taking a selfie, and they want to know, how did the Curiosity take a picture of itself? You know, how was that possible to take that angle shot of itself?
Why do they shoot themselves in the foot every time doing this?
Yeah. Yeah, that last one's a bit dodgy, ain't it, Jin? Definitely.
Right.
Like they got pictures of satellites out of space.
You can't even see the you can't even see the selfie stick. Where's the selfie stick?
That's exactly. The excuse was it was a mosaic, it's a compilation of shots to build that up to
Yeah, what device is taking that picture?
Okay, good.
What's that last one, Jin?
Yeah, that one is, you're looking, that's the first picture taken by the Viking of Mars, the very first shot of Mars, and it's a blue sky. It looks like Earth. So the second picture, they touched it up, okay, to give it that pink sky, you know, the red Mars sky.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what was going on now. So the very first picture from Mars was that one, and it showed a blue sky. And they said, well, we can't have them looking at that. They're going to think it's Earth. So let's quickly change the color. And apparently NASA has been changing the color of the landscape for ages. Here comes another one of such standard, yeah.
How do we know this is the right way around? So NASA is faking the shots instead of the other way around. Like I've seen one picture that was supposedly from Mars, but taken in Ireland or something, but it was actually some conspiracy theorist trying to create a fake NASA photo by doing that. So how do we know it's actually NASA doing this?
Well, we know because NASA didn't go to the moon. So obviously they didn't go to the moon. We can't go to Mars. So we know they're faking everything. It's part of NASA's MO. That's how we know. Because it's not possible to go to Mars. So everything's absolutely fitting in like a jigsaw puzzle. And we know they didn't go to the moon because Stanley Kubrick told us. Not to mention all the radiation and all the other problems they would have had.
That actually brings an interesting question. So you have a jigsaw puzzle that supposedly fits. But then I can go around and I can question every single piece. Well, this is a bit dodgy made here. This doesn't look like it actually fits. Now the picture is complete. We already know that the picture is complete. So you justify every single piece not being dodgy by the picture. Well, it already fits. I've completed the picture. So there is nothing gonna shake you because you already think that the picture is complete, but every single piece is dodgy.
Right, how did the rover take a picture of itself?
Yeah.
Did it?
There you go.
Well, there you go. We'll find out the claim. You know,
I thought it had a selfie
show
arm.
us we're wrong. Show us we're wrong.
Where is the selfie arm? Where is it?
Which rover are you talking about? The most recent one is the one I remember having a selfie arm.
I'm talking about not the last picture. It's up somewhat now. The one that Jin posted. There's no
about
selfie
3
arm.
pictures back.
Yeah.
There's
no selfie arm on that one.
Is that taking a picture of itself?
Or
Yes, that's a selfie.
What is?
Where
is it?
That's supposed to be a selfie.
They've
That's
got
supposed
their
to be
own
a
little
selfie.
satellites.
Otherwise, if it's not, what took it? Because that's what it's purported to be a selfie. The Curiosity taking a picture of itself. Curiosity rover.
Curiosity or Pathfinder?
It was another rover that took the picture, was it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what your claim is so I can investigate it. Which do you?
We just want to know what
it's a roving rover.
Yeah, a
We just wanna
rover
know
taking a picture of itself. The rover is known as the Curiosity, or is it the Opportunity? It's one of them.
Well, pick one.
I said Curiosity, didn't I? So that's what I said.
And that took a photo of itself. Can you present the photo of itself that it took that we need to investigate?
I've already done that. It's already there.
Where?
Go back 3 or 4 pictures, you'll see it.
Where's the selfie stick?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Damn. They must have photoshopped it out just to fucking psy up.
But I'm sure there'll be an explanation.
Yeah, they said it was a mosaic. Took bits of shots and then they put it together like that.
Okay then. So, but in all those bits of shots, one would think they would still need a selfie stick to take.
Yes, exactly. And there's not one in that shot. So they shot themselves in the foot there, didn't they? In their earnest to get it out to the public.
Is there any selfie stick in that one you posted, Riding?
I don't know.
Yeah.
There isn't one, is there?
In the future, you'll be able to use your mobile phone and project an image into the air, which is like a mirror, and just take a selfie shot of yourself from a distance,
Yeah.
from a holographic mirror.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously, the new rover obviously rebooted the old rover that was up there, right? So
Gave it a jump.
so it could take
Yeah,
pictures of
gave
it.
him a jump start. Gave him a jump start, yeah.
Yeah.
Perseverance. Yeah, NASA have sent 5 rovers to Mars, apparently. 5 rovers to Mars, by the way, so far. In all these years.
They must have called Mars roadside assist.
Yeah. The AA or the MM.
Where's the helicopter?
Yeah, where is the helicopter as well? That's, you know, that flew in 1% Earth's atmosphere. And did you see the actual video they gave us to look at? A black pixel. That was it. Fucking hell! I mean, really?
Did they test that helicopter in a vacuum before they, took it to Mars?
They don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to, do they? They know.
They can't create a vacuum big enough anyway to properly test it.
It's not
I
a
mean, just
vacuum
1%.
on Mars.
Only 1%.
You can't fly a helicopter in a vacuum.
It's 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, a vacuum to 1% the atmosphere of Earth.
Yeah, they should have been able to do that, shouldn't they? Yeah.
You could definitely put a scaled down version of a helicopter in a vacuum.
Yeah, they.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one
I'm
is.
sure they did. I doubt they sent it out without.
You sure? Okay,
That's
show
what
something.
NASA does. That's what NASA does.
And so we know that
For example, the Lunar Ascend module
they will
of all
produce
the Apollo
that
missions.
show.
Can you actually show a demonstration riding perhaps of a helicopter working in a vacuum? That'd be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah.
If you're sure.
Because if you go back to the Apollo missions, you know when the LEM lands on the moon, and then when they're returning back to the Lunar Command Module, what's known as the Lunar Ascend Module, they don't test that on Earth. It can't. If they test it, then they have to rebuild another one because the gases and the fuel would have been spent. So it's there, and they've got to hope it works.
Really, you don't think they built another similar module and tested that, and then built another?
No, they
one to
don't
the same
test
spec?
it.
They just
They've
don't test
never
it. Okay,
tested it.
that's quite a claim. All right.
Yeah,
So how do you reckon they fool engineers that work at NASA? Because like if I was an engineer and I was like, hey, I want to see if this rover's this chopper thing's going to work.
Well, then they'd say,
could we
I
test
don't
it?
pay you to ask questions. I'd pay you to.
They don't. They don't pay you to ask questions. So I'm an engineer who's able to engineer an off-world robot, and I say, hey, can we test it? And they go, I don't pay you to ask questions.
Yeah, because they're all sleep deprived, and they have urine bags on their ankles. That's how intense the work is.
When you fly a jet,
it costs a lot of money.
When you fly a jet for the airline, your first flight with passengers is your first flight in the jet. Usually, everything beforehand is on simulation. The simulators are that good.
No, when they fly a jet, it's just the pilot and the jet. Yes, I'm saying no, because Neil Armstrong was one of the world's most famous pilots, and when he's a test pilot, they're not having other people on the plane. It's just him and the plane when they
you're
test
a pilot
first.
and you fly
They
your
don't
first
risk
flight
passengers yet.
for an airline,
Talking out your ass
you
now,
are in
man.
that plane for the very first time.
For the very, very first time on the test flight, only the pilot and the aircraft go up.
No test flight. You learn on the simulator. And all the
no, they do test flights as well.
Right, but I mean,
and Jen, one thing I can guarantee is whenever I talk, you're going to talk over me. Or at least
How do you simulate? How do you simulate a medium you've never been to and you don't know?
I don't think they do. And if you want it, there, I've just posted it. At, what is it? 6 minutes past the hour. NASA's Mars helicopter vacuum chamber test flight successful.
That's what it says.
What it says. Let's have a look at
Yeah,
that.
it does. So you wanted a video of it. You satisfied,
yeah,
Andy?
I did. No, I did ask for one, 100%. Oh,
You're satisfied by it though.
Someone is bleeding.
No, that was a bottle. That was a bottle of wine. Yeah, but like New Zealand's ex-Prime Minister, John Key, he was so good at his job in the financial industry. He used to wear, that's how they prop them up, to make them look like they're really hard workers. I've seen videos of him with a urine bag on his ankle.
What the fuck's that got to do with whether an engineer would ask if we can
You
test
just
this
look at,
before we go to
you,
Mars?
you just look at these engineers' pale, anemic bodies and faces. They've never lifted a fucking bean in their life. They've been stuck in front of a radioactive computer screen, and that's all they know.
You reckon people build robots to go to Mars and don't test them, even though I just showed you a video of them testing a robot that went to Mars?
They don't even get to see the sun, man, or put their feet on the
They don't
ground.
need to see the sun. They go to a vacuum chamber. What are you talking about? You don't make sense sometimes, mate.
It is a strange.
You're
It is
fucking
a strange
psychologist
looking.
working out, though.
It is a strange looking vacuum chamber. But then again, I don't know what sort of
Yeah.
vacuum chamber to expect. I think it's 20. Reading the description, it's a 25-foot vacuum chamber.
It should have been in a container of some kind. This
Well,
is not.
show us the rocket.
Well, hold on. It's in a room, Jin.
Yeah.
That could be a vacuum chamber. Like I said, it's a strange.
It didn't
room.
fly though, did it? It didn't fly up, did it?
Yeah, no, it does. It goes up.
It's tethered,
and
so it doesn't crash.
And it goes up and it goes down, definitely. And it
So-
does
certainly-
say it's in a. It's powered flight in a Martian in a Martian atmosphere.
I guess we just have to trust them, right? I mean, it's just like that rocket that they land backwards. I mean, they've never had any prototypes of that rocket in a small model form before they did it. They just did it. Fucking show me.
Is that what they claim, or is that what you claim about them?
That's what everybody. That's what they claim. They just did it.
Well,
They
at the
just
end of
did
the day, to be fair to Writing, I did ask for a video, and
Yeah,
Writing
yeah.
put something up, and in the description, it says what it says in the description. So now, whether
Absolutely.
or not you want to believe what's in the video or whatever, well, then I suppose then now the onus is on you to prove that isn't a vacuum, and it isn't what we're seeing. So
Exactly.
Righty did fill his kind of part of.
Yeah.
And to add to that, it looks
unfortunately,
it looks like Ingenuity. It looks like the chopper they sent there, and I don't know what a vacuum
Doesn't
chamber
look
would look
anything-
like, but I guess something like that.
Yeah.
So the video you just showed is like the model version. Is it like just because it
No,
crashed?
that's it. That's the actual one.
So it crashed. Okay. So that means
What
they
do you-
tested it.
What do you mean? Oh, of the rocket landing?
Like if you could have a rocket that can land on its ass, every schoolboy would be having one like as a remote control right now.